In the Asteria Kingdom, east of the continent's central heartlands, a quiet room sat on the right side of the second floor in Count Palatio's southern residence. "Did you carry out the order?" "Yes," the knight answered, lowering his head toward the man on the bed. "As you commanded, I rescued the orphans from the small eastern village." "No, from the facility they were using for human experimentation." "And the orphanage?" "I left it under the care of a girl named Yusha, exactly as you instructed." "What about the Baron's family who ran that village?" "They folded the moment I showed them the evidence. They accepted every demand, including surrendering the entire castle." With that, the knight, Evan, drew a leather pouch from inside his coat and placed it on the side table. "Good." Alone opened it, the gold inside catching the lamplight. A satisfied smile tugged at his mouth. A short silence passed before Evan spoke again, carefully. "Young master, may I ask one thing?" "What is it?" "You said you attacked that facility in Baron Alphen's territory to save the girl, Yusha." Alone gave a small nod, allowing him to continue. "She's abnormal," Evan said bluntly. "I've lived long enough as a mercenary to know what strength feels like. But I can't understand how someone like her ended up chained inside that place." He swallowed once, then asked the real question. "And why did you leave her there?" "At the orphanage." Alone didn't answer right away. From Evan's perspective, the question was obvious. Saving a powerful asset and then not using her was wasteful. Pointless. Almost foolish. But Evan was looking at it like a mercenary. Alone was looking at it like someone who already knew the ending. I removed one destruction flag. "That's enough for now, Yusha." Her true name was Yusha Bloodya. In 10 years, she would become one of the 5 great sins, the sin of wrath, and she would erase 2 allied kingdoms from the continent, leaving hundreds of thousands dead. And Alone knew that not because he was clever, but because he wasn't from here. He had been reincarnated, and worse, he recognized this world the moment he woke up. It was the dark fantasy RPG he'd played in the scraps of free time he used to have. Psychedelia. Sigh. Alone pressed his fingers to his temple as the old memories resurfaced. 2 months ago, when he opened his eyes, the only comfort had been that it was a fantasy world. He'd spent 3 days sick just from the shock. Then he adapted. And to his surprise, noble life was easy. He could wake when he wanted, sleep when he wanted, eat whenever he felt like it. No deadlines, no managers, no 78-hour weeks for pay that barely felt real. He was the 3rd son of a count, with no authority and no responsibility, which meant he could enjoy luxury without being dragged into politics. For a while, he almost thought it was a reward. Then he learned the name of the continent. Ampelon. And he remembered the family name attached to his body. Palatio. A noble house mentioned briefly in a quest. That was when the comfort turned into dread, because it meant only one thing. This wasn't just a fantasy world. It was the opening page of a story that ended in annihilation. In 10 years, Psychedelia's main plot would begin, and the continent would become a slaughterhouse. Nobles and peasants alike would be crushed into dust. And among the first to fall was the kingdom he lived in. Asteria. No matter the route, no matter the choices, the moment one of the 5 great sins awakened, Asteria stopped existing. Cities erased. Nobility wiped out. The map rewritten. Which meant Alone's comfortable life had an expiration date. 10 years. So if he wanted to keep living like a spoiled noble with no responsibilities, he needed to do something no normal person could do. He needed to prevent the 5 great sins from ever becoming what they were meant to be. What he'd done with Yusha was the first step. "Well, that's the reason," Alone finally said aloud, giving Evan a half-answer he could actually accept. "The time just isn't right yet." "The time isn't right?" "No," Alone's eyes sharpened. "Make sure nothing about this leaks. Keep supporting the orphanage like we agreed. And one more thing." He pulled a letter from his chest and handed it over. "Deliver this to her." Evan took it, frowning. "A letter?" "Yes." Inside was a phrase Alone had seen so many times it felt engraved into his skull. In the game, it appeared during a mandatory event tied to the sin of wrath, spoken by a suspicious archbishop from a holy nation. The moment the words were spoken, the archbishop would burst into a pile of blood, and the sin of wrath would look irritated and say, "It's too late." Then the fight began. The phrase was always labeled the same way in the game, a spell that could befriend the bloodline. Alone didn't fully believe in it. But he believed in patterns. He believed in flags. He believed in the way this world ran on rules that someone, somewhere, had written. And if there was even a small chance those words mattered now, in the past, the sin of wrath once referred to, then he'd use them. As Evan bowed and left the room, Alone leaned back and exhaled. First landmine cleared. Now for the second. A few days later, Evan returned to the orphanage. The moment he saw her, unease crawled up his spine like cold fingers. Yusha stood waiting. White hair, red eyes, and not a single emotion on her face. Not fear. Not gratitude. Not curiosity. It wasn't calmness. It was emptiness, like she looked at people the way people looked at tools. Here, Evan said, forcing steadiness into his voice as he offered the letter. She accepted it without a word. Rustle, rustle. As she opened it, Evan's mind returned to the same thought that wouldn't leave him alone. This made no sense. He could sense mana, and not just a little. His talent for it had always been sharper than other knights. He could read the presence of others like breathing. And the girl in front of him. She was too strong. Far too strong to have been caged in that facility. And then Evan's eyes widened. Because Yusha smiled. A full, bright smile that didn't match her face at all, like something beautiful put on the wrong mask. And worse. Her mana started to show. Not just sensed. Visible. A pressure in the air, like heat shimmering above a blade. A display only masters could manage, and she did it as casually as blinking. Then she looked up. Her pupils had changed. Vertical. Reptilian. The unmistakable mark of the bloodline. The one who sent this letter, she said softly, was it Sir Alone? Evan felt his instincts scream at him to stay careful. Even as an expert, the warning was immediate, primal. Yes, he replied. Why didn't he call me? Evan almost said I don't know, but the words died before they reached his tongue. Something in her gaze told him that the wrong answer would not be forgiven. So he gave her what he had. He said the time wasn't right. I see. 2 words, calm and light. But the smile on her lips deepened, long and curved, like she'd been given exactly what she wanted. Her voice lowered, almost reverent. I understand. And then, with the letter pressed close like a sacred relic, she spoke the name Evan had never heard before, the name that made her sound less like a girl and more like a title. Yusha, no. Her red lips parted in a strange, delighted curve. The bloodline's first daughter. Yusha Bloody Queen. She lifted her gaze again, and for the first time, Evan felt like he wasn't standing in front of an orphan. He was standing in front of something that had been waiting to be summoned. I understand his will, she said, smiling that same unsettling smile, clutching the letter as if it was proof of belonging. 3 months had passed since Alone rescued Yusha, the future human extermination machine. In that time, he lived quietly, moved carefully, and tracked down the second sin that needed to be saved before the world reached its breaking point. About a month later, Evan returned with another report. As you instructed, I rescued the child from the illegal slave market and sent him to the orphanage Yusha manages. Alone, half buried in paperwork in his study, didn't look up right away. You treated him well, like I told you? Yes. No fights on the way? Of course not. Alone nodded, satisfied. Evan had been working under him for nearly half a year now, and these reports had become routine. Still, Evan hesitated, like he always did when something bothered him. May I ask you something? What is it? Why send the child you went to such lengths to find, to the orphanage? Evan chose his words carefully. I hesitate to say it, but the one you rescued this time has extraordinary talent too. Alone understood instantly. Asterisk, not extraordinary. Catastrophic, asterisk. The boy Evan had pulled from the slave market in the kingdom of Callian, the central nation among the allied kingdoms, was Deus. Deus Macallion. In 10 years, he would become one of Psychedelia's bosses, the sin of sloth, one of the 5 great sins. And when he surfaced, he wouldn't just kill. He would erase kingdoms, including Asteria, in a way so brutal that even players behind a screen used to flinch at it. Some people in fan communities couldn't stomach reading the description twice. And for someone called Sloth, he sure knows how to hate. Evan was still waiting, so Alone offered the same excuse as before. It's the same as last time. The time hasn't come yet. The time, Evan repeated, turning the words over in his mind. Alone watched him and sighed inwardly. He'd have preferred someone who followed orders without questions. But Evan wasn't that type. And Alone didn't regret choosing him. In the game, Evan wasn't a protagonist, but he showed up in several routes as a supporting character. More importantly, he was the kind of support character you could trust. Once his loyalty was earned, he wouldn't betray you, not even at the end. In a world where betrayal was as common as breakfast, that was worth more than talent. I understand, Evan said, as if he'd convinced himself. Then he asked the next question, the one that mattered. So, when do you plan to meet the ones you've rescued? I don't really plan to. Evan frowned. Wouldn't it be better to meet them at least once? Alone knew the logic. If he wanted to keep the future under control, he should build real relationships, not distant sponsorships. Face-to-face would create trust faster. But he also remembered what the 5 great sins were like even before they became sins. Psychedelia's flashbacks made that painfully clear. Their personalities weren't just damaged. They were rotten in a way that felt proud of itself. I saved them before the worst of it, but not early enough to make them normal. That was the problem. Getting close too soon could backfire. Maybe in 5 years, Alone said. Evan nodded, accepting the answer. That was when the study door slammed open like it owned the house. Well, if it isn't Alone. Alone's eyelid twitched. He recognized that voice instantly. Why is my illiterate little brother hiding in here? Tonio, the second son of Count Palacio, strolled in wearing a grin that made the room feel smaller. He dropped into a chair and casually draped an arm over Alone's head, pressing down like Alone was furniture. When your elder brother speaks, shouldn't you answer? Blatant disrespect. And it wasn't new. I only came to look for something, Tonio said, still pushing down. Alone kept his voice calm. This wasn't the first time the eldest or second son had treated him like this. They'd bullied him since the day he woke up in this body. The original Alone had probably taken the same abuse for years. Alone could have snapped. Part of him wanted to, but he didn't. Because peace had a price, and right now that price was swallowing pride. If I start a fight with these two, my whole plan collapses. Tonio wasn't just a spoiled noble. He had teeth. In the Underworld, he ran a drug ring grandly named Avalon. It wasn't huge, but it was enough. With a few words, Tonio could send hired blades to erase someone quietly. And even if Alone dealt with Tonio, the eldest brother would come next, the one who ran the prostitution rings and was already paranoid about succession. If Alone knocked down one, the other would tear him apart. So Alone stood. It seems my elder brother wants the study. I'll take my leave. At least you know your place. Alone bowed, expression steady, and left with Evan. Back in his room, Evan handed him a letter. This time, I brought it personally. Did you? Since rescuing Yusha, Alone had exchanged letters with her once a month. Simple greetings. Small updates. Ordinary life, written like it was ordinary. He'd suggested it for a reason. She'll accept a pen pal more easily than a stranger standing in front of her. Alone opened the letter. As usual, there was nothing dramatic inside. Yusha wrote her greetings and mentioned the children. A boy named Haydn who was obsessed with war games. A girl named Yuna who was terrifyingly good at hide and seek. Reading those harmless lines, Alone stared for a moment, deciding what to write back. Then he chose honesty. Not full truth, never that. But something real. He wrote about the day, about his brothers, about the irritation he couldn't show. He figured sharing worries instead of only pleasant stories might make them feel closer in a way that mattered. He sent the reply. It was just an ordinary day. At the orphanage, Yusha was watching Deus Macallion. His violet eyes looked like hollow wells. His body was covered in old abuse, but his limbs were intact. Physically, he was functional. Mentally, he looked shattered. He sat still, staring at nothing, like a man whose mind had been scraped clean. Anyone else would have called him broken beyond repair. Yusha didn't. She smiled, slow and deep. Asterisk, so the trace is still there. How considerate. He's even leaving me a clean path to revenge. Asterisk. She stepped closer and spoke a single word. Black goat. Deus flinched. That one word dragged something up from inside him. His empty stare snapped into focus, but not with awareness or sanity. With hatred. Fear. Rage. A violent, choking mixture that made his whole body tense. Yusha's smile widened. Don't you want revenge? Deus's gaze locked onto her. The hatred didn't fade, but something else appeared beneath it, curiosity sharp enough to cut. Yusha didn't explain. She didn't need to. She released a thin veil of mana into the air, light as dust. Mana he had granted. Mana meant for one purpose only, to face the Black Ones. Congratulations, she said softly. He has chosen you. So you'll gain power. Then she leaned in, voice sweet, like she was offering salvation. All you have to do is stay loyal to him. Then you'll get your revenge. Deus didn't answer. But his eyes did. A week after Deus arrived, another letter came from Alone, right on schedule. Yusha read it and smiled. I see. A year passed. Deus remained at the orphanage. Yusha and Alone continued trading ordinary letters. Alone kept searching, and his frustration grew as he failed to locate the third boss he needed to save. Then the news reached him. The scoundrel is dead? The second son of Count Palacio's family was dead.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
In Psychedelia, the Count Palacio's family is portrayed as a textbook example of an evil character in a subquest, serving as nothing more than fodder for the protagonist's experience points before disappearing. In game terms, they're essentially extras. However, the reason Alone had quite a bit of information about the Count Palacio's family was that he had repeatedly dealt with subquests related to them while playing the game. The experience points from the subquests involving the Count's family were quite generous. In short, in the game, these characters were nothing more than extras meant to provide experience points to the protagonist. But that was only true when seeing them through the lens of a game. For Alone, who now found himself in a reality where the game world had become his reality, his feelings about the Count's family were quite different. The game merely described the family as selling drugs and running a prostitution ring under the organization called Avalon, but now Alone had seen the actual, albeit fragmented, reality with his own eyes. Even now, he was witnessing it firsthand. Alone subtly shifted his gaze forward. In front of him was the corpse of Tonio, the recently deceased, lying inside a coffin. Cause of death, accidental fall, right. For a man who was a major player in the kingdom's drug trade, it was an absurdly anticlimactic and empty death. But, naturally, Alone knew that Tonio's cause of death was not an accidental fall. In fact, it would be strange if anyone present here didn't know the truth. Privacy settings. Alone turned his gaze to the side. Next to him, bowing his head with a deep smile, was Leo, the eldest son of the Count Palacio's family, who had been locked in a power struggle with Tonio for the position of family head. His smile might split his face. Leo wasn't even trying to hide his grin anymore. His expression was practically unmanaged. Anyone could predict that Tonio's death wasn't due to an accidental fall. Yet, despite everyone knowing this, no one voiced any objections to Leo. Not the knights, not the retainers, not even Aldemar, the current head of the Count Palacio's family, said a word to his eldest son. Well, Aldemar's too far gone from indulging in drugs and women to care whether his sons are tearing each other apart. Not like he's capable of saying anything anymore. Alone let out a small, sarcastic laugh as he watched the Count, who was so devoid of dignity that even during Tonio's funeral, he was surrounded by drugs and women. As expected of a dark fantasy, the state of this family is a complete mess. Of course, Alone had no special intention of doing anything about it. From the beginning, Alone's plan was proceeding smoothly without him having to do much, and the only real problem he faced was the 5 great sins. I need to find the rest quickly. As Alone thought about this, he watched the final stages of the funeral unfold. As the coffin containing Tonio was about to be sealed, a question suddenly crossed Alone's mind. Was Tonio's death supposed to happen like this? When he played the episode involving the Count Palacio's family in the game, only Leo appeared, so it wasn't difficult for Alone to predict Tonio's death. However, what made him question Tonio's death now was something Leo had said while being disciplined by the protagonist. Didn't he mention, after suffering for years, that he finally killed Tonio and became the undisputed heir? Having played the game multiple times and recalling how ridiculous Leo looked in his final moments, Alone couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Still, he quickly shrugged it off. After all, it wasn't something he was deeply concerned about. A few days after Tonio's funeral, the Count Palacio's family, which had been in turmoil due to the second son's death, suddenly became remarkably peaceful. The succession battle had ended. Although the Count had a third son Alone, in addition to Tonio, no one expected the family to descend into chaos again. Everyone knew that unlike Tonio, who had aligned with the Underworld and sold drugs to gain power to oppose the eldest son, Alone had no power whatsoever. Privacy settings. Even Leo, who was highly sensitive to the succession issue, showed no concern about Alone and didn't pay him any attention. Instead, Leo seemed more preoccupied with swallowing up the drug trade that Tonio had left behind. Anyway, with peace returning to the Count's family, Alone was reading a letter from Yusha. The letters they had exchanged for almost a year now were always the same, nothing special. The content of the letter mostly revolved around the orphanage. She wrote about how some of the children were growing well, and there were also a few brief mentions of Deus, whom Alone had sent there. They're growing well without any issues. Alone smiled with satisfaction as he read the short line in Yusha's letter. When he had sent Deus to the orphanage, he had asked Yusha to take special care of him since he was a bit of a difficult child, and she always included a short update on Deus in her letters. Talking to her through letters like this, she really comes off as a kind, innocent girl from the countryside. He briefly considered visiting her, but quickly shook his head and continued reading the letter. As he neared the end of the letter, Alone suddenly spoke. Evan. Yes, what is it? Do orphanages usually receive a lot of donations? Usually. Well, they probably receive some, but not too many, I'd think. That's what I thought. The reason Alone had asked about donations was because of a donation list written at the end of Yusha's letter. Was it 3 months ago or 4 months? Curiously, starting a few months ago, someone else had begun donating to the orphanage that Alone had been supporting. Of course, the letter only mentioned that a merchant named Malano had made a donation, so he didn't know the exact amount, but this month 5 people, including me, donated to the orphanage. Though his expression grew puzzled while reading the letter, Alone quickly dismissed it. Well, the more donations, the better. With that, Alone wrote a reply to Yusha, half-heartedly agreeing with her stories, and handed it to Evan. Are you going to deliver it personally again? No, didn't I go there just a few months ago? Privacy settings. 3 months ago, I believe. And what did you say back then? If you're asking about the orphanage, I reported that it was running well. Deus, who I delivered there, also seemed to be much better. Really? Alone nodded with satisfaction at Evan's report. As I thought, even though they're destined to become the 5 great sins, they couldn't have been evil from the beginning. It feels good to see that the kids are growing up well. It must have been their environment that turned them into killers in the first place. Alone was once again struck by how crucial a person's environment is for their growth, and he added, this time, there's no need to go in person. Just ask someone from the mercenary guild to deliver it. Understood. Evan nodded and was about to leave when something seemed to dawn on him. And do you remember that thing you mentioned last time? Thing I mentioned? The ancient book. Did you find it? I'm not entirely sure, but I found a lead. Tell me about it. At Alone's command, Evan began to relay the information he had gathered from the Intelligence Guild, piece by piece. And eventually, I've found it. He discovered the location of the third sin. Margot, the estate of a viscount located beside a small village in the eastern part of the Asteria Kingdom, was known for its beautiful glass crafts as its specialty. However, that was only the surface of Margot's reputation. In reality, the true source of wealth for the Margot Viscount's family was drugs. More specifically, a group called Phelan used Margot as a distribution hub, providing the Viscount's family with a hefty income. Phelan, which had been steadily growing its power by using Margot as a distribution point, had now become a massive organization with hundreds of members, each led by over 10 expert-level fighters. Because of this, Rotten, the leader of Phelan and an expert mercenary like the other executives, believed that Phelan would continue to grow even more. At least, that's what he thought until yesterday. Privacy settings. Rotten looked around with fearful eyes. In front of him were dozens of corpses drenched in blood, lying on the ground. Please, spare me. Spare me. Please, I beg you. There were only a few remaining members of the organization left, screaming desperately. Rotten looked at them with trembling eyes. Normally, he would have felt reassured by the sight of his remaining men, who should have been like a sturdy shield. Even if they were weaker than him, their sheer number should have been enough to provide some sense of security. Yet despite this, Rotten felt nothing but fear as he looked at them. Ugh. Please. The surviving members of the organization were all holding their swords in reverse grips, pressing the blades against their own necks. No, don't. No. Stop, please stop. I beg you. Please. Each of their faces was filled with desperation and pleading. But despite this, their bodies, as if moving naturally, pressed the reversed blades into their own throats. Schlack. The last remaining dozen or so members took their own lives. And then, Rotten's body began to move on its own. And no, he gripped his sword in a reverse grip. Please. No matter how hard he tried to resist, his body, once taken over, no longer listened to him and only trembled. In his final moments, Rotten saw it. In the darkness of the hideout, violet eyes staring directly at him. Privacy settings. But the moment he saw them, Schlunk. Rotten plunged his sword into his own throat. Thud. With that, Deus, who had been shrouded in darkness, silently stepped forward and walked out. Well done. Likewise, Yusha, who had been with Deus, naturally followed him outside. Is there any point in killing these people? As if he had been waiting, Deus asked the question as Yusha walked out. Unlike a year ago, there was a clear light of reason in his eyes. Are you feeling sympathetic? No. I know these people were grinding up humans to make drugs. Then, I'm just wondering if killing them will help us kill those bastards. In response to Deus's question, Yusha smiled and said, Of course. Her answer was clear. This is just laying the groundwork for his return. Thud. With her words, a pattern began to form beneath her feet. Engraved in the magic circle was a giant eye with a crescent moon inside. When he arrives, we wouldn't want his place to be in squalor, would we? I understand. Deus, who had been staring at the pattern beneath her feet, nodded as if he had grasped her intent. He said nothing more. All is as he wills. Muttering those words, which he had repeated countless times, the two finished drawing the magic circle beneath them and disappeared into the darkness, leaving no one behind in Phelan's hideout. Time passed, and it was now the second year since Alone had rescued Yusha and begun exchanging letters with her regularly. I've successfully rescued them again this time. Is that so? Alone received the good news from Evan. Did you send them to the orphanage? Yes, this makes it the fifth one. At Evan's words, Alone nodded. Over the past year, Alone had successfully rescued the 3 sins he originally planned to save. Saving the sin of greed was a bit tricky. The third sin he rescued, who is currently known by the name Rheingroff, was difficult to find, but rescuing her itself wasn't that challenging. The same went for the other sins. It took a few months to locate each one, but with Alone diligently using his game knowledge to direct Evan, they were all found. As he looked at Evan, who had been running around to rescue the 5 great sins over the past year, Alone spoke. You can take a break now. Is it over? It's over. Privacy settings. That's a relief. Evan let out a sigh of relief and looked at Alone. But, young master, aren't you happy? Of course, I'm happy. You don't look like it, though. Really? At Evan's remark, Alone turned to look at the mirror. And it was the face of Alone, a face he had grown accustomed to. Indeed, the man reflected in the mirror had a blank expression. No, on closer inspection, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, but the change in his expression was so subtle that it would be hard to notice unless one looked closely. Alone tried to force his face into a smile, but stopped when he saw that his face, which was normally quite decent-looking, now looked like that of a strange man. It feels like only my facial muscles didn't fully adapt to this body. Unlike before, when his emotions were clearly displayed, Alone's face now rarely showed any expression. Even if it did, the change was exceedingly subtle. Not that it's a bad thing. Of course, Alone didn't think much of it. The fact that his emotions didn't show wasn't a problem for him, but rather for others who interacted with him. He wasn't particularly bothered by it. Anyway, this concludes everything I needed to do for now. Alone smiled as he thought of the 5 potential sins he had gathered at the orphanage. I didn't expect things to go this well. In truth, Alone hadn't expected things to go so smoothly from the start. The 5 great sins had every reason to become the monsters they were destined to be. No matter how hard Alone tried, it wasn't like he could save them before they encountered any misfortune at all. In other words, Alone's only concern had been that he wouldn't be able to save the 5 great sins until they were already too far gone. But contrary to his worries, all 5 of the sins were growing up normally. Evan. Yes. When you visited the orphanage last time, you said there didn't seem to be any problems, right? When I checked, even Ryan and Sealrang, who were in bad shape before arriving at the orphanage, had returned to a relatively normal state. Really? Privacy settings. Yes. When I first rescued Sealrang, she was like a broken doll, doing nothing and just staying still, but at the orphanage, she was getting along well. Similarly, when I first rescued Ryan, she kept her eyes closed as if she didn't want to see anything, but when I saw her last, she was reading a book with interest. At Evan's report, Alone nodded. The content matched what Yusha had written in her letters. I didn't expect Yusha to do such a good job. Initially, Alone had left Yusha at the orphanage not only to keep her at a distance, but also because there was a setting in which she was somewhat attached to the orphanage. However, he hadn't been entirely sure that she would take care of the other children as well, and he had originally planned to send Evan to check on the situation and, if necessary, bring in professional help. But that's not necessary anymore. Alone smiled. Everything had gone even better than he expected, and thanks to Yusha's efforts, there was now only one thing left for Alone to do: develop some level of self-defense skills. Of course, as the 3rd son of the Palacio Count's family, if he didn't take any particular action, his life wouldn't be in danger. Especially since Evan was by his side. But given that this world was based on a dark fantasy, it was essential to have at least some ability to protect himself. He was considering learning magic. Oh, by the way, have you heard about the blue moon, young master? While he was pondering this, Evan's question brought Alone back to the present. The blue moon. Yes, it's a recently famous organization in the eastern regions. From what I've heard, they've been hunting down other organizations. An organization hunting other organizations? Yes. Then they're doing a good thing. Alone responded dully, having fully adapted to the dark fantasy world. If the blue moon were massacring civilians, it would be a cause for concern. But if they were hunting other organizations, that was a different story. After all, in this continent, Alone had never seen or heard of any organization that didn't involve death in some way. If they were hunting those who played with human lives, there wasn't much reason to view them negatively, so Alone simply responded as such. The problem is that they're also killing nobles. Evan. Yes, young master. Privacy settings. Starting today, you'll sleep in the room next to mine. Alone said decisively after hearing Evan's follow-up. Considering that this Blue Moon organization wasn't mentioned in the original story, it's likely that they disappear before the main events start. But, come to think of it, Leo's been in a bad mood lately. Could it be because of them? As Alone pondered this, he shrugged and began writing a letter in response to the one he received from Yusha yesterday. As usual, Yusha's letter contained the same kind of content, some greetings, a brief update on the current state of those Alone had asked her to take care of, and a list of sponsors. After confirming this, Alone considered mentioning the Blue Moon organization that Evan had just told him about, but decided against it. The Blue Moon might be hunting organizations and nobles, but they weren't targeting orphanages filled with children. As always, Alone finished writing the letter and sent it through the Mercenary Guild. It was a relaxed day. A few weeks later, at the orphanage in the eastern region. During a regular meeting that had begun on a weekly basis after activities had officially started, Yusha was reading the letter Alone had sent. Is that a letter from him? Let me read it. Me too. Me too, I want to read it. A girl enthusiastically waved her hand, while another girl opposite her quietly raised her own hand as Yusha read the letter. Even in the dimly lit hideout, their golden and green eyes sparkled. These were Sealrang and Rhine, the future sins of pride and greed, respectively. Here. Really? Can I really see it? You didn't let me see it last time. It's about time I did. Yusha smiled as she handed the letter over. Sealrang and Rhine, along with Deus, who had been silently watching, all looked at the letter with curiosity. A little while later. Is this an instruction sheet? It just looks like an ordinary conversation. They all expressed their confusion as they reread the letter before them. The letter contained nothing but mundane daily conversation. Deus, seeking an explanation, looked at Yusha with a questioning expression, and she smiled as she explained. That's how it's supposed to look. He ordered me from the beginning to write it as if it were just a normal conversation. Privacy settings. Then, Yusha pulled out a slightly worn letter from her chest and showed it to them. The content of the letter was simple. It started with casual greetings and naturally moved on to suggest that they regularly exchange letters about the orphanage. Sealrang and Rhine frowned, puzzled. But Deus, seemingly understanding the true intent behind the letter, spoke. Is it because he doesn't want any secrets to be leaked, so he exchanges letters in this way? Correct. I see. Deus nodded in agreement, then glanced at Sealrang and Rhine, who were still focused on the letter. If he's worried about leaks, wouldn't it be better to use magic communication or have us go and report in person regularly? Right. Then why insist on using letters? Because that's his will. Yusha smiled as she added. If he's decided to do it this way, we follow. There's no need to question or think about it. At her words, Deus felt a dryness in his mouth. While Yusha's emotions were generally calm, whenever she spoke about him, there was a deep, unsettling conviction that even made his skin crawl. Understood. Thus, Deus nodded quietly, looking into her red eyes, which now gleamed with the light of a fanatic. With that, Yusha collected the letter she had distributed to the members and carefully stored it in her chest, marking the end of the meeting. Sealrang, what about the north? You mean the slavers? Yes. At Yusha's question, Sealrang flashed a bright smile. I took care of them all. And your identity? I wasn't exposed. The clothes Rhine made seemed to be working well. I gave them a quiz, saying I'd let them live if they could correctly describe my face, but no one could answer. And then, privacy settings. I plucked them all. Their heads. Her words were excessively brutal for such a cheerful laugh, but Yusha calmly turned her gaze to Deus. And the south. Avalon was running rampant, so I cleaned them up. And I found something else to discuss while I was there. What is it? The head of Avalon is the eldest son of the Count's family where he resides, correct? Yusha nodded silently at Deus's question. However, it seems the eldest son is trying to poison him. As soon as he said that. What? The atmosphere froze. Just moments ago, Sealrang, who had been smiling brightly, folded her ears back and looked around nervously, while Rhine, who had been quietly observing, fixed her gaze forward. The only one who could look Yusha in the eyes was Deus, who had anticipated this reaction. But even he felt a cold sweat running down his back as he sensed the overwhelming killing intent that was far stronger than expected. After a short while, are you certain? There was an instruction sheet. Did you bring it? Yes. Deus pulled out the letter from his chest, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Without blinking, Yusha read the letter. Once the Count, whose lifespan is nearly over, dies, quietly poison him and dispose of him. After reading that final line, I see. She gripped the instruction sheet tightly. So, it's true. With a chilling look in her eyes, she muttered softly. 2 years had passed since Alone rescued all the 5 great sins, marking the 4th year since he began exchanging letters with Yusha. There were now 6 years left until the start of the original story. The Count Palacio was dead. The official cause of death was heart failure. However, anyone within the Count's household or those well-informed would have easily known the real cause of death. It was an overdose of drugs. In a death fitting of a dark fantasy world, the Count Palacio had passed away. However, no one mourned his death. The servants and retainers accepted the news of his death with a sense of calm. This was no surprise, given that the Count Palacio had been completely broken, running his last stretch toward death with rampant drug abuse. It would have been strange not to expect such an outcome. Moreover, his life had been wasted in indulgence, consumed by women and drugs. Even after his death, not a single noble expressed condolences. This also applied to his 2 remaining sons. The eldest son, Leo, had anticipated this outcome long ago and remained indifferent. Rather than mourning his father's death, Leo seemed more preoccupied with the ongoing conflict with the Blue Moon organization, constantly discussing it with the retainers loyal to him. Alone felt the same. From the beginning, his father had turned a blind eye as the eldest and second sons openly tormented him. Surprisingly, Alone had never spoken to the Count even once since he had taken over this body. Their relationship was one of mutual indifference. Thus, the Count's death passed in silence, without a single tear shed, and quietly came to an end. A week after the Count's death, the Palacio family did not appoint a new head, following their long-standing tradition that no new head would be selected in the same year the previous one died. Yet, nothing really changed. Since the time Alone had taken over this body, the Count Palacio had done nothing, leaving the retainers to manage the family while they lined their pockets. And at this point alone, young master, I must say, it's truly astonishing. Why? Reaching the 2nd tier in just 2 years without entering the magic tower or having a master, do you think that's a talent that makes sense? Alone had been learning magic for self-defense, though it's only half-baked. Alone gazed at the 3 small spheres spinning in his palm before letting them dissipate with a light sigh. It's good that I have talent, but still. 2 years ago, Alone had discovered his talent for magic and had been overjoyed. In the world of psychedelia, magic was something that could only be used if one had the necessary talent. Moreover, Alone's talent for magic was quite exceptional. Considering that it typically took about 4 years for a mage to reach the 2nd tier, the fact that he had achieved it in just 2 years without a master was remarkable. While not exactly a heaven-sent prodigy, he was still a rare case of someone who had managed to become powerful through sheer natural talent. Even Alone himself felt that his ability to control mana with precision was far superior to that of others. What he had just done, levitating 3 electric spheres and making them orbit in his palm, was a useless trick, but it was a skill that could only be performed by those who could control their mana with extreme precision. If only my mana core was bigger. However, the reason Alone referred to his talent as half-baked lay here. His natural mana core was much smaller than average. Not just small, a lot smaller. Although it was possible to expand one's mana core through continuous training, in Alone's case, it was so unnaturally small that he had little hope of significant improvement. Privacy settings. A mana core is akin to one's physical stature, something one is born with. If it comes down to it, I do have a method, but... As Alone licked his lips and continued thinking, Evan asked, "Young master, what do you plan to do now?" "What do you mean?" "Well, next year, the first son, no, I mean, the eldest young master will become the head of the family, won't he?" Evan, having almost called him a commoner out of habit, quickly corrected himself. Alone understood what he was asking and replied, "I'll leave." "You're planning to leave the estate?" "Not completely. Just to a lower position." "Lower? Do you mean to Rodmill?" At Evan's question, Alone nodded. "That's right. Rodmill." Geographically, it was a village about 4 days' travel south of Palayon, the Count Palacio's territory. It was under the Count's control, but was flourishing moderately. "I plan to move there." "Why?" Evan asked, unable to understand. Though Evan might not grasp the reasoning, this was the final step in Alone's plan. From the start, his goal had been to rescue the 5 great sins from their misery, change the future, and live out his life comfortably as a noble in a world where the United Kingdoms weren't destroyed. In that regard, Rod Mill is an excellent choice. First, there was a mansion there that belonged to the 3rd Count Palacio. Second, the village was in a state of moderate growth, making it unlikely that Leo, who would soon become the Count, would pay much attention to it before his death. Third, it was far enough from the Count's estate, about 4 days' travel, that Alone could remain uninvolved in the hero's story of justice and retribution when the original plot began. In short, as long as Alone moved to Rod Mill, his plan would be successfully completed. However, finding it bothersome to explain all this to Evan, he simply gave a brief response. Everything has its time. Young master, you always say that when you don't want to explain. Privacy settings. Alone didn't bother replying to Evan's remark. Instead, since we're on the topic, let's start packing. He began preparing to head to Rod Mill. Exactly 1 month later, Leo, the eldest son of the Count Palacio's family and a major figure in the Underworld as the leader of Avalon, was contemplating something as he watched his younger brother board a carriage with a knight in tow, leaving the estate. What should I do? Whether to kill Alone or not? To be honest, Leo didn't find Alone to be much of a threat. It had been that way since they were children. If the late Tonio had always been a threat, baring his fangs in his bid for succession, Alone, on the other hand, had always been busy bowing his head, constantly watching others and staying out of trouble. Sure, something had changed a bit in him over the past few years, but his attitude hadn't shifted. Even now, Alone had voluntarily chosen to move to the outskirts to avoid getting on Leo's bad side. In truth, Leo had originally planned to quietly dispose of Alone, having him overdosed on drugs at the same time as their father's death. But since Alone had chosen to leave for Rod Mill on his own, there was no reason to go through with it. Alone had willingly stepped aside for Leo and seemed to have no intention of becoming his enemy. There was no longer any reason to kill Alone. Yet, the eldest son was still contemplating. Ironically, there was no particular reason for his hesitation. It wasn't that he feared Alone would move to the outskirts and seize the position of heir. Nor was it that he found Alone's subservience as a family member disgusting. In fact, Leo had never felt any familial affection for Alone, or for the entire Count's family, for that matter. In the end, the reason Leo was debating whether to kill him was simply that Alone annoyed him. A month ago, when Alone had come to him, bowing his head and saying he would go to Rod Mill, it had somehow rubbed him the wrong way. Maybe it was because he had just heard that one of Avalon's branches had failed to meet its targets, leaving him in a foul mood. Whatever the reason, Alone's life now hung in the balance. Alman. Privacy settings. Yes. Quietly follow the carriage. In less than a minute, Alone's fate was decided. From Leo's perspective, Alone was someone he could kill on a whim. So, with that in mind, he gave the order. But the person who appeared behind him suddenly asked, "Do you mean to kill him?" Leo felt a pang of confusion. 2 years ago, this young man had proven himself useful and had become one of Leo's trusted subordinates after numerous trials. He was not someone who would question an order. When Leo gave a command, he followed it without question, without hesitation. Do you think family means anything to? So, despite frowning slightly, Leo opened his mouth to correct what he assumed was a misunderstanding. Stab. But instead of words, what came out of Leo's mouth was blood. He spat up crimson blood, his face contorting in shock as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. Still unable to grasp the situation, Leo looked down. A sword had been thrust into his heart. The betrayal. His eyes began to fill with a burning rage, but the man who had stabbed him replied indifferently. "This isn't betrayal. I was never your loyal subordinate to begin with. What are you saying? I was merely waiting for you to give the order." With that single sentence, Leo's expression, twisted with anger and confusion, began to turn to one of horror as a single face popped into his mind. The face of Alone, the third son of the Count's family. But even then, Leo couldn't understand. After all, Haydn had been by his side for over 2 years. He had allowed Haydn to stay by his side without suspicion, even allowing him to guard his back for over a year. In other words, Haydn could have killed him at any time if he wished. Privacy settings. So, with his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion, Leo looked at Haydn, who finally offered an explanation. We don't act without orders. We're merely the sword of that person, moving only as that person wields us. This is our creed, the unbreakable rule taught to us by the Red Moon. But, crack. Gah. When someone tries to harm the Great Moon, our swords will move on their own. Schlick. And that is why you've been allowed to live until now. With that, Leo collapsed to the ground, his face hitting the dirt, but his eyes still burned with rage as he struggled to speak. My men, they won't. Don't worry. The moment you gave that order, Avalon was destined to be wiped off the continent. Haydn, a member of the Blue Moon organization and one of Yusha's direct subordinates, continued. It's a pity. The Great Moon gave you a chance. With those final words, Haydn turned and walked away. Leo never understood their meaning and died shortly after. A cold, emotionless death. 3 days after arriving in Rodmill, Alone was called back to the Count Palatios estate. The reason was that Leo, the eldest son of the Count Palatios family, had died. And with his inexplicable death, Alone, who had been leisurely toasting bread in a remote corner of the mansion because there were no servants available, was hurriedly called back to the estate. By then, he had already gained a new nickname that people whispered in hushed tones. The hidden power of the Count's family. Life in Rodmill brought Alone a great deal of satisfaction. Although it had only been about 3 days, life in Rodmill offered him everything he imagined a typical noble life should be. He could wake up whenever he wanted, sleep whenever he wanted, eat whenever he wanted. Rodmill was a place where Alone could effortlessly live out what he believed were the 3 activities that brought the greatest happiness when done freely. Sigh. While the funeral of Leo Palatio, the eldest son of the Palatio family, was taking place, Alone let out a silent sigh as he looked ahead. Leo lay pale and lifeless, just like Tonio and the late Palatio Count before him. Alone couldn't help but show a somewhat baffled expression. I have no idea where to even start with this mess. The reason for Alone's confusion was that Leo's death didn't align with how he had envisioned it. Everything seemed to be twisted. Leo's death was supposed to happen 6 years from now. He shifted his gaze to Leo's body, scanning it thoroughly. The wounds were hidden by the ceremonial clothing, but a moonflower. Privacy settings. As per the kingdom's tradition, significant scars or mortal wounds were marked with a blue flower known as a moonflower, which was native to the kingdom. One of these moonflowers was placed over Leo's chest, killed by a sword piercing the heart. While contemplating Leo's cause of death, Alone couldn't help but wonder who had committed such an act. There are plenty of suspects if I think about it. He knew that Leo had been causing trouble in the Underworld, doing all sorts of reckless things. It wasn't surprising that something like this could have happened to him. After all, Leo had likely killed over 1,000 people, directly or indirectly. Despite this, Alone kept questioning the situation because he knew Leo's future. Who could it be? Who killed Leo? With these thoughts, Alone looked around. Quite a few people had gathered for Leo's funeral. Servants, retainers, and knights of the Palatio household were present. He had heard that some nobles had visited to pay their respects, but by the time Alone returned, they had already left. In other words, the only people attending the funeral were those who worked for the Palatio family. And they were all trying their best to avoid Alone's gaze. A servant who used to make casual jokes about how Alone would have died on the streets if he'd been born a commoner was now sweating profusely and bowing his head. A knight who had previously picked fights with Alone every time he stepped out of the mansion now deliberately averted his gaze to avoid looking at him. It's understandable that they'd be worried about their jobs now that the 3rd son they mocked has suddenly become the heir of the family. Even so, Alone noticed something more subtle in their reactions that caught his attention. Whenever Alone's gaze landed on a servant, they would tremble slightly, their hands shaking. Earlier, when Alone's eyes met a knight's and he gave a slight shrug, just as he usually did, the knight fumbled and dropped his ceremonial sword, causing an awkward scene in the middle of the funeral. These behaviors made it clear how the servants currently perceived Alone. They're not just suspicious. They're almost certain it was me. 2 hours later. Young Master. Yes. Privacy settings. It's beyond what I imagined. How bad is it? At this point, you've become the hidden power of the Palacio family, someone capable of wiping out Avalon in a single day. Alone realized that he had unknowingly become the rumored mastermind holding immense power within the Palacio family. I was just toasting some bread. Alone's quiet lament as he recalled his time in Rod Mill, where he had been making a simple piece of toast while such rumors about him spread through the Palacio household. In the time it took you to make that toast, you've become the hidden mastermind controlling sword masters. I'm not in the mood for jokes. I'm not joking, young master. That's truly the rumor going around. How did such a rumor even spread? Alone frowned, utterly baffled by the situation. In response, Evan began explaining the information he had gathered from the guild. A short while later. In summary, a day after Leo's death, Avalon, the organization he controlled, disappeared from the underworld without a trace? Yes. And people think I'm the one responsible. Exactly. Why? Because you're the only one who benefits from this situation, young master. When you put it that way, it does make sense. Indeed, it was a situation where Alone couldn't avoid suspicion. Leo had been killed shortly after Alone left the mansion for Rod Mill, and Avalon, the organization Leo managed, was wiped out soon after. In such a scenario, it was obvious that Alone stood to gain the most. He had a perfect alibi, being away in Rod Mill, while securing his position as the heir to the Palacio family. Moreover, with Avalon's destruction, the ties to the underworld that had clung to the Palacio family like sticky tar were completely severed. In other words, any influence the underworld might have had to bother Alone was now entirely eliminated. But, are you sure you didn't do it, young master? You were right there with me, buttering the toast. That's true, but everything fell into place so perfectly that I just had to ask. Are you doubting me? Privacy settings. I wouldn't say doubting, but you do sometimes give orders without explaining the reason behind them. Alone fell silent at Evan's words. It was true. Instead of replying, Alone began to think. Are there any groups in the eastern region that could have taken down a major underworld figure like Avalon? The 100 Ghost Night Parade? No, they won't appear for another 6 years. Then the Root organization? No, they're based in the east, so they wouldn't have come all the way here. Alone shook his head. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of any organization capable of wiping out Avalon in an instant. As he was about to abandon his thoughts, a realization struck him. He recalled something Evan had mentioned before and asked. Evan. Yes. Didn't you mention a group before that hunts other organizations? Oh, you mean the Blue Moon? Yeah, them. Could it be them? Evan shook his head at Alone's question. No. The Information Guild also ruled out the Blue Moon. How can they be sure? The Blue Moon always leaves a mark after their work is done. Also, where the Blue Moon has been, there may be pieces of bodies left behind, but never entire bodies. But that wasn't the case this time. They said it was a hellcape. Most of the organization was cut down with blades. So that's why they think I have a sword master working for me. Exactly. Alone nodded at Evan's explanation. It's true that an organization that couldn't survive 6 years into the future wouldn't be able to eliminate Leo and Avalon. But then, who could it be? It was a night filled with endless contemplation. Any traces left? In the underground of the Eastern Orphanage, as soon as the usual four gathered, the question was asked, and everyone responded in turn. I left nothing behind. Privacy settings. Neither did I. Same here. Just as you instructed, I made sure to leave no traces. Ryan, whose green eyes glimmered faintly, continued to speak. It seems the Information Guild hasn't linked us to what happened at Avalon. And they've identified it as the work of a sword master who created a hellcape. At Deus's words, Yusha remained silent for a moment, as if deep in thought, before speaking. Still, just to be sure, keep an eye on the Information Guild's activities. As I've said countless times before, you all understand, right? This must never reach him. Never. Though Yusha's red eyes glowed fiercely, everyone nodded in agreement without hesitation. But do we really need to hide it this much? Deus asked, his usual relaxed smile replaced by a slightly uneasy expression as he observed Yusha's uncharacteristically tense demeanor. After a brief pause, Yusha responded firmly. Of course we need to hide it. Why? In response to Deus's continued questioning, Yusha's red eyes flashed as she answered. I told you, didn't I? We are his sword. We must not judge or think for ourselves. We must simply be the sword he wields. But a sword thinking for itself, that's not right, is it? But the eldest son of the Count's family targeted him first, so it doesn't matter. What's wrong is wrong. There was no order. Understand? We only move on his command. If he didn't say anything, we don't act. Ever. Deus rubbed the roof of his mouth with his dry tongue as he looked into Yusha's eyes. For someone supposedly living in an orphanage, she exuded an aura of dignity and integrity, yet there was also an overwhelming, undeniable power in her presence. But whenever she spoke of him, something changed within her. Her dignified gaze turned into one of eerie fanaticism, and her noble aura transformed into something savage and monstrous. Thus, Deus couldn't understand. So make sure to erase every trace. Don't disappoint him. How someone like her, with the power and ability to overwhelm everyone present with just her presence, could feel such anxiety and apprehension over something as minor as being found out. I understand. Despite his lingering doubts, Deus had no intention of voicing them, so he simply nodded in acknowledgement. As the conversation drew to a close. Privacy settings. They've arrived. A man entered as the basement door opened. Even in the dark, lightless basement, his hair shone with a radiant silver hue, as if it had captured the light of the moon itself. Just as the boss said. In the predetermined future, he was to become one of the 5 great sins, the sin of obsession. The remaining forces of Avalon, 286 men. Layden, his sharp moon-like eyes gleaming, reported. I cut them all in half and killed them. It had taken only 5 days for the great organization Avalon, which once dominated the eastern region of the Asteria Kingdom, to disappear, leaving only a tattered signboard behind. But I don't think the job is completely finished. What do you mean? I found additional nobles connected to Avalon. As he spoke, Layden pulled a meticulously folded piece of paper from his chest and placed it on the table in front of him. The Duke of Altia's family is involved. It seems they're quite deeply entangled, with ledgers documenting their dealings. There are about 4 individuals, all of whom appear to be the Duke's children. Given how deeply they're involved, they might start asking questions about this incident. What should we do? After a moment of silence, Yusha, who had been pondering his words, spoke. You already know what I'm going to say, don't you? Her red eyes glinted ominously as she murmured. I see. Then I'll take care of it as quietly as possible. Layden nodded quietly in agreement. Since the funeral of Leo Palacio, Alone had been keeping busy. Aside from investigating Leo's death, which had unfolded differently from the game's plot, there were other matters that demanded his attention, even though he hadn't wanted them. As a result, his days passed by in a whirlwind of activity. About a month after the funeral, he found himself in Estervan, a territory in the southern part of the Asteria Kingdom, rather than at the Palacio estate. The reason was to attend a ball that was held twice a year as a social event. Officially, Alone's presence was to strengthen social ties, but in reality, he had some business to attend to in the territory. However, he did intend to fulfill the official purpose to some extent. With his position as the future Count all but assured in the coming year, forging connections with other nobles was crucial both for his social standing and for his own convenience. Privacy settings. Or so he thought. Alone glanced around the ballroom. A chandelier shaped like a crescent moon illuminated the room beautifully, while the sons and daughters of nobles, dressed in their finest attire, showcased the distinct elegance of high society. The problem was, none of those nobles could even make eye contact with Alone. Alone watched as a young noblewoman immediately bowed her head when their eyes met. And he sighed, realizing that his goal of strengthening social ties was going to be much harder to achieve than he had anticipated. Alone had somewhat expected problems like these to arise. In the game, the Palacio family merely appeared as a stepping stone for the protagonist's growth, but in the Kingdom of Asteria, the weight that the name carried was quite significant. Of course, this status didn't necessarily mean that they were held in high honor. Even if, for about 3 generations, they were considered a highly reputable family within the kingdom, the current Count Palacio family was renowned as the most notorious troublemaker among the nobility in the eastern region. To elaborate a bit more, they were known as a noble family that became incredibly bothersome if provoked. However, if there was something Alone overlooked despite being aware of this issue, this wine has a rather unique taste. Huh? Oh, what? I quite like wine, and this one has a very distinct aroma. I'd love to take a few bottles home. I'll speak to my father and have some brought to you. Pardon. It was that the Palacio family's propensity for trouble far exceeded his imagination. Alone watched the young lady, who shrunk back like a frightened mouse and quickly bowed her head before scurrying away. He wore a hollow expression. Privacy settings. Look at that. He's threatening Lady Malatino to forcefully take their specialty wine. Is that so? Just listen to him. It's exactly like when the eldest son of Palacio made threats before. And that wine is a limited edition specialty. As Alone pondered what the problem might be, he heard a small voice and thought to himself with a bitter expression. Leo, that damned troublemaker. Feeling despondent, Alone glanced at the place where the young ladies had been gossiping until just a moment ago. Upon noticing his gaze, they quickly lowered their heads and disappeared somewhere. Alone couldn't comprehend the situation at all. Wasn't it just one of those notorious families in the East? Of course, he could guess that there were negative rumors about the family, and he understood why some nobles might avoid them. But he didn't expect it to be this extreme. More accurately, he hadn't known that the Palacio family was so notoriously ill-reputed among the nobility. He hadn't anticipated being treated this way just because of a misunderstanding about him bringing down the family's troublemakers. So, does this mean socializing is out of the question? Just as Alone let out a small sigh. Hello. He turned at the voice, only to see a girl in a black dress smiling alluringly at him. Even among the young ladies present at this ball, she stood out for her stunning beauty. Alone greeted her with a return smile. Hello, Lady Zenonia. Oh my, do you know me? Of course. From Alone's perspective, it was impossible not to know her. This was only natural, as the girl standing before him was the eldest daughter of the Zenonia family, who, like the Palacio family, were known for their notoriety in the western region. In 6 years, she wouldn't just be the eldest daughter of the Zenonia family, she would become Countess Zenonia herself. Furthermore, she was one of the 3 major villains the protagonist would confront in the future in the Kingdom of Asteria. You're quite famous, after all. Famous, you say? Indeed. In short, she was someone he'd rather not get involved with. Seeing the momentary, subtle emotion flicker in Lady Zenonia's eyes, Alone continued. Privacy settings. Because you're so beautiful. Noble society was inherently quite complex. Even within Asteria, there were more than a handful of factions. These factions were split into royalists and nobility, both fervently engaged in political struggles. And it wasn't just empty political rhetoric. Since real interests were at stake, politics were a crucial element for the nobles. Of course, Alone hadn't come to the ball to socialize for the sake of politics. Even though it was half-baked, Alone's goal was still to live a peaceful life, and he knew very well that the words peace and politics could never coexist. Nevertheless, the reason he had intended to socialize to some extent was that even minimal connections could be helpful in aristocratic life. Except for this person. Alone looked at Lady Zenonia. The Zenonia family, like the Palacio family, was regarded as a notorious troublemaker in the western region. Unlike the Palacio family, which stayed out of politics to act without consequences, the Zenonia family leveraged political situations to their advantage. In other words, They were a bit more cunning than the Palacio family. Perhaps more like a corporate criminal organization. Thank you for the compliment. It's the truth. As a result, one might think that socializing with Lady Zenonia wouldn't be a bad idea if Alone wasn't planning to engage in politics. However, that would be a mistake. People tend to congregate with others like themselves. Politicians attract other politicians, and thugs gather around other thugs. So, if Alone were to forge a connection with Lady Zenonia in such a situation, if he were willing to dabble in illegal activities like those dead Palacio troublemakers, it might be a valuable connection. But if not, it would be an irreversible mistake. In the worst-case scenario, he might even end up becoming one of Lady Zenonia's pawns. Contrary to external rumors of him belonging to a group with a sword master, Alone was, in reality, just an ordinary noble with nothing to his name. I'd like to talk more. What do you think? I'd love to, but unfortunately, I think I must leave for today. Is that so? Lady Zenonia's eyes narrowed briefly, exuding a predatory vibe. A look impossible to decipher. However, just for a moment. Privacy settings. The young lady's eyes opened slightly as if she were surprised by something, then she nodded as if she understood, a smile appearing on her face. Just as the rumor said. Pardon. It's nothing. I look forward to seeing you again. With those words, she brushed past him. Alone turned around and looked at Lady Zenonia with a puzzled expression. A specialty wine from Malentino. Tangerine tea from Pinia. Crafted metalwork from Valanda. A premium horse from Paldion. These were the spoils Alone had gathered, instead of making friends, after he resolved to make a few acquaintances since he was already there. Socializing is a lost cause. Looking at the list of spoils he had obtained instead of acquaintances, Alone let out a helpless chuckle. I knew it. I shouldn't have studied something like noble hobbies. Recalling the wine studies he had undertaken, hoping it might help with socializing, Alone smacked his lips. He then turned around to do what he had originally intended. Just a moment. Another voice called out to Alone. Hello. Turning his head, Alone saw a woman in a splendid red dress, adorned with various accessories. It seemed she had paid a lot of attention to her appearance, down to the most minute details. However, despite her meticulous appearance, her face held no particular expression. Yes, hello. Facing her, Alone greeted her while noticing how out of place she seemed in her outfit. She promptly asked him a question. If you have a moment, could we talk? Alone looked at her with a slightly surprised expression. There had only been one person who had initiated a conversation with him at this ball. Is she from the same side as Zenonia? Privacy settings. For a brief moment, he recalled a list of villains from the Kingdom of Asteria and then nodded. Sure. Whatever her intentions might be, she wasn't on the list of villains Alone had in his mind, and, more importantly, she had approached him for a conversation. The two of them stepped out onto the terrace to have a light chat. Soon after. May I ask your name, young lady? Forgive my late introduction. I am Roria, the third daughter of the Duke of Altia. The Altia family. Yes. Alone involuntarily let out a sigh inwardly. The Altia family was a notorious one from the northern part of Asteria. And like Lady Zenonia, it was a family associated with one of the three major villains, the Duke of Altia. Then again, it's unlikely that anyone who approaches me would be normal. I should have asked for her name first. Alone thought, realizing how quickly he had grasped his situation from just attending a single ball. But why don't I remember her? Alone looked at Roria's face. Her elaborate adornment only enhanced her already outstanding beauty. With a face like this, there's no way I wouldn't know her. In Psychedelia, every member of the Altia family was a villain. In other words, if she were a member of the Altia family, Alone, who had played the game multiple times, should at least remember her name, even if he hadn't memorized her face. That's why, after pondering, Alone asked directly, May I be blunt? What is it? Please lend me your strength. Strength? I am about to be assassinated. At those words, Alone realized one truth. In the game, the total number of Altia family members he'd seen was 4, the Duke of Altia, his 2 elder sisters, and 1 younger brother. So, for Roria to be the 3rd daughter. In other words, it meant that Roria was already dead 6 years into the future. My sisters. No, they will try to kill me soon. Privacy settings. Summarizing Roria's story, which started as soon as he realized the truth, it was as follows. She was the daughter of the Duke's only concubine, whom he loved more than his legitimate wife. She had survived up until now because of his favor. However, the Duke of Altia was now gravely ill and could pass away any day. In other words, the moment the Duke died, so would Roria. Then, why are you asking me for help? With your power, it should be possible. For the first time, her face showed signs of anxiety. I refuse. But even seeing that expression, Alone had no choice but to reject her request. Of course, I'm not asking you to do this for free. If you help me, I will offer you half of the Altia families. I'm afraid I must decline. Roria's expression was urgent as she spoke. However, Alone's response remained unchanged. It wasn't that he didn't feel sympathy for Roria. Had he possessed the strength, her request would have been worth considering, even if he didn't agree outright. Unfortunately, Alone didn't have that kind of power. Most of the rumors surrounding Alone were untrue. He didn't have an assassin who killed Leo of the Palacio family, nor did he have the strength of a sword master that had taken down Avalon. Therefore, I'll be going now. As Alone turned around, he saw the despair flickering in Roria's silent eyes. However, Alone didn't gain any power from seeing that. He was too busy just trying to take care of himself. Thus, as he was about to walk back toward the ballroom, he clicked his tongue and looked back at Roria. Good things will happen. A blessing spoken to lighten his own somber mood. Roria gave no response. Alone didn't expect one either as he turned away. I hope we can meet again. It was merely the faint echo of his modern sensibilities that made his heart ache slightly, so he murmured while looking absent-mindedly at the crescent moon-shaped chandelier to offer some comfort. And then, privacy settings. It would be best to report this part to the Red Moon. On the roof of the ballroom, where the chandelier hung, an observer, stationed to monitor Alone and cut off any information about the Avalon incident if necessary, turned to his side and spoke. There's no need. She's not one of the targets. Even if we do nothing, Layden will handle it. I see. So, she's the only one among Altia's children who isn't a target for Layden. Yes. In any case, we should focus on other matters. As the observer with green eyes shifted his gaze to another location, Deus also turned his eyes in another direction. There, he saw a black-clad figure quietly tailing Alone. Is it a tail? Deus silently began to gather his mana to deal with the figure, but then he hesitated. He recalled Yusha's order not to act rashly without permission. Thus, let's just watch for now. Deus and Ryan decided to quietly observe the black-clad figure following Alone. Alone's ostensible reason for coming to the Estravan territory was to build connections. However, the real reason he endured a journey of over a week to get here was because of a labyrinth located to the south of Estravan. Is this the place where you said you had some business? Yes. It took us 2 weeks to find this place, but there's nothing here? As Evan slowly scanned the empty forest, he spoke. Alone also looked around. Indeed, the only things around were an unpaved road and forest that seemed to have been neglected for a long time. There were no features that stood out. That's why I had to go through so much trouble for 2 weeks. Alone's face remained expressionless, but he let out a sigh of relief inwardly. After the ball, Alone had spent nearly 20 days in Estravan, investing his time in finding this labyrinth. I took it too lightly just because it was easy to find in the game. Thinking that, Alone shifted his gaze to a small ravine visible beyond the forest. He began to walk toward the only clue that had allowed him to find the labyrinth. Are you sure this time? Having already wasted 2 trips, Evan grumbled as he followed Alone. Sensing Evan's footsteps behind him, Alone quickly organized his thoughts. The name of the labyrinth is the Whispering Labyrinth. It's a labyrinth accessible around the middle of the game, and the reward for clearing it is the item called Constraint. Once I get that, my business in the labyrinth will be done. Privacy settings. Recalling the characteristics of the labyrinth he had visited hundreds of times in Psychedelia, Alone walked without hesitation. Soon, he arrived at a small ravine beyond the forest. This place looks strange no matter how you look at it. Evan spoke as soon as they reached the ravine. Just as he murmured, the ravine was small, but it had an unmistakable sense of wrongness. Despite the sun hanging high in the sky, the interior of the ravine was excessively dark, as if it were repelling the sunlight. This triggered a sense of alarm and caution in Evan. "Let's go, young master." But instead, this phenomenon filled Alone with joy. The effect in the ravine was identical to the field effect of the Whispering Labyrinth he was searching for. This meant that the Whispering Labyrinth was indeed here, so he stepped into the dark ravine without hesitation. Evan watched Alone with a shocked expression, but had no choice but to follow him inside. Entering the ravine felt like the presence of the sun a moment ago was a lie. The interior was shrouded in darkness. In the darkness, various stones, carved with what seemed to be artificial patterns rather than natural formations, could be seen scattered around. Walking past these, Alone soon spotted an entrance submerged in pitch-black darkness. Alone stood staring blankly at the door, which was undoubtedly artificially constructed, covered with various patterns. "How did you know this place existed?" "Because I've been here often." "What?" Realizing he had made a slip of the tongue, Alone quickly corrected himself. "It was a joke." "A joke?" With that face, it didn't sound like a joke at all. "So how did you know about it?" "I have my ways." For someone with ways, it did take you quite some time to find this place. "I didn't expect it to take this long either." As Alone briefly recalled playing Psychedelia, Evan asked another question. "So, who made this unpleasant place?" "It was made by a fellow named Palayon." "The Whispering Labyrinth." "Privacy settings." Alone recalled that in some online communities, it was also referred to as Palayon's Water Rocket Labyrinth. "Palayon, you say? Let's go in." Without answering any more of Evan's questions, Alone walked toward the labyrinth entrance, and Evan, looking nervous and cautious, followed him. Soon, no one was left at the entrance of the labyrinth. Screech, crack, crackle, crunch. A hell gargoyle, which would only be defeatable around the mid-story progression of Psychedelia, was being slowly crushed to death as if caught in a massive stone press that had fallen from the ceiling. Evan looked on with a pale face. Oh, watching such a powerful monster, which he could never defeat alone, die in such a futile and gruesome way was enough to leave a mark on his normally stoic disposition, honed by years as a mercenary. However, what made Evan's heart pound even more was the realization that the massive stone currently crushing the hell gargoyle hung above their heads as well. How can the young master be so calm in this situation? Evan looked at Alone. Despite the fact that failing to solve even one puzzle in this labyrinth would lead to a brutal death like the gargoyles, Alone's face remained expressionless. He seemed to be waiting for the door to open, completely unfazed by the situation. Seeing Alone like this only intensified Evan's curiosity about him. Usually, no matter how inscrutable a magician might be, for years together would reveal at least a little of their true nature. Moreover, Evan had helped Alone with many things over the past 4 years. Sometimes he saved orphans. Sometimes he took down evil organizations. Other times, he helped a slave girl or paid off an old man's debt. If not, he'd deliver messages with no apparent meaning to acquaintances. He dealt with all sorts of tasks. Yet, despite handling all these tasks, Evan still didn't know Alone. This was because none of the tasks Alone had assigned provided any clues about his true intentions. The closest thing to a common thread was that Alone seemed to take a sustained interest in some of the children he had saved, sending them to orphanages. Apart from that, there was much Evan didn't know about Alone. Privacy settings. For example, how Alone knew about such a place despite never having left the Palatial estate. Or how he understood the workings of this eerie labyrinth and could confidently answer its questions. Nevertheless, despite the suspicions he harbored, Evan had developed a peculiar trust in Alone, which was enough for him to follow Alone into this suspicious place. Partly due to the fact that all the tasks Alone had undertaken ultimately led to good outcomes. What exactly is he preparing? But even with his trust, his curiosity wasn't fading. Evan looked at Alone with eyes mixed with admiration and intrigue as Alone inspected his surroundings with an indifferent expression. "I think I'm going to be sick." In truth, Alone was forcibly averting his gaze to avoid watching the gargoyle being crushed horribly. "I knew it was gruesome, but not this much." Screech. Alone confirmed the door opening as soon as the gargoyle's execution concluded and let out a sigh. Even though he wasn't capable of proper combat, the reason he confidently entered the Whispering Labyrinth, accessible only around the midgame, was because he knew about this labyrinth. "Thanks to that, I cleared it easily." This labyrinth consisted of 8 rooms, each requiring him to solve a puzzle before progressing to the next. Knowing all the puzzles in this labyrinth meant he wouldn't need to fight any enemies, and Alone remembered every puzzle precisely. No, from the perspective of a psychedelia player, the puzzles in this labyrinth were unforgettable. This was one of the few labyrinths where one could re-enter repeatedly without collecting the rewards, making it ideal for grinding levels. Naturally, Alone, who had always used this place for mid-game grinding over countless playthroughs, had memorized all the puzzles and reached the end of the labyrinth with ease. Dragging along Evan, who was utterly exhausted despite no combat having taken place, Alone entered a small room at the end of the labyrinth, where he picked up a ring lying on an old table in the center. It was a plain-looking ring, so unremarkable that some might openly express disappointment, sensing no power from it. However, Alone smiled. He was sure the item he held was the constraint he had been looking for. He also didn't mind the ring's lack of a flashy appearance. "Huh? Young master, that ring you were holding just..." In the first place, this item didn't function as an artifact. It was more like an elixir that would be absorbed into the user's body the moment it was used. Privacy settings. Now that we've got what we need, let's go. As the ring disappeared from Alone's hand, Evan, who had been surprised, saw Alone turning around as if he had finished everything he needed to do. Evan, still looking dumbfounded, quickly followed Alone out of the room. And as soon as they reached the exit, the labyrinth shut down entirely, as if everything had concluded. Alone and Evan, who had escaped safely, found themselves facing something unexpected. Did you foresee this as well? As soon as they exited the labyrinth, they were confronted by human-shaped golems holding weapons, standing in formation. They hadn't been there just moments ago. These golems are the stone piles we saw earlier. Realizing that these golems were the countless stone piles they had passed earlier, Evan, tense, drew his sword. "I'll handle this." "Huh?" Evan responded with a puzzled expression to Alone's words. Before he could even ask a question. "The constraint is now in effect." The pronouncement came from Alone's lips. Seated in the carriage heading back to the Altia Duke's estate, Roria let out a deep sigh, her face filled with profound despair as she looked at the estate in the distance. She gave a self-deprecating smile. "As I expected, I was a fool." Roria thought of the man she had met at the ball. Alone, the 3rd son of the Palacio family. But that was only his public identity. According to the rumors circulating among the nobility, he had killed his 2 older brothers, who were major figures in the Underworld, and had even wiped out Avalon, which had been almost ruling the eastern region overnight. He was the true mastermind of the Palacio family, hiding his power and waiting for the right time to reveal his claws. No, it's not just rumors. Having met Alone, Roria knew without a doubt that those rumors were true. The emotional restraint he had displayed at the ball could never have come from someone ordinary. It was almost like looking at father. Roria thought of her father, the Duke of Altia, known as the Noble One among the aristocracy because he could manipulate both the royalists and the nobility factions within the kingdom at his will, and someone who should never be crossed. Privacy settings. Her father, who never revealed his emotions carelessly and always remained cool-headed in his judgments. The eyes of her father resembled those of Alone, whom she had seen 5 days ago. That's why Roria had clung to Alone, realizing he was her last lifeline, and she had failed. Honestly, she hadn't been surprised by the outcome. The moment she saw Alone's eyes, Roria had realized that he was not someone who would be swayed by petty sympathy or pity. Yet, She still pleaded for sympathy and pity, because she had nothing else to offer. What she did have was just a semblance of power maintained by the Duke's mercy and affection. No matter how hard she tried to grasp something more, her efforts were always thwarted by those who could hardly be called her kin, her contemptible relatives. In other words, she was powerless and thus unable to seize her last lifeline. Or rather, she was the only one who thought it was a lifeline. There wouldn't be anyone willing to engage in a transaction where the risks were more apparent than the benefits. In truth, it would be a lie to say she didn't know. Even if it was just a semblance of power, she had already been through numerous situations, fighting against her despicable relatives who had everything, trying to secure her position. So, even though she hadn't yet reached adulthood, her mind was already well-versed in the world's logic. She understood all too well that every relationship and story carried both gains and losses. Good things will happen. As Roria gazed out of the window at the scenery of the estate, she recalled those seemingly meaningless words Alone had said at the end. About 30 minutes later, when she returned to the mansion. What did you say? Lady Phelan and Lord Kig have passed away. She heard from a maid that 2 of her siblings, who had tormented her so much, had taken their own lives. Hearing this news, Roria, looking perplexed, went to her room, feeling baffled by their deaths. Her detestable family members were more likely to stab each other in the back than commit suicide. In other words, the fact that those 2 had committed suicide made no sense from the beginning. Privacy settings. This is absurd. Certain that some scheme was at play, Roria suddenly remembered the words of that man, the 3rd son of the Palacio family. No, good things will happen. Recalling the words of the true mastermind who had killed all his siblings and ascended to become the heir of the Count's family, she felt a chill run down her spine. Kalia, the eldest daughter of the Zenonia territory, had just arrived at the estate and reached the study where the Count was. She found herself once again thinking about a man she had recalled numerous times. Alone Palacio, who had recently killed all his brothers in the Count's family and secured the position of heir. Famous, indeed. Kalia recalled the look in the man's eyes as he had gazed at her. Eyes that revealed nothing, as if peering into an abyss beyond the northern lands, indifferent to everything. No matter how many times she thought about it, those eyes sent chills down her arms. Through those eyes, Kalia realized something, that he was the same kind as herself. In truth, if that were all, Kalia would have stopped thinking about him once he had rejected her proposal. Rejecting her proposal essentially meant that they could not be allies, which in turn implied that they were now adversaries. Despite this, Kalia's curiosity persisted, all because of something he had said. Famous, he said. The Zenonia family is certainly famous. Even if they didn't involve themselves in politics, the financial and physical power the Zenonia family wielded was strong enough to overturn the current state of the kingdom at least once. However, that renown ultimately belonged to the Count of Zenonia himself, not to the Zenonia family as a whole, and certainly not to Kalia. Yet Alone had spoken of it. Privacy settings. He had referred to her so clearly and distinctly. In a situation where far more nobles had never seen her face, having only attended balls twice, he had called her famous. Not the Count of Zenonia, but her. Of course, Alone had said this without much thought, recalling her fame as a villain when the original storyline began. But to her, those words held great importance. How intriguing. Kalia turned her gaze toward the Count, seated in the study. The Count was simply processing paperwork in silence. His head was bowed as if she wasn't even there, focused solely on his work. Click, click. As Kalia walked over to the Count, his eyes naturally rose to meet hers. The same red eyes as hers stared back at her. Though he said nothing, the Count's appearance was brimming with vitality. Snap. At least until Kalia snapped her fingers once. As soon as the snapping sound echoed, the light vanished from the Count's eyes. The eyes that had been so sharp a moment ago turned vacant like those of an idiot, and his tightly closed mouth drooped open, drool trickling out. The Count was in a state that clearly wasn't normal. Kalia mumbled as she stared at him. How did he know? No one was supposed to know. Kalia's expression was filled with curiosity as she thought of Alone, who had spoken as if he knew the secret she had kept hidden since she turned her father into an imbecile. Or maybe he was just taking a shot in the dark? With such doubts in mind, Kalia left the study where she had been performing her ongoing act for the past 5 years. "'Kay, Kalia, my lady. What's wrong? There's a corpse in your room." At the sudden outburst, Kalia quickly made her way to her room. And there. She saw it. The informant she had placed on Alone 2 weeks ago lay dead, his head twisted around twice, his eyes open wide, unable to find peace even in death. Privacy settings. It seems the seal didn't activate, so it doesn't appear he revealed any secrets. This was the report from one of the knights. The informant didn't leak any secrets, yet they brought his body into my room. Reflecting on this, Kalia let out a sigh. She felt her suspicions turn into a certainty. "Looks like he found a big weakness of mine right after we met," she murmured with a smile. Evan grimaced as he looked at the golems glowing bright red in the darkness of the night. Having worked as a mercenary for over 15 years since childhood, his eyes moved busily, trying to locate the golem's weak points, yet he couldn't hide his anxiety. He was confident in his skills, but precisely because of that, he was even more cautious of the unknown entities before him. He had experienced firsthand just how much danger something unknown could pose. Moreover, he had someone to protect at the moment. Facing unknown enemies whose characteristics he didn't even know was the worst-case scenario. To make matters worse, the number of enemies appeared to be easily over 20. As Evan pondered how to handle the situation, "I'll handle this." He responded absent-mindedly to the sudden voice, watching as Alone, without him realizing it, stepped forward. His expression was as indifferent as it had been when they entered the labyrinth. Evan found Alone incredibly mysterious and intriguing all over again. He was genuinely puzzled at how his master could maintain such an expression even in this situation. At least from Evan's perspective, the current situation was quite a crisis. In front of them were over 20 human-shaped golems that clearly needed to be dealt with, and it was certain that each one of them possessed considerable combat power. Yet, even in such a situation, Alone had stepped forward, saying he would handle them. To speak honestly about his thoughts, Evan didn't believe that Alone could deal with the golems before them. Of course, Evan knew that Alone was no ordinary person and that he had a talent for magic. He had become a respectable magician, reaching the 2nd rank through self-study without a mentor. Privacy settings. However, impressive as that might be by general standards, it didn't mean that such accomplishments would be enough for this kind of situation. While it was true that he had reached the 2nd rank through his own efforts at a young age, even a mere golem in front of him would be difficult to handle with just that level of power. Thud. As soon as these thoughts crossed his mind, the golems, which had been standing still, as if assessing their targets, suddenly moved and started rushing toward Alone. And then, "I enact the constraint." Alone's voice resounded like a declaration. As Alone murmured the incantation, the world seemed to come to a halt. His vision turned black and white, and the movements of the golems charging at him felt as though they were being recorded by a high-speed camera. And then, "A fragment inheriting the great will of Nyakula, state the 2 constraints you wish to impose." A grand voice that seemed to shake the entire space echoed in his mind. It sounded both like a man and a woman, a child and an old person. As he heard it, a brief cold sweat ran down Alone's face. As expected, it's different from the game. The artifact called Constraint that Alone obtained from the Whispering Labyrinth was just as its name suggested. It imposed limitations on the user in exchange for an equivalent reward. Once activated, numerous options would appear before him. A notification window would prompt him to choose what constraints to impose and what rewards to receive. However, reminding him that this was indeed reality, what appeared before him was not a notification window, but a voice. A voice that, just by listening to it, made his head spin and his heart race, filling him with an unsettling sense of dread as if his heart might explode at any moment. Letting out a deep sigh, Alone forcibly steadied his trembling heart and voiced the constraints he had in mind. 1. State your constraint. The use of magic requires the absolute execution of Babylonian hand signs. What do you wish to gain from this? Power that can slightly twist the laws of the world. Granted. Privacy settings. And one more. State your constraint. The use of magic requires the limited execution of the great Babylonian incantations. What do you wish to gain from this? The same as before. Following Alone's words, the voice fell silent for a moment. The slow-moving foot of a golem lifted into the air and then returned to the ground. Alone wondered if he had made a mistake. I accept. As if dispelling his concerns, the majestic voice from the heavens spoke words of affirmation. To you, who remember the hand signs and mysteries of a forgotten great god, I offer my gratitude for inheriting the will. The voice conveyed this message to Alone. Alone's expression turned puzzled at this. Although his face remained expressionless outwardly, Alone's eyes were full of questions. Inheriting the will? What does that mean? Naturally, Alone had no clue about any of that. The reason he chose the Babylonian hand signs and incantations as his constraints was simple. In the game, these two choices provided the highest possible magic attack power in return. Moreover, he had chosen these constraints so often that he had naturally memorized the Babylonian hand signs and incantations. Of course, he wasn't a genius, so he hadn't memorized all the signs and incantations he'd seen in the game, but he didn't feel burdened by it. Alone knew where the Babylonian hand signs and incantations were written. Therefore, while the voice from the heavens puzzled Alone, it was only for a moment. I will always be watching. You, who inherit the will. As Alone realized that the black and white world was gradually returning to its original state, he recognized that reality had resumed. He raised his hand to test the constraints while observing the golems charging at him from a distance. At the same time, mana began to flow from Alone's body, coursing through his heart and gathering at his raised fingertips. Privacy settings. The mana gathered at his fingertips was faint. Even though he was drawing on all the mana his body possessed, the orb of lightning, which should have been shining brightly according to the description in the book, only emitted a dim glow, like the last light of a dying old man. However, Alone felt neither disappointment nor surprise. He was acutely aware that this was the limitation of Alone, the third son of the Palacio family. Nonetheless, refraction. The moment he uttered those words, matching his recitation. Rebound. The small orb distorted into chaotic lines. Blue light. With a crackling sound, it began to emit a blue light. The small orb transformed into hundreds, thousands of lines, creating a non-linear light source that sparked and crackled. A light source that emitted a blue glow so cold it almost hurt to look at. Simultaneously, Alone formed a hand sign. His thumb covered his middle finger. It was a stance resembling the gesture used to flick one's forehead. However, Alone flipped his hand around, forming a posture reminiscent of the Buddha's Dharma will gesture. With that, he looked at the golem that had already reached him and declared the final incantation. Linear diffraction. When the blue light momentarily banished the darkness. Snap. He snapped his fingers, and a flash of light was released. Whoosh! There was no sound. All that could be heard was the faint whooshing noise following the flash, and what could be seen were the golems frozen as if time had stopped after the dazzling light illuminated the ravine. And then, crack, crackle. The dozens of golems collapsed without any resistance, crumbling into piles of stones. Evan, who had been rushing to fend off the golems attacking Alone, stood there with his mouth agape stunned. What in the world? Privacy settings. He muttered, disbelief clear in his voice. After dealing with the golems. Were you hiding your power all this time? Evan, who had returned to the area where the carriage was and was preparing for camp, couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer and asked. No, not at all. Then, was that really second-rank magic? Yes. Evan wore a look of disbelief at Alone's response. I see. However, having realized that no matter how much he asked, he wouldn't get more answers from Alone, Evan sighed and nodded, signaling he understood. He then continued his preparations for the camp. Watching Evan, Alone kept his outward expression neutral, though he felt somewhat wronged. After all, Alone himself had no idea why the magic he had just performed turned out the way it did. I knew that using constraints would make me stronger to some extent, but the combat in Psychedelia, the game Alone had played, was turn-based, not real-time. In the game, the hand signs and incantations were used to enhance magic damage by consuming turns. Depending on the magic being used, the appropriate hand signs would strengthen the spell itself. By selecting the correct incantations from hundreds of options within a limited time, the attributes of the spell could be enhanced. Privacy settings. For example, in the magic he used this time, known as Chain Lightning in Psychedelia, he used 4 specific incantations: Refraction, Rebound, Blue Light, and Linear Diffraction. By using these 4 incantations and hand signs, he enhanced the spell Chain Lightning. Additionally, he placed a constraint on himself to always use hand signs and incantations when casting magic, thus further strengthening the spell. In other words, Alone had expected the magic to be more than twice as powerful as usual. But it wasn't supposed to be this strong. In Psychedelia, using a hand sign or incantation consumed 1 turn each. So, the spell Alone had used this time would have been prepared over the course of 5 turns in game terms. Even considering that, is it really enough to overkill the golems? As Alone pondered this, he shrugged his shoulders. In truth, regardless of the specifics, the outcome had gone well according to his plans, and having the magic be more powerful than expected was a good thing. In fact, beyond simply being pleased, Alone's mind was now filled with curiosity. I wish I could experiment a bit if I could. The hand signs and incantations Alone used this time were ones commonly employed in Psychedelia when raising the protagonist as a glass cannon mage, intended for easily handling large-scale enemy encounters with powerful lightning magic. This meant that Alone had at least 10 more incantations and hand signs still intact in his memory that he hadn't used today. Moreover, the reason Alone's curiosity was particularly piqued was due to the noticeable changes in the magic each time he uttered an incantation. In the game, the incantations merely increased damage by 10% whenever the correct type of incantation was chosen, but here, it's different. Perhaps an ordinary magician wouldn't have noticed. But Alone, who had personally performed the magic and possessed a unique talent for mana control, had observed the magic's attributes changing each time an incantation was added. It wasn't just the power increasing, the very nature of the mana itself altered with each incantation. Therefore, I should conduct some experiments once my mana recovers. Alone closed his eyes inside the carriage, feeling good, even if his expression remained neutral. And at that moment, a girl appeared at the place where Alone had used magic, where only the piles of stones remained that could no longer become golems. A girl with eyes gleaming in a deep green. Privacy settings. No, the one who might have been called Rhine of Greed in the future silently passed by the stone heaps that had once been golems and looked at the door Alone had entered earlier. The door was cracked and worn, but the carvings on its frame emphasized that it was man-made, not a natural formation. However, Rhine knew that the carvings on this door's frame weren't meaningless. Born with a great mission and the innate ability to access the ancient library at any time, she could understand what was inscribed on the frame. From the forgotten age of foreign gods, the script of the Alanef Empire. Recognizing this, Rhine read the words carved into the frame. From Peleon, to the friend left alone. Huh. Rhine involuntarily let out a hollow laugh as she read the inscription. She knew that there was only one person who used the name Peleon in ancient texts. The Great Peleon. The one who had repelled the invasions of the Black Ones multiple times during the Age of Foreign Gods, and who had defeated the Alakulaka, a being that could make subjects offer their hearts just by looking at it. The noble, revered, great, and glorious emperor. Knowing that Peleon, as written in ancient language, referred to this one person, she couldn't help but chuckle. Simultaneously. It was made by a fellow named Peleon. Rhine recalled Alone's voice. As she gazed at the outer frame of the wall with a blank, somewhat melancholic expression, the image of the great moon silently watching over the frame surfaced in her mind, and a hypothesis began to cloud her thoughts. Negation and affirmation clashed in her mind, and the scales tipped towards denial. However, what next came to mind was the magic alone had demonstrated after emerging from the labyrinth. His magic hadn't seemed particularly exceptional, but the incantations he muttered were different. The incantations the Great Moon whispered were things that didn't even exist in the ancient library. Recalling this, the scales that had been tipping now came to rest evenly balanced. Even though I knew that anyone the Red Moon would follow must be no ordinary person. Her thoughts finally reached the identity of the one leading the Blue Moon, and the scale within her mind finally tipped to the truth. Privacy settings. That the Great Moon, Pelayan's close friend, was someone worthy of both respect and reverence. Realizing this, she felt a chill run down her spine as she looked toward where Alone was. As the distinct light of respect began to shine in her eyes, which had until now moved only by the command of the Red Moon. "You've returned." Rhine turned her gaze slightly at the sense of an approaching presence, and there stood Deus, who had appeared without notice, nodding his head as his eyes gleamed. "Yes. Did you gather any information?" Rhine recalled how, a week ago, Deus had stopped monitoring Alone and instead followed the black-clad figure as it retreated and asked him. He shook his head. "No. I wasn't able to get any information." "Why not?" Deus began to explain what had happened when he chased after the black-clad figure, responding to Rhine's questioning tone. "And then? Are you saying that the black-clad figure died while you were pursuing them?" "Yes." In empty air, their neck twisted around twice, and they died instantly. I didn't sense anything at all. Rhine fell silent for a moment at Deus's words. "I think we should report this." "I agree." After muttering these words, they exchanged a few more lines before disappearing from the spot. Finally, the only thing that remained there was the lonely moonlight. 2 months had passed since Alone obtained the constraint from the Whispering Labyrinth. Currently, Altia was experiencing a period of great turmoil. There were 3 reasons for this. The first was the sudden death of Kig, the second son of the Duke's family, and Phelan, the second daughter. The second reason was that Duke Altia, who had been suffering from illness and was predicted to have little time left, had finally passed away. The third reason was that Timalian, the eldest son of the Duke's family, was found dead a day after the Duke's death, alongside his elder sister, Malien. And they had both stabbed each other to death. Due to this chain of events, all the children who could inherit the Duke's title vanished overnight. As a result, Roria became the sole heir to the Duke's family. Privacy settings. Just like Count Palacio had done not long ago, Roria, who never thought she would ever sit in the Duke's study, now found herself quietly swallowing a breath there in just 2 short months. Rumors about Roria had already begun to spread within the Duke's family. However, amusingly, despite the quiet circulation of these rumors, she hadn't suffered any harm. She had a clear alibi. When the second son and daughter died, she had just returned from a ball. And the eldest son and daughter had killed each other. Moreover, she hadn't had any recent meetings with them, and most importantly, the reason she could avoid all suspicion was that, during her absence at the ball, her organization had been completely destroyed. That's right. By the time she returned from the ball, she had lost all her power due to her damned family. Because of this, Roria was not being questioned in any of the procedural investigations, even though rumors were quietly spreading. The work had been executed so cleanly and perfectly. Good things will happen. Roria recalled those words once again. Those words, uttered so nonchalantly, had led to events that were anything but indifferent. She was already certain that everything that had happened was due to him. If anyone claimed these events were mere coincidences, they'd have to be considered lacking in intelligence due to how contrived everything seemed. What does he want? Roria recalled her conversation with Alone. Although he had outwardly rejected her request, he had handled everything more decisively than anyone else could have, and even a month after all the heirs of the Duke's family were dead, he had made no contact. Not even after she had absorbed her decapitated organizations with minimal losses. Pure goodwill. Roria smiled at the fleeting thought. It was absurd, even for her, to entertain such nonsense. After much contemplation, Roria reached one conclusion. Alone had some sort of plan. Of course, Roria didn't know what that plan was. But she had a vague understanding of one thing. Privacy settings. That plan requires the Altia Dukedom. Someone capable of killing the members of the Duke's family without leaving a trace, and so naturally wanted something he didn't have. Roria believed that what he wanted was most likely the renown of the Altia Dukedom, and what he could do with that renown. Roria closed her mouth tightly. It was only then that she realized just how absurd a pact she had made with the devil. Realizing this, Roria let out a hollow laugh, but clenched her fist tightly. She knew that once a pact was made, there was no turning back. She understood too well what would happen if she broke the pact, having witnessed the fate of her 4 predecessors. Therefore, she didn't even consider betrayal. Instead, she decided to focus on the task at hand. I should at least send a thank you. For the first time, a smile appeared on her usually expressionless face, a smile even she was unaware of. A week later, a bottle of wine and a card arrived at the Count's study for a loan. The wine was from Cernance, an imperial territory, produced only 3 bottles a year, and each bottle was worth thousands of gold. Along with it came a card inscribed with words of respect. Alone, looking at the card that came with it, wore a puzzled expression. And 2 months after that. So, you're saying Roria, the third of the Altia family, has become the Duke of Altia? Yes. Altia Roria? That's correct. Is there a problem, young master? Alone began to realize that something was amiss. It had been 4 months since hearing the news that Roria had become the Duke of Altia. Now, only 5 years remained until the original story was set to begin. The world, once blanketed in white by winter, was gradually transitioning into spring, a season that brought with it a lethargic drowsiness to all living things. Young master, no, perhaps I should call you Count now? I haven't had the succession ceremony yet. Although Alone hadn't formally held the succession ceremony, he had begun to use the title of Count Palacio for himself, rather than the heir to the Count's family. Even so, you're effectively the Count now, aren't you? It's quite emotional to see you become the Count. Is that so? Alone gave a faint smile, a bitter one at that. It's something I never planned for, actually. Alone's original intention was not to become a count, but to live a leisurely life as a noble, with the title serving only as a means to an end. However, due to the unexpected assassination of Leo, who was supposed to be the Count, Alone found himself in this position. My goals have changed, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. For Alone, spending his time in rod mill dabbling in magic research and baking bread wasn't a bad life. Still, being a count came with its own perks. The title of Count allowed him to enjoy the peaceful noble life he originally envisioned in a more detailed and luxurious manner. Of course, with the increase in the quality of life came added responsibilities, but having dealt with minor tasks as the heir of the Count's family over the past 6 months, Alone found his work-life balance to be quite satisfactory. Privacy settings. I never thought being part of a rogue noble family would be so helpful. Typically, nobles are busy due to the territories they manage, but politics play a much larger role in their hectic lives. However, in the case of Count Palacio, since the family had not involved itself in politics, they could lead a leisurely life unless something urgent arose. Furthermore, while the assassins who dealt with Avalon had indeed taken care of them cleanly, they left behind all the money they had accumulated. This meant that unless he indulged in excessive luxury, the wealth they had amassed would be enough to last for 5 years. By the way, have you found any new information? If you're referring to information about the assassins who killed Leo. When Alone nodded, Evan shook his head. It seems even the Information Guild is taking this matter seriously, as they're conducting a meticulous investigation, but nothing has been uncovered yet. I see. At Evan's words, Alone clicked his tongue in slight irritation. He wasn't investigating the assassins to exact revenge on Leo's murderers. The reason he continued the investigation was that the past he knew was gradually diverging from what he remembered. The butterfly effect. I suppose I should call it that. I had anticipated some changes. Alone had already expected that the past would change due to the actions he had taken. After all, He had intervened here and there to prevent the occurrence of troublesome events in the future, as well as to secure the five sins. Even a small flap of a butterfly's wings can create a storm, and the things he did were on a scale far greater than the flap of a small butterfly's wings. They were enough to create a hurricane. It's only natural that the past would change, though there are some changes I don't fully understand. Aside from the fact that he officially became a count, Alone recently recalled one significant change in the future. Roria, who had become the Duke of Altia 6 months ago, was originally supposed to be dead. Yet, she not only survived, but also became the Duke of Altia, and her influence in the Underworld was growing rapidly. Alone wondered which of his interventions had caused this change in the future, where she was supposed to die, but instead lived and rose to power. After pondering for a moment, he shrugged, realizing it was pointless to think about it any further. Instead, he shifted his focus back to the assassins who had killed Leo. That's enough. Stop the investigation. Is that really okay? There's still some curiosity that hasn't been satisfied, but if the Information Guild can't uncover anything, then there's no point in continuing. There was another reason why Alone decided to stop the investigation he'd been pursuing for nearly a year. In this world, some knowledge is better left unknown. Besides, things seem rather ominous. The Information Guild in this world holds at least a little information on everything, largely because its owner and guildmaster is the leader of the Knights End Darkness. As far as Alone knew, only a few organizations could escape the Information Guild's network. Knowing this, Alone realized that there was nothing to gain from uncovering their identities. After all, the more you dig, the more assassins would come to silence you. Privacy settings. In the end, Alone decided to abandon his search for information. His goal was to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, but he realized there was no need to bring more danger upon himself by acquiring knowledge that would only increase the threat to his life. Besides, if Leo was attacked by a group that the Information Guild couldn't even identify, then they wouldn't likely target me. Secret organizations usually don't make a move unless their identity is exposed or someone directly interferes with their activities. They were excessively obsessed with maintaining secrecy. Understood. Evan nodded, turning to leave the office. However, as if suddenly remembering something, he returned and handed Alone a letter. It was a letter from Yusha. I brought it with me to give you a report as well. Nodding briefly, Alone unfolded the letter and began to read. The letter contained updates on the orphanage's daily life. Recently, whenever he read Yusha's letters, Alone felt a warm sensation in his heart without even realizing it. It was no wonder, as Yusha's letters, which arrived monthly, were filled with the mundane details of life at the orphanage, alongside the activities of the five sins. These letters had a way of warming his heart. Lately, Deus has been performing puppet shows frequently, and Sealrang is engrossed in games with friends. Additionally, there were stories about Ryan quietly reading books and making things, while Layden had taken a liking to landscaping. These tales naturally brought a fatherly smile to his face. Of course, he hadn't personally raised the five sins, nor had he ever met them face to face, but after nearly 5 years of supporting them and watching them grow, he couldn't help but feel this way. I think it's about time to send them out into the world. Alone was considering the idea of releasing the five sins from the orphanage. Evan. Yes, Count. How old is Yusha? No, how old are the five sins now? Let's see. Yusha should be 19 by now. And the others? The ones you personally brought in should be around that age as well. Ryan is 17, and Layden is probably 20 now. But why are you asking about their ages all of a sudden? I'm thinking it's time to send them out. Those kids? Well, I suppose it does seem a bit late for them to still be at the orphanage. Unlike the modern world, in this world, 16 was considered the age at which one became an adult and began participating in society. Understanding Alone's reasoning, Evan nodded in agreement. But didn't you gather them for a reason? Well, I did, but that doesn't mean I plan to keep them forever. Privacy settings. The reason Alone had gathered the five sins was to prevent them from awakening as the five sins who would destroy many kingdoms in the future. In other words, once they were sufficiently cared for, There was no longer a reason to keep them confined to the orphanage. Besides, if I place them in the right positions, each of them should be able to secure a place for themselves. Alone recalled the talents that each of the 5 sins possessed. He remembered the typical boss battle narration that exaggerated the strength of bosses in games. Yusha excels in faith, Deus in swordsmanship, Rhine in research. While the exact extent of their talents wasn't clearly defined, Alone was confident they would manage well on their own. As he began to write letters to them, he decided to include a small gift for each, as they were about to venture out into the world. Since I was planning to give them these gifts eventually, I might as well do it now. After spending considerable time writing letters to the 5, Alone sealed them and handed them to Evan, who then left to deliver the letters. Watching Evan's departing figure, Alone smiled quietly, thinking, if things go well, maybe I'll reap some benefits too. A few weeks later, in the basement of the orphanage in the eastern region, the 5 who had each received a letter from Alone gathered to read them. The first to speak after reading his letter was Deus. The great moon commands me to head to the Caliburn, the land of nights. To the colony in the desert. Ugh, I hate the desert. I'm to go to the labyrinth city, Lartanya. I'm assigned to the pleasure city, Raxus. As they read their letters, each of them mumbled to themselves, Sealrang, Rhine, and Layden among them. And then, the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Muttering as she read her letter, Yusha caught Deus's attention, who spoke with a somewhat puzzled expression. What could be the purpose behind sending us to these places? Didn't it say in your letter, Deus? Well, the letter did say to become a knight in Caliburn, but I'm not sure why I should become a knight. Deus muttered, still confused by the innocent comment from Sealring. I've told you before, Deus. We don't need to understand, we just need to follow. At Yusha's words, Deus nodded. And besides, we'll understand the reason once we get there. The letters clearly state what we need to do first, right? As Yusha spoke, they all looked at their letters again. Indeed, the letters not only instructed them on what professions to pursue, but also mentioned that they would continue to receive support, along with the location of a gift from the Great Moon. Privacy settings. So, with Yusha's final words, just remember, everyone, don't ever mention the blue moon anywhere unless he speaks of it first. The 5 sins, who were destined to become the 5 sins, now members of the blue moon, departed to follow Alone's instructions. 3 months later. Count, did you know? Deus has been knighted in Caliburn. Really? Alone, who was researching the ancient language of Babylonia, first heard the news about Deus from Evan. And another 3 months later. Count. What is it? Deus has established a knight order. A knight order? Yes. Hasn't it only been 2 months since he was knighted? And isn't creating a knight order something only an expert or above can do? That's right. He's brimming with talent. I think so too. The fact that word of his deeds has spread so quickly suggests that things are quite lively in Caliban. There's even talk that he might become the 5th Master Knight within 10 years. Listening to Evan's words, Alone nodded in admiration. And then, 6 months later. Count. What? Deus has become one of the 5 Master Knights in Caliban. Already? Yes. Alone was left in a daze by Evan's words. This all happened within just 1 year of the 5 sins leaving the orphanage. A year is indeed a long time. It was enough time for Alone to officially undergo the succession ceremony and become the Count of Palatio, and it also allowed him to steadily become accustomed to the duties that a count must manage. However, 1 year is by no means enough time for an ordinary person with no prior knowledge of swordsmanship to become a Master Knight. Evan. Yes. Master Knight, that means Sword Master, right? Yes, that's correct. Sword Master. To Alone, who had read countless fantasy novels, the title seemed rather unimpressive. However, unlike other mass-produced fantasy settings where simply wielding an aura blade was enough to be considered a sword master, Alone knew that the sword masters of this world operated on a completely different scale. Information about the sword masters of Psychedelia flashed through Alone's mind. In this world, a sword master wasn't just someone who could wield an aura blade. A sword master was a being who, beyond that, could unlock a unique ability called a derivative and could leap over castle walls with a single bound. In other words, a sword master in this world was more accurately described as a superhuman rather than just a swordsman who wielded an aura-clad blade. So, are you telling me that Deus has become one of those sword masters? Privacy settings. Well, technically, he's just on the verge of becoming one. While it's true that he's been recognized as a Master Knight, according to information from the guild, he hasn't yet created a derivative. Then he's not really a Master Knight, is he? That might be due to the Northern Barbarians. At Evan's words, Alone immediately understood why Deus was recognized as a Master Knight. War. Yes. Caliban had been waging war against the Northern Barbarians for over 10 years, and last year, they had lost one of their 5 Master Knights in the Northern conflict. Remembering this, Alone nodded. They're trying to quell anxiety while also proclaiming that they're still strong. There are probably a few other reasons as well, but that seems to be the main one. So, Deus isn't quite at the level of a Master Knight yet? No, it's just that he hasn't unlocked his derivative yet. But according to the Information Guild, he's already considered to be at the level of a Master Knight. They say that even Fiola, the 4th sword and a Master Knight herself, was defeated by Deus in a duel. Hearing Evan's words, Alone let out a small laugh and muttered to himself. How old is the youngest Master Knight? As far as I know, the youngest was 32 years old. Reinhardt, the 1st sword of Caliban, held the record. Or at least, he used to. Was he the youngest? Yes. Isn't he quite famous? Alone nodded at Evan's words. While he wasn't particularly interested in fame, he knew that Reinhardt was an extraordinarily powerful individual. He remembered how Reinhardt always appeared during the 3rd main episode of the game to temporarily assist the protagonist as an ally. Didn't he start wielding a sword at the age of 5 with incredible talent? Recalling the typical narration that would accompany Reinhardt's entrance as a companion, Alone let out a laugh. It had taken Reinhardt over 20 years to reach the level of a Master Knight, despite his unbelievable talent and strength. Becoming a Master Knight in just 1 year. Does that even make sense? It's absolutely unbelievable. Even those with talent take 5 years just to awaken mana, 10 years to envelop their swords in it, and decades to create a derivative. Yet Deus cleared the first 2 stages in just 1 year. As Evan spoke, clicking his tongue with a hint of envy, Alone found himself unconsciously rubbing his chin. I knew he had talent, but I never imagined it would be to this extent. Well, it's a good thing. Privacy settings. From Alone's perspective, Deus's success wasn't something to mourn but to celebrate. The more successful Deus became, the more opportunities Alone would have to benefit from it in the future. Opportunities. I should be able to seize them, right? Alone glanced at the letters sitting on a desk in the corner of his office. The letters were from Yusha, who was in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Or maybe I won't. The reason Alone had such a conflicted expression was that over the past year, he had only received letters from Yusha. It seemed that the 5 of them were still communicating with each other. Well, I guess it can't be helped since I've never met them in person. But still, I prepared personal gifts for each of them, so not getting even a word of thanks feels a bit too much, doesn't it? Though Alone's expression remained neutral, there was a hint of frustration as he shook his head slightly. In truth, considering his original goal, Alone should have been grateful that the 5 sins hadn't destroyed any kingdoms. And so, with a slightly bitter expression, Alone thought to himself, as long as they're living well, that's enough for me. In the central district of Caliban's capital, Kurdum, there is a grand mansion located in the southern area, where only the highest-ranking nobles of the country reside. It was here that Deus Macallion, the leader of the famous Knight Order, Eclipse, and the youngest person in the country to be granted the title of Master Knight, lived. Phew. In a stately office that wasn't quite to his taste, but one he used nonetheless, Deus let out a quiet sigh, gazing leisurely out the window toward the mansion's garden. Brother wasn't a significant issue. The Knight Order, the royal guard that would serve the Great Moon, needed to be stronger, far stronger than they were now. Deus knew all too well that the Great Moon didn't desire a Knight Order that would fall to mere northern barbarians. And so, unlike other knight commanders who would encourage and inspire their troops, Deus drew his sword and quietly uttered the motto of Eclipse. Prove yourself under the moon. With those words, he embarked on the expedition to fight the barbarians, aiming to create the greatest knight order worthy of serving the Great Moon. He spotted a young girl with the same deep purple eyes as him, waving at him with a bright smile from the garden. Seeing her, Deus couldn't help but smile back. The girl waved for a while before resuming her walk around the garden, and as Deus watched her, he found himself reminiscing about the past year, about the moment he had met the family he thought was dead and received the gift from the Great Moon. A year ago, Deus McCallion had already joined the Blue Moon and was operating under its guidance. However, unlike Yusha, he wasn't blindly devoted to the Great Moon. Although he was aware that the Great Moon had saved his life, that alone wasn't enough to make him pledge his loyalty. Thus, the reason Deus McCallion was affiliated with the Great Moon back then was twofold. First, to receive training from Yusha, and second, because the Great Moon had promised him the chance for revenge against the Black Sheep. After all, since losing his family, whom he valued as much as his own life, Deus had been consumed by anger and festering hatred, unable to sleep at night. Therefore, when he first received his mission, Deus wasn't particularly pleased with it. While he understood that his previous tasks under the Blue Moon were meant to deal with dark entities, this new mission seemed entirely out of the blue. Privacy settings. But when he arrived in Caliburn and reached the small inn in the southern region, where the letter from the Great Moon mentioned a gift, Deus couldn't believe his eyes. His sister, who should have been killed by the Black Sheep, was there, alive and well, working at the inn. Ahem. Deus cleared his throat awkwardly, even though no one else was around. Thinking back, he still felt embarrassed about how, upon seeing his sister at the inn, he had immediately embraced her and burst into tears. After that emotional reunion, Deus learned about everything that had happened to his sister, Silly. She recounted how she had been dragged into a dark place by the Black Sheep, waiting for her turn to be killed when a bright light suddenly pulled her back outside. She had nearly been sold to a slaver, but was saved by a man named Evan. Then, Count Palacio had provided her with precious medicine and continued to support and protect her until Deus arrived. After hearing all of this, Deus couldn't help but wonder how the Great Moon had known all of these things. He had never mentioned his family to anyone in the Blue Moon, nor did Yusha know anything about what had happened to him, except that he had been attacked by the Black Sheep. But before long, Deus stopped pondering this mystery. Instead, he recalled Yusha's words, the words she would often say to him. He knows everything. Soon, you'll understand why I follow him. At first, he had dismissed those words, but now they were starting to make sense. Remembering them, Deus offered his gratitude to the Great Moon. For someone like him, who had been consumed by vengeance, the survival of his sister, and the fact that his own name had been secretly protecting her, was the greatest gift and an incomparable blessing. No matter what happens, Deus vowed to repay this kindness. Following the Great Moon's orders, he became a knight in Caliburn. Ironically, becoming a knight was easy for him. Aside from his existing abilities, Deus discovered that he had a surprising and exceptional talent for the sword. He knows everything. It was then that Deus realized that Yusha's words weren't just blind fanaticism, but the truth. And by the time he became a knight, Deus understood why the Great Moon had sent him here to become a knight. My mission is to create a royal guard. Whether it was because of the battles with the barbarians or not, Caliban allowed anyone who gained the king's recognition to form a knight order. Moreover, if someone became a master knight, they were permitted to exceed the usual limit on the number of members in their knight order. But this knight order wouldn't be made up of street thugs. Instead, it would be composed of talented swordsmen who had come to Caliburn to become knights. Commander, it's time. All right. Privacy settings. Deus stood up, acknowledging the knight who had spoken to him with eyes full of respect. He headed toward the training grounds. The knights, dressed in the black iron armor that symbolized eclipse, were preparing to depart on an expedition to fight the barbarians. Standing on the inspection platform, Deus looked over the assembled knights. He knew that not all of them would return with smiles on their faces. However, for there were only 4 years left until the start of the original story. At the same time, it had been just over a year and 1 month since all the members of the 5 Sins who had been in the orphanage became independent. What is Sealring up to? Alone, who was looking at the letter from Yusha that had arrived today as usual, suddenly grew curious about Sealring. Although Yusha's letters always included stories about her and the other members of the 5 Sins, there hadn't been a single mention of Sealring since about 2 months after her independence. No way, she didn't die in some distant place, did she? After pondering for a moment, Alone shook his head resolutely. According to Yusha's previous letters, Sealring had already arrived in the desert nation. If she had followed the letter's instructions correctly, there was no way she would die in such a manner. The gift Alone had given her would turn her into a formidable Baba Yaga. That too, as a gladiator in the colony, where the strong could gain everything. It was even written in the item description. It must be correct, right? Alone, who liked to read through every detail of item descriptions, thanks to the developer's habit of filling them with various bits of lore, recalled the phrase written in the item Sealring would acquire. If the sin of greed had obtained it, they would have fallen and become a sin, but instead, she would become a great warrior. I think that was it. Privacy settings. Of course, the effect Alone received when he used that item was merely a 20% increase in critical hit rate, but the grand background story that came with it was why he had told Sealring its location. Furthermore, in case the item description turned out to be something truly insignificant, he also included the location of a hidden treasure. But it had been 9 months since he last heard from her. Maybe I should have just given her the treasure quietly? As Alone considered this, he shook his head briefly. The reason he had sent Sealring to the colony in the first place was because of the narration claiming she had the talent of a warrior. Moreover, since Alone couldn't support her for her entire life, becoming independent was a crucial process. No, it's better if she can make a living on her own. Therefore, considering Deus's absurd talent, Sealring surely hadn't died, but what on earth happened? While Alone wore a strange expression, pondering Sealring's whereabouts, in a desert cave deep within the southern region of the desert nation colony, a girl emerged. The girl, Sealring, looked disheveled. Dirt clung to various parts of her body, and her hair had grown so long it almost covered her face. However, unlike her appearance, Sealring's face bore a wide smile. It's finally over. Stretching with a sense of liberation, she looked at the gloves on her hands. The golden claws adorned on them were a gift bestowed upon her by the Great Moon. The essence of the Golden Mane tribe. How could the Great Moon know where this was? After finishing the trial and emerging, she tilted her head in curiosity while gazing at the gloves. And rightly so, this essence of the Golden Mane tribe was a legendary artifact that had been passed down through her people, the Golden Mane tribe, for generations. It was truly deserving of the title legendary. Hundreds of years ago, this item had empowered the Golden Mane tribe, allowing them to ascend as the rulers of all beastmen and granting them the power to become kings. Of course, most of what she knew came from tales her mother had told her when she was very young. Having matured somewhat since then, Sealring had assumed those old stories were exaggerated to some extent. But now, in this moment, having worn the essence and been pulled into the inner world to undergo all the trials, Sealring realized that not a single part of those fantastical old tales was a lie. Privacy settings. SSSS. As she lightly drew out her power, her golden eyes began to glow softly within the dark cave. And that wasn't all. Her hair, and even her tail, began to shimmer as if they were radiating light. Just like the Golden Mane tribe of ancient legends that her mother used to tell her about. Smiling at her newfound power, her thoughts drifted once again to the Great Moon. There were countless questions swirling in her mind. But she soon dismissed them. She knew she wasn't particularly intelligent, and she was well aware that it was beyond her to deduce how the Great Moon knew all these things. Most importantly, she realized one simple, clear truth. The Great Moon was her savior, the one who had rescued her from dying as a result of bioexperiments, and at the same time, the one to whom she owed a debt for granting her the power to exact revenge on the black dragon who had killed her parents. As blue electricity crackled around her, she thought of the Great Moon's command, but soon shook her head. Even if she wasn't particularly smart, she knew that becoming a mere gladiator wasn't the true purpose of her benefactor's will. Thus, Sealrang's gaze naturally shifted to the gloves. The gloves that held the power to empower the Golden Mane tribe. It was only then that Sealrang finally grasped the Great Moon's intention. To become a famous gladiator, gather the scattered members of the Golden Mane tribe from across the land and, she grinned, kill the black dragon with them. Seeing the perfect answer before her, Sealrang smiled. Zap! Blue sparks flew everywhere in response to her emotions, but she paid them no mind. With a deep smile, she began walking out of the dark cave. The moon hung in the sky where she emerged from the cave, bathing the entire desert in a blue glow. And then, for the sake of that one, muttering the phrase that had become a habitual chant by now, let's begin. The Golden Mane tribe, who had been known as the greatest beastmen and the kings of all beastmen 500 years ago, began their revival under the blue moon. Privacy settings. Starting from about a year ago, after returning from the ball, Alone had found a new interest in exploring phrases and had been investing a significant amount of time in it. Unlike in the game, where chanting phrases consumed a turn and each turn increased magical attack power by 10% to 20%, the phrases in this world indeed altered the properties of magic, just as he had predicted. Take, for example, the phrases Alone used several months ago in a place he visited to obtain restrictions, phrases like refraction, repulsion, blue light, and diffraction line. Refraction strengthened the instability of a completed spell, causing its range to expand. Repulsion distorted the form of the spell, allowing the transferred projectile to shift. In the case of blue light, it amplified spells conducted in parallel, like lightning magic. Lastly, the diffraction line granted a spell penetration or critical properties. Of course, Alone's understanding was based only on the data he had accumulated over the past 6 months, so the accuracy of these interpretations was still uncertain, but it was clear that each phrase endowed a different property. Additionally, he had figured out several unique rules regarding phrases. Using the same phrase repeatedly is prohibited, using phrases incompatible with the spell is forbidden, and no more than 5 phrases can be used in a single spell. If any of these 3 rules are broken, the spell either fails to manifest or becomes weakened. There seemed to be a few other rules as well, but he hadn't figured those out yet. Although Alone had plenty of time to explore magic, he could only use magic once per day. If only there were a book about phrases. The phrases Alone used were, according to the lore, the forgotten phrases of Babel, considered to be akin to lost relics in this world. The places where Alone had found phrases were limited to those that had phrases inscribed, but they did not explain the rules or phenomena behind them. In other words, he had to discover everything through direct experimentation, but Alone didn't find this bothersome. Alone's talent was enough to make his exploration of phrases enjoyable and to immerse him in the study of magic. Thus, after finishing his conversation with Evan, he came straight to the training hall and, as usual, began casting a spell. Who? His hand formed the familiar sign of wisdom, the Jichuan Madra. Simultaneously, the magic gathered to form the spell he had been experimenting with for about 2 months, a second-tier spell called Chain Lightning. Privacy settings. Following Alone's thoughts, the arranged mana formed a spherical orb, deliberately leaving out a specific point to create imbalance. Zap. The spell completed. With Alone's limited mana, the magic emitted a faint glow. The only improvement from 2 months ago was that the imbalance caused by the lightning spell had become slightly more refined, likely due to his growing familiarity with it. To put it nicely, the spell had become more precise. To put it bluntly, it was still just a useless spell that was only good for its precision. However, by chanting the phrases, even a useless spell could be given a purpose. Fixation. The lightning that had been crackling before him froze in place, as if time itself had stopped. Compression. At his next muttering, The once large sphere shrank into a small bead while remaining frozen in place. Collapse. Crack. With the final phrase, the once small bead lost its form as a sphere. What remained was pure lightning, a fragment of mana appearing before Alone like countless irregular dotted lines gathered together. And then, momentary bloom. As Alone muttered the final phrase, releasing the Jichuan Madra he had been holding. Zap! A massive tree of thunder materialized before him. Radiating a brilliance more dazzling than the midday sun, the blue tree stood still, flaunting its presence. It was as if lightning had struck and was frozen in place. Alone nodded in satisfaction. The order of the phrases also changes the spell's manifestation. He recalled how, when he had used collapse before fixation in his previous spell, the magic had disappeared without a trace, and he nodded contentedly. Even phrases that don't match the spell can be used if there's a prior phrase that leads into them. Satisfied with the new information he had gained, Alone confirmed that the Tree of Thunder he had created was gradually fading away, though it seemed unlikely that he would ever have a use for it. Privacy settings. Muttering this, Alone felt a pang of regret as he turned around, his mana hole now completely drained. His body only allowed him to cast magic once a day. And just as he turned around, Alone saw her. There, in the training hall of Count Palatios' estate, stood a young lady he never wanted to get close to, Lady Kalia, the daughter of the Count of Zenonia. Seemingly shocked by the situation, the usually noble and refined Kalia stood with her mouth agape, an expression of genuine surprise. My goodness. Hearing her shocked voice, Alone turned his gaze away, missing his chance to ask why she was there. Origin. Standing next to her, a middle-aged man, his mouth also wide open in shock, was holding an ornate cane as he stared at Alone with a similarly astonished expression. And then, Alone, confused by the two's reactions, came to a sudden realization. He had heard the man mention Origin, a spell that could only be cast by mages who had reached the 7th rank, and then understood one thing. He had somehow become the subject of a massive misunderstanding. Lady Zenonia, or rather, Zenonia Kalia, who had effectively been ruling the Zenonia County by making her father a puppet for several years, had come to Count Palatios' estate for two main reasons. One reason was to gauge the intentions of Alone, now Count Palatio. Despite holding cards that could cause substantial damage to the current Zenonia County, he hadn't used them. The relationship between Zenonia County and Palatio County wasn't necessarily bad, but she knew that the essence of the Count was similar to her own, a kindred spirit, so to speak. In other words, she easily understood that Alone wasn't the type to wield such powerful cards out of some trivial sentimentality or misplaced compassion. She had come to ascertain his true intentions. The second reason was to assess the power of the organization that Count Palatio was rumored to control. Of course, Kalia knew that just meeting the Count wouldn't reveal the full extent of the shadowy organization he commanded. However, Kalia had a way to glimpse at the fringes of that power. There was the wizard Biankel. He had once proposed a new theory on forgotten-era magic within the Magic Tower, earning academic acclaim, but he was later expelled from the tower due to his excessively inhumane magical experiments. However, despite his expulsion, his rank was still 5th tier. Privacy settings. He was strong enough to obliterate an entire battalion of soldiers by himself. Kalia had brought him along in exchange for assisting with his experiments, forging an alliance with him. She reasoned that if a wizard like Biankel, who specialized in detection magic and was on the cusp of the 5th tier, was present, he could easily assess the caliber of those protecting Count Palatio. While the nature of one's guards didn't reveal everything, observing the level of those guarding the Count could naturally offer insights into the organization's inner workings. At least, that was why she had brought Biankel along. In the reception room of Count Palatio's estate, Lady Kalia subtly glanced at Biankel, who still hadn't fully closed his mouth and wore an anxious expression. She was inwardly surprised. As far as she knew, he wasn't someone who would normally show such foolish expressions in front of others. Biankel's face was always arrogant, and he never spoke politely to anyone, not even to her, who supported him. Of course, Kalia understood why Biankel was like this. Even though he was a wizard expelled from the magic tower, the fact that he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier lent credibility and justification to his attitude. But now, Biankel's expression was extremely unusual. His face was still marked by shock, just as it had been earlier, and she could even detect flickers of fear, something she had never seen in him before. Why? Kalia felt a mix of curiosity and unease as she looked at Biankel. She had never seen him display such blatant fear. If he's reacting like this, could it really be that the magic we saw earlier was an origin spell? Kalia's thought was fleeting as she quickly refocused on the present situation and met Alone's gaze. His eyes were the same as before. His gaze, which seemed to find no value in the current situation, moved slowly and indifferently over Biankel and Kalia. Silence. My apologies, Count Palacio. I've been rude. Kalia was the first to break the silence. Although she was still Lady Zenonia on the surface, she respectfully addressed the Count and apologized for entering the training grounds. Even though she tried to excuse her actions, peering into someone else's training ground was clearly an affront, even if not a serious one. After a moment of silence, Alone spoke. No need to blame yourself. Privacy settings. Thank you. Under normal circumstances, I would ask why you visited the county, but before that, let me clarify one thing. Please, go ahead. In response to Kalia's answer, Alone spoke without hesitation. What I used wasn't origin. It seems the wizard you brought along misunderstood. Is that so? Indeed. My magic skills aren't particularly exceptional. If I had to rank them, they would be around the 2nd tier. Naturally, Kalia didn't believe Alone's words. Even though she wasn't well-versed in magic, she could easily tell that the magic Alone had displayed was anything but ordinary. She turned her gaze subtly back to Biankel and was even more surprised. His expression was worse than before. However, despite his sour expression, he seemed to have understood the underlying message in Alone's words. It was a warning to keep quiet about what they had witnessed here. It seems I was mistaken. Biankel forced out the words. Kalia was once again startled. Hearing him speak in polite language for the first time in 5 years, he usually spoke informally. Yes, you seem quite capable, so you've likely already noticed, but that magic is of no practical use. Now then, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, what brings you to the county? Without hesitation, Alone moved the conversation forward, prompting Kalia to quickly collect herself and respond. It wasn't anything special. I happened to be in the area for some business and thought of you, so I decided to stop by briefly. Is that so? Yes. After pondering for a moment, Alone spoke. Unfortunately, I'm quite busy and won't be able to chat for long. That's fine. I only stopped by briefly. I just wanted to pay my respects. If you're in need of conversation, it might be a good idea to visit the Duke of Altia. The Duke of Altia, you say? Yes, I think the two of you would get along quite well. If you say so, I'll consider visiting the Duke. Privacy settings. Lady Zenonia smiled as she replied to Alone, who spoke with an indifferent expression. However, her mouth was dry. Why would Lady Zenonia, from that notorious family in the West, visit you? Watching as Lady Zenonia's carriage gradually disappeared into the distance, Evan asked the question, and Alone answered. How would I know? Is that so? Evan looked puzzled, but Alone genuinely had nothing more to say this time. He couldn't guess why Kalia had come either. It's annoying that I showed her my magic. Alone thought about the wizard from Zenonia who had mistaken his magic for origin. Let's just hope rumors about me using origin don't start spreading. In this world, rumors carried more power than one might think. If a rumor spread that Alone could use origin, a spell only supreme wizards in this world could cast, it might seem advantageous at first glance, but it would actually be a major headache. In this dark fantasy world, it wasn't hard to find madmen who couldn't resist picking fights with anyone strong. If he had a solid backer, that might be another story, but without one, if strange rumors spread, it would be more than just an annoyance. Dangerously powerful individuals could start picking fights with him for no reason. In fact, Alone could already think of 8 strong people who would come looking for him if they heard he could use Origin, so he wanted to nip any rumors in the bud quickly. Hopefully she understood? As he recalled the wizard nodding in agreement before sending Lady Zenonia off to clear up any misunderstandings, Alone continued his thoughts with an uncomfortable expression. Why on earth are they interested in me anyway? For Alone, Kalia was not just uninteresting, she was someone he wanted to avoid as much as possible. If they somehow became close, the likelihood of getting involved in the underworld would increase naturally. He did introduce her to the Duke of Altia, though. He knew there was no way Lady Zenonia would actually seek out the Duke. Even so, the reason he introduced her to the Duke of Altia was more about sending a message. A message that he had no interest in associating with her. Don't come looking for me. Privacy settings. With that thought, Alone ended his musings about Kalia. Meanwhile, inside the carriage. Was the magic Count Palacio used really Origin? Kalia was asking. Unlike his usual immediate responses, Bianco remained silent. Just as Kalia was about to speak again. It wasn't Origin. Bianco finally spoke. It wasn't Origin? Then what was that earlier display? As Kalia questioned him, clearly not understanding, Bianco took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and began to explain. Origin is the endpoint of all wizards, a canvas of sorts. It is a canvas allowed only to those who have established magic as a truth, where they can draw their own unique laws. Magic that possesses its own unique arrangements and manifestation formulas, painted onto an unchanging canvas. This is what we call Origin. However, he swallowed and continued. Count Palacio's magic was different. In what way? It wasn't drawing on a canvas. To be more precise, his magic was akin to tearing the canvas apart. When Kalia looked at him, clearly not comprehending, Bianco explained further. In other words, he was twisting the truth that should remain unchangeable. Although I only saw it for a fleeting moment, since I was using the observation eye at your request, I saw it clearly. Bianco muttered. Fixing lightning that shouldn't stop, twisting the laws to collapse the spell that had been manifested, and yet still managing to manifest it flawlessly. It was an unbelievable miracle, and behind it. He stopped speaking abruptly. The image of Count Palacio from earlier flashed in his mind. At the moment when he displayed that incredible magic. His eyes had revealed a talent that could only be attained upon reaching the 6th tier, even if acquired later in life. A talent that Bianco had only barely glimpsed after reaching the peak of the 5th tier due to his own latent talent. Eyes that could perceive the world itself. It was an eye. Privacy settings. A pair of jet black eyes. With 2 crimson rings encircling the pupils, those eyes had appeared when the Count used his magic. As soon as the magic disappeared, so too did those eyes, vanishing as if they had never existed. Recalling this, Bianco could not hide the fear that filled his own eyes. If it was what he thought it was, the Count had accessed the power of a forgotten ancient god when he used that magic. But Bianco cut off his own thoughts, even using magic to force himself to stop thinking. Having delved into ancient knowledge, he was well aware of how dangerous it was to try to infer the truth behind such things through further thought. Thus, let me give you one piece of advice. Never make an enemy of him. Do not oppose Count Palacio. What? That's all the advice I can give. Having said that much, Bianco fell silent. Lady Zenonia also kept her silence. At the same time, Kalia naturally recalled Alone's expressionless face and his calm gaze as he had looked at her. Sigh. Without realizing it, she let out a self-deprecating smile. Because through Bianco's words, she had realized something. There was no point in trying to understand Count Palacio's intentions from the start. At the same time, if you're in need of conversation, it might be a good idea to visit the Duke of Altia. The Duke of Altia? Yes, I think the two of you would get along quite well. She had also realized that she had already become nothing more than a pawn on his chessboard. The carriage remained steeped in silence for a long while. And then, about 5 months later, by now quite accustomed to his role and proficiently handling the duties of the Count, Alone realized something. Ah, Count. Did you hear about this? Privacy settings. Hear about what? I heard that the Zennonia County and the Duke of Altia have formed an alliance. What? Alone realized that the Kingdom of Asteria was now facing a crisis. In the Kingdom of Asteria, there are three major clandestine families. One is the Ducal House of Altia in the north. Another is the Count's House of Zennonia in the west. And lastly, the Count's House of Palatio in the east. These three families, originally, divided the underworld of the Kingdom of Asteria into three parts, forming a massive shadow organization. By the time the original story begins, these families have grown powerful enough to subtly manipulate the kingdom from the shadows. The House of Palatio, however, had long since fallen from power after the assassination of Leo, which led to the complete disintegration of their organization. Thus, only the Ducal House of Altia and the Count's House of Zennonia remain as shadowy forces within the kingdom. At first glance, the alliance between the two doesn't seem to be a major issue. Is that true? Have you ever seen me lie, Count? That's true. Of course, since the agreement was made in the underworld, there might not be any obvious signs on the surface, but it appears that the alliance is genuine. The reason Alone was so alarmed was that he roughly understood the situation of the shadow forces at the beginning of the original story. When the protagonist arrives in the Kingdom of Asteria, the three families possess immense power, but are unable to wield it properly due to their constant checks on each other. However, with the House of Palatio now out of the picture, if the House of Zennonia and the House of Altia were to join forces, there would be no one left in the kingdom capable of stopping them. Privacy settings. In other words, if things continue as they are, the two shadow forces could end up ruling the kingdom as if it were their own playground. As Alone pondered how the situation had reached this point, he suddenly recalled something he had said to Lady Zennonia a few months prior. Could it be? He wondered if the alliance, which should never have blossomed within the Kingdom of Asteria, had somehow come about because of something he said. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Even if he didn't fully understand the character of Roria, the Duke of Altia, he knew Lady Kalia of the House of Zennonia all too well. She was the epitome of a villainess, the type who could not stand being on the same level as others or beneath anyone. She would stop at nothing, including committing the most brutal acts, to climb higher. With that thought, Alone felt a bit more at ease. Knowing Kalia's personality, the alliance was bound to be temporary. Evan. Yes. Bring me some stationery later. Stationery? Yes. Still, knowing that nothing in life is 100% certain, Alone decided to take some precautionary measures. Speaking of which, Count, I looked into the rumors about Seal Ring you asked about earlier. It seems the rumors have been spreading recently. Really? At Evan's words, Alone turned his head. What kind of rumors? I heard that he's been very active recently in the colony. He's even earned the nickname Golden Flash. The Golden Flash. With a brief sense of familiarity with the name, Alone sighed in relief. Although he had always believed that Sealrang would never die in obscurity, he had been worried, which is why he had included a note in his last letter to Yusha asking about Sealrang. I'm glad he's doing well. Indeed. In that place, if you gain enough fame as a fighter, you can be treated even better than a noble. If you're strong enough, you can even stand on equal footing with the king. With those brief thoughts, Alone accepted the stationery Evan handed him and spoke. Oh, and I'm planning to visit the tower in about a week. Privacy settings. The tower. Yes, it might take some time. It'll only be 2 weeks, right? At Evan's puzzled question, Alone shook his head. It'll probably take about a month. A month? As far as I know, the Green Tower is only about a week's journey from the Count's estate. I'm not going to the Green Tower. I'm going to the Blue Tower. If it's the Blue Tower, then it will take a while, but is there a particular reason to go there? The Blue Tower is located between Caliburn and the Labyrinth City, isn't it? As Evan said, the Blue Tower was much farther away, taking more than 3 weeks to reach. I have some business at the Blue Tower. Alone gave a brief answer and continued writing his letter, signaling that the conversation was over. Realizing this, Evan clicked his tongue in resignation and said, Then I'll start preparing in advance. Please do. With a light bow, Evan left the room. For a while, Alone wrote a letter to Lady Zennonia in silence. Once he finished sealing the letter, he let out a light sigh. It's going to be tough living in a carriage for 3 weeks just to reach the Blue Tower. Although Alone inwardly grumbled about how exhausting it would be, he was determined to go to the Blue Tower because there was something there he needed to obtain. I have no choice but to do this for the sake of my magic. At the Blue Tower, there was an item that could assist with his half-baked talent, which only allowed him to properly study magic once a day. As Alone thought about this, he suddenly remembered the Labyrinth City next to the Blue Tower. Labyrinth City, Lartania. In the heart of this city, fitting its name, there lies an endless labyrinth extending underground. It was one of the few places in Psychedelia where players could grind for experience and items without progressing the story. As the name suggests, the deeper one went into the labyrinth, the more experience and treasures they could obtain. However, no one who played Psychedelia ever reached the end of the labyrinth. Although it allowed players to level up without advancing the story, the game required players to return to the surface every 5 floors, which caused a day to pass in-game. Even though the story didn't progress, time still moved forward. If a player focused on exploring the labyrinth and neglected the story, they might one day emerge to find the world in chaos. Privacy settings. To avoid this outcome, players had to advance the story while exploring the labyrinth. Naturally, as players balance both, they usually reached the 70th floor of the labyrinth before the game ended. Thus, no one ever reached the end of the labyrinth in Psychedelia. There was a rumor that someone using cheats had made it to the 150th floor, but there were more floors beyond that. As Alone recalled a vaguely remembered post from a community whose name he could barely remember, he switched his thoughts to Rhine. I hope she's doing well. Alone had sent Rhine to Lartania, not to make her a labyrinth explorer, but to train her as a magic appraiser. In Lartania, countless relics and artifacts were discovered daily in the labyrinth, making appraisers highly sought after. Magic appraisers, who could identify even the most detailed abilities of an item, were highly respected professionals. Moreover, by obtaining a certification as a magic appraiser in Lartania, one could live a prosperous life without worrying about money. That's why Alone had sent her there. Like the other 5 deadly sins, Rhine possessed a unique talent, the Library of Eternity, which was well suited for this role. Well, with the gift I gave her, she should find appraising a bit easier. Alone mused with a slightly awkward expression. Come to think of it, the gift I gave Rhine seems a bit small compared to what I gave the others. Unlike the gifts he had given to the other 5 deadly sins, Alone had only given Rhine an item specialized for equipment appraisals, which made him feel a bit embarrassed now. If it turns out to be insufficient, I'll have to provide some additional support later. Accepting that there was nothing he could do about what had already passed, Alone shrugged his shoulders. It was a leisurely day. Labyrinth City, Lartania. In the southern district of this independent city, which had an overwhelmingly large number of explorers and mercenaries compared to other nations, there was an appraisal shop called Murd. The shop, run by a magic appraiser who concealed their identity, wasn't located in the best area. Even in a labyrinth city where appraisers were highly valued, the central area near the labyrinth was home to numerous appraisal shops. In other words, there wasn't much reason for people to visit Murd in the southern district. Yet, despite this, a steady stream of customers visited the shop every day. Moreover, the types of customers were unique. Most were A-rank explorers who ventured deep into the labyrinth, and among Murd's customers were nobles from other countries, and even the Lord of Lartania. The appraisals are complete, my lord. Oh, how is this relic? It's a device that continuously generates flames when infused with magic. The Lord of Lartania smiled broadly as he received the relic from the masked woman and glanced down, noticing the black eye emblem engraved at the bottom of the relic. Privacy settings. Oh, could it be that this relic has the ability to be engraved? Yes. How does the engraving affect its power? The efficiency has improved dramatically. Now, even with just a small amount of magic, the flames will last for an hour. That's truly impressive. I'm always indebted to you. Think nothing of it. With that, the masked woman gave a light response to the masked man's words. The Lord, with a delighted expression, vanished from sight as he left the room. Once the Lord had exited, leaving the office in silence, the woman, who was actually Rhine, removed her crescent moon-adorned mask with a sigh. She gazed out the window at the engraving the Lord now held in his hands. That very engraving was the reason why the shop Murd, despite being located in the Southern District, was earning more money than any other appraiser's shop. Rhine could do more than just appraise relics brought by high-ranking individuals. She could also engrave certain relics to further enhance their abilities. However, this was not Rhine's own ability. Her talent lay in using the library to accurately identify the nature of relics and determine which specific relics could be engraved. The ability to engrave was thanks to the gift from the Great Moon. As Rhine turned her gaze slightly and opened the door to the adjacent office, she entered a small room where a golden eye, surrounded by a blue halo, was operating. 248/500. Looking at the display floating above the halo, Rhine recalled the first time she had discovered this gift from the Great Moon. At first, Rhine, like the others, didn't understand why the Great Moon had sent her to the Labyrinth City and made her an appraiser. Although she suspected it was related to dealing with the Black Ones, given her knowledge of their forgotten existence, she still couldn't fully grasp the connection. At the very least, she knew from her library how powerful the Black Ones were, but she couldn't see how becoming an appraiser was related to fighting them. But after discovering the gift from the Great Moon, she had no choice but to change her thinking. The gift was the Eye of the Wanderer, an artifact capable of appraising relics that contained a certain level of magic. However, Rhine, with her library, instantly recognized that this eye was far from ordinary. Even though it initially appeared as nothing more than a simple sphere, Rhine unlocked the seals layered upon it, seals that even her library didn't recognize, and it revealed its true form, unlocking one specific ability. That ability was engraving. Engraving allowed her to inscribe certain relics from the upper echelons, thereby enhancing their abilities. Privacy settings. But ironically, the first thing the Eye of the Wanderer unlocked wasn't an ability per se. Rather than an ability, it was a means to offer sacrifices. With each engraving, the relic's power would increase, but Rhine knew that the golden eye absorbed something unknown in exchange for the engraving, something even she couldn't comprehend. She could sense that the eye was fundamentally changing each time this happened. My task is to awaken this eye. When Rhine realized this, she came to two conclusions. First, only she could awaken this eye. The eye only responded to relics with specific patterns from the upper echelons, and if she brought it a relic that didn't meet these criteria, the accumulated power would diminish. Second, the eye would eventually grant her enough power to stand against the Black Ones. Thus, Rhine followed the will of the Great Moon, watching as the eye gradually awakened with each relic it absorbed. Everything is to kill the Black Wolf. Muttering this to herself, Rhine gently caressed the golden eye floating in the air. And to follow his will. A faint, inexplicable fanaticism gleamed in Rhine's eyes. About 3 weeks later, as Alone had told Evan, he arrived at the Blue Tower by carriage. Originally, he had planned to meet the Tower Master as scheduled, but unfortunately, the Tower Master was absent, so he had to meet with the Vice Master instead. But then, come on, hurry up and state your business. I'm busy. Faced with this curt and dismissive attitude, Alone wore a bewildered expression. The status of a wizard on this continent has a rather peculiar structure. Like in many other fantasy worlds, wizards generally hold a high status, but when a wizard belongs to a tower, their rank eventually reaches a point where they hold a status comparable to that of nobility. This isn't just because of the difference in skill between wizards who are part of the tower and those who aren't, but fundamentally because of the tower itself. There are only 6 towers in this world, and they monopolize the production of various essential goods for the United Kingdom, including high-ranking nobles. In other words, the combination of a wizard's combat prowess and the exclusive production of necessary goods elevates the tower's power to the level of noble authority. Moreover, the authority of the Vice Tower Master, who can be considered the deputy master of such a tower, is said to pierce the heavens. Despite knowing all of this, Isn't this treatment a bit much? Alone looked at the Vice Tower Master with a bemused expression, though his face remained impassive. She, draped in a blue cloak symbolic of the Blue Tower and with long blue hair cascading down to her waist, leaned her head on one hand, as if bothered by everything in the world, while holding a pen in the other. Her name was Pinia Chryson. In Psychedelia, she appears once or twice in the main story as a wizard who, at the young age of 22, had reached the 7th rank, a ridiculous talent. Privacy settings. She was also a powerful wizard with an origin. However, at this point before the original story begins, she has not yet become the Tower Master and seems to be at the 6th rank rather than the 7th. As I mentioned before we met, I've come to talk about the Shimon. What about it? Alone continued, watching Pinia wrestle with a stack of papers without even looking at him. I can get rid of the Shimon. At Alone's words, Pinia's gaze suddenly shifted, her eyes hysterically staring at his face. There was a hint of curiosity in her expression. But soon after, she made a blatantly disappointed face and clicked her tongue. Well, if you're done, you can leave. I haven't heard your answer. What answer? I said I could get rid of the Shimon. Huh. At Alone's words, Pinia looked at him with a ridiculous smile. Excuse me. Who are you again? Count Palacio Alone. So our Count Palacio says he can get rid of the Shimon? Yes. Oh, I see our Count Palacio can get rid of the Shimon, huh? Why are you acting like this? Alone asked in response to her blatant sarcasm. Do you think you're the first person to say that? Do you think you're the only one who has come here seeking the treasure you can get by eliminating the Shimon? Seeing Pinia shake her head as if she were completely fed up, Alone spoke up. I'm not lying. If you guide me to the Shimon, I'll show you right away. How many people do you think have said that in front of me? I can definitely get rid of it. Alone's words made Pinia suddenly drop the pen she had been holding and frown openly, releasing her magic power abruptly. Snap. This wasn't the implementation of a spell. It was merely a surge of magical energy. Privacy settings. The waveform, which was blatantly scattered based on her emotional state, instantly began to cause abnormalities within the office. The entire room trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and scrolls and parchments on the shelves fell to the ground in an instant. In the midst of all that, excuse me, it's starting to come to light that you only became in count because a bunch of trash conveniently died, and now you're desperate for a move to turn things around, but you shouldn't be causing trouble here, right? As Pinia lowered her voice, filled with hysteria, Alone realized two things anew. The first was that, despite seeming to be consumed by work, she was surprisingly well informed about the outside world. In fact, just as she said, since becoming a count, he had lived quietly without interfering with the Underworld, and rumors about him had started to spread. The other realization was that the anger that had surged within him, unable to tolerate the way she treated him earlier, had strangely subsided, as if it had been cured. She's terrifying. Alone thought, realizing that despite not having reached the 7th rank, Pinia was clearly a superhuman who had transcended the realm of ordinary humans, as evidenced by the strange phenomena she created with just a scattering of magical energy. I shouldn't push my luck or I'll end up snapped in half. Even though he was a 2nd-rank wizard, Alone fully understood that if Pinia chose to use her magic, his life would be in danger, so he spoke. If you don't trust me, I'll stake my entire fortune. What? Despite feeling fear, Alone's expression remained as impassive as ever. I mean it. If I can't get rid of the Shimon, I'll donate my entire fortune to the Blue Tower. No, since this is a private deal, I'll hand it all over to you personally. What nonsense. Of course, you don't have to stake anything. I'll be the only one to do so, and I'm willing to swear an oath if necessary. Pinia frowned at Alone's words, but he continued with the same impassive expression. This seems like a fairly good deal for you, considering you'd only be wasting a little time. What do you think? After a moment of silence, Pinia responded. Write up a contract. Pinia Chryson. Privacy settings. A prodigy who reached the 6th rank at the mere age of 21, and the current Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower, following her master, the Tower Master. She led Alone down to the underground, stopping in front of the door where the Shimon was kept. It's here. Once you open this door, the Shimon will be inside. Without hesitation, Alone moved his body to grab the door handle at her words. Remember, since we've already written up a contract, I won't go easy on you. If you fail, the entire fortune of the Palacio family will be mine. Got it? Despite Pinia's warning, Alone calmly turned his head to look at her. His emotionless eyes, revealing nothing, glanced at her as he spoke. There's no chance of that happening. Creak. With those words, he opened the door without hesitation and stepped inside, and as Pinia watched his retreating figure, she recalled the rumors about him. Once, he was known as the hidden figure behind the Palacio family, who killed all the other heirs to become the Count. But over the past 3 years, his reputation had changed significantly. Now, people thought it was all just a coincidence, that he was simply a lucky fool who became a count because the other heirs died. Of course, some still believed he had reasons for not being active, but after meeting him in person, Pinia thought the rumors leaned more toward the latter. Judging by his demeanor, he might look first-rate, but it's already over the moment he decided to close the Shimon looking like that. Pinia was also aware that Alone's atmosphere was unusual. His inorganic eyes. A face so thoroughly devoid of emotion that it was hard to believe he was an ordinary human. For a moment, even she was silenced by his presence, but it was only an atmosphere. Having assessed his talent, Pinia couldn't help but laugh. He has talent, but it's only slightly better than most. His mana core is excessively small, and even at best, his rank is just at the edge of the second rank. He doesn't even possess the eyes, which are essential for reaching the 6th rank. The Count of Palacio astonishingly lacked any significant talent. He didn't have the eyes, a necessary trait for becoming a high-ranking wizard, nor did he have a vast amount of mana. His magical rank was only at the 2nd rank, and, while his sensory perception was decent, that was all. Sensing ability, among the many talents a wizard must possess, doesn't rank particularly high. Privacy settings. In the end, the very fact that he came here confidently claiming he could eliminate the Shimon with such a mediocre talent only confirmed to Pinia that the rumors about him leaned more towards the latter. She made a pitiful expression as she watched him, then turned her gaze to the rift in the center of the room, glowing with a purple light. The rift, which wizards refer to as the Shimon, time gate, is literally connected to some unknown subspace, making it an extremely troublesome phenomenon. Shimon, which appears primarily in places where magic is heavily used, causes considerable damage to its surroundings. For example, beings from another dimension might cross over through the rift, or it might suddenly absorb all the surrounding magical energy, creating a mana vacuum in the entire area. I heard they tried various methods to erase the Shimon in the early days because of this. As far as Pinia knew, no wizard had ever succeeded in erasing a Shimon. If research on Shimon had continued for a long time, there might have been a chance to find a way to eliminate it eventually. But for now, that method did not exist. In the first place, even if a Shimon appeared suddenly, it would naturally disappear after about 1 to 3 months, leaving behind a relic. Although the principle behind this was still not understood, wizards did not bother to spend time and resources researching methods that showed no promise. However, in the case of the Blue Tower, the Shimon that was expected to disappear in a few months had already been causing trouble in the tower's basement for over 2 years, without any sign of disappearing. Pinia, lost in these thoughts, watched Alone, who had approached the Shimon without taking any action. Despite the passage of time, Alone remained motionless. Just as Pinia clicked her tongue and was about to speak. Tap. Alone formed a hand seal. Pinia was slightly intrigued as she watched him suddenly raise his hand to form the Wisdom Fist seal. Instead of using a staff as a medium, he used his own hand, employing a method that was considered primitive even in ancient magical texts, methods rarely studied, even in academic circles. Just come out. However, Pinia was only mildly curious. She had no intention of giving Alone any more time. She never imagined that someone using such an outdated method from a strange book could close the Shimon. But privacy settings. The moment he softly muttered something. Just come OU. Penia's irritated words stopped abruptly. No, not just her words. Everything stopped. Her half-open mouth. Her furrowed, irritated eyes. Her body. Even her breathing. Everything stopped. And then, she saw it. The thing that emerged before the count. Screech. In front of Penia's focused gaze, something that was once purely black made an unpleasant sound as it opened its eyes. Upon realizing it, she saw that it was an eyeball. An eyeball with 2 red rings. It simply stared at her. If it had ended there, it would have been fine. But Penia's eyes, the talent she needed to advance beyond the 6th rank, instinctively discerned the essence of what was before her. She didn't know what it was. But she understood. This allowed Penia to grasp one piece of information. That thing was a concept so simple it could be encapsulated in a single word. It was GH. The moment she began to realize it, Penia forcefully halted her thoughts. Her magic, which had stopped even her breathing, moved instinctively to cut off her thoughts. Because she knew. That thing in front of the count was something she must never comprehend. Understanding it would be akin to drinking from a poisoned chalice that would inevitably lead to destruction. So, at the very moment she stopped thinking, barely remembering to breathe. Privacy settings. Hey! The eyeball, which had been staring at her until now, smiled. Then, with a black hand that had formed at some point, it gently raised its index and middle fingers to her lips. An absolute command of silence. Understanding that this was Alone's demand, Penia, filled with sudden fear, blinked her eyes, and as the eyeball disappeared, the magic ended. The place where the purple rift had disappeared was now calm, and Alone let out a small sigh. It's done. For Alone, who had closed the Shimon countless times in the game and knew how to do it, closing the Shimon wasn't particularly difficult. After all, Shimon wasn't closed with magic, but with a special. I swear I won't tell anyone. Well, I appreciate that, but there's no need to. I mean it, I swear, I won't tell a soul. I'm actually very tight-lipped. Despite suddenly breathing heavily and even tearing up as she nodded fervently, speaking in formal language Alone. Why is she suddenly acting like this? Could only tilt his head in confusion. Alone had already achieved all of his objectives at the Blue Tower. His goal was to obtain the artifact hidden in the underground chamber of the tower, and now that he had it, there was no reason for him to stay any longer. He decided to leave the Blue Tower immediately, partly because there was no reason to linger, but also because Penia, who was already annoyed, might cause trouble if he stayed. Although he knew she wasn't an entirely irrational person, there was always a chance that something unexpected could happen. He thought this way just after he dealt with the artifact and let out a secret sigh of relief. But then, what is this? It's a potion I made. Alone glanced at her, forcing a smile despite his sharp gaze, and then picked up the potion bottle from the table. The liquid inside was a deep blue, and it emitted a white glow when shaken slightly. This is a magic recovery potion. And a highly valuable one at that. In this world, magic potions don't work immediately like in other games. Instead, their effects appear gradually. Therefore, it would be more accurate to call them magic recovery enhancement potions rather than just magic recovery potions. However, among all the potions, the 5 bottles Penia placed before Alone were the only ones here that truly lived up to the name, Magic Recovery Potion. The highest grade potion he held could restore some magic power almost instantly, just by drinking it. These potions, which were called Magic Recovery Potions, but were actually Magic Recovery Enhancement Potions, were incredibly expensive. Alone had once tried to buy a magic potion when he felt inconvenienced by only being able to use magic once a day, but the price had almost made him faint. Privacy settings. I think the cost of these 2 bottles alone could buy a small villa. As he stared at the potion for a while, he turned his gaze to Penia. Her awkward smile revealed a hint of nervousness, and as soon as he looked at her, she spoke. Do you like it? I understand it's a high-grade potion, but why are you showing this to me? I'm giving it to you. You're giving me this potion? Yes. A question mark appeared in Alone's mind. He could somewhat understand why her attitude had changed immediately after he closed the artifact. She might have felt a bit of gratitude or awe since the method to close the artifact was unknown until now. But to Alone, Penia's current behavior didn't seem to stem from gratitude or awe at all. Does she misunderstand me like that wizard who came with Lady Zenonia last time? With this thought in mind, Alone spoke. Just to clarify, I'm a second-rank wizard. Yes, I know. Of course, you're a second-rank wizard. When he opened his mouth, suspecting that she might be mistaken, Penia nodded eagerly as if she had been waiting for him to say that, leaving him even more confused. Seeing her nod so earnestly, Alone couldn't help but wonder if she was just trying to flatter him. However, Penia's expression did not seem playful at all. In other words, it was clear that Penia wasn't mistaken about anything, which only made Alone more confused. I swear I'll keep what I saw earlier a secret. Absolutely, without a doubt, Penia continued. Alone replied, there's no need to make such a promise. No, please. Make me promise. I want to promise. If necessary, I can even swear on my magic. I'll do it right here and now. Wait, hold. Before Alone could finish speaking, Penia quickly began gathering her magic power. The sudden surge of intense magic filled the office, making Alone's heart skip a beat, and before he could say anything, Penia had already sworn a magical oath. Is she really going this far just to keep the method for closing the artifact a secret? Sure, the artifact is a mystery to them at this point, but... On the outside, Alone remained expressionless, but internally, he was utterly bewildered. He realized that Penia was clearly misunderstanding something. You see? I'm good at keeping promises. I'll keep this secret, absolutely. Privacy settings. All right. Seeing Penia speak so desperately after making her oath, Alone could only nod calmly in response. There was no sign that her misunderstanding would clear up anytime soon. Thus, Alone left the Blue Tower with 5 bottles of magic recovery potion and the artifact he had sought. Riding in the carriage back to the Count's estate from the Blue Tower, Alone naturally glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. This bracelet, which he had received permission from Penia to take after closing the artifact, was the very item he had aimed to acquire on his trip to the Blue Tower. The bracelet of the impure. The design of the bracelet wasn't particularly refined. To compare it, it looked like a cheap bracelet that could be bought for less than 10,000 won at a local market. The only unique feature was the black gemstones embedded in it, which seemed to absorb all light. Other than that, it didn't have any remarkable appearance. But despite its plain and unimpressive look, the bracelet had the ability to compensate for Alone's small mana pool. Alone subtly rotated his wrist to examine the black gemstones. Although they were not visible at first glance, a faint blue energy could be seen rippling through the stones if one looked closely. It's working well. The bracelet's ability was to absorb and store ambient magic, allowing the user to utilize it when needed. While the amount of magic the bracelet could store was limited and not particularly large, it amusingly held more magic than Alone's own mana pool. For a brief moment, Alone experienced a strange sense of realization as he compared his own body's capacity to store magic with that of an item designed merely to assist wizards, like something out of psychedelia. But that feeling soon passed. Sigh. He took a deep breath, calming his thoughts. This is sufficient. I'm not going into battle after all. After all, the reason he sought out the insignia of the impure was to enhance his magical studies more efficiently and to protect himself in case of unforeseen danger. In this sense, the amount of magic provided by the insignia of the impure was more than enough. It wasn't an overwhelming surplus, but neither was it insufficient. Of course, having more is always better than having less. There seemed to be a technique among the artifacts to forcibly regulate power and reduce mana consumption, so I should study that, Alone thought as he lightened his mood and concluded his musings. He then looked out of the carriage. As he gazed outside, he suddenly recalled Penia, who had bowed respectfully to him just before he got into the carriage. What on earth is going on? Privacy settings. Thinking about Penia's odd behavior that started right after he closed the artifact, Alone shrugged his shoulders. After all, he had no further business with her. He briefly watched the forest outside, bathed in the soft sunlight, swaying gently in a subtle green hue. It was a warm spring day. As meaningless. So, why did you come today? The meeting is next month, isn't it? Roria asked. Kalia cautiously took out a letter from her pocket and placed it on the desk. He sent a letter, so I came. This? While Alone was on his way back to the Palatial Count's estate, two women were sitting across from each other in the office of the Duke of Altia's residence. One was Roria, the head of the Duke's household, who had completely absorbed the power of the Altia family and taken on the authority of the former Duke. The other was Kalia, the lady of the Zenonia Count's family, or more precisely, the de facto ruler of the Zenonia household. It's been a while, Kalia greeted. Indeed, Roria responded. The two exchanged casual greetings. Under normal circumstances, this would have been unthinkable. Roria had already inherited the noble title and was a duchess, while Kalia was still a countess and had not even officially taken over her family's title. However, despite this, Roria did not seem at all displeased by the lack of formal respect. The reason was that Roria knew Kalia held full control over the Zenonia household. Moreover, in the Underworld, the name of the Zenonia Count was slightly more prominent than that of the Altia Duke. But above all, Roria allowed Kalia to speak informally because they both served the same person, the Palatial Count. In other words, they had no need to engage in a power struggle. Whether they liked it or not, they were both bound to forge an alliance under the orders of the Palatial Count, even if they didn't fully understand why. While they only realized that the phrase, "meet the Altia Duke," meant forming an alliance, after their conversation revealed they were both under the Palatial Count, Tias, Kalia nodded. Roria picked up the letter and began reading its contents silently. The letter was far from a secretive document. It was an exceedingly ordinary letter. It contained a brief greeting, followed by discussions on noble families, with a few examples mentioned. It concluded with the remark, "There aren't many nobles who get along well with me." This was indeed a letter Alone had sent about a month ago, filled with somewhat reasonable explanations after feeling guilty for treating Kalia dismissively. The gist of Alone's message was, "I'm not just being difficult with you, I'm a bit curt with other nobles too. You weren't the only one." For an ordinary noble who received such treatment and then received this letter, they might have deduced Alone's true intentions as intended. However, Alone had overlooked three critical points. Privacy settings. First, the individuals reading this letter were influential figures in the Underworld. Second, they viewed the Palatial Count as an undefeatable force. Third, because of the second point, they naturally assumed that this ordinary letter must contain some hidden command. And, true to her sharp mind, Kalia began to piece together an impossible puzzle, as expected of a major player in the Underworld. Kenya Baron is part of the aristocratic faction, and Marantino Marquis is one of the key figures in the royalist faction. Viscount Valanda is with the royalists, and likewise, Duke Paldion is a prominent member of the aristocratic faction. As they began to classify the noble families that Alone had mentioned meeting and speaking with at the ball, it didn't take long before they started piecing together the puzzle. In summary, it seems he doesn't favor either the aristocratic or the royalist factions. For a brief moment, they both thought of the idea. Does he want to kill them all? But they shook their heads in unison, as if they had agreed beforehand. It was too irrational. Naturally, the alternative that came to mind was, does he want to push out the existing nobles and create a new regime? After saying this, the two fell silent. Normally, this would be an impossible scenario. Changing an already established system isn't something that can be achieved by just a handful of nobles gathering together. But for these two, who breathed politics like air and constantly weighed the scales of power, the story was entirely different. It would require various preparations and time, but ultimately, the answer they arrived at was, it's possible. Roria let out a low exclamation. To be honest, until now, she hadn't been able to guess what Alone was aiming for, nor did she understand why he had made her a duchess. But if this was truly his goal, then everything made sense. If he was indeed planning what she thought, then the notoriety of the Altia Duke was absolutely necessary. Moreover, if they allied with the Zenonia Count, the dominant force in the West, the scales of success would undoubtedly tip in their favor. It seems that must be the case, Roria said, shuddering as she realized the true intent behind the Count's actions. And so, late in the afternoon, as the sun set and the twilight descended, they began to draft their plans in a room where not even a magical lamp was lit. A strange puzzle had been pieced together and was now beginning to move on its own. At that very moment alone. In a forest where the early sunset brought a drop in temperature, he was eating a sweet potato. Tasty. Completely unaware of anything, his small remark as he took a bite of the sweet potato faded into the forest. Privacy settings. It has been a month since Alone returned from the Blue Tower. Having acquired the insignia of the impure, Alone could now use magic 3 times a day, and by carefully managing his mana, he could even use it up to 4 times. Today, he realized one of the new rules about phrases. Even if the same phrase doesn't overlap, using a similar phrase can produce an effect similar to overlapping. However, he hadn't yet fully figured out that to overlap phrases, certain specific phrases had to precede each spell. It seems to have something to do with arrangement. Alone pondered briefly. Your magic is getting stronger the more I look at it, my lord. But before Alone could fully address his thoughts, he was interrupted by Evan's voice, snapping him out of his reverie. Is that so? It's not just, is that so, look over there. Following Evan's words, Alone turned his gaze, and there, in the middle of the training ground, was a deep, wide depression in the ground. A second-tier spell shouldn't be this powerful, right? Well, you've always used spells that don't seem like second-tier spells, but there's a noticeable difference between now and a few months ago. Alone glanced at the sunken ground. Privacy settings. Indeed, for some reason, I felt that my magic has been growing stronger. The spell Alone had been experimenting with was Gravity, a second-tier gravity-based spell. However, even gravity magic at the second-tier level shouldn't be powerful enough to crush a person or carve out the ground like that, even if the power is focused. In other words, it was impossible for gravity to create such a depression in the ground. It's not just an increase in proficiency. Of course, Alone had been diligently refining his magical abilities, and his mastery had been improving rapidly, but proficiency only improved accuracy and the ability to perform the spell, not the raw power of it. The increase in power from the phrases, well, that does exist, but it's not that either. For the past 4 months, Alone had been consistently using similar phrases in his spells, and for the last 2 weeks, he'd been using almost identical phrases in rotation. Alone had a reference to compare with, and when he did, he could tell his magic had been steadily growing stronger. It was subtle, but like a graph showing a gradual upward trend, his magic was improving little by little. It can't just be that I've become more familiar with the phrases, and that's made them stronger, right? One of the conclusions Alone had reached after years of studying phrases was that they were closer to incantations than spells themselves. The more a phrase was recited, the more it served as a trigger to alter or add a special characteristic to a spell, not something that made the spell stronger through mastery. So, his increasing proficiency in the phrases couldn't explain the growing power of his magic. This led him to consider various possibilities. In this world, there are only 2 reasons why someone's power would suddenly increase, either through divine favor or by gaining compensation from a curse. I'll rule out the former. Even though he was a count, Alone was just a noble from a small kingdom, and at this point in time, he was even being subtly disregarded by the Underworld, so receiving divine favor didn't seem plausible. So that leaves gaining compensation from a curse by suffering some kind of loss. At this thought, Alone's expression grew uneasy, but he quickly shook his head. In this world, gaining compensation from a curse meant either receiving a curse from someone who sacrifices themselves or placing a curse on oneself. Even the curse was a ritual used only in the East, and at that time, no one Alone was connected to had any ties to the East. In short, neither the former nor the latter applied to him. Alone repeatedly reminded himself of that. Thus, the conclusion he arrived at was, I guess I'm just in good condition today. Is that it? Privacy settings. That's it. There's no reason for my magic to get stronger. It was denial. I heard a letter from Yusha arrived today. I should go and read it. With that, he decided to stop his magical research and headed to his office to read Yusha's letter. The Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Unlike the Holy Empire of Bardyakan, which lies beyond the empire and worships the sun as its primary deity, Rosario venerates Cyronia, the goddess symbolizing the moon and peace. In front of the convent located to the east of its capital, the city known as the White City due to all its buildings being pure white, stood a holy knight. His name was Roque, and he was clad in platinum armor symbolizing purity, matching the city's namesake. Cautiously, he opened the door and stepped inside. Not long after, he saw a nun with white hair standing before the statue of Cyronia outside the convent. Dressed in a neatly arranged habit with a gentle smile on her lips, she didn't seem to be of a particularly high rank. In Rosario, those of higher ranks always wore the sash of divine grace over their shoulders, but this nun did not. In other words, the nun standing in front of Roque was clearly of a lower rank than the Holy Knight. "Greetings, sister." However, upon seeing the nun, Roque immediately bowed and spoke. "Hello, Sir Roque. Have you been well?" The nun smiled as she accepted the knight's greeting. It was an unusual situation. Yet, neither Roque nor the nun expressed any doubt about the situation. Instead, it seemed entirely natural to them. "Yes, thanks to you, sister, I was able to save 8 children and 25 lives in a small village to the east." "That's wonderful." "It's all thanks to you, sister." "Not at all. It was you who saved them, Sir Roque." Her voice was soft, but Roque, maintaining a resolute expression as if determined to keep his conviction, spoke again. "Yes, I was the one who saved them, but it was you who showed me the way and gave me the strength when I had nothing." In truth, Roque had not always been a holy knight. Despite being a devout follower of Cyronia and aspiring to become a holy knight, he couldn't wield the divine power that every holy knight was required to master. Privacy settings. In fact, he couldn't even sense it. As a result, while all of his peers mastered divine power and became holy knights, Roque remained a trainee for many years. That number stretched beyond 8 years, and just when he was about to give up on becoming a holy knight due to his inability to harness divine power, he met her. She, who always wore a serene smile, with eyes that seemed to burn like flames, was the first to say these words to the despairing Roque. "Believe in the moon." At first, Roque didn't understand what she meant. He couldn't see the difference between believing in Cyronia, the goddess of the moon, and simply believing in the moon. But at that time, Roque was desperate, and he held on to those words as though grasping at straws. He believed in the moon because, at that moment, he was beyond desperate. And after several days of continuous prayer, Roque, who had never once been able to harness divine power in the past 20 years, was able to use it for the first time that day, finally becoming a holy knight. Although Roque was overjoyed at suddenly being able to wield the divine power he thought he could never attain, his joy was short-lived as he began to doubt the nun. At least, for someone like Roque, who was born and raised in Rosario and had devoted his life to Cyronia, gaining the ability to use divine power was truly something to be happy about. But on the other hand, he began to wonder if he had strayed into the path of heresy. After all, the reason he had gained divine power was not because he had worshipped Cyronia, but because he had placed his faith in the moon. However, amusingly, as time passed, Roque's doubts gradually faded. The reason was simple. The divine power he had gained by believing in the moon was no different from the divine power that came from worshipping Cyronia. All the powers granted through faith in a deity worked exactly the same, without a single discrepancy. The sacred tools permitted under the name of the goddess also gleamed brilliantly in Roque's hands, further proving that his divine power was genuine. Even so, the lingering doubts in his heart persisted, and eventually, Roque asked the nun why she had told him to believe in the moon. Her answer, however, had nothing to do with heresy, religion, or complex theology. Faith comes from invisible belief, but that takes too long. It's much easier for most people to find belief in something that they can see. That's why I suggested it. The goddess in the heavens may not always be visible, but the moon is always by our side, and after all, the goddess Cyronia is the moon. It was simply a story about faith. Privacy settings. It was a way for people who always carried doubts in their hearts to believe more firmly in the divine. With that answer, Roque erased the doubt from his heart. And he thanked the nun. He sincerely felt gratitude toward her for helping someone like him, who was full of doubts, to believe in the divine. If you'd like to express your gratitude, would you join us in prayer? It's almost time for the prayer session, and many others have already gathered. I would gladly do so. With a nod from Roque, the nun smiled softly and opened the door to the prayer room. Inside, many people were already seated. Believers, children, trainees, pilgrims, and holy knights. Each one assumed their own posture. Some stood still in place. Others sat in chairs. Some knelt on the ground, while others simply bowed their heads, hands clasped with those beside them. Yet, there was one thing they all had in common. Everyone in the prayer hall remained reverently still. Without making a sound, they simply bowed their heads and closed their eyes in prayer. And as the nun made her way through the rows of worshippers, reaching the front of the hall. "No. Now then." With a gentle smile on her face, she spoke. "Let us all pray." Yusha Bludia, her crimson eyes faintly gleaming, spoke as she stood with her back to the moonlight streaming through the stained glass. "To the great moon." Officially, there are only 5 mages of the 8th tier, and one of them is Salim Macarlo, the master of the Blue Tower. He had been on a business trip to the northern lands, home to the barbarians, for several months. Upon his return, he immediately sensed something was amiss at the Blue Tower. The first reason was the disappearance of the presence of Shimon, which he always felt upon returning to the tower. The second reason was his disciple, Pinia, who was also an 8th tier mage, blessed with a talent that could only be described as dazzlingly gifted. Pinia, with her overwhelming talent, had developed an arrogant personality that reached the skies. Although she had shown at least minimal respect to her master Salim in the past, she had become increasingly impudent since she reached the 6th tier at a young age and was appointed as the deputy master of the tower. Her attitude toward him had become more brazen over time. In truth, Salim knew that Pinia's behavior wasn't entirely due to disrespect for him. A significant reason was the overwhelming amount of paperwork she had to deal with while he was away on his frequent business trips. Nonetheless, even taking that into account, Pinia had achieved too much for her age, and her arrogance had become excessive. However, Salim never intended to correct this behavior. While arrogance is a trait that a mage must be cautious of, especially in the pursuit of knowledge, Pinia's arrogance did not extend to her research and studies. Besides, Salim believed that once she reached the 7th tier, her personality would naturally correct itself to some extent. No matter how talented and self-centered a mage might be, they would inevitably become humble upon reaching the 7th tier. At that level, one begins to realize how insignificant their past achievements truly are. And so, Salim had left her be, until now. Privacy settings. "You're telling me that Count Palacio came and sealed Shimon?" Salim asked. "Yes," Pinia answered weakly. Salim stared at his disciple. Her usual fierce eyes, which never softened even in front of her master, were now filled with uncertainty. She spoke cautiously, as if wary of something, a very unusual sight. "The Count used the oath of magic to seal Shimon, so I can't talk about how it was done." "That's right," Pinia mumbled, her spirits dampened. Salim, noticing her unfamiliar demeanor, let out a sigh and thought about Count Palacio. Unfortunately, there wasn't much information about the Count in his mind. The Blue Tower was far from the kingdom of Asteria, so what little he knew came from rumors a few years ago. He had heard that the current Count Palacio had murdered all his brothers to claim the title. That was the extent of it. Yet, Salim couldn't help but feel increasingly curious about the Count. He knew that Pinia wasn't one to easily bend her arrogance, and her talent only reinforced it. If someone managed to humble her, there was only one possible explanation. Magic that even Pinia couldn't fully comprehend, or rather, an origin-level spell. Salim smiled as he came to this conclusion. For the first time, He felt intrigued by this count from a small, obscure kingdom. The next day, Alone checked a letter from Yusha, which had become a familiar occurrence every month or two. As he read it, he thought, nothing special this time. As usual, Yusha's letter contained mundane details of everyday life. It spoke of her life at the monastery and the recent activities of the 5 deadly sins. Alone, however, preferred these trivial stories over peculiar incidents. The fact that there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy meant that the 5 deadly sins were living quite well. Of course, it was a bit lonely that none of the others bothered to send even a single letter, but Alone understood. It's probably because I've never met them face to face. He had never visited the orphanage, so naturally, he had never met the 5 deadly sins in person. Although he had provided substantial financial support, from their perspective, Alone was likely just seen as a kind benefactor. In fact, he figured they might not even think of him as a benefactor, but rather as just some nice guy from the past. Still, it didn't bother him much. His goal was never to win the affection of the 5 deadly sins. His primary aim was to guide them down the right path, ensuring that they wouldn't destroy the kingdoms. Since that goal had already been achieved, there was no need for regret. Even so, Alone couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Despite his indifferent exterior, a faint smile of satisfaction crept across his face as he read Yusha's letter. The others had never sent a letter from the very beginning, but Yusha, despite living a nun's life, had consistently written to him once a month. It wasn't much, but the thought of it warmed Alone's heart. It felt like raising 5 children, only for all of them to forget his efforts and never send a single letter, except for the eldest daughter, who still remembered and appreciated his hard work. Privacy settings. Yusha's the only one who truly gets it, he thought to himself. As Alone basked in this oddly sentimental, father-like feeling, there was a soft knock at the door. Knock knock. Evan entered the room. What is it? Alone asked. Oh, I meant to tell you yesterday when I saw you at the training grounds, but it slipped my mind. Remember when you asked me to look into it last time? Yes, I remember. As Evan said, Alone had previously asked him to check with the Information Guild to see if the 5 deadly sins were doing well. Although Yusha's letters used to give him a glimpse of what the others were up to, lately, her letters contained fewer details about the rest. So, did you find anything out? Yes, but there wasn't much need to consult the guild. A few of them are pretty infamous now, especially Deus and Sealring. Alone motioned for him to continue, and Evan stepped fully into the room, organizing his thoughts before speaking. First, about Sealring. I've heard rumors that she's already become a warrior close to the rank of Baba Yaga. She's won 32 consecutive battles. 32 consecutive wins? Yes. That doesn't sound possible. Honestly, I didn't believe it at first either, but the rumors seemed to be true. Among those 32 victories, only one fight went beyond 10 exchanges. The other Baba Yagas are getting quite nervous. That makes sense, Alone nodded in agreement, still stunned by what he was hearing. The title Baba Yaga was an honorable rank in the colony, and there were only 4 individuals who held that title at any given time. The title never increased in number. Therefore, if Sealring managed to reach the record of 100 wins required to challenge for the title, one of the current 4 would have to face her. If I recall correctly, wasn't the Lion King the fighter with the most consecutive wins in colony so far? Yes, that's right. He had 41 wins, if I remember correctly, Evan confirmed. She's only 9 wins away from surpassing the Lion King. Exactly. Evan nodded as Alone pondered, momentarily imagining the Lion King, who joined as a companion in one of the games. It was then that Alone realized just how absurdly talented the 5 deadly sins were. The colony was home to not only common warriors, but also formidable ones. Despite being a military powerhouse that heavily relied on its fighters, even the surrounding kingdoms hesitated to pick a fight with them. Maintaining such a winning streak in a place like that was proof of her talent, and as Alone pondered this with a surprised expression, Evan continued speaking. Privacy settings. And there's a rumor about Deus as well. What's the rumor? They say that Deus and his order, the Eclipse, recently took down Kurga of the Snow Plains, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. One of the 8 chiefs? Yes, one of them. You know who they are, right? The monstrous beings who have transcended into superhumans through their rituals, despite being mere barbarians. Even without Evan's explanation, Alone was already familiar with the 8 chiefs. More precisely, he knew just how absurdly powerful they were from the game. To acquire the special magical equipment needed to become a glass cannon in Psychedelia, you had to fight the barbarians and defeat the god they worshipped. Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. For a moment, Alone felt lightheaded, recalling how it had been over 5 years since he encountered Ultultus in the game. Even now, just the thought of Ultultus made his stomach churn due to how powerful it was. According to the lore, if Ultultus were to awaken and ascend to a true god, it would gain power comparable to that of the 5 deadly sins. In other words, if Ultultus were to awaken in the north, the kingdoms would be completely overwhelmed, even without the involvement of the 5 deadly sins. However, Alone wasn't too concerned. Luckily, there's no chance of encountering it. As far as Alone knew, Ultultus didn't appear unless the 5 deadly sins descended. In the lore, Ultultus only appeared when the gods descended and shattered the laws of the world, merging with the 5 deadly sins. Unless a god descended and broke the laws of the world in a way that even Alone couldn't foresee, there was no reason for Ultultus to appear. Deus is doing quite well for himself then. It's not just that. Successfully defeating a chief that even a master knight would struggle with has put him on par with the likes of Reinhardt, the sword master. Upon hearing this, Alone felt a slight pang of regret. Maybe I should have visited him at least 3 times a year. Thinking about how sweet it would have been to benefit from the connections with a master knight, Alone pushed aside his bittersweet thoughts and listened as Evan updated him on Rhine, who was now working as an appraiser in the Labyrinth City. The Black Imprint? Yes. Rhine's shop specializes in imprinting black marks that enhance relics' abilities. That's interesting. Intrigued by this ability, which he hadn't encountered in the game, Alone marveled for a moment before asking about the last remaining member. What about Layden? In truth, Alone had asked Evan to investigate the 5 deadly sins mainly because of his curiosity about Layden. Although Layden had lagged behind Sealrang, Alone had lost track of him about half a year ago when Yusha's letters stopped mentioning him. Privacy settings. Of course, he wasn't too worried since he'd heard that Layden had safely arrived in Raxus and was learning the ropes. But the fact that there had been no updates since then made him curious. However, I haven't found any concrete information on him yet. The Information Guild has some leads, but they asked for a bit more time, about a week, to verify whether the information is reliable. I see. Alone nodded, feeling a slight sense of curiosity, but he accepted Evan's explanation. 2 weeks later, while Alone was, as usual, researching relics in his office, he found himself debating whether or not to attend the Asteria social gathering, held every 3 years and attended by all the nobles. He was contemplating this while staring at the invitation when, Count. The door suddenly burst open without so much as a knock, and Evan rushed in. Alone was about to say something when, Layden. It seems he's become a pirate. What? Alone's face froze at Evan's next words. Have you heard of the 7 Islands? Are you talking about the place where the 7 great pirates dwell near Raxus? Yes. Apparently, Layden has become the captain of the largest of those islands, ruling over it entirely. Really? Yes. Hearing Evan's confirmation, a particular internet post flashed through Alone's mind, a post he had seen long ago about a child who, after receiving 8 years of consistent UNICEF donations, had gone on to become a Somali pirate. Alone, now frozen with the realization that Layden had turned into a great pirate, felt like he could truly empathize with the writer of that post. Just to be sure, what's the chance that the information is wrong? It seems there is none. Listening to Evan's words, Alone thought, why did Layden suddenly become a pirate? The reason Alone sent Layden to the port city of Raxus was partly due to his unique talent for tracking, but also because he belonged to the Sea God clan. In the game setting, the Sea God clan was extremely rare, with only a few individuals on the entire continent. Although they looked similar to humans, their true identity was difficult to discern at first glance. However, Alone, who had played through the game multiple times and delved into the lore, knew that Layden was part of this clan, which is why he recommended the treasure hunter profession to him. As a member of the Sea God clan, Layden could breathe underwater, and with his tracking ability, Alone figured that if he could retrieve submerged relics, he would easily make money. On top of that, the nature of a treasure hunter meant that once you struck gold, you could live a comfortable life, so Alone even gifted Layden a relic specialized for tracking. But now, Layden had become a pirate. Not just any pirate, one of the great pirates of the 7 archipelagos. He's now a bigger figure than the Count of Palatio ever was. Privacy settings. Indeed, Evan agreed. The pirates of the 7 archipelagos were technically more like lords ruling over their respective islands, each of which could be considered a small domain. Moreover, their naval combat prowess was so formidable that even the Empire, known for its military might, couldn't look down on them. The captains who ruled the archipelagos were superhumans, comparable to sword masters or the barbarian tribes, surpassing the limits of ordinary men. Even more concerning was that the current captains were said to be far stronger than their predecessors. As Alone considered all this, a question arose in his mind. How on earth did Layden manage to kill one of these superhumans? Layden's talents lay not in combat, so this mystery puzzled him. However, Alone soon arrived at a possible explanation. If Layden had recovered some of the prime relics from the old era, it might make sense. There were many ancient relics hidden beneath the waters near Raxus, and some of them were extremely powerful. Alone himself had spent 3 days grinding through the treasure hunter minigame just to retrieve one of these relics from the Raxus seabed. Though he eventually grew tired of the minigame and never touched it again, the relic he obtained had been worth the effort. So, if Layden had used a powerful relic to defeat a captain and take their place, that would be somewhat understandable. Alone pressed his left hand against his eyes for a moment, but soon regained his composure. In truth, he had anticipated the possibility of something like this happening as he unleashed other sins into the world. He knew the world wasn't easy enough for everything to go exactly as planned. Still, it left a bitter taste in his mouth, and he let out a quiet sigh. It was summer. Beyond the Sea of Raxus, a vast maritime city and the de facto heart of the Duchy of Korkia, lie 7 archipelagos. These 7 islands, known as the 7 archipelagos to the people, were originally ruled by the first pirate, now remembered as the Pirate King, Chaldean T. Braven. However, after Chaldean's untimely death due to heart disease, the 7 archipelagos were divided among 7 rulers, each ruling their own island, passing their reign down through the generations. This region has since become known as the Pirate Haven of the 7 archipelagos. Layden, who killed the pirate Alcride Markney, the former captain of the largest island and holder of the title of the Slayer, granted by the Emperor's blessing through sacrifice, became the captain of the first island. Privacy settings. With a low sigh, Layden looked down at the island. Despite being called a pirate town, the first island was quite well structured. Numerous houses were scattered across the ground, surrounded by cliffs that circled the massive island, and the homes built upon these cliffs made the island look like a giant fortress. However, what filled Layden's mind wasn't the island scenery, but thoughts of the Great Moon. What exactly is the Great Moon, he wondered. Layden had never deeply thought about the Great Moon before. Not because he held any deep loyalty to it, but because he simply had no particular interest in it. That didn't mean he wasn't grateful, though. He was fully aware of his circumstances. If not for the Great Moon, he would have been captured by the slave traders and subjected to biological experiments, leading to his inevitable death. Moreover, without the Great Moon, he wouldn't have met Yusha, who helped him unlock his abilities and become what he is today. Still, despite all of this, Layden felt only gratitude toward the Great Moon, and he obeyed his commands not out of loyalty, but rather because of Yusha. For him, the phrase, "everything is for the Great Moon," was simply following Yusha's orders. That's why, when the Great Moon first issued a direct command, Layden felt resistant. Like the former seal ring, he too thought that going to Rax's had no real meaning. Layden had too many targets for revenge. He needed revenge against the Black Ones who slaughtered his entire clan on an unknown, nameless island where they had lived in peace. He also needed revenge on the cursed hunter who, after he barely escaped the Black Ones and reached the continent, took advantage of his weakened state, killed his parents, and sold him into slavery. To Layden, becoming a treasure hunter held no meaning, and the gifts from the Great Moon didn't seem to align with the vengeance he had sworn to enact. At least until he learned that the captains of the 7 archipelagos were the ones who killed his parents. The reason Layden realized this truth was simple. All of the current captains of the 7 archipelagos wielded the power of the Sea God clan. Though it was publicly known that they received the Emperor's blessing through sacrifice, the truth was that they offered parts of their own bodies in a sacred ritual to receive power from the sea god Cleid, whom they worshipped. As soon as Layden realized this, he raced madly to the center of Rax's Plaza. Privacy settings. There, he found the old, torn, and now completely irrelevant wanted posters of the 7 archipelagos pirates. At that moment, Layden was absolutely certain. The current captains of the 7 archipelagos were the very people who had killed his parents when he was a child. They had gained their power by using his parents' bodies. The moment he realized this, he felt an overwhelming surge of rage, joy, and confusion all at once. Even though Layden had never shared his story after being rescued by the Blue Moon, it seemed as if the Great Moon had orchestrated everything from the very beginning. As if fulfilling a promise, he had given him the opportunity for revenge. However, just because the opportunity for revenge had come, it didn't mean it could be executed immediately. Objectively speaking, Layden was currently no match for the captains who wielded the power of Cleid. Though he was strong, his strength wasn't enough to defeat those who had reached the realm of superhumans. As he began contemplating, it didn't take long for Layden to realize that the answer lay in the gift bestowed upon him by the Great Moon. The gift, known as the Goggles of Amrita, had the ability to illuminate countless relics buried under the sea, making them easier to find. After discovering that some of these relics could compensate for his lack of power compared to the captains of the 7 archipelagos, Layden realized that everything had been planned from the start. At the same time, he understood the true intention of the Great Moon: revenge and domination over the 7 archipelagos. The moment he understood this, the Great Moon became more than just a small entity he was grateful to. Not only had it laid out everything before Layden, but he had also given him the strength to seek revenge. From start to finish, everything had been planned. For the Great Moon, Layden muttered unconsciously. These words had once been meaningless to him, just a simple phrase without any real significance. But now, for the Great Moon no longer felt hollow. Now, when those words left his mouth, they carried true meaning. For the Great Moon. Only then did they hold the significance of loyalty. About 3 months had passed since the news of the 5th son becoming a Somali pirate had reached him. As the unbearably hot summer began to fade, and the leaves in the forest started turning red, Alone boarded a carriage. Privacy settings. He was on his way to the grand church held every 2 years at the Duke Roteger's estate. I'd rather skip this if I could. While his body was moving in the carriage, Alone's mind was filled with reluctance. The shadowy reputation of the Count Palacio family had long since faded due to years of inactivity, but what replaced it was mockery, which bothered him. Nevertheless, the reason he went through with it was because all nobles of Asteria were bound by the rule to attend the grand church every 2 years. There was a strange rule that required attendance once every 2 cycles unless there was an exceptional reason not to. Thus, Alone found himself in the carriage on his way to the grand church, soon to be joined by 2 other nobles. This was a planned arrangement, as mercenaries or bandits often targeted nobles during the grand church season, so traveling in larger groups was safer. As nobles, they had enough guards to avoid trouble, but even getting into a fight could cost valuable manpower, so they increased their numbers from the start to avoid any incidents. Through this understanding, Alone naturally traveled with 2 families from the east, and the day passed without any issues. The problem, however, came that night. Count Palacio, isn't it a bit much to have only one guard? Is it a financial issue? If you're short on funds, I could offer you some help. It seems you've inherited your title in a rush, and now your finances are in trouble. Alone stared in disbelief at the two nobles who had gone out of their way to openly mock him. Alone already had some understanding of why the nobles blatantly ignored him. Because all the rumors have finally died down. Until now, the nobles had feared Alone because they believed he was the mastermind behind taking down Avalon, which had controlled the vast underworld of the East alongside Leo. However, the nobles no longer considered Alone to be the mastermind. After he became a count, he had done nothing significant for several years. The Palacio Count family, from the time of Alone's grandfather, had always been known as a notorious household that never failed to wield influence in the underworld. The Palacio family had consistently dominated the Eastern underworld, though the degree of their control varied over time. But ever since Alone became the count, the Palacio family no longer exerted influence in the underworld. As a result, the current Eastern underworld was now divided and devoured by packs of wolves that used to scavenge for the leftover crumbs outside the domain governed by the Palacio Count. Furthermore, the power of the Palacio Count family had also weakened, which was natural. The power they wielded up until now had mostly been fueled by the wealth generated from the underworld. However, since Alone became count, he no longer used money to maintain power. His desired life was not one of grand success in the underworld, but rather a comfortable and prosperous life that any noble could enjoy. In other words, he had already achieved what he wanted. However, by completely withdrawing from the underworld, rumors began to spread among the nobles. Some speculated that perhaps the current Count Palacio wasn't a mastermind at all, but merely someone who became count by chance. Privacy settings. As time passed and Alone continued to do nothing, the rumor gradually became accepted as truth. Eventually, Alone's reputation had devolved into that of a lucky fool who happened to become count in the place of the real mastermind. Of course, there were still a few nobles who remained suspicious of Alone, but even they had begun to agree with the spreading rumors. After all, it didn't make sense that Alone, if he truly had the power to destroy Avalon in a single day, would not have used that power until now. In any case, Alone had somewhat expected this kind of treatment, but he hadn't anticipated that people would go out of their way to mock him like this. Alone looked up at the two nobles, whose faces radiated slyness. He didn't recognize either of them. However, based on the crest engraved on their carriage, it was easy to tell that one was from the Krilda Count family and the other from the Eidolon Count family. They both look old enough, but isn't this too childish? Alone laughed to himself as he noted how aged their faces were. He quickly understood why the two nobles had come all this way just to mock him. Ah, I see. This is a gathering of the victims. The Palacio family, notorious as they were, had also been a powerful family in the underworld. As a result, they naturally provided benefits to the surrounding families, but also exploited them beyond necessity. The families that were frequently treated like tools were none other than the Krilda Count family and the Eidolon Count family. To summarize the current situation, these families, who had suffered under the Palacio family, were now venting their grievances on Alone. Of course, it wasn't Alone but Leo, the first son of the Count family, who had exploited them. In short, Alone had no real reason to be the target of such mockery. But to the two nobles who were eagerly mocking him, what mattered wasn't that he was Alone, but that he was the Count of Palacio. All those underworld forces you had, did they vanish because you couldn't manage them properly? Looks like you haven't been taking care of your carriage properly either. Would you like to borrow some money? The two counts, like anonymous trolls commonly found on online communities, made every effort to scratch at Alone. Alone briefly thought, this is kind of annoying, but he chose to follow his reason rather than his instincts. If he were to fight now, he could easily crush the two nobles before him, maybe not slaughter them, but leave them beaten to a pulp. However, doing so would only complicate things. The moment he fought with them, Alone would have to leave the gathering and move separately. And that might lead to unnecessary trouble, like running into bandits. Privacy settings. Clearly, responding to their provocations was exactly what they wanted. There's no need to entertain these fools, Alone decided to ignore them. He wasn't stupid enough to fall into such an obvious trap. That day, Alone ate 2 ears of corn, using the jeers from the two counts as background music. Delicious. The roasted corn tasted even better in the slightly chilly weather. It would have been nice to have some butter, Alone mused, staring absent-mindedly at the moonlit sky. For the next few days, the uncomfortable coexistence continued. Every evening, Count Krilda and Count Eidolon would emerge to hurl their mocking remarks, and every time, Alone pretended not to care, brushing off their words as if they were nothing. The one who ignores and the one who tries desperately not to be ignored. Naturally, the one who ignored always won. Alone had deeply internalized one of the life lessons he had learned from a certain online community: don't feed the trolls. At least in this place, no one could beat him at that game. Of course, after several days of this, other nobles began to mock Alone as well, whispering that he lacked dignity as a noble or scoffing at him for staying silent under the insults of Krilda and Eidolon. But despite this, Count Krilda and Count Eidolon, who had been the ones persistently mocking him, were not feeling particularly satisfied. "Damn it," growled Count Krilda. "This is absurd." Count Krilda frowned as he looked at Alone from a distance. Even though they had been mocking him, they were the ones being ignored, which was naturally infuriating. But after a moment of their sour mood, they exchanged low whispers. "Did you confirm?" "Yes, and it seems like he has no additional guards." In truth, the reason the two counts had openly mocked Alone wasn't just to vent their frustrations. It was also to assess his security. Even with an artifact to secretly check, there was nothing. "It's just that foolish brat and that rogue knight sitting next to him. So the rumors are true after all." It seems certain. If he had any forces, he wouldn't be moving around alone. Then we can proceed with the plan. The reason the two counts had been investigating Alone was because they were planning to expand into the Underworld. They were well aware that Alone had no interest in the Underworld, and that, as a result, it had become overrun by various packs of scavengers. While the rumors about Alone were already widely accepted, the two counts, having been tormented by the Palacio family for so long, wanted to confirm the truth for themselves. Privacy settings. They needed to be sure that Alone truly had no power left. After days of checking and confirming that Alone had no personal guards, a smile spread across their faces. "The gods are smiling upon us." Indeed. Who would have thought we'd get a chance to step into the Underworld? While most nobles hesitated to enter the Underworld, these two were different. Having once acted as lackeys for the Palacio Count family, they knew full well just how astronomical the wealth circulating within the Underworld was. They were well aware of how sweet the taste of power from that realm could be. Now that it seemed the Palacio family had truly become a hollow shell, the two spoke excitedly, as if they had already conquered the Underworld. In truth, it wasn't impossible for them to seize control of the Underworld if they joined forces. After all, the reason they hadn't been able to do so before was not due to a lack of power, but because they had feared the Palacio Count family. Thus, after their lengthy discussion, they turned their attention back to Alone. "If we take control of the back, we should give that fool a gift, don't you think?" "That's an excellent idea. There's a limit to how much one can ignore others. He's probably acting this way because he doesn't understand how dangerous the world can be. We'll have to teach him." Count Krilda has such a fine personality. The two counts, wearing fishy grins that were far from noble, as if they had done nothing wrong, were confident that the moment they had been waiting for would come soon. Just as the two were about to rejoin the camp where the other nobles were gathered after finishing their private conversation. Monsters. The event happened suddenly. Under the cover of darkness, monsters appeared. It was as if they had been lying in ambush, waiting silently, until a soldier spotted them by chance and shouted. At that moment, monstrous cries echoed from within the forest, as if on cue. Immediately, the mercenaries and knights, as if rehearsed, drew their weapons to protect the nobles. And then, "Wizard, give us light." A wizard, extravagantly brought along by a noble purely for boasting purposes at this grand church event, responded to the knight's command and cast an orb of light into the sky. In an instant. Privacy settings. The mercenaries and knights, who had been noisy just moments earlier, fell silent. What they saw when the light from the wizard illuminated the dark forest were goblins. Goblins are commonly found in forests. With the strength of a child, they are not dangerous monsters for anyone other than rookie mercenaries. Though the rusty swords and bows they wield can be dangerous, they pose little threat to seasoned mercenaries and knights. Goblins only become troublesome when their numbers swell, but even with dozens of them, they can still be easily driven off. However, this is insane. If their numbers are enough to fill the forest before them, then they are undoubtedly a threat to the knights and mercenaries. Moreover, what heightened the tension for the knights was that the goblins before them were far from ordinary. What on earth is that? A knight's voice, laced with both fear and confusion, was directed at the sight of the goblins. The problem wasn't just that they were goblins, it was their grotesque appearance. Purple crystals were growing all over their bodies, including their heads, as if they had been afflicted by some kind of plague. To make matters worse. Wait, isn't that Mark? Among the horde of goblins, the body of a seasoned mercenary who had been assigned to external surveillance for precautionary measures was being devoured savagely. KRK. In the hands of a massive goblin was what remained of Mark's body. The mercenaries who saw this sight. This can't be happening. Felt a rising wave of fear within them. Mark, the mutilated corpse in front of them, was a veteran mercenary who could easily handle dozens of goblins on his own. The fact that he had been killed without even being able to report the approach of this massive goblin horde suggested one thing to the mercenaries. The mutated goblins before them were anything but ordinary. The knights, who were holding their weapons alongside the mercenaries, also recognized that this was a dire situation. Even if there were only hundreds of goblins, this fight would be incredibly unfavorable for the knights. Privacy settings. Individually, they might manage, but the knights had nobles to protect now. And goblins were cunning monsters, capable of easily exploiting that vulnerability. While the mercenaries seemed to be paralyzed with fear at the sight of the goblins' strange appearance and Mark's death, the knights who could sense magic were aware of something more. They realized that the goblins before them were imbued with magic power. Even a small amount of magic within a monster significantly enhances its physical abilities, and the knights understood this well. Just as the knights were grimacing at the goblins' bizarre howls and their impending charge. Thud! A wall of stones and rubble suddenly rose from the midst of the goblin horde. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. The wizard, who had cast the light spell, recognized that the wall was a rock wall, a third-tier spell. As the translucent barrier of a second-tier shield formed beyond the wall, the knight's expression shifted from despair to confusion. The goblin's malicious stares were now entirely focused on the wall. Enhance! A calm voice echoed through the air. And then, compress. With a loud cracking sound, the translucent sphere rapidly shrank, distorting the stone wall as it collapsed inward. Thud, thud. In the ensuing silence, the sound of footsteps drew the attention of the knights and mercenaries to one direction. A man was approaching. Even in this life-threatening situation, he appeared completely unfazed, walking with an indifferent expression. The nobles and knights quickly realized that the man was Count Palacio. Vacuum. As soon as his lips moved again, the round shield transformed into a rough, rock-like shape, about the size of a soccer ball you might find by the roadside. And then, returned to origin. With Alone's final words, the bracelet on his wrist began to emit a faint gray light. Boom! The compressed stones exploded outward like a shotgun blast, tearing dozens of goblins to pieces. Privacy settings. It all happened in an instant. The nobles, knights, and mercenaries stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they watched the magic-infused goblins get shredded into mere lumps of flesh. Among them, Count Krilda and Count Edelin's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart. With all eyes now on Alone, he simply said, "Stop standing there in a daze and get ready." His voice was calm as he looked ahead. The knights and mercenaries, as if mesmerized, raised their swords. The fear that had been spreading in their hearts had, as if by magic, vanished entirely. the battle with the goblins ended in victory. Thanks to the knights and mercenaries responding calmly, the front lines held strong, and Alone's magic once again destroyed a detachment of enemies who were moving to attack the nobles from behind, quickly tilting the battle in their favor. Of course, with hundreds of mutated goblins, there were casualties, but the number was small given the scale of the battle. The final blow came when a knight pierced the head of the last goblin, ending the battle completely. As soon as the soldiers confirmed the battle was over, they sighed in deep relief and turned their gazes toward Alone, who was looking down at the goblin corpses. Despite having just fought a life-or-death struggle, he remained expressionless, as if the battle had left no impact on him, causing the mercenaries to look at him with awe. They couldn't forget the sight of Alone turning dozens of goblins into mere chunks of meat without even changing his expression. However, while the knights and mercenaries admired Alone, he was thinking, "I nearly died in a single strike." Though his face showed no sign, inside he was working hard to calm his wildly racing heart. Despite bearing the insignia of the Impure, which allowed him to cast 3 times more spells than usual, after using walls and shields twice each, he had been reduced to a mere mortal due to the limitations of his mana capacity. It's a good thing the knights won, he thought. Though the odds of the knights and mercenaries losing were slim, even against mutated goblins, when he had lost all means of self-defense, he had felt a desperate fear. Perhaps I should have just dropped out earlier. No, it was a good thing I stayed close, but more importantly, Alone praised his past self for acting rationally and, having calmed his heart, turned his gaze to the goblin before him, his expression growing serious. He knew all too well the significance of the purple amethyst emerging from the goblin's body. Why, a divine descent? Privacy settings. This was a strange phenomenon that occurred among the monsters of the continent when an outer god tried to descend upon the world. The monsters affected by divine descent became more ferocious and physically stronger. While the current group of soldiers could handle the monsters they would encounter on their journey to the Duke's territory, Alone was concerned about the fact that the divine descent had occurred at all. The phenomenon meant that an outer god would soon descend upon the land. Typically, such gods could not descend unless one of the 5 great sins manifested, but now, even these borderland gods were about to arrive. This can't be good. The descent of outer gods was a grave matter for Alone. While not as catastrophic as the great sins, if these gods started rampaging, entire kingdoms could vanish easily. There were only 6 kingdoms on the continent excluding the Empire, meaning a 1/3 chance that his future plans would be destroyed. In fact, if he were lucky enough to even be able to think about his future at that point, he would consider it fortunate. Alone's expression grew serious as he stared at the goblin. However, there were others who looked even more serious than Alone, so serious, in fact, that their expressions seemed to suggest they had lost everything. Those individuals were Count Krilda and Count Eidolon. A few days after the appearance of the mutated goblin, with only 1 day left until their arrival at the Duke's estate, Alone experienced 2 changes in that short time. One was that the nobles, who once looked at him with blatant contempt and ridicule, especially when Counts Krilda and Eidolon made their snide comments, no longer displayed such expressions. The second change was, "Count Palacio, this is some meat I brought from my estate. Would you like to try it? Count, if it pleases you, I could offer some support to your domain. What do you think?" Count Krilda and Count Eidolon, who had spent the past few days mocking Alone, were now fawning over him, trying to curry favor. The 2 counts, who now seemed ready to give Alone anything he wanted, clung to his side, flattering him with servile smiles, while Alone remained indifferent. But the counts were desperate, truly desperate. The display of power Alone had shown just days ago was too strong to dismiss as mere luck in claiming the title of Count Palacio. Moreover, they still remembered what the 3rd-tier mage, whom Baron Amon had brought to flaunt his wealth, said that night, that Alone's magic was undoubtedly beyond a 2nd-tier level. Upon hearing that, both counts began to reconsider the rumors circulating in society, wondering if they were wrong about Alone. While there were still some unresolved doubts, that no longer mattered. What was important was that the two counts had realized Alone was hiding a power strong enough to not need protection. This meant the power that had supposedly wiped out Avalon in a single day, the power held by Count Palacio, could be real. With this realization, their only option was to quickly win Alone's favor. While some might argue that it would be better to investigate the situation thoroughly before making any moves, this didn't apply to those who knew the Palacio family well. The two counts, having witnessed firsthand the brutality of the Palacio family's notorious behavior, knew how cruel they could be. Although Alone, the third son, had never shown such behavior himself, the counts were convinced that Alone shared the family's cruel and ruthless nature. After all, the Palacio family had been full of miscreants since his grandfather's time. Privacy settings. Thanks to this, Alone had enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle in recent days. Instead of sweet potatoes and corn, he ate meat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and the wine they occasionally brought along was also excellent. However, despite receiving these gifts for several consecutive days, Alone's expression did not soften, still preoccupied with thoughts of the goblin from a few days ago. Who could it be? No matter how much Alone pondered, no clear answer emerged. The divine descent was merely a sign that an outer god was about to descend, and there was no way to know exactly which god or when and where it would occur. Although it was meaningless to dwell on it, Alone couldn't help but worry, knowing that his future plans could be completely ruined in an instant. He could go from being a noble to a commoner in the blink of an eye, which was why he couldn't stop thinking about it. I'll have to gather as much information as I can once I reach the estate. As he thought this, he glanced at the nobles beside him, who were eagerly trying to make up for their previous behavior, even at the expense of their pride. He was once again reminded of the Palacio family's infamous reputation. I didn't think they would react this way over just a slight doubt about a rumor. As Alone watched the Count's desperate display, he realized how deeply the rumors about his family had affected them. However, despite understanding their fear, he had no intention of easing their anxieties. Alone considered himself cool-headed, but he also had a petty side. The Count's performance finally came to an end when Alone arrived at the Duke Roteger's estate. As soon as Alone arrived at the Duke Roteger's estate, what greeted him was an absurdly large mansion. No, multiple mansions. How many mansions are there inside this estate? Of course, the rich would have this many, he thought, as he noticed the variety of mansions, almost as if someone with diverse tastes in interior design had collected them. Alone soon realized that all these mansions belonged to the Duke's concubines, causing him to shake his head in disbelief. How does his body even survive? He wondered briefly, but upon arriving at the ballroom in the middle of a grand party, he was once again shocked. Everything he saw screamed wealth. Even the wine glasses, which one wouldn't normally pay much attention to, were rimmed with gold. The chandeliers, made entirely of gold, made Alone feel the urge to steal one and sell it as he wandered around the ballroom. Naturally, the ballroom was filled with many nobles. As expected, the Duke of Roteger, who appeared incredibly thin, was there chatting with numerous nobles. Alone didn't bother trying to join their conversations. It wasn't hard to guess that there would be no benefit in doing so, especially in this ballroom, which felt even worse than the previous one he had attended. Instead of mingling, Alone decided to stand nearby, snacking on food and eavesdropping on the nobles' conversations. After all, his servant, Evan, had already gone off to contact the Information Guild as soon as they arrived at the estate. As Alone savored a dessert that resembled an egg tart alongside some wine, he overheard an interesting piece of news from the nobles' conversation. Privacy settings. Baron Daldoran, have you heard the news? What news do you mean? You know, the rumor that Duke Altia and Count Zenonia not only formed an alliance, but are also trying to establish a faction? That rumor? Yes, I've heard about it. The two nobles, acting as though they were discussing some great secret, moved to a corner and began whispering. However, with his enhanced hearing, Alone could easily pick up their conversation. But is that true? I couldn't believe they had allied in the first place. If they really form a faction, they could overpower all the current factions combined. Exactly. It might be something unprecedented. Alone was a little surprised upon hearing this, but his expression didn't change much. Even if such rumors were true, he didn't think those two would be able to maintain their alliance for long. As he pondered this, Alone couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise at the delicious taste of the egg tart in his mouth, nodding in approval. This is good. Without hesitation, he grabbed another and popped it into his mouth. However, just then, the conversation he was listening to took an even more interesting turn. But that's not the real issue. What do you mean? Is there an even bigger rumor? Of course, I wouldn't have started if there wasn't. What is it then? This is something I heard very discreetly, so don't go spreading it around. I've heard that neither Duke Altia nor Count Zenonia is the leader of this faction. What? Then who is? Count Palacio. Count Palacio? Yes, the leader of the faction is said to be Count Palacio. Is that true? Of course. Do you think I would lie about something like this? What? Hearing this, Alone instinctively turned to look at the nobles discussing the secret and found himself gaping in shock at what they had just revealed. The cold northern lands, a place where no living being should be able to survive, was gripped by an unrelenting, life-draining frost. In this bleak, cursed land, painted eternally in shades of gray by the relentless blizzard, a man had fallen. Where his right arm should have been, a crimson stain of blood marked the spot, and his left eye socket lay empty. This man was none other than one of the 8 barbarian chieftains, the great Clocan, now awaiting death after his defeat at the hands of the cowardly knights of Caliban. Yet, even in his final moments, his eyes were filled with rage. Those dishonorable dogs, he cursed, but not because of his defeat. To the barbarians, death in battle was a glorious end, a noble fate. Clocan's fury stemmed from the dishonorable way he was struck down, caught in an ambush, tricked by the knight's deceitful challenge to a duel. Cough. Blood spilled from Clocan's mouth as his world grew dim. The gray landscape blurred, and his ears gradually stopped hearing the bitter winds. Despite his anger, his mind slowly began to sink into darkness. Just as everything was about to fade into nothingness, Clocan whispered the name of the great god, Ulthultus. At that very moment, time seemed to stop. The dim, fading vision cleared. The harsh northern wind blew in his ears once again, and his mind, slipping into unconsciousness, began to rise. Privacy settings. Child of blood, a voice echoed. Call my name. Call upon the great name that you worshipped. Call upon my name, and I shall grant you what you desire. As if commanded by a divine force, Clocan, entranced, murmured Ulthultus. And in that moment, the god smiled. Somehow, I became the hidden mastermind of Asteria after waking up. After hearing something that seemed to fit such a title, Alone closed his gaping mouth and mumbled to himself. However, the sweetness he had felt just moments before was completely gone. What kind of nonsense is this? A flurry of question marks swirled in Alone's mind as he tried to comprehend the rumors he had just heard. It made no sense to him. If he had been associating closely with Duke Altia or Count Zenonia, both of whom were currently forming new factions, he might have understood the basis for such rumors. However, the issue was that Alone had never once met either of the two nobles. He had only seen Duke Altia once when she was still a young lady at a ball, and as for Lady Zenonia, he had encountered her but had never met the Count himself. In other words, the rumor lacked plausibility, to the point of being entirely baseless. Alone, who had been slowly moving his lips while deep in thought, soon concluded that the notion of him exchanging secret talks with other nobles was nothing more than an absurd, groundless rumor. After all, suspicions could only arise if there was a pre-existing relationship. But since Alone had no connection whatsoever with those individuals, he didn't even feel the need to entertain any doubt. So, just as Alone reached for a cookie next to the egg tart, a voice called out, "Count Palacio." Alone turned his head toward the voice and looked beside him. There stood a man dressed in expensive clothing, his face full of mockery. Who is this guy? Alone briefly scanned the man. With his long, curly hair draped to one side, it was easy to tell that the man's character was twisted in a way that was different from the Palacio family, but Alone couldn't gather any more information than that. At the very least, Alone had no information on him in his mind. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I am Carmine, the third son of Duke Comelin of the Ashtalon Kingdom. Privacy settings. As soon as he noticed Alone didn't recognize him, Carmine's expression briefly faltered before he introduced himself. Alone paused in confusion, then nodded in understanding. After all, he had heard that foreign nobles occasionally visited the grand church where most of Asteria's nobility gathered. Count Palatio, Alone responded with a polite greeting. I've heard of you. You were fortunate enough to become a count, weren't you? Alone blinked in surprise at Carmine's immediate mocking tone. He had suspected from the start that this wasn't a friendly encounter based on the man's demeanor, but he hadn't expected him to launch straight into open ridicule, as if he had no sense of tact or intelligence. Just as Alone was processing this, another voice interrupted from a different direction. Excuse me, but what are you saying right now? Turning toward the new voice, Alone found a familiar face, unlike with Carmine. Marquis Mardinho? Alone recognized him not by his face, but by the emblem emblazoned on his chest, and the fact that he had the distinct appearance of a middle-aged man. Are you insulting a noble of the Asteria Kingdom right now? Alone's face showed bewilderment at this sudden and unexpected defense. Carmine, the third son of Duke Comelin of the Ashtalon Kingdom, was not in a particularly good mood that day. There were many reasons for his foul mood, but the biggest one was that the marriage proposal with the fifth daughter of Duke Loteger, which he had worked hard to arrange, wasn't going well. Of course, the reason the proposal fell apart was purely due to Carmine's childish behavior and antics that made him appear immature. He had made the foolish mistake of evaluating the appearance of other noblewomen in front of the fifth daughter herself. As expected of a spoiled child raised without discipline, instead of acknowledging his mistake, Carmine became even more displeased when the lady suggested reconsidering the proposal. If this had not been the Kingdom of Asteria, a close ally, or if it hadn't been Duke Loteger, with whom numerous secret dealings were being conducted, Carmine would have already flipped the situation upside down. Of course, on the flip side, Carmine had no idea that the only reason Duke Loteger was turning a blind eye to his behavior was because of the very secretive relationship he had with Duke Comelin. In any case, with his mood soured, Carmine had come to the ball, hoping to lift his spirits, when he spotted Count Palatio and decided to pick a fight. Privacy settings. There was only one reason he started the altercation, to vent his already foul mood. Of course, there were plenty of servants and knights around him who could have been ignored or ridiculed, but Carmine didn't find any pleasure in toying with them. It wasn't that his character was admirable, but rather that playing with toys he could easily destroy at will didn't offer him any amusement. For nobles like him, those not of noble birth were treated as no more than that. In that sense, Count Palatio was a perfect stress reliever for Carmine. From what Carmine had heard, Count Palatio was just a clueless boy who had luckily become a count, with no close allies among the nobility. Though even a rascal like him understood that this was not his own territory, he had carefully thought through who he could safely target without any consequences. And so, as soon as he saw Palatio, he initiated the confrontation. Do you realize how disrespectful it is to insult a noble of the Kingdom of Asteria? That's not what The Kingdom of Ashtalon has been our ally for a long time, but that was based on mutual respect. Have the people of Ashtalon forgotten what respect means? No, that's not. So, are you saying that Duke Comelin of Ashtalon views Asteria in such a light? Absolutely not. Then why are you addressing a noble so disrespectfully without having even properly succeeded to your own title? That? Carmine's face twisted in confusion. Contrary to the rumors he had heard, the moment he picked a fight with Count Palatio, the other nobles started to rally around him, chastising Carmine. As his face grew more bewildered, Carmine turned his gaze toward Alone, hoping for support, but even Alone was staring at the situation in a state of confusion, his typical expressionless face now mixed with perplexity and bewilderment. What is this situation? Carmine then looked at the three nobles defending Alone. One was Marquis Mardinho, another was Duke Loteger, and the last was Count Palin. Alone easily recognized them, not only because of their crests, but also because they were highly influential figures within Asteria. Marquis Mardinho was a prominent figure among the royalist faction. Privacy settings. Duke Loteger, on the other hand, was a major figure within the aristocratic faction. As for Count Palin, he maintained political neutrality, but that very position had allowed him to accumulate considerable power. Even if Alone had no interest in politics or noble affairs, it was impossible for any noble in Asteria not to know who they were. Is Duke Comelin truly looking down on us? That's not the case. Then why did you speak so disrespectfully to Count Palacio? I've been disrespectful. Disrespect isn't the issue here. The point is, why did you make such condescending remarks to Count Palacio? Watching the nobles closing in on Carmine with their well-practiced political maneuvering, Alone, who had never been involved in politics, suddenly recognized the situation. I'm sorry. Does apologizing end your military service? I'm sorry. I asked, does apologizing end your military service? This is it. As this vivid memory from over 10 years ago flashed through Alone's mind, he unknowingly began to sweat. I've been disrespectful. Carmine, unable to endure the pressure from the nobles any longer, fled the ballroom as if in retreat. As soon as he left, the nobles quickly approached Alone and started speaking to him. Count Palacio, are you all right? I'm fine, but... Alone looked at the three nobles, wondering why they were being so kind to him. However, look at that. It seems they've already heard the rumors. Seems like the rumors are true if even those big shots are getting involved. If Duke Altea and Count Zenonia get involved in politics, they'll be unstoppable. But look at the other nobles, they seem confused. It's still a secret, so be careful what you say. Where on earth do you hear things like this? There are ways. Thanks to his heightened hearing, Alone overheard the hushed conversation of the noble who had been secretly whispering earlier. It was only then that he began to piece together what was happening and realized how absurd the situation was. Privacy settings. Now that I think about it, I haven't had the chance to talk with you, Count. I understand, though, as you're probably very busy. Marquis Mardinho, speaking as if he knew everything, chuckled and continued the conversation. Alone began seriously contemplating whether or not he should clarify that the rumors were baseless nonsense. After all, not doing so could lead to unnecessary complications later on. But then again, speaking up now might make the situation even more awkward. As Alone mulled over what to do. By the way, I heard you're studying magic, Count. Is that true? That's correct. Then I thought I might give you a small gift. Among the artifacts I acquired after clearing out some more cords, there's one that stores magical energy for later use. How does that sound? Now that you mention it, I also prepared a little gift. Silence followed as Alone listened to the nobles. That day, Alone ended up receiving 2 magical artifacts and 5 mana restoration potions from the 3 nobles. Meanwhile, as these influential figures gathered around Alone, leaving the other nobles bewildered, Count Krilda and Count Eidolon closed their eyes tightly in despair, thinking, did we mess with the wrong person? This is really bad. For days after the banquet began, as Alone's collection of spoils steadily grew. An outer god descended in the north? Yes, that's the information I received. Apparently, the purple crystal is also connected to the outer god, but they say they don't know for sure, as the information comes from ancient texts. Regardless, it's thrown Caliban into chaos. With only 2 days left in the banquet, Alone, having gathered this intel through the Information Guild, started contemplating something. And then, without hesitation, he made a decision. Evan. Yes. Once the banquet is over, complete the tasks we need to finish, and then we're heading straight to Caliban. He had made up his mind without any doubt. Suddenly? Wait, more importantly, in Caliban. Evan, wearing a deeply confused expression, spoke while thinking for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, he hesitantly opened his mouth. Don't tell me you're planning to go to the north? Evan spoke, recalling that Caliban was the closest country to where the northern barbarians resided. I'll explain on the way. Just prepare first. The information I mentioned earlier, it's accurate, right? If you're talking about the person we discussed last time, yes. The Information Guild confirmed there in that village. Evan, speaking with an anxious expression. Then we'll stop there before heading straight to Caliban. But at Alone's firm statement, Evan, with a mixture of curiosity and resignation in his eyes, looked at him for a moment before leaving the room to follow orders. Huh. Alone let out a deep sigh, covering his face with his hand as if just thinking about it was exhausting. It was because the descent of an outer god was akin to a massive disaster that he desperately wished would never happen. An outer god. Privacy settings. These beings, known by various names across the continent of psychedelia, were evils that, much like the 5 great sins, merely descending into the world brought calamity. For Alone, their descent alone was enough to shatter his future plans completely. Once they began rampaging in earnest, they could easily destroy entire kingdoms. Of course, with 6 kingdoms on the continent, the odds of being affected were about 1/3. But still, even thinking rationally, there was a 33.3% chance that he would lose his noble title and end up living as a beggar. In fact, by that point, living as a beggar might even be fortunate. If an outer god attacked Asteria, his chances of surviving were slim to none. If, by some small chance, the outer god destroyed 2 other kingdoms instead of Asteria, the situation might improve slightly, but it wouldn't be ideal. The collapse of 2 kingdoms would lead to the rapid fall of the United Kingdoms, and the surviving kingdoms would fight each other madly over worthless land tainted by the powers of the Otherworld. With tens of thousands of casualties and over a dozen heroes already lost to the outer gods, the remaining kingdoms would naturally weaken, and in the end, the Empire would devour them all. In short, no matter how you looked at it, if an outer god descended upon the United Kingdoms, Alone would have to give up his noble title. And in some ways, the latter scenario might be even worse. While the former would end quickly, the latter would drag him into a full-scale war. Sure, some might suggest the United Kingdoms could band together in unity during such a crisis. But having played this game long enough and having seen hundreds of scenarios, Alone could confidently shake his head. In every scenario where an outer god or one of the 5 great sins destroyed even a single kingdom, the dissolution of the United Kingdoms was inevitable. Other small details might change, but the collapse of the Union never did. In other words, for Alone, to prevent his life plans from crumbling, he had to stop the outer god before it reached the kingdom. As soon as Alone heard that an outer god had descended, he knew he had to act immediately. He had a plan. I have to resolve this within 2 months. When an outer god first descends to the mortal world, it cannot fully wield its power as an avatar and requires a 2-month stabilization period before it can awaken as a saged god and fully access its abilities. Privacy settings. Thus, there was a small window of time before it became a saged god, during which stopping it would be somewhat easier. Though, even before becoming a saged god, it wasn't exactly weak. He quietly recalled a part of his mind where all the game-related information, except for what was necessary, had gathered dust. If it's the North, then it would be the god of duels, Ultultus. Before becoming a saged god, he wouldn't be able to use formation attacks, so that's a bit of a relief. But normally, to purely suppress him with force, you'd absolutely need at least 5 sword masters and 1 archmage. Alone silently shook his head. Of course, gathering that kind of power was impossible in the current situation. However, despite this, Alone's expression didn't falter. Ever since the moment the monsters were possessed by a god, he had half expected this situation to come. He already had a plan to eliminate the outer god. I'm not sure if it will go according to plan, but there was no time to dwell on such things. After thinking this far, Alone opened a drawer in the inn where he was staying, took out some stationery, and immediately began writing a letter. 10 minutes later. I guess I should prepare a gift as well. After finishing the letter, which was addressed to Master Knight Deus Michaelian in Caliban, Alone stood up. That late afternoon, 2 days before the banquet, Count Palacio left Duke Roteger's castle. That night, at Duke Altia's rarely visited residence, which Duke Roteger had kindly offered for her use, she finally arrived and was having a conversation with a man. You're saying Count Palacio has already left? Yes, that's correct. When the man, Marquis Mardarnio, nodded, Duke Altia or Loria spoke again. So, how did it go? Fortunately, he accepted the gift well. At the Marquis's words, Altia smiled. That's a relief. For nobles, gifts are generally ceremonial and don't hold much significance. However, that only applies to trivial gifts. Expensive items, like relics, always carry deeper meanings. In Marquis Mardarnio's case, the gift he presented to the head of a new faction held a single message: "May I join your faction?" Privacy settings. Of course, directly asking would be more straightforward, but noble society is all about appearances. For example, if someone were to ask directly and be rejected, it would be a blow to their dignity. That's why both the giver and the receiver communicate symbolically through what could essentially be called a bribe, making it easier for both parties to handle. Accepting the gift means approval, rejecting it means refusal. Of course, Count Palacio or Alone knew nothing of this. He had only attended a ball once in his life, had no friends, and his father, who died of an overdose, left him ignorant of such matters. As a result, Alone simply thought, even if they realize later, it's not like I'll see them often, and it'd be awkward to ask for it back after accepting, right? With that in mind, he readily took the gift, fully intending to keep it. Now we can officially align our interests. It's an honor. How did the others fare? Those who pledged their allegiance also accepted the gifts. Thanks to Alone's ignorance and his willingness to keep the gifts, Altia was able to gain the support of the nobles she had given prior notice to. Then we can start making serious moves now. With a small smile, she began preparing for the true formation of her faction. Exactly 1 week after Alone left Duke Roteger's estate, he arrived in Parkran, a small village in the northern part of the Kingdom of Ashtalon, located some distance from the Roteger estate. Alone had come here for one reason. Hello. It was to meet the protagonist of this dark fantasy roguelike game, Psychedelia. Do you know who I am? No. The reason Alone wanted to meet Eli Ban, the protagonist of the game, even though the 5 great sins had already been eliminated and the protagonist was no longer essential, was simple. Even without the 5 great sins, the protagonist would still become famous, and Alone judged that it wouldn't hurt to win his favor early on. Especially now, with an outer god having descended, Alone wanted the protagonist to grow quickly. So he came loaded with items to aid Eliban's early growth. Eli Ban, right? Yes, that's me. As Alone watched the boy speak with a bright smile, so cheerful that anyone might find it refreshing, he thought to himself, he's almost too good-looking for a guy, but, well, he looks just like the illustration. Privacy settings. In Psychedelia, the player's choices allowed them to freely adjust the protagonist's gender. That thought briefly crossed Alone's mind, but then he felt a strange sense of dissonance. Was the protagonist always like this? Since Psychedelia was a dark fantasy game, he remembered that while Eliban's personality was lively compared to other dark fantasy characters, he didn't recall him being this bright. He felt a bit puzzled. But that feeling passed quickly. Take this. Alone naturally pulled out a few gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the boy. Huh? For me. Eliban's eyes widened in disbelief as he received the gold coins, which were enough to support a typical household for 2 months. But Alone didn't stop there. He soon began handing over one item after another, explaining the gifts he had prepared for Eli Ban over the past week. After a lengthy explanation and handing over all the items he had collected, Eli Ban, with a puzzled look, asked, "But why are you giving me all this?" Seeing Eliban's confused expression, Alone hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's an investment." An investment? Yeah, you're going to be big one day. In truth, Alone was hoping that Eli Ban might deal with any future outer gods for him, but he didn't voice that part. I'm Count Palacio, Alone added, letting Eli Ban know the name of the benefactor he should be grateful to when he succeeded, before climbing into his carriage without hesitation. Thank you, Count. No, Sir Count. Eli Ban, looking bewildered by the sudden meeting and parting, soon watched the departing carriage and gave a respectful farewell. Shortly afterward, I can roughly guess what you're trying to do, but isn't this all a bit rushed? Evan remarked, watching how quickly Alone had passed all the gifts to the protagonist. We don't have time. Besides, he's smart enough to figure it out. Alone spoke while recalling Eleven's backstory. He had considered staying in the village for a few days to build rapport with Eli Ban, but unfortunately, time wasn't on his side. So he made this choice, and Evan nodded in agreement. Yeah, well, he does seem incredibly talented. I mean, for a kid, his magic power is really strong. Huh? Magic power? Yeah, you didn't notice? It looked like his magic was oozing out of him. Plus, even though he's dressed like a village boy, it seemed like he had an artifact with him too. Privacy settings. Hearing Evan's words, Alone recalled his memory of Eli Ban. Come to think of it, I did sense a bit of magic power. But wasn't Eli Ban supposed to be just a random village boy before starting his adventure? Recalling the game's starting setup, Alone tilted his head in confusion. It seemed odd for Eli Ban to have magic power and an artifact at this stage, but Alone brushed it off. Well, he's the protagonist, so I guess he can have a bit more talent than usual. With that thought, Alone stopped worrying about Eli Ban. He had given everything he could, and if the protagonist became stronger, it would only benefit him. After all, Eli Ban was one of the few characters with a kind heart in this cruel dark fantasy world. Because of that, how long will it take to reach Caliban from here? About another week. 10 days at most if we're delayed. I wish I could get some help. Alone listened to Evan's words as he headed toward Caliban. Meanwhile, at the large mansion in the south of Caliban, Deus, who had returned from the northern expedition and was resting, was preparing to leave for the north again the next day because of foreign news. After reading the letter, Vice Captain. Yes, the northern expedition is postponed for 2 weeks. He immediately gave the order. May I ask the reason for the postponement? At the vice captain's question, Deus fell silent for a moment. Soon, a benefactor will arrive. He muttered those words. Carmine, the third son of Duke Comelin, had been in a foul mood for the past week. While the recent broken engagement was part of the reason, what was really getting under his skin was Count Palacio. At the latest banquet, he tried to relieve his stress by antagonizing Count Palacio, only to end up publicly humiliated. Of course, it was entirely Carmine's fault. If he hadn't made inappropriate comments about the appearance of another noblewoman, the engagement talks would have gone smoothly. And if he hadn't provoked Count Palacio, he wouldn't have faced such disgrace. However, Carmine had completely forgotten that he had instigated the conflict. He only focused on the humiliation he had suffered, replaying the incident over and over in his mind. It was the first time in his life he had experienced such shame. After all, as the son of Duke Comelin, a cornerstone of the kingdom, he had never faced such humiliation before, and that moment had left a deep mark on his memory. For about 10 days, Carmine would often grind his teeth while recalling the event. As soon as he arrived at the Comelin estate, he spoke, as if making a decision. Privacy settings. Hey. Yes, young master. Where did that bastard say he was going? The last I heard, Count Palacio had some business in Caliban. Without listening to the night finish, Carmine hurried into his room and opened a desk drawer. Inside were numerous crystal balls. He picked the one from the far right and immediately took out a magic stone from his pocket, bringing it close to the crystal ball. As the crystal began to glow brightly, time passed and the light started to dim. Well, if it isn't my friend Carmine. A voice came from the crystal. I'll get straight to the point. I need your help. Carmine spoke while holding the magic crystal. You need help? With what? Count Palacio. He's probably on his way right now. I need you to deal with him. Deal with him? You mean Count Palacio? The person on the other end, confused by the situation, asked again. You don't have to kill him. Just leave him half dead. There was a brief silence from the man in the crystal before he spoke. Even so, that's a bit. I'll give you 5. What? If you take care of him, I'll give you 5 more. You need them, don't you? To get stronger. Huh. The man in the crystal let out a dry laugh at Carmine's words. Are you serious? You can get me 5 of those. If you get the job done properly, it's no problem. The man in the crystal remained silent for a moment. You can do it, can't you? Huh. Then, as if amused, the man chuckled. My friend, you know me too well. You always know exactly how to get to me. Are you going to do it or not? Privacy settings. All I have to do is take care of him, right? Yeah, as brutally as possible. Wow, he must have really pissed you off to ask this much. Anyway, got it. I'll take care of it and contact you once it's done. With those words, the communication ended. The room fell silent, as if the conversation that just took place had never happened. But there was one difference. A sly grin spread across Carmine's face. Did he really think I'd let him off after publicly humiliating me? That was the only thought occupying his mind. Have we finally arrived? Looks like it. It had been about 2 weeks since Alone met Eli Ban, the protagonist of this world. Looking out at the capital city of Kurdum in the distance, Alone shifted his gaze to the back of the carriage. Various gifts were loaded there, all meant for Deus, the person they were about to meet. Ugh, I'm exhausted, yawned Evan from beside him, clearly tired as he glanced at the gifts. Alone, too, felt the fatigue, just as Evan said. Long journeys are always tiring. It would have been a lot more peaceful if we hadn't gone to that labyrinth-like place. Their tiredness was not only from the long journey, but also because Alone had made several stops in the past week. It was necessary. That was Alone's only reply to Evan. In truth, the reason they had made all those stops on the way to Caliban was to prepare for the upcoming battle with Outer God. The lotus-shaped necklace now hanging around Alone's neck, which hadn't been there 2 weeks ago, was part of those preparations. Ignoring Evan's gaze, Alone changed the subject. Deus has returned from his expedition, right? Yes, he should be here. Alone fell silent for a moment before asking, He'll meet with me, won't he? I'm sure he will, Evan replied, though Alone remained slightly skeptical. It's not just about meeting him. The real challenge is getting him to agree to my request. Privacy settings. Alone had provided Deus with a great deal of financial support over the years and even saved him from what could have been a disastrous situation. In terms of pure cause and effect, Alone was definitely in the position of a benefactor. But realistically, from Deus's perspective, Alone was probably just a faceless person who had generously spent money to help him from afar. After all, Alone had never actually met Deus in person. Without any direct interaction, it was hard to expect any real closeness, so now that he was finally in Kurdum, Alone couldn't help but feel a little anxious. I can only hope the gifts will win him over. As Alone mulled over his thoughts, they finally reached the northern gate of Kurdum, where they joined the line for inspection, just like any other travelers entering the capital. Even though he was a noble in the Asteria kingdom, when traveling abroad, inspections were mandatory for everyone. After briefly explaining his identity to the soldier conducting the inspection, Alone waited for Evan to finish as the line of carriages slowly moved forward. Excuse me, Count? Yes. There seems to be a slight problem. Evan leaned his head into the carriage, speaking, which made Alone tilt his head in confusion. He nodded slightly and stepped down from the carriage, where he was greeted by a knight with an overly confident expression. The knight had red hair and a lion crest on his chest, exuding an air of arrogance. As Alone looked at him curiously, the knight spoke. Are you Count Palacio? That's correct. Though they had never met, the knight spoke informally, as if the facial expressions in this fantasy world were enough to reveal a person's personality. As Alone replied, Evan leaned in to whisper into his ear. That knight seems to be a disciple of Fiola. Fiola? Yes, you know, the fourth sword. At Evan's words, Alone finally let out a low murmur of realization. A master knight known as the fourth sword, Fiola, came to Alone's mind, and though he nodded, he still wore a puzzled expression. So, why is the disciple of the fourth sword here, and with a whole group of knights? As Alone glanced around, he noticed several other knights wearing the same lion crest as Fiola. What business do you have with me? Turning back to Fiola's disciple, Alone asked. The knight, who had been leisurely walking toward him with a smirk, finally introduced himself. Privacy settings. First of all, I'm Violen, a direct disciple of Sir Fiola. And? I've heard that my friend owes you a small debt. Friend? When Alone asked, Violen smiled and continued. Yes, a friend. I don't recall having any significant connections here in Caliban. My friend doesn't have any particular ties to Caliban either. He's from the kingdom of Ashkelon. At those words, Alone instinctively muttered, Ashkelon Kingdom. Huh. But then he quickly remembered and let out a low, understanding sigh. Carmine. That's right, you remember. He contacted me. Hearing Violen's words, Alone couldn't hide his disbelief. Wait, I didn't do anything to that guy. Wait, how long has it been? A few weeks. For a moment, Alone was impressed by the petty thug Carmine running to his friends to complain within just over 2 weeks. I also owe him a bit, so I have to at least make an appearance. So, you've been waiting here all this time just to make that appearance? To be precise, I've been waiting for word. All carriages from the kingdom of Asteria pass through this gate. Alone felt a wave of dizziness at Violen's nonchalant words, as if apologizing for the inconvenience, but not really meaning it. Even though nobility's influence diminishes significantly in foreign lands, it wasn't to the extent that one would be treated like this at the gates. So, what's your plan? I'll give you 2 choices. Those valuable-looking goods in your carriage, how about gifting them all to us? And the other choice? Spend about 3 weeks in the underground dungeon. You're well aware that I'm a noble from another country, aren't you? Alone asked, knowing that imprisoning a foreign noble without cause would undoubtedly cause trouble. I am Sir Fiola's only direct disciple. Violen's next words left Alone dumbfounded. What Violen was essentially saying was, I can cause a ruckus, and because of my status, I'll face no consequences. The ridiculous part was that Violen's statement held some truth. Here, Alone was merely a foreign noble, but Violen was the sole direct disciple of a master knight. Privacy settings. Unbelievable, birds of a feather really do flock together. Alone sighed, realizing that this bunch of thugs were perfectly matched for each other. Just as Alone sighed, Violen gave a wicked smile. But to be honest, no matter which option you choose, the result will be the same. Violen lightly tapped Alone's stomach with the hilt of his sword. After all, my friend only asked for one thing. Violen casually threatened Alone. Evan, who had been silent until now, slowly began to scowl. He instinctively reached for the sword at his waist when, "Ha ha!" A voice called out from behind, causing both Alone and Violen to turn their heads. There, Alone saw him. Deus Macallion. Dressed in black iron armor, wearing a cold expression, Deus was walking toward them. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere at the gate grew heavy, as if the air itself was weighed down. Despite the fact that it was just one person arriving, the soldiers straightened their postures, eyes wide in shock. Even the knights, who had been wearing relaxed expressions moments ago, now stood upright, their faces tense. Attention! The soldiers, who had been casually observing the situation, immediately raised their swords in salute upon seeing Deus, but he didn't spare them a glance. We greet the Great Sword. The Knights of Violen's group, Yuzan, shouted in reverence, but Deus ignored them as well. Instead, he walked directly toward Alone. Seeing this, Violen hurriedly pulled back the sword he had pointed at Alone, trying to speak, but... Crash! Gah! Deus's hand shot out and grabbed Violen by the throat. What? Violen quickly reached for Deus's hand in protest, but... What do you think you're doing? At those cold words, Violen's face turned pale as he struggled to breathe, his eyes wide with fear. How dare you lay a hand on my benefactor? Privacy settings. Delman, known as Caliban's Master Knight and the third of the 5 Great Swords, was in a very good mood. This was because, on this recent expedition, he had killed Klakan, one of the 8 chiefs and rumored to be quite strong among them. Of course, the method he used to kill Klakan was something that neither Caliban nor the barbarians would ever acknowledge. He had challenged Klakan to a duel. Then, when Klakan came out alone, Delman used hidden soldiers, various traps, and poison to kill him. Even though Caliban and the barbarians were at war, they always respected each other's honor in battle, making Delman's actions outrageously dishonorable. However, instead of feeling guilty for his deceit, Delman smiled with the thought that he no longer had to give up his third position to Deus, one of the newly entered 5 swords. With that thought, he slaughtered all the barbarians who were present at the scene, leaving no one alive. This would have been impossible for him alone, but the numerous soldiers he had stationed outside, so they wouldn't witness the duel, made it achievable. Delman had successfully earned merit, and now all that was left was to return and report his accomplishments. As he made his way back to one of Caliban's forward bases, he saw something that stopped him. He saw it. A man with red hair matching the symbolic power of fire stood with a tense expression. He and his red flame knights were staring at the base, or what used to be the base. The place had become a wasteland. The gray earth was smeared with red blood, ruins lay scattered, and thousands of corpses littered the ground as if they were nothing. However, what drew all their attention wasn't the ruins, but the man standing in the middle of it all. Wearing the barbarian's signature leather clothing, he stood proudly at the center of the ruined base. As Delman turned to look at him, the man also turned his gaze towards Delman and started walking toward him. At a glance, it seemed like the man was inviting his own death, as Delman had not only 100 knights, but also countless soldiers by his side. No matter how strong this barbarian chieftain was, he couldn't handle such a large force alone. Privacy settings. Yet, despite recognizing the overwhelming odds, Delman's expression was filled with tension. The first reason was the state of the base, now reduced to ruins, and the second was the aura. Although Delman had committed a dishonorable act, he was still a sword master, someone who could cut off a mountain peak with a single slash and claim the lives of dozens of barbarians with one stroke. And as such, he could clearly sense the extraordinary aura emanating from this man. And then, "Are you Delman?" The man's voice echoed, a voice that didn't sound human, and just hearing it for a moment shook Delman to his core. Delman quickly regained his composure and instinctively raised his aura blade as he responded. "Who are you?" "Then answer me, Delman. Why did you desecrate the sacred and honorable duel?" "What?" "Answer me. Why did you sully the great and holy duel, the honorable fight between 2 warriors? Speak." Hearing the barbarian's words, Delman realized that the man was talking about his duel with Kukon, and he replied, This is a battlefield. Isn't it foolish to believe in a duel in such a place?" The barbarian stared at Delman, unfazed, and spoke again. "How dare you speak of the great duel like that?" His voice was filled with clear displeasure. "I already told you this is a battlefield. This is your last chance, human, a warrior of considerable strength. Fight me in a duel. If you win, I will let you go." At the barbarian's offer of a last chance, Delman did not respond, he just. "Everyone, prepare for battle," he commanded the knights. As soon as his order was given, the knights and soldiers swiftly drew their weapons in perfect unison. The Knights of the Red Flame, who had fought alongside Delman in numerous battles in the Northern War and led them to victory time and time again, all wore resolute expressions as they drew their swords and deployed their auras. Watching this scene, the barbarian muttered, as if in lamentation and disdain, "Do knights truly possess no honor?" With that muttering, creak creak, the surrounding corpses began to rise. Privacy settings. What is this? The knights were startled by the sudden change, but the phenomenon continued regardless of their emotions. A knight with his head split in half. A soldier with half of his body blown away. A rider with his upper torso severed. They slowly began to awaken. And then, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Kill me, please, I beg you." The screams of the dead filled the gray earth. You mortals, without even the honor to your name, are unnecessary in this world. That presence vanished. Even Delman, who had stepped into the realm of a superhuman, couldn't keep up with the speed. But then, however, Delman turned his gaze to the voice that had suddenly appeared, and the barbarian had already slammed his hand into the ground. Boom! The earth exploded instantly, rocks and debris shot into the sky, and simultaneously, the soldiers and knights who had been standing ready were all hurled into the air. And with just one swing of the barbarian's foot through the air, crack! The soldiers and knights flying through the sky were struck by the debris, their bodies turning into mere chunks of flesh. Without even time to scream, their remains splattered across the ground, creating countless red flowers of blood. As Delman belatedly tried to swing his sword, he realized in that moment. His arm was gone. Aarg! Delman's scream echoed, and the soldiers who hadn't yet grasped the situation finally understood what had happened. In just an instant, the Master Knight and most of his knightly order had been annihilated. Panic spread like a plague among the soldiers, robbing them of their will. Privacy settings. The terror rooted in their hearts quickly spread, leaving them paralyzed. In the chaos of the massacre, Delman, who had lost his arm, looked at the barbarian in disbelief. Who are you? The barbarian. No, the god of all barbarians and the father of duels, Altultus, crushed Delman's internal organs with his rough hands, finishing his task. He looked down at Delman, who lay beneath his hand. A moment later. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Though his internal organs were completely shattered, Delman rose again, spewing blood across the gray snowfield and screaming in agony like the others. Satisfied, Altultus grinned as he spoke. All you gathered barbarians. He turned his gaze to the surviving soldiers, who were frozen in terror. Prove yourselves through a duel. And then, prove that you are not savages. He offered them a duel. If you do, I shall grant you an honorable death. On the blood-stained Colosseum made of the dead. Master Knight and disciple of the Fourth Sword, Violin, couldn't understand the current situation. The reason he had come here today was simply to help out his friend, Carmine, who was also a very valuable supplier, by taking care of a certain noble from the kingdom of Asteria. Of course, given that the 6 kingdoms were united under the Union Kingdom normally, even if the noble was from another country, he should have shown some level of courtesy. A misstep could quickly turn into an international issue. However, the reason Violin had accepted Carmine's request without hesitation wasn't just because of the item Carmine had offered. After considering the circumstances, Violin thought there was no chance the situation would escalate. There were 3 reasons for his judgment. The first was that, among the 6 kingdoms in the Union, Caliban, which constantly fended off the barbarians from the north, held the most influence. The second was that rumors about Count Palacio had yet to spread again, meaning his reputation remained that of a reckless noble who had only become a count by sheer luck, and he had no connections in Caliban. Privacy settings. The third was that, even if the situation did go wrong, Violin believed that his master, Fiola, who stood at the pinnacle of Caliban, would somehow smooth things over. Although not as gifted as Deus, Violin was talented with the sword and had always been under his master's protection. With these 3 reasons in mind, Violin thought there would be no harm to himself in dealing with Count Palacio, and, truthfully, his judgment wasn't wrong. However, there was one thing Violin didn't know, and that was crack. Ugh. Count Palacio was, in fact, a benefactor to Deus Macallion, a master knight currently hailed as a hero in Caliban. Guh. Deus had earned the nickname the Swordless after defeating Kurga of the Snowfields, one of the 8 chieftains, in a duel. Ag. Violin, who was slammed into a tree, groaned with a fearful and defiant expression as he tried to speak. W8. Lord Deus. But he couldn't finish. Deus's foot struck his stomach before Violin could open his mouth. The Knights of Yuzan, who had just been showing their respect, instinctively tried to draw their swords at the sight, but the moment you draw your swords, I leave the rest to your imagination. Just by turning his gaze and saying those words, the knights swallowed their breaths in silence, and then the one-sided beating began. Watching this, Alone, who stood with an outwardly expressionless face as Deus mercilessly pummeled Violin, but inwardly, he was filled with a deep, satisfied smile. You've grown up so well. Alone gazed at Deus, as if he were a father watching his son grow up splendidly. Not that any father would feel proud watching his son ruthlessly beat someone else, but Alone felt something akin to paternal pride in that moment. Actually, it was more than that, he even felt a strange sense of gratitude. Alone had been thinking all the way to Caliban that Deus likely wouldn't be too fond of him. Perhaps Deus might tolerate him, but Alone had thought it would stop there, never expecting any deeper emotion. Privacy settings. After all, Alone had never had a personal conversation with Deus, and more importantly, Deus had never written him a single letter. So, when Deus referred to him as his benefactor earlier, Alone felt as if all the effort he had put into raising Deus had finally been rewarded, and a pleased smile spread across his face. He hits well. Indeed. Watching Deus break Violen apart in real time, Alone wore a calm smile, and after about 3 minutes, he felt as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Alone was deeply grateful to Deus for going this far. But 5 minutes later, Count. What? Isn't he going to die? Alone, sensing something was wrong, watched Deus mercilessly beat Violen, who was pathetically clinging to his legs, crying and begging for forgiveness. No way. Would he? Well, yeah. Even so, Alone kept thinking, surely he wouldn't kill him, as he observed Deus's beating for another 5 minutes. After confirming that Violen's face was now so disfigured that it no longer resembled the cunning expression it had shown just 10 minutes earlier, Alone broke into a cold sweat and suddenly remembered. The Deus standing before him. Oh, was one of the 5 great sins. Of course, that didn't mean the feeling of gratitude had disappeared. It hadn't disappeared, but... It's nice that he went this far for me, but... Alone watched as Deus, leaving the half-crippled Violen behind, walked towards him. I'm at your service. Bowing his head as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Alone noticed the soldiers and knights murmuring at the scene. Alone thought, glancing at the blood-soaked Violen. Isn't this a bit excessive? Malin, a guard working in the capital of Caliban, Kurdum, loves rumors. The reason is simple. Spending all day on duty at the city walls can be boring, and gossip is one of the ways to make his shifts more enjoyable. For that reason, Malin had been waiting for this day, or more precisely, for the day Count Palacio would arrive. He had heard a secret rumor that the troublemaker, who ran wild under the shadow of his master, had asked to be summoned as soon as Count Palacio arrived. Malin didn't know why that troublemaker was seeking out a count from another country, but he knew what would happen next. After all, there was only one reason that troublemaker ever sought someone out. Thanks to this, Malin was expecting a highly entertaining spectacle once Count Palacio arrived. However, what he saw was far from what he had expected. It wasn't Count Palacio who was being beaten, but Violen, and the one assaulting him was none other than Deus. Deus, one of the master knights of Caliban, had risen to the top of the knightly order in less than a year with unmatched talent, earning the title of Muekin Swordless. It was Deus who had struck Violen. Even that was enough to shock everyone in the capital, where rumors spread like wildfire in a single day. But Malin was even more stunned by what happened next. The Swordless bowed his head. Malin stared, mouth agape, at Deus bowing his head as he spoke. Did Sir Swordless just bow his head? The Swordless. Privacy settings. The guards around him were equally shocked. The reason for their disbelief was simple. Until now, Deus had never bowed to anyone in Caliban, except for the current king. There was even an incident where he slapped the second prince 3 times for harassing his only sister, an event still talked about in the capital. Deus's reputation soared after that, even though the second prince was known as a troublemaker abandoned by the royal family. Despite committing an offense against royalty, Deus wasn't punished, further elevating his status. It essentially meant that the entire kingdom of Caliban regarded Deus Macallion as more important than the second prince, and his reputation only grew stronger. Yet here he was, bowing his head to a mere count from another country. Please get in. Seeing Deus bowing to Count Palacio was enough to shock anyone familiar with the rumors. Soon, all eyes were on the Count, who walked without expression, escorted by the Master Knight, as if this situation didn't faze him at all. And then, who exactly is this Count Palacio, that the Swordless would bow to him? Malin and everyone who saw the Count's face had the same question on their minds, their mouths hanging open in astonishment. This situation is strange, but why are they looking at me like that? Alone, the one receiving these shocked stares, felt puzzled by the situation. "Please get in." He then turned his gaze at Deus's words and noticed the carriage waiting for him. It stands out. Unlike other carriages, it was painted entirely in black, making it impossible to miss. And thud. Surrounded by knights, as if they were guarding it like a fortress, Alone started to understand why people were staring at him this way. Even he thought this was a bit too much. Got it. However, it would be ridiculous to refuse to ride the carriage at this point, so Alone quietly got in. "I will take care of the carriage then," said Evan, ending the conversation as Alone, now in the carriage with Deus, headed toward the mansion under the escort of the Black Knights. A short while later. "Is this a mansion?" Seeing Deus's mansion for the first time, Alone was visibly surprised. He had heard that Caliban's capital was large compared to other kingdoms, but this was the first time he'd seen a mansion of such immense size. Privacy settings. Is this what success looks like? Alone briefly mused as he followed Deus, who led the way from the carriage through the vast mansion towards the office. Once inside the office. "Please have a seat." Alone looked slightly puzzled as Deus offered him the seat of honor without hesitation. Even though Alone had little knowledge of formal etiquette, he knew the basics. Isn't the owner supposed to sit in the seat of honor? Of course, if Alone were of a higher rank, things might be different, but he was only a count and not even a noble of Caliban, but from the kingdom of Asteria. In short, there was no need for Deus to treat him with such excessive courtesy. From Alone's perspective, Deus's treatment made him feel like a proud father whose son had made a great success. He felt pleased, but also slightly concerned. He had quite a few favors to ask Deus. Clearing his throat, Alone sat in the seat of honor, and Deus naturally sat beside him. A heavy silence followed. What should I talk about? Of course, there were many things Alone needed to ask for, but he knew that communication doesn't work that way. First, he needed to make some small talk. But having never spoken to Deus face-to-face, let alone exchanged letters, Alone felt awkward. Just as he was struggling with the silence. Creak. "I'm a bit late." Evan, guided in by the knights, cautiously entered the room, and Alone realized that Evan had brought a gift. Evan the gift. Understood. At Alone's command, Evan placed the gift on Deus's desk. "This is a gift." At Deus's response, Alone let out a small sigh. He had been wondering how to start the conversation, and now the gift had given him a way in. Privacy settings. "Thank you." Deus bowed his head slightly to Alone. And then, silence. "All right, isn't this the part where the conversation naturally follows?" The thought passed through Alone's mind, and he finally opened his mouth. "Aren't you going to open the gift?" "It would be improper to open it now. I'll do so later." Alone understood that it was indeed rude to open a gift in front of a high-ranking person with too much excitement. But Alone wasn't a high-ranking noble himself. What exactly does he think of me? Alone's confusion was apparent, but his bewilderment didn't last long. Because, creak, the brother. Before he could gather his thoughts, a young girl entered Deus's office. Like Deus, she had striking purple eyes. She glanced around the room before her gaze settled on Evan. "Oh, Brother Evan." Recognizing him, she greeted him with a familiar smile. "Oh, silly." Evan also smiled warmly as he stood up, and Alone quickly realized that the girl was Deus's younger sister, whom Evan had been sent to rescue. They do look alike. In the game, Psychedelia, only the tragic circumstances of her death were described, so Alone had never seen her appearance. Yet, now that he saw her in person, he couldn't help but nod in agreement at the strong resemblance. As he turned his gaze to Deus, Alone was startled. Deus had a distinctly displeased expression on his face. When Silly grabbed Evan's hand, his eyes grew even sharper. "Silly, Evan is not your brother." "He's an old man," Deus remarked. Watching this, Alone quickly realized how protective Deus was of his sister. In short, it was safe to call him a Siscon. Though Alone understood Deus's attachment, knowing from the game that he had suffered a great sense of loss and lack of family, it was still amusing. As Alone was thinking about this, Silly, who had been playing with Evan moments before, suddenly came over to Alone and spoke cheerfully. "You're Count Palacio, right?" "That's correct." "I heard from Evan. You gave the order to save me." "Privacy settings." Hearing this, Alone glanced at Deus, then nodded quietly. "I just did my duty. If you died, your brother could have turned into a continental killing machine." "Thank you so much," Silly said, bowing deeply. Seeing her heartfelt gratitude warmed Alone's heart. Even though his actions had been motivated by other intentions, receiving sincere thanks for his good deeds felt rewarding. Alone smiled slightly. After Silly left, the atmosphere relaxed a little. Alone cleared his throat, glancing at Deus, who still wore a subtly hostile expression toward Evan after his sister's departure. "Deus, the reason I've come to see you is that I need a favor." "A favor?" Deus asked, looking slightly confused. "Yes. Is there something strange about that?" Alone responded with equal confusion. "No, nothing. Please, go ahead." Though Deus's words seemed a little odd, Alone paused for a moment. He found it hard to speak now that it was time to make his request. He had 2 favors to ask of Deus, and both were likely to be somewhat difficult. After hesitating, Alone finally spoke up with the first request. "I need to go to the north. Could you accompany me?" "Of course." Alone blinked, surprised at how easily Deus agreed. "Is it really that simple?" "Yes, I was planning a northern expedition anyway." Hearing this, Alone felt relieved. The first request, at least, turned out to be relatively easy. Taking a deep breath of relief, Alone made his second request. "Could I borrow the Ring of the Arrogant One from the Caliban Royal Treasury?" As he made this request, Alone watched Deus carefully. After all, asking to borrow something from the royal treasury was essentially like indebting oneself to the royal family, and it could be quite a tricky matter for Deus. No matter how powerful Deus was, he was still bound by the political interests of the Kingdom of Caliban. However, the Ring of the Arrogant One was essential for Alone's plan, and he had to ask, even if it put Deus in an awkward position. "Of course, I don't want this to cause you any trouble," Alone began, trying to soften the request and offer compensation, but... "Understood," Deus interrupted. "Privacy settings." "What?" "I will retrieve the Ring of the Arrogant One right away." Deus bowed slightly as he spoke, leaving Alone bewildered once again. "Wait, this is good, but is it really okay?" With a slightly dazed expression, Alone asked, "You know where it is, right?" "I've heard it's in the royal treasury of Caliban." "And isn't it a bit difficult to get it?" "It usually takes about a week by normal means, but if you wish, I can retrieve it immediately." "Is there a way to do that?" Curious about Deus's bold claim, Alone inquired. Deus paused for a moment, seeming to consider something, then replied, "The king might be a bit troublesome, but I can handle about 50 people, so it shouldn't be too difficult." "Huh." Evan, who was nearby, was visibly taken aback, and though Alone didn't show it as openly, he was just as baffled by Deus's unwavering determination. Is this his way of showing how far he's willing to go for me? Interpreting Deus's words as a sign of his loyalty, Alone hesitated before saying, "No, there's no need to go that far." "Understood. I will retrieve the ring as quickly as possible." Deus looked somewhat disappointed as he agreed. Alone, for a brief moment, thought, "I just wanted you to borrow it," but he quickly nodded in response. He really cares about me, but isn't this a bit much? And with that thought, Alone spent a day at the mansion while waiting for the ring to be retrieved. "I've brought it." "What?" Alone stared at the precious jewel-encrusted box containing the Ring of the Arrogant One. And then, "What?" "Count, did you hear? Yesterday, Deus apparently caused a ruckus at the royal palace demanding the treasure. I also heard he slapped the second prince again." At Evan's report, Alone was left utterly speechless. What is going on? Alone began to realize something was off about Deus. Privacy settings. 3 days had passed since they obtained the Ring of the Arrogant One and began preparing to leave for the north. By the time the knights and soldiers had finished preparing, the expedition force had already departed for the north. Not long after their departure, Deus Macallion. A man approached Deus. He had long blue hair and a vertical scar across his face. This was Fiola, one of the master knights of Caliban, known as the Fourth Sword. "You laid a hand on my disciple," Fiola said, his expression cold, his eyes betraying a hidden fury. Deus, with an indifferent expression, responded, "Your disciple acted rudely towards my benefactor." "Huh, and that gives you the right to beat someone else's disciple senseless? Do you think it doesn't?" Deus replied. Fiola frowned at Deus's words. His anger was clear on his face, and the intense energy he exuded filled the air, causing the knights around them to break out in a cold sweat. However, Deus, who took the full brunt of this power head-on, remained unfazed. "You're lucky I didn't kill him, Fiola." Deus's aura turned even more ominous, emitting a terrifying purple energy that pressed down on Fiola. The tension between them was so thick that it seemed like a sword fight would break out the moment someone drew a weapon. But after a moment of silence— Privacy settings. TCH. Fiola was the first to turn away. Clicking his tongue, he glanced at Count Palacio, who was standing behind Deus. "Don't think I'm going to just let this go," Fiola said before returning to his resting battalion. Alone, watching Fiola leave, Alone thought to himself, terrifying. He felt a tingling in his hands as he subconsciously clenched and unclenched his fists. "So that's a master knight for you." Just the sheer power Fiola unintentionally released had left Alone breathless. At that moment, Evan, standing nearby, muttered in disbelief, "That's insane. He's a complete monster." Alone turned his gaze to Deus. Despite the overwhelming energy Fiola had directed at him, Deus showed no signs of discomfort, which reminded Alone again that Deus was a master knight as well. It wasn't that he ever forgot this fact, but Deus had been rather humble towards him recently, so seeing this side of him was a fresh reminder. "Honestly, he's kind of rude to everyone else except me," Alone mused. He recalled rumors from a few days ago about Deus and thought of the time Deus had snapped at Evan, telling him, "Shut up, old man." Rescuing his sister must have been the right move after all, Alone thought to himself. Initially, he hadn't understood why Deus was so obedient to him, but now it was becoming clear. In fact, he didn't even need to guess anymore. Just watching Deus around his sister was answer enough. "Maybe in the future, if I call for help while running my estate, he'll come running to save me." Alone grinned at the thought, though deep down he knew Deus wouldn't go that far. He shrugged lightly and returned to his carriage. The expedition to the north continued. 2 weeks and 3 days later, the expedition force crossed the border between Caliban and the north and arrived at their first outpost. There, they received 3 pieces of news. The first was the death of Delman, the third sword, who had gone missing after news came that the eastern outpost of Caliban had fallen and the enemy appeared. The second was that Kiriana, the second sword, who had been leading an advanced expedition to the western outpost, had suffered severe injuries in battle against the enemy. And the final news was, "Undead, you say?" The messenger reported that the enemy was approaching the outpost, leading an army of the undead. Yes, the enemy has been reanimating fallen soldiers and knights into undead and marching with them. At the messenger's words, Fiola let out a deep sigh and muttered, "This is troubling." Deus, hearing the same news, remained silent. If the messenger's words were true, the situation was clearly unfavorable for Caliban. Privacy settings. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. Even the master knights and the nobles leading the soldiers were reluctant to speak. Finally, one of the nobles cautiously suggested, "Perhaps we should retreat?" That simple suggestion unleashed a flood of opinions from the other attendees. "Are you serious? You want us to turn our backs and run from the barbarians?" "That's not what I meant. I'm saying we should wait for a better opportunity. We're already in a bad position, and the second sword is severely injured, not to mention Reinhardt still hasn't returned from his seclusion. Do you really think we stand a chance? At this point, do you think the injured could even escape while the barbarians advance on the outpost?" The room quickly descended into chaos, but in the end, the opinions of the nobles didn't hold much weight. The true leaders of the expedition were the 2 master knights. Eventually, the nobles looked toward Fiola and Deus for direction. "Let's think it over. I'll call for another meeting later." For now, everyone, take a break and clear your minds, Fiola said, standing up from his seat. Deus also rose without a word and exited the tent. Outside, the land was the same dull gray as always. But to Deus, who had reached a certain level as a master knight, the world looked very different. The red snowfields. To Deus's eyes, the gray land appeared as a crimson world, filled with an eerie, ominous energy. The sky, consumed by this sinister red mana, was both beautiful and terrifying, a sight that even made someone as strong as Deus feel a faint sense of intimidation. He silently observed this strange world. After glancing at Fiola, who was likely seeing the same scene, Deus turned his gaze elsewhere. There, he saw Alone, the great moon. Even though this terrifying world lay before him, Alone showed no signs of fear or awe. Instead, he sat calmly by the fire, eating a sweet potato with a blank expression. Unlike Deus, who couldn't tear his eyes away from the crimson sky, Alone hadn't glanced at the ominous landscape even once. He simply muttered to himself while eating. Diffraction, compression, focal point, annihilation. The great moon mumbled incomprehensible words as if he had seen this world countless times before, words that Deus couldn't begin to understand. Watching him, Deus felt a surge of curiosity about Alone's purpose for being in the north. Of course, Deus had a rough idea that the great moon was here to deal with the enemy, but that didn't quell all of his questions. After all, from Deus's perspective, the great moon didn't seem particularly powerful, neither now nor in the past. Maybe he just can't see what I'm seeing. Deus glanced back up at the red sky. This scene was one that only those who had reached a certain level of enlightenment could see. The eerie landscape was enough to make him frown instinctively. But what if it was simply that the great moon couldn't see this scene? If that were the case, his behavior might be somewhat understandable. Just as Deus was pondering this. Privacy settings. Ugh, seriously, back off. A loud, high-pitched voice suddenly caught Deus's attention. Turning to the source, he saw a knight facing off against a mage. Please, just a little more help. You know how dire the situation is, the knight pleaded. I know that. But no matter how hard I try, I can't do anything more. I have to leave. Even so, just one more time. No. I told you, it's impossible, you idiots. The mage screamed hysterically, while the knights continued to press her. Deus easily recognized the knights by their armor. They were members of Silver Shade, the Knight Order serving the second sword of Caliban, Kiriana. Opposite them stood Pinia, the Deputy Tower Master of the Blue Tower. Ugh, dragged out here for research when I have so much work to do. Why won't they just leave me alone? Pinia complained. But shouldn't saving lives come first? The knight insisted. I'm telling you, I've done everything I can. There's nothing more I can do. I'm not refusing out of laziness, I've already done all I can. Watching the tantrum of Pinia, the young prodigy of the magic world who had reached the 6th rank at a young age, Deus felt a moment of confusion but quickly understood. He remembered that the Caliban outpost was working in collaboration with mages from the Blue Tower to research the barbarians' rituals. Deputy Tower Master, huh? She's strong, Deus thought, noting the remarkable energy emanating from her. As Pinia continued pushing the knights aside in frustration, she noticed Deus standing in her path. She scowled and was about to speak. What are you? But froze before she could finish. Deus raised an eyebrow, confused by her sudden silence. But then he realized that she wasn't looking at him, but at someone behind him. Why? Pinia's trembling voice broke the tense air, and terror filled her eyes as if she had seen something that shouldn't exist. Her body subtly shook, and Deus instinctively followed her gaze. Standing there was Alone, who had just been munching on a sweet potato a moment ago. Now he was staring back at Deus and Pinia with a puzzled expression. A brief moment passed, and then, "It's been a while," Deputy Tower Master Alone greeted calmly. "Why yes, hello." Pinia stammered, suddenly acting like a scared kitten, her head lowered, all traces of her previous hysteria gone. "How have you been?" Alone asked. "I've been well." Watching Pinia, whom Deus had previously regarded as a powerful figure, now cowering like a stray cat, he couldn't help but be baffled. Privacy settings. Was I simply ignorant all this time? Deus thought, quietly reflecting on his understanding of the situation. Most of the members of the Eclipse Order, led by Deus Macallion, supported Alone. However, they acted that way solely because Alone was considered Deus's benefactor. In reality, their feelings toward Alone were close to indifference. To the Knights of the Eclipse, Alone wasn't particularly special, aside from being Deus's benefactor. Even if there were emotions involved, it was only due to the jealousy some young knights felt when they saw how Deus treated Alone. Other than that, there were hardly any feelings toward him at all. In short, the knights didn't hold particularly positive sentiments toward Alone. But at least for this moment. Vice Tower Master, may I ask you a favor? Yes. What kind of favor? The knights could only stare blankly, mouths agape. Could you make a potion of Levidian? Remedians, potion? Yes. Can you do it? Yes, of course. Absolutely. Not only the Knights of Eclipse, but even the Silver Knights, who were just recently berated by Penia, were shocked. This was because they knew that the Vice Tower Master in front of them had a personality as eccentric as her genius magical abilities. In fact, it wasn't just them. Any knight who had ever gone on an expedition to the north would have heard stories of the hysteric Penia. Privacy settings. When heading north, wizards from the Blue Tower, who were often summoned at the same time, would always complain about Penia's unbearable personality, so it was impossible not to know. Thus, the knights, aware of Penia's notorious character, were even more astonished. Just to check, do you happen to have or know how to make the elixir of exceptionality? I don't have it, but I think I could make it. Could you also make that for me? Well, it takes a lot of time, and I have other things to do. I really need it. I'll do it. I promise I will. The knights couldn't believe what they were seeing. Penia, the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower and a 6th-ranked wizard, was obediently following the Count of Palatio's orders. No, more than obediently, she was contorting herself to avoid upsetting him in any way. The knights found it utterly unbelievable. And of course, what the hell? The same went for the wizards who had been dispatched from the Blue Tower with Penia, enduring her constant scolding and shedding tears of blood from the torment. What is this? Am I seeing things? Has the Vice Tower Master completely lost it? The wizards, who looked on as if they were witnessing the end of the world, gasped in disbelief. She refused to make that last time because it was too difficult and spent weeks complaining, but now she's willing to make it? Am I seeing this wrong? Did someone cast an illusion spell as a joke? Are you stupid? If someone had cast an illusion spell, they'd have to cast silence on the Vice Tower Master as well, and who has that kind of spare magic power? They were so shocked that they even subtly tried to dispel any lingering magic, thinking perhaps another wizard was playing a trick. And then, thank you. No, it's something I should do. How much payment will you need? Payment, you mean? It's only natural to pay for the favor I've asked. Just tell me, and I'll have it sent to the Magic Tower later. Privacy settings. Oh, well. However, if it's a bit expensive, the payment might be delayed. The finances haven't been great lately. Just give me 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin? Isn't that too cheap? No, it's fine. Yes, it's totally fine. Well then, I won't refuse such a generous offer. As they watched Penia, who was smiling and accepting just 1 gold coin for 2 potions that normally cost hundreds of gold coins to make, both the knights and the wizards wore blank expressions. They soon all turned their gazes toward Alone. The knights' faces were filled with amazement, while a look of reverence appeared on the wizards' faces. It seems like there's some misunderstanding, but at least I got the potions easily, Alone thought, as he returned to Evan. Wait, Count, when did you start speaking informally with the Vice Tower Master? I'm a noble, so I just spoke informally. No way. Excuse me? But as far as I know, the Vice Tower Master is treated as a quasi-noble, and it's standard etiquette to speak formally to each other. Is that so? Yes. Realizing that he had been somewhat rude to Penia, Alone let out a quiet sigh. With this, I've gathered all the cards I need to play. Not long after, Alone obtained the Levidian's potion and the elixir of exceptionality from Pinia. A few hours later, he heard Deus's words. Retreat? Yes. Deus began explaining the current situation, and Alone nodded slightly as he listened. It's true, they don't seem capable of fighting. Alone recalled the many injured soldiers and the expressions of terror on their faces when he had arrived at the forward base. The knights looked relatively fine, but their expressions weren't good either. The only people walking around with calm expressions were the wizards, who were here to investigate the ritual, not to fight. As for the wizards, they already fled. Alone glanced around. Unlike earlier, when the area was bustling with wizards, there were none to be seen since Pinia had delivered the potions. Realizing that the wizards had already hit the escape button after sensing the danger at the forward base, Alone heard Deus's question. Privacy settings. What do you intend to do? Without hesitation, Alone replied. I will stay here. The reason Alone had brought so many items to Caliban, including borrowing the ring of the Arrogant One from the royal family, was to deal with the Outer God. Without dealing with the Outer God, the future he foresaw would be nothing but a disaster. As Alone was reviewing the plans in his mind, Wawa! Suddenly, a terrible scream came from the distance. He immediately stood up and rushed outside the tent. There, he saw a wizard screaming wildly, along with other wizards fleeing frantically toward the forward base. And then, behind them, the undead were approaching. It's the undead. Yeah. The soldiers screamed, as if recalling a recent nightmare, and gathered at the entrance with their swords drawn. The knights, too, began to ready their weapons as confusion and fear spread across their faces. Despite the sudden chaos, Alone quickly grasped what had happened. A raid. Realizing that the Outer God had moved even faster than the fleeing wizards anticipated, Alone's thoughts came to a halt as, Everyone, draw your swords. With Fiola's urgent shout from the barracks, the battle began. The undead who charge in blindly without any tactics or strategy are far inferior in combat strength compared to a well-trained army. Even if the necromancers of this continent were to raise the undead through necromancy, they could never overcome well-trained soldiers. However, please save me. Af. This unit of undead was fundamentally different from those controlled by ordinary necromancers. Die. Just die. Please. The soldiers thrust their spears into the undead. Some aimed for the heart, others the head, and some targeted the legs. The soldiers' spears pierced various parts of the undead bodies. If these were corpses raised by a necromancer, the damage inflicted would have been so severe that they should have already ceased to function. Privacy settings. But even with spears lodged in their bodies, the undead continued to advance. The sight of them walking forward with spears still embedded was more than enough to instill terror in the soldiers. Squelch. GRRK. A soldier instantly died, his throat pierced by the sword of an undead. The situation became even more dire as the undead immediately attacked the soldier next to him. The seed of fear planted in the soldier's instincts was more than ready to bloom. Their formation crumbled, and in an instant, the battlefield descended into chaos. This, in turn, increased the number of deaths, which only led to more undead rising from the fallen, creating the worst kind of vicious cycle. Yet, despite the grim situation, the soldiers gritted their teeth, their bloodshot eyes wide open as they continued to fight. Why? Because they still had hope. The knights, wielding aura-infused weapons, were quickly cutting down the overwhelming numbers of undead, reducing them by the thousands. The wizards, who had joined the battle later, were eliminating the undead even faster than the knights. Among them, the magic unleashed by Pinia was particularly astounding. Icicle. Crack. Crash, crash, crash. Her magic was nothing short of extraordinary. Hundreds of undead advancing toward the soldiers were instantly frozen and shattered into pieces, a truly magnificent spectacle. However, even more than Pinia, the figures that filled the soldiers with hope were the two master knights present, Fiola and Deus. Of the two, Deus's presence was especially overwhelming. SSSHT. Dozens of undead surrounded him. Some were soldiers with large wounds on their heads, others were knights with gaping holes in their chests. But, in an instant, the hundreds of undead around Deus suddenly halted, as if time itself had stopped. And then, swish! With a single light horizontal sweep of Deus's sword, all the frozen undead were precisely cut in half. One strike. Hundreds of bodies. An overwhelming display of superhuman strength that brought hope to the eyes of the soldiers and knights. But just then, boom! With a deafening explosion, the outer god descended in the middle of the battlefield. Privacy settings. For a moment, the movements of the undead halted, and the eyes of the soldiers shifted toward the new arrival. The sheer overwhelming presence of the outer god filled the battlefield, and even Deus and Fiola couldn't hide the tension that appeared in their eyes. As the ashen dust cleared, revealing the figure of a man, everyone held their breath. Though he wore the clothing of the barbarians, his form had transcended anything that could still be called human. His massive physique and blue skin indicated that this being had long left the bounds of humanity. And then, "Barbarian, do not defile the sins of those who do not know honor." With that, the voice of Otholtus echoed, and the undead began to rise again. The bodies that had been shattered into pieces by Peenia started to mend, fusing together like slime and regenerating their physical forms. The corpses that had been severed by Deus's sword also began to reform. In that moment, SSSHT, Fiola, who had been silent until just moments before, suddenly appeared right in front of the outer god. His sharp instinct led him to realize that the tide of the battle had shifted the moment the undead resurrected, and they could no longer secure victory. As one of the fastest master knights of Caliban, possessing the power of divine speed, he struck before Otholtus could even react. Thunk! Fiola's sudden strike pierced Otholtus's heart. But only the tip of his sword had managed to penetrate. Otholtus's gaze shifted toward Fiola, filled with contempt. Barbarians know no honor. Those who do not uphold honor abandon their very existence. Furthermore, crack! They also forsake the nobility of the soul. Thud! Fiola's body, which had just been gripping the sword, collapsed to the ground. His head was no longer attached to his body. However, there is no honorable death for those who disregard all value. With these words, Fiola's headless body began to twitch and rise, convulsing as it stood up once again. Seeing this horrifying spectacle, everyone present understood the grim reality. This battle was lost. Fear spread across the soldiers' faces, and despair began to take hold on the faces of the knights and wizards alike. Even Peenia and Deus, who had far surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, were not immune to this despair. In fact, they had felt it even earlier than the others. Privacy settings. With their heightened awareness, they knew that the being before them possessed far greater power than they had anticipated. As cries of agony and despair echoed from the undead, they were consumed by hopelessness, except for one man. O mighty god of duels, Otholtus. While everyone else was sinking into despair, a single man began walking toward the giant, passing between the living and the undead. Step, step. Neither slow nor fast. In accordance with the great oath of Calgunius. The face of the man walking toward the giant remained calm, even amidst this hellish scene of despair, as if he had been through such an experience countless times. And that man. I, Alone Palatio, in the name of the great oath. The Count of Palatio. Demand a duel of Babylonia. With a swirl of his wrist, Alone raised his arm, and a bracelet glowing with a deep gray light shone as he stood face to face with the giant. All eyes were focused on Count Palatio, the terrified soldiers, the despairing knights, even Peenia and Deus, the giant standing before him. The giant's expressionless eyes looked at Alone, and Alone's emotionless eyes returned the gaze. Then, SSSSS. A smile crept across the giant's lips. Ha 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 ha. The giant's laughter echoed through the entire space as if it would crush everything. The ground shook, and the laughter was so powerful that even the dead, who sang of despair, closed their mouths. Most of the living thought the giant's sudden laughter was filled with mockery and contempt, but contrary to their thoughts, Good. Very good. Oh, noble one. The giant's laughter was filled with genuine sincerity, joy, and exhilaration. The atmosphere around the giant's body shifted. Privacy settings. From contempt to joy, from joy to ecstasy. And then, I, Ulthultus, will accept your duel under the Great Pact. At the giant's cry, the dead who sang of despair began to move in unison, forming a massive circle around Ulthultus and Alone. Drip, drip. The blood that flowed from the dead soaked the ground, marking its boundary. Thus, a blood-red colosseum was formed. In the arena of ashes decorated by bloodshed. Under the Great Pact, until the duel is over, no one may interfere with this sacred battle. As soon as the declaration was made, the bodies of the dead exploded, creating a blood-red wall. With that, a thick smile appeared on Ulthultus's face. It was a clear expression of delight. However, in contrast, Alone's face remained utterly emotionless. But I want to go home. Behind his impassive face, Alone was trembling with desperate fear. No matter how many times he reminded himself, the reason Alone came to the north was to kill the outer god Ulthultus standing before him. For that, Alone had prepared everything he needed to face the god ever since hearing of the god's awakening. Now all that remained was to carry it out. Yet, despite being fully prepared, Alone's mind was filled with fear from the overwhelming pressure emanating from the god, far beyond his imagination. Stay calm. Even though he had taken the elixir of exceptionality, which was supposed to stabilize his mental state, Alone barely managed to soothe his restless heart, but unlike his emotionless face, his heart began to pound uncontrollably. It wasn't just the instinctive pressure the god exuded. There was one thing that differed from his expectations. Why has the manifestation process advanced so much already? All outer gods, once they descend, take time to adapt to reality and eventually complete the process of becoming a wise god. Ulthultus should have been no different. And yet, despite this, Ulthultus's manifestation had progressed faster than expected. Though there should have been about a month remaining, the outer god before him was already close to becoming a complete wise god. It was clear to see. This rapid progress in manifestation was a factor Alone had not anticipated. Privacy settings. The closer a god gets to becoming a wise god, the stronger they become. But more curious still. O noble one who bloomed amid savagery, why do you know of our pact, though you are not of this era? As Alone swallowed dryly, recalling that point, Ulthultus questioned him. However, Alone no longer had the luxury to respond leisurely to his words. Can I do this? Countless doubts and confusion filled his mind. Ulthultus, who had become far stronger than expected, was shaking the resolve that Alone had barely maintained with potions, but he soon shook off the negativity. From the moment he had reached this point, Alone knew there was only one path left for him to walk. As Alone sorted through his confusion and fell into silence, Ulthultus, still in high spirits, smiled broadly and spoke. If you don't wish to speak, so be it. You have the right. Then, let us begin the sacred duel. As the giant's smile deepened, he raised his arm. The Duel of Babylonia. Ulthultus began to step toward Alone. With each step, the ground, stained with ash and blood, echoed with noise and left footprints, yet Alone made no move. He simply stood there, waiting for the being before him. And then, thud! Even when Ulthultus reached him with a massive sound and raised his fist, Alone remained silent, merely watching. From a distance, curious voices of the living began to rise, but Alone maintained his silence, observing the giant's actions. The reason was simple. The rules. To flee or move in this situation would violate the rules of the Great Babylonian Duel, which had existed in the Forgotten Age of Gods. There were only 2 rules in the Babylonian Duel. 1. The attacker and defender take turns, and the defender cannot move. 2. The one who requested the duel must yield the first attack. This turn-based style of duel meant that if Alone moved even a single step, the significance would be lost. Moreover, doing so would strip him of the chance to deal with the outer god before him. Without the restrictions of the duel, There would be no way for him to kill this god, who could effortlessly slaughter even master knights in a single strike. Privacy settings. In other words, this duel was the only means for Alone to impose restrictions that would allow him to win. Fixation. Thus, the only thing Alone could do in this moment was defend. Muttering under his breath, a sphere appeared before Alone. Condensation. The condensed sphere focused on his left arm. Reinforcement. With the words muttered, the condensed energy in his left arm began to emit a deep light. Intensification. As he finished speaking and sealed the final gesture, Altholtus, still smiling broadly, drew back his fist. Muscles pulled back like a ballista. The gathered force began to concentrate in the drawn fist. Alone knew this technique well, because he had seen it before. With 1 second, it could shatter the ground. With 5 seconds, it could break the sky. With 10 seconds, it could overturn the world. This was the song of destruction. And then, truly impressive. Feeling great joy in following the rules of Babylonia, Altholtus smiled as everyone around them wore expressions of shock. Even though they didn't fully understand, they instinctively realized. The force in the outer god's hand was far from ordinary. At the very moment when everyone's gaze converged. Oh, honorable one who understands the nobility of the duel. The fist was swung. With a deafening roar, everything was swept away. The ground burst open as if its shell had shattered. The air vibrated, creating a rough explosion sound. The world within the range of his punch momentarily became a vacuum. And then, boom. Privacy settings. Following the delayed, ear-splitting explosion, gray dust scattered in all directions. This is unbelievable. They could see it. The world, utterly obliterated, with nothing left where Altholtus's fist had struck. A massive cone-shaped crater formed in the ground, and the gray sky cracked open, allowing a purple sunset to cast its light over the land. Overwhelming power. As the living, who had been staring blankly at Altholtus standing against the sunset, began to feel a mixture of despair and awe. The Count, he's still alive? What? What do you mean? Everyone's gaze shifted toward the conical space at the murmuring of one knight. And then, unbelievable. Along with a knight's low curse, they all saw it. Count Palatio, drenched in blood, was standing up. The Count's condition was far from normal. His right arm hung limply, unable to exert any strength, and the blood pouring from his body seemed to signal that his death was drawing near. Yet, despite such circumstances, Alone stood firm, staring straight at the giant without a trace of emotion. As the lotus-shaped pendant around the Count's neck turned to ashes and vanished, "The conditions have all been met." The Count's voice echoed. "I invoke the oath." The Ring of the Arrogant One is an item that, like the oath he originally acquired, grants power in exchange for a price. The difference in the game is that the item you obtain varies depending on whether the protagonist's class is a mage or another profession. There are 2 other differences. One is that unlike the oath he originally used, the ring offers 4 oaths at once. The other is that, unlike the original oath, the ring's activation condition is that the wearer must be in a near-death state. Thus, all the conditions were met. He had intentionally drawn the outer god into a duel with restrictions. Privacy settings. He had blocked out most of the pain with the Potion of Levidian. He had used the one-time artifact he acquired before stopping at Caliban, the Pendant of Reincarnation, which ensured survival no matter how grievously injured, to withstand the god's attack. He had obsessively reinforced only his left hand, holding onto the recovery potion, to force it into his mouth. And with that, he fulfilled the conditions for the oath. "I shall perform it." In the frozen moment of time, Alone, having completed the oath, looked ahead. Before him stood the giant, filled with great joy, arms spread wide, unmoving. As if waiting for Alone's attack, the giant did not move an inch. Alone staggered, stretching out his unscathed left hand. "It took so long to prepare the Potion of Levidian, and without it, I wouldn't have even been able to stand." A reflection uttered amidst the dull pain. Even after taking the pain-suppressing Potion of Levidian and forcing the highest-grade recovery potion into his mouth, Alone's body was still broken. Unless it was an elixir, his body couldn't be instantly healed. But for now, being able to lift his left hand was enough. The giant, who revered duels, had reached the pinnacle of savagery and gained honor, would neither interfere with nor avoid Alone's attack, no matter how long it took to prepare that attack. Hugh. As Alone watched the magical aura spiral upward from his raised hand, twisting into a vortex, he recalled the oath he had just made and smiled faintly behind his expressionless face. The nature of the oath, requiring a great sacrifice in exchange for greater power, had made his restrictions even more severe than originally planned. Altholtus had grown stronger due to his rapid manifestation, exceeding Alone's expectations. However, now Alone was certain. This strike would reach the outer god. Crack. As the spiral of electricity began to twist with a bizarre sound, Alone muttered under his breath and recalled the 4 oaths. Refraction. The first oath. To twist the laws of the world when using magic on this frozen earth. Point. Privacy settings. The second oath. To twist the laws of the world when using magic in a near-death state. Condensation. The third oath. To twist the laws of the world when facing a god with magic. Annihilation. The fourth oath. To twist the laws of the world when facing the great dual god Altholtus with magic. Alone looked ahead. Before him, a massive line of red lightning had formed. Thin and long. Illuminated by the purple light of the setting sun, it gleamed a deep crimson. The gray magic flowing from the bracelet on his left hand enveloped the red line of lightning like smoke. In the eyes of the knights and soldiers, Alone's figure stood against the backdrop of the sunset. In the eyes of Deus and Penia, 2 eyes appeared behind Alone, etched into the sunset. With that, line of silence. As Alone murmured, a blinding white flash shot toward the smiling giant. Boom! The gray land briefly regained the appearance of a pure white snowfield. The dazzling flash that had reclaimed the snowy white expanse, capturing everyone's gaze, lasted only for a fleeting moment. As the brief instant passed, the snowfield, leaving behind only dust and a snowstorm, returned once again to its ashen state. All fell silent. A silence so profound that even the smallest breath felt forbidden. Only the faint sound of crumbling gravel and dust filled the space, as the living gazed upon Alone with varied expressions. The soldier's eyes were filled with awe. The knight's eyes were filled with hope. However, Alone, the one receiving these gazes of awe and hope, merely maintained a blank expression. To be more precise, please, please, please. He was praying fervently. He sincerely wished that with this strike, the outer god would be annihilated. But, with a low murmur of regret from someone nearby, Alone realized that his prayer had not reached the heavens. A giant stood there, arms raised triumphantly, facing the sunset with an expression of joy. A massive hole pierced through his chest. Impressive. A low voice. The sight of the giant, smiling brightly despite his heart being pierced, filled both the soldiers and knights with a reverence that transcended fear. But for Alone, it was a feeling of endless despair. It's over. His attack had indeed succeeded in delivering a direct hit to Altholtus. However, the problem was that it had only destroyed the heart, rather than obliterating the entire body. Privacy settings. Was my firepower insufficient? Objectively speaking, for someone who had only recently reached the 3rd tier of magic, the fact that he could even muster this level of firepower was due to various factors. Among them, the constraints played a significant role. The use of Babylonian phrases and beastly power were clear restrictions, but this time, the constraints he had placed were even more limited. In fact, designating a species or specific enemy in a constraint amplifies the pure power of magic by over 100% and 200%, respectively, even in games. Additionally, the time spent on incantation, which normally would be impossible for an offensive spell, had extended to dozens of seconds, allowing him to produce this level of firepower only because the opponent could not avoid the attack. By preparing auxiliary magic that sets the coordinates during the spell's initiation, allowing for an even higher level of firepower, he had finally been able to unleash such a powerful spell. In short, the magic from a moment ago was Alone's strongest and only trump card at this point in time. Thus, with this attack having failed, Alone's defeat was inevitable. His attack had indeed destroyed the Outer God's heart, but destroying just the heart wouldn't make the Outer God vanish. As if to prove this, Altholtus stood proudly in the same spot, still smiling broadly. His body was covered in burn marks, and there was a gaping hole in his chest, but that majestic smile remained. "Ah, I see. So you were still holding onto your will." Muttering words that only Alone could hear, the giant spoke in cryptic tones, causing Alone to drop the hands that had been clasped together in a seal. Even at this moment, the effects of the highest-grade potion continued to restore his body. Though his body was still uncomfortable, it had recovered enough for him to move around, but that meant little. Alone, who had exhausted all the magic in his bracelet due to the recent spell, no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Because of this, his expressionless face concealed a gloomy mood as he raised his gaze with some doubt at Altholtus' next words. At that moment, he saw it. Altholtus' body was slowly beginning to disappear. Reflecting the light of the setting sun, the giant started vanishing from his feet upwards, and Alone wore a bewildered expression. Is he disintegrating? The thought flickered briefly in his mind, but Alone quickly shook his head. He had never seen an Outer God's dissolution happen in such a manner. The moment of confusion passed. Impressive, noble one. I never imagined you would even carry rank within you. Though Alone was confused by the Outer God's words, he continued to listen. Boom! With a great smile, Altholtus sat down heavily, propping his chin on his hand before speaking again. Noble one, though we exchanged blows but once, it was truly magnificent. Indeed, the black one and the blue one have chosen well. Privacy settings. Alone, perplexed by the sudden voice in his head and the mysterious words, felt a surge of questions. Of course, his face remained expressionless, showing no sign of his inner thoughts, so Altholtus continued speaking. Since I have lost the duel, I shall give you a gift. I shall also bestow you with authority. With a grin. Remember us, the ones who retain the mystery and legacy of the forgotten great god. By this point, nearly half of Altholtus' body had disappeared, and his disintegration seemed to be accelerating. Yet, he smiled even more warmly and spoke again. When the usurpers crawl out from their restraints, summon me. Call upon my true name instead of the false derogatory titles they have spread. He continued. For you have earned that right. And then, call me. With those final words. The god of chaos and disorder. The accessory tied to the Outer God's waist dropped to the ground, and he vanished completely, leaving behind only a lingering smile filled with expectation. Alone, having witnessed the Outer God's complete disappearance, stared blankly at the accessory left behind. Bathed in the light of the setting sun, he expressionlessly gazed at the spot where the Outer God had vanished. This sight caught the attention of the soldiers and knights. As the living observed, reverence spread among them. After the giant vanished, the once bitterly cold land, which had been filled with the voices of the dead, became silent, with only the sharp wind filling the void. The restless undead, unable to die, had finally found peace, and the living began to gather and sort the remains of the fallen. About a day later, having accomplished their mission of capturing the Outer God, the expedition began to move once again, heading back to Caliban. About 2 days after that, as Alone was returning with the knights, just as he had when he came to the north, 3 significant changes had occurred. Salute. The first was that nearly every knight now saluted Alone when they looked at him. While the relationship between wizards and knights had never been particularly bad, there was still a degree of rivalry. Especially since wizards, who were more akin to scholars, differed from those who used magic purely for combat. Though their relationship had been somewhat distant, there had never been this level of mutual respect. However, despite all this, whenever Alone simply walked outside the carriage or tent, he would receive salutes from everyone around, regardless of which group the soldiers or knights belonged to. This was the first significant change that had occurred to Alone. Privacy settings. The second. Vice Tower Master. Yes, yes. I just have something I want to ask. Whatever it is, please ask. Pinia's misunderstanding had somehow become strangely more intense. Alone, seeing her trembling like a leaf the moment he spoke to her, wore a troubled expression and spoke. I think you're misunderstanding something. I'm not misunderstanding at all. You're a second-tier mage, aren't you? Pinia exaggerated, her voice shaking as her eyes trembled slightly, looking pitiful. But apart from that, Alone started to feel slightly disheartened. I'm a third tier. Oh, that's right. You're a third-tier mage. I must have been mistaken. Pinia nodded furiously at Alone's calm, though somewhat indignant, voice. But why does the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower speak so respectfully to someone who's just third tier? Oh, is that so? Maybe I should start speaking informally. Pinia, who now spoke like a broken doll, tried to use informal speech, causing Alone to sigh. Just do whatever is comfortable for you. Ah, understood. Thank you. Pinia immediately returned to polite speech, bowing her head gratefully. As Alone received her thanks for allowing her to continue using honorifics, he felt like some kind of cruel mastermind and soon spoke. By any chance, do you know anything about the black one and the blue one? No? I don't know anything. Really? Yes, really, I know nothing at all. Pinia shook her head vigorously, as if she genuinely knew nothing. If you know anything, just tell me. I really don't know. I've never seen anything black or blue. Her quick response left Alone speechless, wondering if she had even thought about it. Realizing he wouldn't get any useful information from her, he nodded. Well then, I'll be off. As she practically ran away, her mouth curved into a strange smile, as if escaping from the conversation brought her immense joy. Watching Pinia run off, Alone felt oddly hurt. Along with Pinia running into the distance, Alone noticed a mage watching her with reverent eyes. Alone recalled the keywords uttered by the outer god. Privacy settings. The black one, the blue one, the sign and mystery of the forgotten great god, the rank, the air of will and authority. The only thing Alone could deduce from this was one thing. The air of the forgotten god's sign and mystery is definitely something I heard when I placed the restriction through the ring, but other than that, I don't know anything. Alone absent-mindedly touched his head. In truth, there were many things he couldn't understand. While it was fortunate, he still didn't grasp why the outer god, who shouldn't have perished, had been destroyed by that attack. And that wasn't all. He couldn't comprehend what Ulthultus meant by the black one and the blue one, nor did he understand what rank referred to. If the only rank I know in this world is divine rank, but it can't be that, can it? Alone was also baffled by the true name Ulthultus had revealed, god of chaos and disorder. That name felt too foreign, more suited to an Eastern deity than the northern barbarian god he knew, which left him confused. Perhaps I'll understand if I go there? Alone pulled out the accessory from his robe. It was the leather ornament, with 3 amethysts arranged in a row, that had belonged to the outer god, Ulthultus, the god of chaos and disorder. In the game, this was an item obtained after defeating him, and its effect was to double the user's damage output exactly. However, when equipped, the damage received was also doubled, which led players to call it the glass cannon belt. As Alone looked at the inside of the ornament, he soon saw a sentence inscribed there. To the heir of the will, head to the ancient city of Kahara. Seeing these letters, which shouldn't have existed on the belt originally, Alone easily deduced that this was the gift left behind by the outer god and began to think. Getting there won't be difficult. The ancient city of Kahara, as the name suggests, no longer exists in the current era. However, Alone had a rough idea of its location. That's because, in the game, it was one of the secret dungeons that players could enter once they arrived at the colony. So, as Alone was making his way back to the carriage while looking at the belt's inscription. Were you here? Deus. He noticed Deus, who had at some point started following him, his expression as blank as ever. Watching Deus, who appeared as unchanging as usual, Alone felt slightly uncomfortable. That's because Deus was the third major change Alone experienced after returning to Caliban. Of course, from the outside, it didn't seem like Deus had changed all that much. He seemed to carry himself with a bit more tension, but even that was barely noticeable, with no significant outward difference. Still, the reason Alone felt slightly uneasy was, "Count. What is it?" "Privacy settings. Shall I kill the Vice Tower Master?" "Why?" "She's spoken formally to you, Count." Deus had become more aggressive in expressing his respect after that day, which made Alone uncomfortable. "There's no need for that." "Understood." Though it wasn't obvious, Deus appeared somewhat disappointed by Alone's response, leaving Alone with a strange expression. "Well then, Count. What now? Shall I make an example out of a couple of wizards? What's wrong with you?" Alone felt a wave of dizziness. A little over 2 weeks had passed. Although progress was slower than expected due to the wounded soldiers, they finally arrived at Kurdum, the capital of Caliban, to be met with the citizens' enthusiastic cheers. Wherever he looked, Alone saw people with bright expressions, proudly cheering. Led by Deus, the knights and soldiers were welcomed into the royal palace, where they reported the subjugation of the outer god, marking the end of the expedition. Alone, without hesitation, prepared to leave once again. For him, there was no longer any reason to stay in Caliban after the outer god had been eradicated. "I've received plenty of gifts," he thought with a satisfied expression as he glanced at the carriage. The carriage was loaded with numerous gifts, courtesy of the quick-witted king of Caliban, who sought to strengthen their friendship. Alone, gazing contentedly at the slightly excessive gifts, soon spoke to Deus. "Well, see you next time." As he turned to leave, offering a typical Korean farewell akin to "let's have a meal sometime," Deus, for the first time, suddenly asked a question. "May I ask you something?" Alone, who was about to turn away, paused. "What is it?" Having spent about a month with Deus, from the northern expedition to their return to the capital, Alone had never heard such a direct question from him before. Usually, Deus only expressed his deepening respect without much inquiry. Alone patiently waited for him to speak. After a moment of silence, Deus finally asked, "Can I become stronger too?" Alone was briefly taken aback by the unexpected question, especially since Deus was already quite strong. Alone pondered what could have prompted such a question, then reached a conclusion. "Privacy settings. Perhaps it's because the magic I used in battle against the outer god left a strong impression, increasing his respect for me." After concluding his thoughts, Alone spoke. "Of course, you can become stronger." "Really?" "Yes, as long as you put in the effort, you can achieve anything you desire." "Is that true?" "Yes, it's true," Alone replied, puzzled by Deus's sudden eagerness. He wasn't lying. In fact, Deus, like the rest of the 5 sins, already had extraordinary innate abilities even before the descent of the gods. In Deus's case, even without using his unique abilities, he could become a sword master with sheer skill. Given that he'd reached this level in just 1 year, it was only a matter of time before he became even stronger. Reflecting on these facts made Alone feel a tinge of envy for the sheer talent standing before him. It would have been nice if I could have been reborn with a more talented body," Alone thought briefly before continuing. "So don't worry," he added. "Understood," Deus replied. "Then I'll be on my way." "Wait, may I ask you one more thing?" "What is it now?" Alone asked, hesitating mid-turn. "Why do you always ask instead of command?" Alone, momentarily confused by the question, tried to piece together what Deus might be getting at. "Does he think there's some hidden motive behind my support?" Though there was indeed a reason, preventing the descent of the 5 sins, Alone's financial and material support for them had been primarily out of goodwill, aside from the larger threat of the 5 sins. While there was some tension related to the 5 sins, his actions were still rooted in genuine goodwill. However, Deus's suspicions seemed to undermine the sincerity of his intentions, which made Alone feel slightly wronged. "Who would issue orders to family?" Alone replied, hoping to convey his sincerity with his parting words. With that, he said his final farewell to Deus and departed for Asteria in his carriage. That night, Deus sat in the office of the mansion, staring blankly at the moon hanging in the sky, maintaining a silent vigil. A quiet sigh escaped him. But the reason for his sigh was not the various tasks on his desk or the work he had to handle in the future. Instead, it was because he had come face to face with his own ignorance during the recent expedition. Privacy settings. Deus had always believed he was strong enough. His innate ability, passed down through his lineage, was so powerful that even Yusha had praised it. Moreover, his talent with the sword, a gift bestowed upon him by the Great Moon, surpassed even Caliban's greatest sword master, Reinhardt. Deus was fully aware of this. In fact, he couldn't not know. The countless praises and reverence he received as he swiftly rose to become a master knight made it impossible for him to be unaware of his own strength. Thus, he had vaguely assumed that the strength he possessed was enough to exact revenge on the Black Ones. Even if that strength was slightly lacking, he believed his talent with the sword would eventually be sufficient to elevate him to that level. At least, until he encountered the Outer God. To Deus, the very presence of the Outer God and its overwhelming strength was a profound shock. Merely standing before it, he felt his throat tighten, as if gripped by fear. It made him realize, in the most painful way, that he was just a frog in a well, ignorant of the vast world beyond. This realization hit him even harder when he witnessed the power of the Great Moon. He couldn't help but recall that moment. The image of the Great Moon using magic against the Outer God, with the sunset as a backdrop, and the two eyes that appeared behind him. Of course, Deus had no idea what those eyes were. All he could discern was that each eye represented a different entity, and the Great Moon was utilizing their power. However, Deus instinctively understood one crucial thing just from looking at those eyes. That was something that shouldn't be perceived, and even the mere attempt to understand it was forbidden. Though it was the first time he'd seen it, this understanding was imprinted in his mind as naturally as if it had always been there. Just like the fact that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, or that all life born eventually dies, the notion that this knowledge should not be pursued became an undeniable truth in his mind. Reflecting on this, Deus suddenly felt a sense of shame. Unlike Pinia, who only saw Alone's strength, Deus hadn't even realized the true power of the Great Moon. In fact, Deus had thought the Great Moon was weak. In his eyes, the only thing he could sense from the Great Moon was a faint amount of magic power. But that was merely Deus's ignorance. While Deus had frozen in place, unable to resist the Outer God, the Great Moon had stood calmly in front of it and battled it head-on, eventually annihilating it. Deus had followed the Great Moon, determined to repay a favor, but instead of repaying that debt, he had only ended up receiving more help. Just like before. No, this can't go on. Deus once again recalled the thought that had crossed his mind repeatedly since returning to Caliban after defeating the Outer God. However, despite having the same thought dozens of times, it had never developed into something more. That was because of doubt about himself. Having witnessed the Outer God and now deeply respecting the Great Moon, to whom he owed his life, Deus began to doubt whether he could ever reach that level. Privacy settings. Despite knowing that his talent was exceptional, the overwhelming power displayed by the Outer God and the Great Moon crushed any confidence he had in his abilities. And so, until today, Deus had been trapped in a cycle of self-doubt, repeatedly asking himself the same question without arriving at an answer. But today, Deus was finally able to end the doubt he had been grappling with for weeks. Of course, you can become stronger. Yes, as long as you put in the effort, you can achieve anything you desire. Really, it's true. He recalled the words Alone had spoken to him today. There had been no particular emotion in those words, but at the same time, there was no hesitation. Alone had immediately said that Deus had the talent to defeat the Black Ones, that he could reach that level if he worked hard enough. That statement, uttered without the slightest hesitation, was enough to give Deus an unwavering certainty. I must become stronger. Deus clenched his fist tightly. For the first time, his once stagnant thoughts began to advance. The vague desire for revenge against the Black Ones was now becoming more concrete, spurred by newfound certainty. Those concrete thoughts quickly multiplied, branching off into dozens of other ideas. Thus, for the first time, the frog in the well, having gained the conviction to venture into the outside world, began to prepare. Strong enough to become his sword. Motivated by a new purpose. Family. He clung to the warmth of that single word, the recognition that the great moon had last bestowed upon him, which alone, when thought of, filled his heart with warmth. With this as his talisman, Deus truly began his journey forward. The blue moonlight shone down on Deus as he sat in the dark office. A moment later, still silent, Deus recalled that moment and instinctively raised his left hand forward. Back then, it was like this, wasn't it? Just as Alone had done when facing the outer god, Deus extended his middle and ring fingers, releasing a bit of magic to scan the surroundings for any presence. First line of silence. He quietly muttered the words in the empty room, his left hand twitching slightly. Privacy settings. Of course, nothing happened. But even though he was alone in the room, mimicking Alone's actions, Deus couldn't help but feel a mixture of slight embarrassment and satisfaction. He adjusted his posture once again, thinking briefly to himself, it would have been nice to have as much talent in magic as he does. At that moment, my lord. Yes, I've noticed you seem to really enjoy sweet potatoes from time to time. They're delicious. Alone responded to Evan's comment while roasting sweet potatoes by the fire. Indeed, the sweet potatoes were truly delicious. It was late at night, about a month later, when Alone finally arrived at Count Palacio's estate. That was exhausting. It had been about 3 months since his last return, and Alone couldn't help but mutter a brief reflection. Truth be told, nothing significant had occurred since he left Caliban. The only thing that had been mildly annoying was Evan's unceasing curiosity about Alone's powers, resulting in near-daily questions. Beyond that, the only notable development was the growing rumor among the kingdoms that Count Palacio had played a major role in capturing the outer god in Caliban. Having concluded his long journey, Alone was ready to rest. Although his return to the Count's estate from Caliban had occupied most of his focus, there were now several matters he needed to investigate. He had to visit Colony and figure out more about the Black Ones and the Blue Ones, and he needed to understand why the Outer God had appeared and why Altoltis possessed a true name. In other words, he had plenty of work ahead of him. But despite that, Alone chose to rest. After all, from the beginning, his goal had always been to enjoy a leisurely life as a noble. While his study of magic was enjoyable, its primary purpose was self-preservation rather than achieving something grand. In short, all of this effort was ultimately to ensure a peaceful life, and from Alone's perspective, it was only fitting to reward himself with some rest after the hardships he had endured. With that in mind, Alone planned to do nothing for about a week once he returned to the Count's estate. Privacy settings. But first, he sat down in the office to quickly take care of the piled-up tasks in a single day. As he opened the letters from Yusha that he had yet to read, Alone suddenly froze. What? He muttered in a daze. And for good reason. Evan. Yes. How high of a rank is a cardinal in Rosario? A cardinal. Well, technically, they're just below the Pope or the Holy Saint. Why? Yusha has become a cardinal. What? Inside the letter was the shocking news that Yusha had become a cardinal of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. On the early morning when Alone received the letter that Yusha had become a cardinal, the regular meeting of the Blue Moon began. The Blue Moon meetings usually occur every 6 months. Given the distance between them, they mostly communicate through a crystal orb rather than meeting in person. However, even though the meetings were held every 6 months, they didn't last long. The meetings, conducted through the crystal orb made by Rhine, rarely lasted more than 10 minutes. Most of the time was taken up by Yusha, who led the discussions, or Seorang, who interjected with her innocent remarks. In short, apart from these two, the other members would only say yes or no or give brief opinions when necessary. Otherwise, they wouldn't speak at all. Of course, Raiden or Rhine would occasionally exchange trivial, everyday stories, but Deus mostly remained silent during the meetings. This was not only because Deus had nothing to say, but also because he was naturally a quiet person. Thus, no one expected it. When Sealring innocently remarked, "Oh, I heard a rumor that the Great Moon has left." How was it to see him in person? None of them anticipated that this would extend their usual 10-minute meeting to over 30 minutes. Up to that point, the 5 great sins attending the meeting were quite intrigued. Privacy settings. Not because Deus was delivering a praise-filled speech about the Great Moon, but because they were surprised that Deus could even speak that much. However, the Great Moon stood before the otherworldly entity, Otholtus. When everyone was consumed by despair and fear, and even the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower was blinded by terror, the Great Moon nonchalantly stepped forward and challenged the entity to a duel. Thinking back, it seemed like the Great Moon had been preparing magic since then. But that's not the important part. The moment when the entity faced the Great Moon. As Deus's speech surpassed the 30-minute mark, and almost an hour had passed, the others started feeling a growing sense of bewilderment. No one had imagined that this story could go on for so long. Now that I think about it, when the Great Moon departed. Wait, you're getting off track. Ryan tried to interrupt Deus, but just listen to this part. I'm telling a story about the Great Moon, aren't I? So, where was I? Yes, with Otholtus. Deus, completely absorbed in the story of the Great Moon, rewound the narrative to an earlier point, continuing his long speech. Ryan and Sealring, both pleading with their eyes and magic through the vision, glanced at Yusha, hoping she would intervene since she was the only one capable of stopping Deus. However, indeed, the Great Moon is truly exceptional. Yusha, rather than stopping him, seemed completely taken with the story herself, nodding and smiling with admiration. Realizing this, the others understood that the story would not be ending anytime soon. As expected, Deus's speech finally ended, an additional hour and 30 minutes later. At that moment, Rhine, Raiden, and Sealring engraved in their minds the lesson that they should never ask Deus about the Great Moon again. And with that, the meeting came to an end. It was late into the dawn. The next day. Privacy settings. Count, it seems that Yusha really has become a cardinal. Really? Yes, the Information Guild has also confirmed that Yusha is now one of the 8 cardinals of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Hearing Evan's voice, Alone murmured to himself, a flood of question marks swirling in his head. Evan. Yes, my lord. Being a cardinal is a very high position in the Holy Kingdom, isn't it? That's right. As I mentioned before, cardinals are ranked just below the Pope. And they also have the authority to declare an outcall, which is quite significant. An outcall. To put it simply, they have the legal right to declare a holy war. Of course, there are some conditions that need to be met. At Evan's words, Alone let out a small gasp and, after a moment of silence, spoke again. Evan. Yes, my lord. Is it possible to become a cardinal that easily? Are you seriously asking that? Looking at Alone with an expression that clearly questioned what kind of absurd question this was, Evan replied. I was just wondering, that's all. Of course, it's not something that comes easily. Aside from saints chosen directly by God, there are only 8 cardinals in the entire Holy Kingdom. Do you really think it would be easy? Alone nodded, but tilted his head slightly in confusion. How on earth did she manage it? It was Alone who had sent Yusha to the Holy Kingdom, knowing she had the talent of a devout believer. However, he never imagined that Yusha would become a cardinal of the Holy Kingdom in less than 2 years. He knew very well that the position of cardinal wasn't something one could achieve through piety alone. Thus, although Alone was perplexed by Yusha's current situation, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, when he thought about it rationally, Yusha's success in the Holy Kingdom wasn't a loss for him at all. In fact, it might even turn out to be quite a good thing. Could I finally have some real backing? Privacy settings. There were already rumors spreading within Caliban that Count Palacio was a benefactor to Deus, one of the master knights of Caliban, but this situation was different. With Deus, he had barely exchanged a word once a day, and even sending a single letter was a rare event. On the other hand, Yusha was someone with whom he regularly exchanged letters every month and could easily ask for favors if necessary. The difference was substantial. Thus, while Alone outwardly remained expressionless, he inwardly felt quite satisfied, nodding to himself several times. Maybe some benefits will fall into my lap? He held on to a small sense of anticipation. About a week passed after that. As Alone originally planned, he returned to the Count's estate and enjoyed a peaceful life. Sleeping in late, toasting bread in the morning, and enjoying steak for dinner, this leisurely lifestyle brought him the most precious kind of happiness. However, that didn't mean he had spent the entire week doing nothing. Though he wished he could stop thinking entirely, Alone couldn't afford to be complacent, knowing that otherworldly beings had already descended once. If one had appeared, there was a possibility that others could also descend. In other words, the situation had become one where otherworldly beings might appear now that the 5 great sins had been sealed. Alone, rather than resisting, accepted the situation humbly. Though it had been a struggle, in a way, it wasn't all bad. If the butterfly effect of him saving the 5 great sins had led to this, then having a few otherworldly beings show up was far better than the alternative of not stopping them and letting them destroy the kingdoms. At least the otherworldly beings would give some warning when they appeared, whereas the 5 great sins would descend like a bomb, leaving people no choice but to pray. In any case, fully aware that otherworldly beings could show up again, Alone spent the past week gathering information and studying magic. Alone let out a long sigh as he looked down at the ground. Unlike the solid parts of the training field, there was sticky mud dirtying his shoes. Did I finally succeed? Just as Alone realized that the magic he had been researching since returning from Caliban had finally worked. Count, It's oddly cold in here, isn't it? Hearing Evan's bewildered voice as he entered the training field, Alone naturally turned his gaze toward him and spoke. Privacy settings. Did you return? Yes. Did you find anything? Any useful information? Alone asked with a hint of expectation, hoping for some answers about Othultus, the black and blue ones, or any other information. Nothing at all? Yes. They said they don't know anything about strange powers, the black or the blue ones. Hearing Evan's response, Alone clicked his tongue in disappointment and thought to himself, looks like I'll need to go to Colony for information. Recalling what was written on the artifact, Alone considered. Normally, it was more his style to search for clues on his own rather than ask the Information Guild. However, he hadn't moved because the location of the old god city, Kahara, still hadn't been revealed at this point. I didn't consider this, since you could always access it in the game after going to Colony. Clicking his tongue again in frustration, Alone shrugged his shoulders. If his faint memory of playing Psychedelia was correct, the location of Kahara would likely be discovered soon. If the lore is right, it should be this year, since it was discovered 3 years before the protagonist left the village. Recalling that this year was 3 years before the start of the original story, Alone concluded that he had no choice but to wait until then and nodded. Understood. I'll tell them to keep looking, just in case. Watching Alone nod briefly, Evan suddenly exclaimed, by the way, my lord, you've received a gift. A gift? Yes, it's been placed in your office. You should check it out. After hearing Evan's words, Alone returned to his office and found the gift waiting for him. Upon checking its contents, Alone couldn't help but let out a small exclamation. Oh. Without meaning to, he voiced his admiration. The reason for his surprise was that inside the gift box was a solid gold goblet encrusted with dazzling jewels. If I sold just this one, I could easily buy a mansion or 2, Evan muttered in shock, staring at the goblet. Alone, still processing the surprise, checked the name of the sender on the wrapping. The recipient's name was written in large, unmistakable letters. Baron Pirama. Privacy settings. Why would he send this to me? Naturally, Alone didn't know who Baron Pirama was, so he tilted his head in confusion. However, perhaps the rumors have finally spread? Evan suggested. Rumors? Yes. After all, the rumor that you're the benefactor of Deus, one of the master knights of Caliban, has been circulating for a while. A gift this grand just for a connection? Alone asked, bewildered. But shortly after, he realized the truth. It's true. Upon checking the letter that came with the gift, Alone mumbled in surprise. The letter contained a brief introduction from Baron Pirama and flattering words praising Alone as Deus's benefactor. The Master Knights are quite famous, but to this extent. Alone still wore a perplexed expression. Sure, in the game, the Master Knights were always celebrated no matter where they appeared, but recalling a scene from the game where he had briefly traveled with Reinhardt, one of the Master Knights of Caliban, during a quest, Alone thought to himself, well, I suppose there could be a few people like this. With that thought in mind, and feeling quite satisfied, he nodded as he took the golden goblet. While the Count's estate wasn't in financial trouble, the more wealth, the better. Alone had plenty of experiences in his past life where the amount of money you had could significantly impact the quality of your life. I'll keep this as a secret stash. Though Alone remained expressionless on the outside, inside he was smiling with satisfaction as he gazed at the golden goblet. And the next day, my lord, Evan called out. What is it? Another gift has arrived, and this time, there are 2 of them. 2. Once again, Alone received gifts from a noble he didn't know. This time, 2 rare artifacts, both just as valuable as the golden goblet he received the previous day. Privacy settings. Wow, these artifacts come from the deep levels of the labyrinth. They must be incredibly expensive, Evan said in amazement, admiring the artifacts in Alone's hands. Though Alone appeared expressionless, internally, he was beaming. Is this networking? As he looked at the letter praising both Deus and himself as Deus's benefactor, Alone smiled with satisfaction while gazing at the artifacts. With the wealth accumulated from these gifts, Alone realized that he could further elevate his already prosperous lifestyle in no time. The bitter memory of Deus not contacting him in the past was long forgotten. Deus, you're quite the dutiful one, aren't you? In Alone's mind, Deus had now become a model of filial piety. My lord, with all these gifts, we could even replace your carriage with a magic-engineered one. You'll need it for the upcoming Grand Council tournament in a few months, right? Evan suggested. That might not be a bad idea, Alone replied, smiling contentedly while holding the artifact. However, that was only temporary. The next day, my lord, another gift has arrived. Oh, the day after that. A gift, my lord. Oh, 3 days later. My lord, a gift has arrived. Another week later. My lord, yet another gift. And then, exactly 1 month later. My lord, another gift has arrived? Alone began to feel that something strange was going on. In the northern lands, where the harsh cold and gray earth stretch endlessly, lies the place where a battle was recently fought between an outer god and the Count of Asteria. Now it has become a field of countless graves, the final resting place of those the expedition couldn't retrieve. Clunk. Clad in a black sacred robe, with ominous black accessories jangling at his waist and hands. Though his face was hidden beneath a hood, he seemed to scan his surroundings. He twisted his mouth, as if he didn't understand the situation. However, soon after, as he continued to glance around, a faint, amused smile crept onto his face. Interesting. His voice, strangely cheerful, was ill-suited for the gray landscape. It echoed, layered with multiple tones, making it unclear whether the speaker was a man or a woman. As he slowly surveyed the area, his gaze finally landed on the ground. It was the very place where the outer god had vanished, and where, through a rightful duel, Alone had landed his blow. Silently staring at the spot, he muttered, "Let's see how far this will go. Shall we watch?" With those cryptic words, he turned without hesitation, as if there was no more business to be done here. And so, the gray land, home only to graves, was left utterly desolate once more. Privacy settings. 5 months had passed since gifts had been arriving endlessly at the Palacio County, and now the time had shifted from spring to the clear, warm days of summer. Though the breeze was warm, it was still more aptly described as pleasant than hot. At this time, when the flood of gifts accompanying Alone's magical studies was beginning to slow down, 2 major tasks arose for him. The first was the reappearance of the forgotten city of Kahara. After continuously seeking information from the guild, Alone had quickly obtained word that the lost city had been discovered in the desert. Though the guild's report only mentioned that explorers had found a hidden city, Alone, based on his prior knowledge, easily identified it as the forgotten city of Kahara. In other words, all that remained was to depart from the colony, and he could finally acquire the information he had sought. However, instead of heading to the desert city, Alone was currently traveling in the opposite direction, towards the capital of Asteria, Tyria. The reason for this was his second task, the Grand Assembly, held every 3 years, which nobles were obligated to attend. "Are we there yet?" "We should be arriving soon," replied Evan, who was riding in the carriage with Alone, looking up at the sunny sky. "I hope we're not close. But if we push the pace any further, it'll be difficult." Alone nodded at Evan's words. The carriage, now speeding along an unpaved road, was moving unusually fast for such a vehicle. "I don't want the attention from arriving late." Calculating time poorly, Alone found himself in danger of arriving late to the Grand Assembly. Behind his expressionless face, he sighed deeply. He was tempted to abandon everything and turn the carriage back toward the colony, but unfortunately, that wasn't an option. Like the social gatherings he'd attended previously, the Grand Assembly was a mandatory event for all Astrian nobles, held once every 3 years. Why do such rules even exist? While Alone had looked through documents for a way to avoid attending, he knew the reason such regulations were in place. Is this a communist country? Oh, it's a monarchy, so maybe it is. Yet, knowing the reason for the rule didn't change his mind. He had no interest in joining Asteria's political factions, not before and certainly not now. Joining a political faction was essentially making enemies within the kingdom, something Alone had no desire for. Of course, making enemies could bring benefits, but none of those were things Alone wanted. Money, for instance, had become abundant due to his ever-grateful servant Deus. There was a time when receiving too many gifts felt burdensome, but now things are quite comfortable. In any case, Alone saw no benefit to joining a faction given his current dreams, so he had stayed away from them from the start. Evan. There, you can see the capital now. Privacy settings. As if waiting for Alone's words, Evan quickly responded. Alone shifted his gaze outside the carriage and saw the capital of Asteria, Tyria, coming into view. Oh, Tyria's level of development was impressive, better than any other kingdom Alone had seen so far. Though he had only visited about 5 estates and one other capital, Caliban, the difference in development, aside from the size of the land, was not significant. As he gazed absent-mindedly at the view of the capital. There it is. Seeing the building for the Grand Assembly in the distance, Alone couldn't help but feel the same nervous anticipation as a university student running 10 minutes late for a lecture. His face tensed with anxiety at the thought. However, as soon as he entered the assembly hall, Alone tilted his head in confusion. Despite the fact that the meeting should have already started, a large number of nobles were still outside, casually socializing instead of entering the hall. What's going on? Alone briefly wondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. Instead, he felt relieved that he wouldn't have to endure the cold stares of arriving late. He hurriedly stepped down from the carriage, eager to get inside. Soon after. Phew. Evan, who had driven the carriage to the assembly in such a tight time frame, sighed with relief as he watched Alone. Alone, walking toward the Grand Assembly at a slightly hurried pace, seemed to be in a rush. However, to others, it might have simply appeared that his strides were naturally long. But Evan, who had been by Alone's side for over 7 years and approaching 8, could tell that Alone was in more of a hurry than he let on. Well, that's about the only thing I can figure out about him. Despite having spent many years with Alone, there were still many things Evan didn't know about him, which left him feeling a bit frustrated. Evan soon wore a puzzled expression. The nobles, who had been chatting amongst themselves just moments before, began following Alone into the assembly hall as he walked briskly ahead of them. Of course, this wasn't entirely unusual. It was possible that they had simply lost track of time while talking and only now realized they were running late. However, that wasn't the reason for Evan's confusion. Wait, Are they all following the count? The nobles scattered near the Grand Assembly building weren't standing together. They had been spread out all over the place, from the stairs to the entrance. In other words, the nobles who realized they were late only needed to head for the entrance. Privacy settings. But no way. Is this really happening? Alone, too absorbed in his own thoughts about not wanting to be late and feeling relieved he didn't have to deal with the anxiety of a tardy university student, didn't seem to notice. But all the nobles were now walking in behind him. Clunk. When Alone finally reached the top of the stairs and entered the assembly, it looked as though he was leading all the nobles inside. Evan, watching from behind, could only stare in bewilderment. Meanwhile, as Alone entered the assembly hall, feeling relieved, he finally took in the view of the interior for the first time. It resembled the round shape of a parliamentary building he had seen on TV in his previous world. The only noticeable difference was that the seats were divided into 3 distinct sections, likely to separate the factions from one another. The left must be the royalists and the right the nobles faction? Alone glanced at the nobles seated on the left and right sides, before noticing the numerous empty seats in the middle. It seems like this is where the unaffiliated nobles sit, but are there really this many unaffiliated nobles? Alone's face showed confusion, but only for a moment. Realizing that eyes were gradually turning towards him, he instinctively moved to sit in the furthest seat at the back. However, as he turned his head in response to the gazes he felt from behind, he was startled. For there, staring directly at him, were the nobles. They were all looking at him with expressions that seemed to ask, "What are you doing right now? Wait, weren't all of you just outside?" With a bewildered expression, Alone started to move forward, intending to sit in a seat somewhere in the middle. Seeing the nobles still wearing those expressions of "What exactly are you doing?" Alone finally realized why the nobles had been waiting outside the assembly hall despite the passage of time. Could it be because they didn't want to sit at the front? It was an almost ridiculous thought, something that had made sense back when he was a university student. Never having attended a grand assembly like this, either in the game or in real life, Alone had no choice but to sit at the point of the triangular seating arrangement, the spot clearly meant for the leader of a faction. As soon as Alone sat down, the sound of nobles following suit filled the hall, confirming his suspicion. I can see why they wouldn't want to sit here. Alone subtly glanced to the sides, looking at the 2 faction leaders who were also seated at the points of the triangle, just like him. On one side was Duke Limgrave, leader of the Royalist faction, and on the other side was Marquis Filboid, leader of the Noble faction. They could be described as a gracefully aging middle-aged man and a middle-aged man weathered by the storms of life, but the aura they exuded was formidable. Privacy settings. Of course, it wasn't magical energy. Rather, it was the gravitas of people who had led their factions for a long time, having faced countless trials. They're staring a lot. Just as Alone was coming to understand why the nobles avoided sitting at the front, the man in the center, who looked more like a clergyman than a noble, glanced at Alone and the other faction leaders and began to speak. "Let us now commence the Grand Assembly. I hope this ends quickly," Alone thought to himself as he turned his head. In doing so, he spotted Duke Altia seated behind him. She had been seated directly behind Alone, and unlike the last time he had seen her, she now radiated an aura of mystery and intrigue. "And before we begin the assembly, we would like to announce that the newly established faction, Kalfa, will now have voting rights in Asteria's Grand Assembly." It was one of those rumors that Alone had pushed to the back of his mind, convinced it was something that wouldn't matter in the long run. But now, he remembered, it was the day the faction of Lady Zenonia and Duke Altia was officially launching. "And now, Count Palacio, as the representative of the Kalfa faction, do you have anything to say?" "What?" At that moment, Alone realized that he had somehow become the leader of the shadowy faction created by Duke Altia and Lady Zenonia. In the vast territory of Maltion, located south of the Kingdom of Ashtalon, 2 men sat in the underground of a massive mansion. One of them was Carmine, the 3rd son of Duke Comelin, the owner of this mansion. The man standing before him wore a relaxed expression, despite facing Carmine, who was infamous as a tyrant and scoundrel. You're the agent, right? Carmine asked, as if confirming. The man with half-closed eyes smiled quietly, then, without a word, took out a quill from his pocket. At first glance, the quill didn't seem to possess any special power. However, soon a hum was heard, and the tip of the quill revealed an aura blade. With a light smile, the man raised his arm above his head, releasing the aura, and drew a line in the air. Despite being drawn in empty space, a dark line clearly lingered where the quill had passed. Carmine, watching this, soon realized that the line was seeping into the air, like ink bleeding through water. At the moment the black ink in the air disappeared, a sharp splatter echoed. Chwak! Blood burst out in the previously empty basement, and bodies, which had not been visible before, collapsed to the floor, their blood blossoming on the ground. Privacy settings. There were 9 corpses in total. In a space that had been pristine just moments ago, the pungent scent of blood now filled the air, thanks to the man, who nonchalantly returned the quill to his chest pocket. It seems my answer should be clear now. What do you think? The man grinned mischievously. Carmine, who had momentarily appeared dazed, suddenly smiled grimly. Indeed. A sword master with such a unique ability. As expected, you're one of the agents. Your level is on another plane. Though his subordinates had been slaughtered in a single strike, Carmine showed no concern, instead expressing admiration. Thank you for the compliment, the agent responded with a smile. Satisfied, Carmine nodded. As I thought, this is the right answer. The agents. They were assassins operating out of the United Kingdoms. While their exact numbers were unknown, Carmine was certain that each member of the agents possessed enough skill to be considered at the level of a sword master. Their service fees were exorbitant, and they were selective in accepting contracts, but once a job was taken, it had never failed. Now, let's get straight to the point, said the agent. Without hesitation, Carmine responded, I want you to kill a noble. Which noble? Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom. At this, the agent paused briefly, deep in thought, before replying, I'm afraid that particular contract will be a bit difficult. A blunt refusal. But Carmine had anticipated this response to some extent, so he continued. Is it an issue with the payment? Indeed. As you're well aware, our fees are quite high. Moreover, there would be additional costs involved with Count Palacio. So, you're saying that if I pay the fee, you'll be able to kill Count Palacio? We've never failed any contract we accepted, whether it was to take the head of a noble, Pizik, or even the head of royalty, for that matter. The agent's overwhelming confidence was apparent in his words. Carmine then responded, I will pay. I'm afraid the fee we charge will be quite burdensome for you. Privacy settings. True, if it's only money, that might be tough. But Carmine, with a confident smile, pulled something from his chest and presented it. How about this? What Carmine held was a black cube. A cube so dark it seemed capable of absorbing even light itself, resembling the abyss. Interest flickered in the agent's eyes as he observed it. It's not abyssal jade, but an abyssal core. Yes, Carmine confirmed with a nod. The agent silently stared at the item for a moment. Greed briefly flashed in his eyes, but after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head as if the answer was clear. It's certainly tempting, but even an abyssal core alone. The agent spoke as if genuinely disappointed. However, what if it were 3 abyssal cores? At Carmine's following words, the agent fell silent. And then, are you sure? Of course. Heh. With a faint chuckle, the agent said, I'll complete the job as quickly as possible and return. With that, he vanished from the spot as if he had simply disappeared, leaving only the sharp scent of blood lingering in the air. Left alone, Carmine finally smiled broadly. At last. 5 months ago, after failing to exact revenge through Violin, Carmine had tirelessly sought ways to exact his revenge, though he had repeatedly failed. Rumors had spread that Deus Macallion, one of the master knights of Caliban, was deeply connected with Count Palacio. And the more the revenge was delayed, the more Carmine's hatred for Alone grew, almost like an obsession. It was no longer a rational emotion, but an irrational and intense loathing. Because of that excessive hatred, he had consumed far more abyssal cores than necessary, leaving himself in a precarious position with his father. Yet, despite that, Carmine was still smiling wickedly. Did you really think you could ignore me and live comfortably? That will never happen. Not ever. Privacy settings. His twisted inferiority complex and misery had turned into hatred, now directed toward Alone. For some reason, a sentence that felt like it belonged in the title of a web novel from another world passed through his mind. I accidentally became the leader of a group formed by a shadowy alliance. Do you have anything to say? Unaware of Alone's complicated feelings, the moderator asked another question. Alone, however, wanted to ask back. What? Me? The leader of a group created by a shadowy alliance? It seems you have nothing to add, so we will move on. Before Alone could voice his confusion, the moderator smoothly continued, leaving the words stuck in his throat. Alone, desperately trying to understand the situation, shifted his gaze and looked toward Duke Altia. Nod. Unlike the young days he remembered, Duke Altia now exuded the aura of a shadowy figure, nodding confidently. Likewise, Lady Zenonia, no, now officially Countess Zenonia, who had held her succession ceremony after her father's death a few months ago, was also smiling beside him. Is this some kind of prank? The thought crossed Alone's mind, but he knew very well that this wasn't just a prank. As he continued to piece together the confusion, he finally understood the situation. He realized why the nobles had looked puzzled when he had sat down earlier, and why the two men sitting across from him, who had clearly been through many battles, were watching him with intense wariness. With this new understanding, Alone realized once again that he had truly become the leader of a shadow faction. Feeling a sudden dizziness, Alone instinctively held his head and tightly closed his eyes. About 2 hours later, the Grand Council meeting ended. Although a lot of discussions had taken place, Alone couldn't recall a single thing from the meeting. Privacy settings. For Alone, the reason he had somehow become the leader of the Kalfa faction was far more important than the nobles' contradictory arguments. For 2 hours, he struggled with this unsolvable riddle, and just as the meeting was coming to a close, a hypothesis dawned on him. Could it be that I'm just a puppet figurehead? It was the worst conclusion for him, but also highly plausible. However, after the Grand Council meeting ended, Alone found himself, as if entranced, being led to the banquet celebrating the birth of the Kalfa faction. And as the banquet began, and he had a three-way conversation with Countess Zenonia and Duke Altia, Alone quickly realized that his hypothesis was wrong. However, how about this? I think it's perfect now. From Alone's perspective, the situation was becoming more perplexing with every passing moment. At the words of Lady Zenonia, no, now Countess Zenonia, Alone couldn't easily bring himself to respond. To be precise, he couldn't respond. He had no idea what Countess Zenonia meant or what she was trying to say. It seems like it's been crafted just the way Count Palacio wanted. Alone felt as though he could throw dozens of question marks into the air after hearing Duke Altia's remark, as if to ask, me? What are you talking about? Of course, he still managed to maintain a stoic expression on the outside. Alone glanced between Duke Altia and Countess Zenonia. Their eyes were filled with a small sense of expectation, as if they were waiting for him to speak. Seeing their expressions, Alone began seriously wondering if he might have a split personality. He wasn't particularly close with either Duke Altia or Countess Zenonia. In fact, he had only met Duke Altia a few years ago, and all they exchanged were a few words. Even those few words weren't anything pleasant, as it was a negative conversation about rejecting Loria's plea for help at the time. Likewise, Alone wasn't particularly familiar with Countess Zenonia either. They had only met twice before, and during their second meeting, Alone had even issued an order to expel her from his manor. Realizing that he had been silent for too long, Alone finally opened his mouth to speak. I see. In truth, he wanted to ask what in the world was going on, but Alone was perceptive enough to read the situation. It was clear that these two believed he had intentionally formed this faction. Privacy settings. Asking, "What is going on here?" would likely only make things worse. For now, Alone decided it was best to gather as much information as possible to figure out where their misunderstandings were coming from. Once he had more details, he could work on resolving the issue. However, "I'm just glad I was able to repay you for saving my life." As soon as Alone affirmed them, Duke Altia followed up with this statement. Alone instinctively closed his eyes tightly. What in the world is going on? He screamed inwardly. In the midst of a situation so confusing it made his head spin, Alone managed to gather 3 pieces of information from the naturally unfolding conversation. The first was that the alliance between Count Zenonia and Duke Altia had apparently been orchestrated by Alone. The second was that this faction, called Kalfa, had been formed due to a letter Alone had sent to Count Zenonia. And third, the gifts he had been receiving were actually from nobles who wanted to join this faction, and the gifts were part of their process of seeking permission from the faction leader. Through the torrent of words spilling from Duke Altia and Count Zenonia, Alone could piece these facts together, though with difficulty. Keeping a neutral expression while feeling disbelief, he stared at the two. Even though he had some grasp of the situation, there was still much he didn't understand. No, to be more precise, there were countless things he wanted to question. If Alone weren't some kind of Jekyll and Hyde-like split personality, he hadn't ordered or commanded anything through Count Zenonia. In other words, he'd never told them to form an alliance. Really, he swore he hadn't. "No, all I did was send a letter to express my dislike for other nobles." How did things escalate to this point? Alone's head spun as he looked at the two, trying to grasp what was going on. Privacy settings. Is this what they call the realm of genius, where the criminal can't comprehend the moves of a mastermind? Alone recalled a video from the previous world, which said that ordinary people take words at face value, while geniuses hear multiple layers of meaning in a single phrase. With a slightly complex gaze, he looked at the two again. Now that he thought about it, Deus wasn't the one responsible after all. He recalled the countless gifts that had been pouring in for months. Alone had indeed found it odd. No matter how influential Deus might be, he didn't think his fame was so great that other nobles would send expensive gifts to forge connections. It was only now that he realized that the letters he received were filled with praises, not for Deus, but for Alone himself. This isn't easy. Alone kept silent, realizing that through a series of coincidences, he had unknowingly helped form the faction himself. By the time he pieced together the facts, his instincts told him there was no jumping off the Kalfa train anymore. He'd already accepted too much. Of course, if he truly wanted to leave, there were ways out, but they were hardly ideal choices. Now that both the royalist and aristocratic factions clearly saw him as an enemy, leaving this faction would be more of a loss than a gain. To be honest, if the losses were bearable, he would have pressed the escape button without hesitation. But what if he told them it was all a misunderstanding? What would those two do then? Alone glanced at Duke Altia and Count Zenonia. Their conversation had just ended, and they were both looking at him now. To anyone else, they would appear to be beautiful, elegant nobles. But Alone knew better. He knew how frightening Count Zenonia truly was. And although Duke Altia wasn't the character he'd seen in the game, but someone who should have disappeared, Alone wasn't taking her lightly either. After all, masterminds always have their reasons, and they possess a sensitivity that ordinary people can't comprehend. Even if Alone explained everything clearly, there was a high chance these two would simply think, "How embarrassing, let's just kill him," which seemed to be their natural thought process. Of course, Alone didn't know them well, but in this game, most characters labeled as masterminds tended to be deeply flawed individuals. Thus, whether he liked it or not, he had to remain as the leader of Kalfa. Yes, whether he liked it or not. At least, until he could come up with a good enough reason to step down later. Privacy settings. However, Alone had no desire to stay in the leadership role for long. He knew that being the leader of a faction came with many responsibilities, despite the numerous benefits. In short, for Alone, whose motto was to live leisurely as a noble without working for the rest of his life, the leadership role didn't suit him. So he made a decision. He would lead for a while and then retire when the time was right. So, What do you plan to do now? Just as he reached that conclusion, Duke Altia's voice broke through, causing Alone to let out a brief groan. From their conversation, it seemed that Duke Altia and Count Zenonia believed Alone had some grand plan behind the formation of the faction, but naturally, he had no such plan. No, there couldn't have been any plan. After all, he only found out today that he was the leader of Kalfa. But since he couldn't tell them the truth, Alone rolled his eyes and decided to stall for time. For now, let's start by cleaning up the underworld. Clean up. Yes. That way, it will be easier for us to operate. Of course, Alone had no idea how things would actually become easier. But since he couldn't even remember what topics had been discussed at the assembly earlier that day, bringing up a political subject would obviously be a bad idea. This was his best attempt at using his head. It was clumsy, but for Alone, it was the best he could do. Well then, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Alone stood up, turned around immediately, and began walking away. He hurried his steps, as he didn't have any solid answers if they asked further questions. Thus, with a somewhat brisk pace, Alone made his way out, eventually running to his carriage in an empty hallway, worried that someone might stop him. Count, let's head straight to the colony. He made up his mind to leave for the colony that very day. The letter should have arrived by now. I hope I can get some help like I did with Deus. With those thoughts, Alone's carriage began moving. It was a midsummer night. Meanwhile, privacy settings. Clean up the underworld, huh? Count Zenonia murmured, recalling how Count Palacio had disappeared like the wind, as if he had nothing more to say. Duke Altia, after a brief moment of thought, opened her mouth. When he says, clean up the underworld, there's only one thing that could mean, right? Indeed. We've already had our territory firmly under control for a long time. So if he's telling us to clean up, there's no other option but the remaining territories. Indeed. At that point, Count Zenonia and Duke Altia fell silent, but soon, both of them smiled, as if by mutual agreement. What they were about to suggest was a dream that would have been impossible when they acted individually. But now, with their alliance and the formation of the faction, it was possible. Unifying the underworld. That sounds fun. Count Zenonia and Duke Altia smiled deeply. I'm curious to see what he's planning. He's becoming more and more intriguing. Indeed. I'm eager to see what he has in store for us. Clink. With those words, the wine glasses they held clinked elegantly against each other. I'm looking forward to it. Truly. Their admiration for Alone spread along with the fragrance of the wine. A week later, as Alone was heading south to the desert city after leaving Tyria. A man, the agent, was gazing at a distant carriage. It was the carriage carrying Count Palacio, the man who was his target. Watching the carriage steadily moving south, the agent pulled out a quill from his pocket and thought to himself, I'm intrigued by the Abyssal Core, but there are still some things that bother me. Of course, the agent could easily approach Count Palacio at any moment, and with just a stroke of his quill in the air, he could end his life. However, the reason he was still hesitating was none other than the rules shared among those who bore the name agent. I was told not to make troublesome enemies if possible. Privacy settings. In truth, Count Palacio did not fall under the category of a troublesome enemy. Rather, the ones considered troublesome were those in Caliban, specifically Deus, who seemed to have a great debt of gratitude toward Alone. He will definitely take action. Of course, the agents were not afraid of Deus moving against them. Each of them was as skilled as a sword master, and they were confident that they could kill even the sword of Caliban if they desired. However, regardless of skill, it was always best to avoid creating unnecessary bad blood with those who wielded significant power in the public eye, as it could lead to unwanted complications. Even if a considerable sum of money was involved as payment, the same rule applied. Still, the reason the agent accepted Carmine's request was because the reward he offered was too tempting to pass up. 3 Abyssal Cores. The Abyssal Core. It was a special item secretly distributed in the underworld by Duke Comelin. When absorbed through a specific process, it granted the user extraordinary powers. It was something money couldn't buy. This was because, unlike the abyssal gems, which enhanced physical abilities, Duke Comelin rarely circulated abyssal cores. Thus, abyssal cores were sold for exorbitant prices on the black market. However, the agent didn't take the job just to sell them. How powerful would I become if I used it? The agent's lips twisted into a characteristic sinister smile, thrilled at the mere thought. Quickly shaking off those idle thoughts, the agent focused on the fast-approaching carriage. He picked up his quill. And then, "Sorry, but it's just business." With a quiet mutter, the agent's hand began to draw a horizontal stroke with the quill. The agent suddenly noticed something. His right hand, which had just been holding the quill and emitting black ink into the air, was gone. For a moment, the agent wore an expression of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. But soon, as unbearable pain surged through him, he tried to scream. "Guh!" Before he could, an even sharper pain hit him, and his body, which had been floating in the air just moments before, was hurled into the forest. Privacy settings. The next thing he saw as he slammed into a tree, clutching his severed right arm, was a boy with black hair and blue eyes. He looked young, not even an adult yet, with a youthful appearance. The agent quickly deduced that the person who had cut off his hand was none other than the boy standing before him, and he tried to speak. But he realized that his mouth wouldn't open, as if it had been forcibly sealed by something. How unfortunate. The boy, still wearing a bright smile, spoke in a voice that didn't match the situation, cheerful and lively. And then, as the agent stared at the boy's face, crack! His neck twisted 2 full turns, and he met his death. The agent died with a bewildered expression, as if he hadn't realized how he had died. The boy, who had been watching him, turned around. "If only your target wasn't the Count. No, if only it wasn't him, you wouldn't have died by my hand." With that, the boy disappeared, leaving only the agent's corpse behind in the forest. A corpse with its neck twisted twice. 2 weeks and 3 days had passed since Alone left Tyria, the capital of the Kingdom of Asteria. He was currently crossing the southern desert, a necessary passage before reaching Colony. Phew. Alone glanced at the scorching sun, feeling as if just breathing in and out was enough to sear his lungs. "It's filthy hot." At Evan's voice, who was blankly staring at the sky, Alone nodded in agreement, albeit with difficulty. No matter how well-made the carriage was, it couldn't block out the heat. "If only I had an ice crystal stone." Evan was lamenting about an artifact so expensive that even purchasing one required the cost of several mansions. His tongue hung out like a dog's, which looked quite ridiculous, but Alone couldn't bring himself to laugh. The desert was, quite frankly, unbelievably scorching. "I should have already arrived by now, if only I'd moved a little faster." With a soft sigh, thoughts flickered through Alone's mind. In reality, Alone had arrived at the edge of the desert just over a week after heading toward Colony. If he had entered the desert immediately back then, he could have already reached Colony. Privacy settings. But there were 2 reasons why Alone had been lingering in the desert. One was because he made a brief stop in another territory to prepare a gift for the seal ring in Colony. Even if it's our first meeting and they don't help, I should at least bring a gift. As a result, even though he should have already arrived in Colony, Alone was now still traversing the desert under the scorching sun. In retrospect, it didn't matter whether he left early or late, as the distance to cross the desert was the same. But as he felt the burning sun, Alone couldn't help but feel somewhat unfair. Phew. How much time had passed since those unreasonable thoughts stirred in him? "We're camping here." Just as the blazing sun began to sink and turn into a sunset, Alone heard a voice from outside and stepped out of the carriage. What he saw was a line of dozens of carriages on the dimming ground, each with a small lantern hanging from it. This was the second reason Alone had delayed his departure. "I've been seeing this for 5 days straight, but it still gives a sense of security the more I see it." At Evan's remark, Alone nodded. He had been traveling with a caravan to cross the desert. He knew far too well that crossing such a vast desert alone was a terrible idea. "By the way, Count." While watching the merchants starting to set up camp as per the caravan leader's command, Evan spoke up. "What is it? Are you not going to practice magic?" Though trying to act indifferent, Evan couldn't hide the hint of anticipation in his expression. Alone, who was momentarily puzzled, soon realized what Evan was getting at and replied, "I plan to, but it will be different from the magic I've been studying so far." Evan looked a little disappointed, but Alone had no intention of giving in. After months of research, he had mastered his current magic to the point that practicing it now was meaningless. "Can't you practice just once?" "No." "Ugh." Privacy settings. Evan sighed in regret at Alone's firm refusal. But his disappointment was short-lived. "Whoa, that's just completely flat. You'd think it was a bug." As the sun finally disappeared and the weather turned chilly, Alone lit a campfire and followed Evan's gaze. Evan was looking at 5 people. One was a man dressed in quite luxurious clothes, and another was a woman with fiery red hair that seemed to symbolize flames. Behind them stood mercenaries, each holding their respective weapons. The caravan leader and the mage from the Red Tower. Not a day goes by without seeing them. Alone knew them well. In fact, it was impossible not to know. The man groveling before the red-haired mage and mercenaries was none other than the leader of the golden-haired caravan, and the mage had been picking fights with Alone at every opportunity lately. Look at him, offering food without fail every day. Does he have no pride? Evan shook his head, watching the caravan leader diligently rub his hands together and present high-quality wine and food once again. However, both Evan and Alone understood why the caravan leader was acting so submissive toward the mage. From the caravan leader's perspective, it was a great advantage to be on friendly terms with a mage from the Magic Tower, especially since the mage in question was the daughter of the Red Tower Master. Although she had not yet ascended to the position of Vice Tower Master, she was already ranked at the 4th level at the young age of 23. In the world of trade, where connections were as important as business acumen, it made sense for the caravan leader to treat her with utmost reverence. While Alone himself was also in a position where important connections naturally gravitated toward him, it seemed that the caravan leader, unaware of Alone's recent rise as a faction leader, had decided not to bother building a relationship with him. More precisely, it was likely that the caravan leader had wanted to befriend both sides, but, due to the mage's ongoing conflict with Alone, chose to focus all efforts on her. As Alone absent-mindedly watched the caravan leader bowing, he soon realized that the mage had noticed him staring. What are you looking at?" The sharp-eyed woman, Leanne Aguilera's, quickly caught on and approached to pick a fight with him. "Just happened to glance over. Do you enjoy spying on others?" Leanne started provoking him without hesitation, her voice tinged with contempt and scorn. Privacy settings. "I don't have that kind of hobby." "Is that so?" "My mistake. I thought someone who eagerly spreads rumors might also enjoy peeping." Despite Alone's neutral response, Leanne continued to provoke him. He let out a sigh. How tiresome. Alone wasn't entirely sure why she constantly picked fights with him. However, he could guess a few reasons, one of which was the rumors. Word had spread, primarily among the mages of the Blue Tower and Caliban, that Alone had played a significant role in dealing with foreign threats using magic. Though Alone had never spoken a word about it, Leanne seemed convinced that he had personally spread the rumors. Another reason she antagonized him was, "I've said it several times, I didn't spread the rumors. You're as evasive as the Blue Tower." It seemed that Leanne harbored a strong hatred for the Blue Tower. Behind his expressionless face, Alone stifled a laugh. Even if Alone seemed suspicious to her, picking fights so openly wasn't exactly a rational behavior, even in this world. But Alone merely listened to her provocations because they felt too childish to elicit any real reaction from him. That, however, was only part of the reason. The real reason he tolerated her was her status. Unlike Pina, Leanne held no formal position in the Red Tower. However, being the daughter of the Red Tower Master was a far more intimidating title than any official rank. Although the Red Tower Master had dramatically died after single-handedly charging at one of the 5 great sins who destroyed the Red Tower, he was not a minor character, even in the game. In other words, The Red Tower Master's fiery temperament had driven him to embrace death itself. In simpler terms, he was considered a madman. Seeing the caliber of mercenaries around Lian, despite her not being particularly strong for a fourth-rank mage, it was clear how much her father valued her. Well, it's not like I'll be seeing her again once I finish crossing the desert. Alone decided to brush off her provocations for now. Noticing that Alone was only half-heartedly responding, Lian scowled and turned sharply, heading back to her carriage. Alone shook his head as he watched her leave. Privacy settings. The next day, Rad, the leader of the golden-haired caravan, who traveled across various kingdoms except for the Empire, where over 30 wagons couldn't pass, smiled as the sun beat down on him. Sweat dripped from his large body, showing how much his flesh was suffering from the heat, but his face was filled with satisfaction. And with good reason, he now had the chance to build a connection with the daughter of the Red Tower Master. If everything went well, he might even secure a supply contract to regularly deliver goods to the Red Tower in the city they were heading to. Thus, despite the scorching heat, Rad was feeling quite happy. It would have been nice to build ties with the noble too. Rad glanced back with a slight look of regret. The carriage of Count Palacio, who was traveling with the caravan, stood at the end, but Rad didn't seem particularly concerned, aside from the faint regret. Rad, a veteran of the trade route, knew all too well that it was impossible to catch 2 rabbits at once. Moreover, he didn't find it too disappointing not to befriend Alone, considering the rumors about his magic prowess seemed a bit exaggerated for someone of his third-level abilities. Lian had repeatedly assured Rad that Alone's magic power didn't match the rumors, so it wasn't too disappointing to let that connection slip. Of course, if Rad had been more up-to-date with the latest news, the situation might have been different. Unfortunately, he only knew that Alone had some ties with one of Caliban's master knights. In any case, Rad continued his journey through the searing heat, relatively content with his circumstances. Everyone, prepare for battle. At the sudden shout from a mercenary at the front of the caravan, Rad frowned. If the mercenaries were calling for battle in the middle of the desert, there could only be one reason. TSK bandits. Rad sighed as he thought of the bandits who roamed this vast desert, targeting caravans, but his face showed no signs of fear. And why would it? The golden-haired caravan had dozens of mercenaries that Rad had hired, along with over 10 B-ranked mercenaries tasked with guarding the daughter of the Red Tower Master. In other words, Rad was confident that no ordinary group of bandits could harm the caravan. However, the moment he saw the massive flag in the distance, Rad's face turned pale with fear and his eyes widened in horror. Privacy settings. The banner approaching through the cloud of dust was one that no merchant should ever encounter. Blood Sand. The name of the infamous bandit group came to Rad's mind, and his face quickly filled with terror. Even from a distance, it was clear there were dozens of them, and each member of the Blood Sand Bandits was said to be as strong as a knight. Swoosh! Before Rad's thoughts could finish, one of the bandits at the front swung a chain sickle toward a mercenary, instantly taking his life. And with that, the battle began. No, it was more of a massacre. The bandits, who clearly had no intention of negotiating, slaughtered the mercenaries, protecting the wagons in mere moments. Just like that. Incredible, isn't it? In less than 2 minutes, most of the mercenaries had been killed by the Blood Sand Bandits, and a man stepped forward. Wearing an eye patch on one side and twin scimitars on his waist, he surveyed the bloody scene with a cold smile. Oh! Among the elite mercenaries still barely holding out, the man spotted the mage, Lian, filled with fear and tension, and his twisted grin widened. Well, look at this. We really hit the jackpot. His voice was filled with excitement. Who are you? Lian frowned and asked sharply, but the man simply drew one of the scimitars from his waist and replied, "You'll find out once you come with me." He grinned wickedly and infused his sword with magic. As blue energy began to blaze from his sword like fire, Lian's expression grew grim. Despite his casual demeanor, she felt a deep sense of dread as she recognized how powerful the aura emanating from his sword was far beyond that of ordinary knights. In that moment, she realized there was no way to escape. That perhaps a fate worse than death awaited her. As this terrifying thought crossed her mind, past traumas began to flood through her memories, her body trembling uncontrollably at the mere recollection. She could feel the horrible memories gnawing away at her sanity, taking over her mind. Privacy settings. But just as Lian's mind was on the verge of collapsing, something brought her back to her senses. It was the air. The hyperventilation triggered by her trauma suddenly ceased. Slowly, her breath escaped, forming a visible mist. And in that moment, as the white vapor became visible in the air, Lian realized something. The air, which had been suffocatingly hot just moments ago, had now turned icy cold. What? As Lian stood there, dumbfounded, she noticed that the twisted grin on the man's face had also morphed into a look of confusion. Not only had the once hot ground grown cold, but frost had begun to form on the sand. And then, step. In the dead silence, the sound of footsteps echoed. The bandits turned their attention toward the sound. The mercenaries, who had been tense and fearful just moments ago, also shifted their gaze. The man, who had been holding his scimitars and targeting Lian, turned his eyes as well. And there, where Lian, who had just been consumed by her trauma, now stared, a man was walking forward. Step. His pace was neither hurried nor slow. Step. His expression remained impassive, as though the situation held no significance for him. Step. The ashen energy flowing from his bracelet merged with the surrounding cold, and finally, he stopped. At that moment, freeze. Count Palacio murmured a phrase. Lian Aguilera's doesn't like lies. It goes beyond mere dislike, she despises them. This hatred stems from her experiences growing up as the daughter of a Red Tower master. She enjoyed abundant privileges, but with that came countless lies and deceptions. Lies that were so intense they left her traumatized. Thus, she came to hate lies with an almost compulsive aversion, and this loathing intensified when the liar in question was a magician, a result of the trauma from her childhood. So, when Lian Aguilera's first met Count Palacio, she instinctively despised him. Despite the rumors that Count Palacio had contributed greatly to capturing foreign threats, Lian saw him as weak. He lacked the eye that is essential for becoming a high-ranking magician, but Lian, having a decent amount of talent, could easily see Alone's mana. It was pitiful, barely a flicker of power. While he was undoubtedly a magician, the meager amount of mana he possessed wouldn't even qualify him to reach the second tier. This reminded her of another rumor, one that suggested Count Palacio wasn't the hero who stopped the foreign threats, but rather the benefactor of Deus Macallion, one of the Master Knights. The idea that he had stolen the glory of Deus Macallion quickly rooted itself in her mind as the truth, leading Lian to develop a deep hatred for the Count. Privacy settings. Yes, that must have been it. But how? Lian now stared at Alone in shock. More precisely, she was watching the phenomenon Alone had created. A chilling space had formed around him, spreading wide across the scorching desert, freezing the very air in the middle of this blazing land. When she saw frost starting to form on the sand near him, Lian couldn't comprehend what was happening. This was a spell that could never be manifested by the amount of mana Alone possessed. And it wasn't just that. Though she didn't understand how the spell was cast, Lian could grasp its structure. Compound magic, and at least 3 different spells. Compound magic. To explain it theoretically would take a long time, but simply put, it refers to linking 2 or more spells together. Of course, linking spells is no easy task. Various elements must be added to implement magic, but the basic arrangement structure must still be followed. In short, linking spells meant this: if even one structure is disrupted, the entire magic is nullified. The magician must re-establish the spells with their own equation to make it work. The difficulty of linking increases exponentially with each additional spell, making it a challenge that only magicians of at least the 5th tier can attempt. That's why, as Lian dumbly watched Alone prepare his next spell, she witnessed something. The man with the eye patch, who had been standing in front of her just moments ago, had suddenly reached Alone. No one had noticed how it happened. It was over in an instant. Mercenaries, who belatedly realized that protecting Alone was their best strategy, quickly turned their bodies. Lian, too, instinctively started to prepare her magic to aid Alone, but it was already too late. The man with an eye patch was standing before Alone with a sly smile, poised to swing his twin scimitars. However, what Lian saw was not Alone's head being severed. Freeze. Snap dash. Privacy settings. It was the man with an eye patch, frozen in place. Frozen in the very posture of swinging his twin scimitars, the man turned into an ice statue in that brief moment. Shatter. With Alone's low murmur. Crack, crash. The ice shattered, and the body of the man who had driven them to despair was instantly broken into countless fragments. Silence. Who? With a quiet exhale from Alone, a white breath once again swept over him. Retracting the hand that had formed the seals even Lian couldn't fully comprehend. I'll give you a chance. He spoke, as if he had anticipated everything. Without any change in expression, he looked coldly at the group of bandits, who were now frozen in fear. Get lost. It was a quiet yet unmistakably clear pronouncement, carrying a sharp intent that no one could misinterpret. With just a single attack, the bandits, having lost their leader in an instant, hesitated briefly before turning to flee in all directions. Watching Alone calmly dispel his magic as if nothing had happened, Lian realized just how ignorant she had been and continued to stare at him. A hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. As he watched the retreating figures of the bandits, who had fled in a heartbeat, Alone felt a sense of relief and bewilderment hidden behind his expressionless face. Things didn't go exactly as planned, but it worked out in the end, so that's a relief. Alone knew about the Bloods and bandits. They appeared as part of a side story in the game. In the game, this bandits had a characteristic where, once their leader was dealt with, the remaining members would scatter. That was why he aimed to take down the leader quickly, and he had succeeded as intended. Though, it was unexpected that the leader had rushed at him before he had even fully manipulated the magic array. It seems reducing the penalty worked. Alone suddenly felt the searing desert heat seep back into his bones. The cold that had spread from him moments ago was from a spell he had spent over half a year developing after returning from Caliban, the extreme cold. Privacy settings. This spell, which required the simultaneous use of spatial magic, frost magic, and maintenance magic, had the effect of temporarily transforming the surrounding environment to resemble the frozen tundra of the north. However, for Alone, this transformation was critical. The extreme cold was important because it allowed me to partially fulfill one of the 4 conditions required to twist the world's laws for killing foreign entities. Magic must be used on the land of extreme cold. In other words, the spell allowed him to reduce the number of penalties he bore from 4 to 3, making it quite valuable for him. The negative consequences of these conditions limited his magical abilities. The magic I linked with the extreme cold spell worked well. The difference in difficulty between bearing 1 fewer penalty is indeed substantial. Even though the spell itself became more powerful than I had initially expected, due to the belt. Though Alone felt momentarily disoriented by the unexpected surge in power. Well, I suppose that's a good thing. Shrugging his shoulders, he consciously reached for the ornament around his waist, a belt adorned with 3 amethysts, called the Belt of the Forgotten. This item doubled both the damage he inflicted and the damage he received, a feature that applied to Alone even with the 3 penalties he was carrying. If I can obtain that item here, I could remove 1 more penalty for sure. Thinking this, Alone loosened the belt and tucked it into his pocket. I'll still need to adjust the extreme cold spell. For consuming the power of 3 spells, its duration is far too short. It barely lasts a minute. I should look into improving that. With these thoughts in mind, he returned to the carriage. From that day, including the next, as they neared the desert city, 2 changes occurred in Alone's life. Count Palacio. This is a special wine produced in Gur, and it's said to taste absolutely wonderful. How about a glass? Thank you. And this here is ham that I brought to sell as a local specialty in the city. Would you like to try it? It's incredibly delicious. The first change was the attitude of Rad, the head of the golden-haired caravan, which had shifted 180 degrees. In the span of just one night, Rad had presented Alone with even more lavish gifts than he had offered Leanne over the past few days, acting as if he would give him anything, even his liver and heart. If there's anything else you desire, please don't hesitate to let me know. Rad fawned over Alone so much that it seemed his hands would wear out from all the groveling before disappearing after bowing deeply. That man's attitude changed 180, no, 360 degrees. Wouldn't 360 degrees mean he stayed the same? Privacy settings. I meant his reaction changed that much. The second change was Count Palacio. Leanne Aguilera's? Yes, if it's not an inconvenience, I'd like to discuss magic with you. Would that be all right? Leanne Aguilera's attitude toward Alone had completely changed. On the night the bandits attacked, she had bowed deeply to him, something that seemed impossible for her pride, offering an apology. From the next day on, she began to seek out Alone frequently, asking various questions about magic. So, you mean this part can be arranged arbitrarily in the magic array? Yes, to use compound magic, you need to maintain the structure, so instead of fixing the array, you twist it through rotation. Leanne Aguilera's conversations with Alone proved to be quite beneficial for him. Until now, Alone had been self-taught in magic, relying on twisting spells through language alone. Leanne's questions and knowledge provided him with valuable academic insight. Whenever he explained an array structure that was slightly superior to hers, she would unconsciously or perhaps consciously react with soft murmurs like, "Oh, I see," which Alone found quite satisfying. Of course, as their conversations increased, the overly admiring gaze she began to send his way felt a little awkward. Here you go. And this is a potion. Today as well, as soon as their conversation ended, Leanne naturally handed him a mana recovery potion. Though it wasn't of the highest grade like the ones Penia had given him, the potion Leanne handed him daily was still fairly expensive, leaving Alone feeling a bit embarrassed behind his expressionless face. You don't have to bring a gift every time you visit. I'm learning from you. Please don't feel burdened and just accept it. Since she insisted on giving him a potion almost every time they met, Alone eventually ended up receiving about 4 mana potions by the time they arrived at the desert city. After a journey of more than a week, Alone arrived in the desert city, parting ways with Rad, who had told him to rely on him for anything, and Leanne, who promised to formally apologize to him again sometime later. It's understandable for a merchant, but the daughter of a Red Tower mage has changed so much that it's hard to adjust, muttered Evan as he watched Leanne walk away. Privacy settings. With that, Alone entered the desert city, leisurely taking in his surroundings. Aside from the sandy hue of the buildings, it wasn't much different from the capital of Asteria. However, one structure stood out, the gigantic Colosseum that could even be seen from the south gate, which seemed to symbolize the colony itself and exuded an overwhelming presence. It looks like it could hold more than 100,000 people. Gazing at the massive Colosseum visible even beyond countless other buildings, Alone shared his thoughts and began walking with Evan toward where Seal Ring was. After about 20 minutes, Well, noble lord, care to have a chat with us? Alone was confronted. In front of him and Evan stood a group of over 10 men who, at a glance, clearly screamed, "We're thugs." Yet, interestingly enough, the surrounding mercenaries simply watched the situation without intervening, despite the thugs picking a fight with Alone. Some even seemed entertained, as if this was a common occurrence, while others pretended not to notice the situation at all. It was a very strange atmosphere. If things go well, we could even introduce you to our boss, Malian. How about that? The thug's words immediately made Alone understand the odd situation. These guys must be Malian's men. Recalling the name of Malian, one of the 4 Baba Yagas of the colony, also known by the ominous title, Beast of Horror, Alone soon realized his mistake. This is Malian's territory. Alone remembered that, in the game, Whenever you entered Malian's area, thugs like these would try to extort you. Sighing resignedly, Alone thought, do I have no choice but to let them rob me? He knew that fighting here would be a bad move. Dealing with the thugs blocking his way would be easy, but doing so would put him at odds with one of the 4 Baba Yagas. This would create unnecessary restrictions for Alone, who needed to operate in the colony for the next few days. Just as he began to reach into his pocket, thud. Hey, are you sighing with us right in front of you? The thug who had been smirking a twisted smile just moments ago lightly tapped Alone's forehead. It was as if he was mocking a child, grinning crookedly. Evan, standing beside Alone, instinctively furrowed his brow and reached for his sword, but privacy settings. Boom. The thug who had tapped Alone's forehead was suddenly slammed to the side, crashing into a nearby building. It had happened in an instant. Both Evan and Alone wore bewildered expressions as they looked at the thug, who had been thrown across the street, while the other thugs who had been smirking just moments ago had their expressions freeze in shock. Hey! And then, what do you think you're doing to my master? Crackle. Huh? Why don't you tell me? Accompanied by lightning. Explain what you just did. The faces of the thugs who had been laughing earlier quickly transformed into ones of fear and panic. Go on, explain yourself. Golden eyes gleamed with fury. A-class fighter Balam. Among fighters ranging from F-class to A-class, he was considered one of the top in terms of combat ability. It was just an ordinary day for him, relaxing with a drink at a pub he often visited, as there was no scheduled duel. Until a nobleman appeared before his eyes. The nobleman, dressed opulently without trying to conceal his wealth, was strolling through the city for the first time. Unsurprisingly, he got caught by Adigo and his gang. Adigo, an A-class fighter of a higher rank. Even then, it still felt like just another ordinary day. Balam had seen Adigo extort money or goods from merchants or nobles who wandered into the colony several times before. Look at those fancy clothes. Jackpot. We'll make some good money off this one. The fighters beside Balam chatted casually as they watched the nobleman surrounded by Adigo's gang. None of the fighters in the pub or nearby shops had any intention of helping the nobleman. Even though there was another A-class fighter present, they simply watched Adigo robbing the noble with lazy, indifferent eyes, taking no action. It was only natural. There was nothing to gain from helping that nobleman. Even if the noble offered immediate payment in return for assistance, none of the fighters would step forward. No one was foolish enough to cross Adigo's gang, or more precisely, the monster Malian, who backed Adigo. Privacy settings. The fighters knew that Adigo's arrogance came from his belief in Malian, the monstrous Baba Yaga, so they all quietly drank their beer, using the situation before them as mere entertainment. Then, when Adigo lightly smacked the nobleman's head, boom, something extraordinary happened. Start talking. A sudden appearance. One of the 4 Baba Yagas in the colony. Hey! The atmosphere cracked with electricity as Seal rang, the golden flash appeared. Lightning, her signature, crackled around her body. Which bastard? Adigo, who had been knocked into the wall, stood up confidently but was left confused by Sealrang's sudden entrance. As Sealrang, mumbling in disbelief, it was as if he couldn't comprehend the situation, though he recognized the person standing before him. However, what did you do to my master? At Sealrang's following words, Adigo's expression shifted from confusion to terror. Arf! Before he could react, Sealrang grabbed Adigo's head and slammed it to the ground. Crack! The fighters could hear the chilling sound reverberating in their ears. But it didn't end there. Sealrang, with a cold expression, grabbed Adigo's leg and flung him aside. Crash! Adigo was hurled into the pub. As he scrambled to get back up, he tried to speak. W8, I didn't know. Crack! Sealrang grabbed his head again and smashed it into the counter. For real. Over and over. Af. Over and over. If you keep doing this, my boss will. Privacy settings. Over and over. Please spare. Crack. Silence. All the fighters watched, their mouths shut, staring at the wreckage of the pub. Even the owner, who should have been angry about the damage, stood there trembling, holding his breath in terror. A customer, seated at a shattered table, remained frozen, holding a heavy mug of beer. And then, thud! Seal Rang, covered in blood, finally released Adigo's head without a trace of interest. At that moment, all the fighters present shuddered in awe. Her speed was beyond their perception, and the way she effortlessly handled an A-class fighter like a mere underling left them in reverence. As Seal Rang, who hadn't even broken a sweat, glanced at the trembling thugs surrounding Alone. Boom! Crackle! In the blink of an eye, she had sent them all flying. They crashed into walls and windows, convulsing before going limp. The fighters, who had witnessed Seal Rang show no mercy and crush every opponent without emotion in the Colosseum, shuddered as they watched the Golden Flash, who had become a Baba Yaga, once again. Master, you're here. You should have told me. Before anyone realized it, Seal Rang, who was now smiling brightly and playfully wagging her golden tail, wrapped her arm around Alone's. Everyone around her froze for a moment. I've been waiting so long for Master to arrive. I prepared a lot of things, so let's go quickly. Regardless of the fighters' confusion, Seal Rang, still wagging her tail and grinning, pulled Alone along and started moving somewhere. As Seal Rang and the nobleman disappeared into the distance, the fighters watching were left with a bewildering question. Who is that guy? Who could make that mad dog? They were left wondering who the nobleman was, the one Seal Rang referred to as her master. However, Alone, who was being dragged by the blood-covered Seal Rang, was just as bewildered as the fighters. Despite feeling grateful and oddly proud, he couldn't help but wonder. Am I not going to die? Since Alone arrived at the colony well into the afternoon, by the time Seal Rang led him to a particular building, the sun was already setting. This is it. Following Seal Rang, who perked her ears up and entered the building, Alone thought to himself quietly, it's big. Privacy settings. As he stared blankly at the building, which rose more than 9 stories high, unlike most others in the area, he heard Evan's admiring voice beside him. Wow, it's huge. Although it didn't have the vast feel of Deus Mansion, tall buildings were rare in this city, making the contrast more striking. After entering the building with Evan and Seal Rang, they headed straight for the top floor. Boss, you're back. Boss. As they approached the top floor, they passed several beast folk who greeted Seal Rang with stiff salutes, all of them, like Seal Rang, having golden hair. Boss, welcome back. When they finally reached the top floor, another beastfolk, who seemed to have been waiting at the door, greeted them with a bow. This one also had golden hair, but bore a long scar across one side of his face. Yeah, nothing happened, right? Nothing at all. Seal Rang smiled cheerfully as she chatted and opened the door, walking inside. Alone and Evan followed her in. While entering, Alone felt the gaze of the beastfolk standing at the door, and as he was about to look back. It seems a bit different from the rumors. Rumors. Alone couldn't help but show a puzzled expression at Evan's remark. Evan, looking ahead at Seal Rang, explained, Yeah, I've heard that Seal Rang doesn't have the best reputation. How so? They say she has an extremely cruel personality. They call her the Mad Dog, I think. Though I've also heard that she treats her own kind a bit more gently. Seal Rang. Alone glanced over at Seal Rang. Master, you can sit here. Seal Rang, wagging her tail excitedly, was already sitting cross-legged on a mat she had prepared in her office. She patted the top seat of the mat energetically. That earlier scene was kind of terrifying. Alone briefly recalled the earlier violent outburst from Seal Rang, but seeing her now grinning so brightly, he just shrugged and sat down. With that, the real conversation with Seal Rang began. In truth, Alone had been somewhat worried about how he would carry on a conversation with Seal Rang. Although his previous conversation with Deus had ended well, Seal Rang was unpredictable, and he wasn't sure how things would unfold with her. Privacy settings. However, contrary to Alone's concerns. Great. What? Great. The conversation with Seal Rang turned out to be, in some ways, even easier than with Deus, leaving Alone a bit bewildered. Did you really listen to everything I said? Yeah, and you can speak casually with me. Sealrang spoke energetically. Even now, she couldn't seem to sit still. While still cross-legged, she casually placed her hands on the ground and began to do a handstand. Watching her with a blank expression, Alone commented, "Still, don't you have a lot to think about? I've heard you're running a guild as well." During their brief conversation, Alone learned that, aside from becoming a Baba Yaga in the colony, Sealrang had also gathered others of their kind and formed a guild, prompting him to ask. Sealrang, now in an odd handstand position, seemed to ponder for a moment. "It's fine." "Really?" "Yes. Even if we're not family, you're my master." Sealrang's enthusiastic response left Alone nodding a bit awkwardly, but deep down, he felt the same sense of pride he had when dealing with Deus. After all, he hadn't expected Sealrang to go so far to help him, especially since he hadn't been in contact or even sent a letter. "Honestly, I didn't expect her to help this much." From Alone's perspective, it wasn't a bad thing to receive such help. He continued their conversation, feeling a paternal warmth growing in his heart. They talked about many things, though most of it was nothing particularly special. Alone asked about how Sealrang had been, sharing stories about Deus, while Sealrang told him about her life in the colony. Then, as if something had come to mind, Sealrang spoke with a sigh. "Thanks to you, I was able to gather the scattered members of our tribe." "Because of me?" "Yep, look." Sealrang smiled brightly and showed the glove she wore on her right hand, which Alone quickly recognized as an essence of the Golden Mane tribe. "I see. So there really was something to the saying that meeting the Golden Mane tribe unlocks their true power." Alone began to understand why Sealrang had a favorable view of him. As they continued talking for a bit longer, Sealrang suddenly shifted the topic. "Privacy settings. Come to think of it, the desert is quite dangerous." Why's that?" Sealrang tilted her head in curiosity at Evan's remark. "We were attacked." "Attacked?" "Yeah." At the word attack, Sealrang's cheerful smile momentarily froze, but Alone nodded in agreement with Evan. "We were ambushed by the Blood Sand Bandits, even though we moved during the daytime, when they're usually not active." "Really? They're some bad guys, aren't they?" "They're definitely not people I'd want to meet again." Alone shrugged as he recalled the incident and looked at Sealrang. She seemed to be trying to mask her earlier serious expression with her usual carefree smile. After a bit more conversation, Sealrang spoke up again. "Anyway, for now, take some rest. You must be tired from coming all the way here, right?" With that, Sealrang gave Alone and Evan each a room just below the top floor. After settling them in, she returned to the top floor and, with a smile, spoke softly. "Ralga." "Yes." Ralga, the beast folk with a scar on his face, appeared instantly at her call. "Where are those bad guys?" "The Blood Sand Bandits have set up camp to the northeast, but there's something else I should mention." "What is it?" "As far as I know, the Blood Sand Bandits are backed by Kalman, one of the other 3 Baba Yagas." Ralga's words carried a tone of concern. "Really? But still." Despite the information, Sealrang merely wagged her tail once, showing no sign of hesitation. "Messing with my master is not allowed." Her response indicated that the news about Kalman would not change her course of action in the slightest. "If he finds out, I'll definitely get scolded, you know?" Muttering quietly to herself, so softly that even Ralga couldn't hear, she gazed toward the northeast. "Anyway, just wait here." With a deadly serious expression, her golden eyes flashing ominously, she continued. "Privacy settings. I'll kill them all." And with that, she vanished, leaving behind a crackling golden flash. The Blood Sand Bandits were a large organization that had been active in the southern desert of the continent for a very long time. The number of members they commanded exceeded hundreds, and among them, most of the combatants were capable of imbuing their swords with magic, making them a force far too powerful to be considered mere bandits. Given the massive power the Blood Sand Bandits possessed, it was only natural that they caught the attention of the nation of Colony, which was rooted in the desert. After all, the area where the Blood Sand Bandits were operating was none other than Colony's capital city. Like the saying goes, a nail that sticks out gets hammered down. It would have been appropriate for the nation to take action and eliminate such a large bandit group. After all, when bandits loiter around, the nation inevitably suffers damage in some way. However, the reason the Blood Sand Bandits could continue to operate so boldly near the capital's desert region was because they had powerful backing. And not just any backing, but from the most long-standing Baba Yaga of Colony, none other than the warrior, Kalman Arents. With Kalman supporting them, the group that should have been wiped out long ago grew from dozens to hundreds over a span of 10 years. Today, however, Draco, the leader of the Blood Sand Bandits and Kalman Arents' trusted subordinate, was in a very bad mood. Jack is dead. Privacy settings. Yes. The reason was that one of his men had gone out to raid a caravan today and was killed. Huh. Draco scowled in irritation. His frustration wasn't from the loss of a comrade, but because one of the laborers he had painstakingly raised had died meaninglessly. I had planned to train him a bit more and use him as an assassin. Clicking his tongue, Draco asked, "Who killed him?" It seems he was killed by a noble while targeting a mage. A noble? Jack. Yes. From what I heard, when the noble used magic, the middle of the desert froze over. What's their name? We're currently gathering information from our contacts in Colony, and we should have details by tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Draco responded, "Let me know as soon as we get the information." Naturally, Draco had no intention of letting the mage who killed Jack off the hook. I must avenge the waste of my resources. Of course, considering the noble's status in a foreign country, killing him could lead to all kinds of complications, but Draco wasn't too concerned. Killing someone in the desert wasn't particularly unusual, and as long as there were no witnesses, most deaths in the desert were treated as disappearances. And Draco was one of the most experienced at such acts. Once he figured out the noble's identity, he planned to wait for the right moment to bury him when he tried to leave the desert. If only that hadn't appeared. Gawk. Draco coughed up dark crimson blood as he looked in despair at his hideout. Just 10 minutes ago, the secret hideout of the Blood Sand Bandits, which had proudly stood for years, lay in ruins. But that wasn't all. The soldiers he had spent more than 10 years raising were all either buried in the sand or crushed against the hideout walls, meeting their end. And then, is that all? A pair of sharp golden eyes scanned the surroundings before vanishing in an instant. With a flash of gold lightning, the figure of Sealrang reappeared, holding in both hands. Privacy settings. This ends it. The heads of the bandits. The two heads retained expressions of tense anticipation, as if they were still unaware of what had happened, lying in ambush near the destroyed hideout for a surprise attack. Thud. Sealrang, disinterested, tossed the heads far away, leaving Draco with a look of disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. From start to finish. Everything. What in the world is this? Draco found himself staring at the Grim Reaper, who was now slowly approaching him. Step, step. In a single moment, the golden flash of light that had appeared had destroyed his kingdom, the hideout he had built, and wiped out the Blood Sand Bandits, the hundreds of men he had cultivated over more than 10 years. Step, step. The girl with golden eyes. The Reaper. As soon as those sharp, golden eyes fixed on Draco, he felt a shiver of primal fear run through his entire body. An instinctive fear. Even amidst this terror, Draco desperately tried to speak, to say something to save his life. Say, Sealrang, do you even know what you've done? Draco's voice was filled with desperation. His kingdom of 10 years, everything he had built, had crumbled like a sandcastle, but he had not given up. If he could survive, he believed he could rebuild his small kingdom again. But, unfortunately, Sealrang showed no signs of reacting to Draco's frantic words. All she did was raise her blood-soaked right hand and grab the head of Draco, whose stomach had been pierced through. If you kill me now, you'll be making an enemy of Kalman Arents. I'm under his protection. Sensing his impending death, Draco tried to invoke Kalman's name, hoping to escape, but the strength in Sealrang's hand only tightened. Is it money you want? Take it. Take all of it. Or do you want a tribute? I'll pay whatever tribute you want. His screams grew more frenzied, and at last, he began to wail in despair as he fully realized his approaching death. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why? Why? His voice, full of resentment and frustration, rang out. In response, privacy settings. Because you laid a hand on my master. And a muttered whisper reached Draco's ears. It wasn't loud, but neither was it small. Just a quiet murmur. And then, because I don't want to get scolded. With that soft whisper, recalling her red eyes, Sealrang crushed Draco's head with a loud crack. With her mission complete, Sealrang disappeared, leaving nothing behind. In mere 10 minutes, the Blood Sand Bandits, who had terrorized the desert under Kalman's name for over a decade, vanished from history. The next day, alone, feeling the fatigue from his long travels melt away, received 2 pieces of news. The first was that entering the Forgotten City would not be possible for another 3 days. The second was, Count, I heard that the Blood Sand Bandits who attacked us have been completely wiped out. The Blood Sand Bandits? It was the group that had attacked him not long ago, now apparently annihilated. Yes, they were completely wiped out. When? From what I've heard, it happened yesterday. An entire bandit group wiped out and rumors already spread in a day? As Alone furrowed his brow in confusion, Evan nodded. The entire city is buzzing with the news. Apparently, the caravan that arrived earlier today shared the information. At Evan's words, Alone felt as if 1,000 question marks were hovering over his head. The Blood Sand Bandits weren't supposed to disappear for another 3 years, not unless they were dealt with by the protagonist, Eli Van, as the original story dictated. Why on earth did they suddenly vanish? With a puzzled expression, Alone tried to figure it out, but I took care of it. The answer came far more simply than expected. You did. Yep. Didn't I do a great job? Privacy settings. At Sealrang's innocent grin, both Alone and Evan slowly opened their mouths in astonishment. You dealt with the Blood Sand Bandits. Yep. Why? Alone asked instinctively. Well, didn't Master say so? Evan glanced at Alone as if to ask, did you? While Alone stared blankly at Evan. But that only lasted for a moment. You said you didn't want to see them again. I did say that, but if they're gone, you won't have to see them anymore, right? With a wide, innocent smile, Sealrang nodded as if she'd just solved a grand dilemma, leaving Alone with the same feeling he'd had when he first met Deus, a feeling that something about this was just too much. But that moment of bewilderment soon passed, and Alone suddenly thought of something and asked, Wait, so you wiped out the entire Blood Sand Bandit group all by yourself? That's right. Sealrang nodded nonchalantly, and Alone found himself falling silent without realizing it. The Blood Sand Bandits, he knew, numbered in the hundreds, with most of the combatants capable of imbuing their weapons with magic, hardly the kind of group to be taken lightly. Moreover, Draco, the leader of the bandits, was someone who, as far as Alone knew, would be able to wield an aura blade 3 years from now. And yet, Sealrang had just single-handedly killed hundreds of knight-level combatants, including Draco, their leader. He knew that the title of Baba Yaga wasn't something one could earn lightly, but wasn't this a bit stronger than he had expected? Alone stared blankly at Sealrang, who was grinning carefreely, and suddenly recalled that in the future, she would become the embodiment of the sin of pride. With that thought, he found his posture becoming more reverent. This was 3 days before their departure for the Forgotten City. At the time when Alone left for the desert city of Colony, a secret meeting was taking place in a small tavern in the eastern part of Tyria, the capital of the Kingdom of Asteria. So, why did you call for me, Duke? I didn't think your intuition had dulled to the point where you had to ask, Marquis, said Duke Rimgrave, leader of the Royalist faction. Privacy settings. At those words, Marquis Filboyd, leader of the noble faction, sat down naturally and spoke. I assume this is about Count Palacio. You're sharp. I called you because of Count Palacio, or more precisely, the Kalfa, that those brats gathered together, Rimgrave replied. The Marquis nodded, as if no further explanation was needed. Having spent decades navigating the treacherous world of politics, They both easily understood that the Duke was seeking an alliance to bring down Kalfa. The Kalfa group was an obnoxious organization that posed a threat to both the royalist and noble factions, and it needed to be dismantled as soon as possible. In their world, yesterday's enemies could become today's allies depending on their interests, so it wasn't difficult for them to join forces. So, what's your plan? Philboyd cut straight to the point without delay. Admiring the Marquis' quick judgment, having already calculated the costs and benefits in just a few words, the Duke responded, "I plan to involve Rosario." Rosario? Yes, to be specific, the Cardinal of Rosario. The Duke began to lay out his detailed plan for the Marquis. After some time had passed. "And what's the demand?" Philboyd asked, as if there was no need to hear anything further. "Half of the bribe to stuff the Cardinal's mouth." Not bad. The two nobles exchanged thoughts, both smiling in satisfaction. If their plan went well, the upstart Kalfa group, made up of rabble from the Underworld, would crumble like a sandcastle. It won't take long. In fact, I've already made contact. I'm looking forward to it. With that, both men left the tavern with smiles on their faces, heading in different directions. Only 2 whiskey glasses, still filled with drink, were left behind in the run-down tavern. The Desert Nation Colony. The Colosseum, which serves as both the heart and landmark of the nation, shares the same name as the capital. The Colosseum is always filled with the public's cheers and madness, as it is constantly stained with the bloodshed by gladiators. Even when a gladiator gets stabbed or loses their life, everything that happens in this Colosseum is merely entertainment for the masses. But now, the Colosseum was silent. It wasn't that the public wasn't present. The Colosseum was packed with so many people that even the stairways, where people were supposed to move, were crammed with bodies. Could it be that the match hadn't started yet? No, that wasn't the case. Already, hundreds of gladiators of various ranks were standing in the spotlight. There was only one odd thing. While hundreds of gladiators gathered on the right side of the arena, on the left side, only one man stood. A fight that appeared imbalanced to anyone watching. Yet, the man standing alone on the Colosseum grounds had no complaints. Instead, a thin smile played on his lips. The iron gauntlets on the man's hands gleamed. As soon as the referee's voice, amplified through magic, echoed, the hundreds of gladiators began rushing toward the man. Privacy settings. Some with swords, some with fists, and others with axes. Gladiators of all sorts, ranging from A rank to B rank, all charged in, aiming for one man's neck. However, despite the ferocious glints in their eyes, the man's face still carried a deep smile, while the gladiators rushing at him bore intense tension in their eyes. Because everyone here knew who the man standing before them was. One of the Baba Yagas of this colony. The man who had held the position of Baba Yaga for the longest time. Kalman Arentz. As Kalman grinned, he shifted into position. His left foot slid behind his right, and his right hand followed suit, pulling back. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly. And just before the gladiators reached him, Kalman threw a punch. A punch aimed at the empty air. A punch aimed at no one, yet capable of striking anyone. Boom! As the shockwave erupted, the hundreds of gladiators rushing toward him were blown away in all directions in an instant, and with Kalman's body vanishing. Crash! A ruthless massacre began. Each time Kalman's obsidian gauntlet extended, the bodies of the gladiators trying to recover were shattered. For 5 minutes, the Colosseum was filled with silence, leaving only the fallen gladiators and Kalman. After a brief moment of silence, whoa! The Colosseum exploded with a frenzy of cheers, as if the previous quiet had been a lie. The crowd, crazed and wild, paid no attention to the gladiators whose heads had been crushed or whose hearts had been destroyed by Kalman. They only screamed and cheered madly for Kalman. As Kalman slowly scanned the crowd, still with a deep smile, he turned and walked back into the Colosseum. The luxurious waiting room reserved for the Baba Yagas. Listening to the never-ending cheers of the crowd, Kalman remarked, "There are still so many foolish people, thinking they could defeat a Baba Yaga with mere numbers, hundreds of them. Turning at the sound of a voice from behind, Kalman found another man grinning. Privacy settings. The man was Malian, also known as a Baba Yaga, his bald head twisted grotesquely on one side. As Kalman sat on a luxurious chair, Malian continued. Do you know who wiped out the Blood Sand Bandits? No. Did you find out? Malian immediately responded to Kalman's question. It was Sealrang. Is that so? After a brief silence, Kalman finally spoke. But there was no particular anger in his voice. Only a faint acceptance, as if saying, so, that's how it was. Doesn't seem like you're very upset? Malian asked, slightly puzzled. Kalman leisurely leaned back in his chair. Not really. In the first place, I kept him around just because he brought in some pocket money. Besides, we're going to kill him anyway, right? Kalman responded with a sly smile. True, that's the plan. So, what's the plan? As Kalman asked, Malian flashed a quick grin and extended his left hand before Kalman. In his hand was a black cube. Oh, is this the Abyssal Core? The one that can elevate the worthy? Malian nodded as Kalman twisted his mouth into a smile. Yes, with this, I can crush that arrogant beastkin's head. That's music to my ears. Kalman lifted the cube from Malian's hand. Gazing at the abyssal object, which seemed to absorb all light, he muttered with satisfaction. Finally, I can kill the bastard that's been tearing through Colony as if it were her own playground. I agree. Just a few days ago, I suffered because of her as well. And Malian sighed deeply, revealing a bit of his frustration as he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Kalman spoke again. So, when will the plan be executed? In 2 days at the ruins. That's quick. Isn't quick better? Once that girl's dead, you can start eating away at the royal authority again. And you can take over the entire Underworld, right? Exactly. Privacy settings. Malian smiled as they reaffirmed their shared goals. There's no way we'll fail. Because of the Abyssal Core? That too, but we also have some friends on the other side. With those words, Malian continued. Oh, and if you see that noble next to Sealrang, it would be great if you could take care of him as well. Why? Just a small request. I hear he's Sealrang's master. Wouldn't it be fun to kill him first, right in front of Sealrang? That does sound like it could be fun. With Kalman's smiling response, Malian disappeared, leaving behind a promise to meet again in 2 days. Finally, Kalman sat in his throne, more greed-driven than any other, a deep smile on his lips. About 2 days later, alone, fully rested after staying at the guild, boarded a carriage with Sealrang, heading to the ruins. After some time had passed, they were almost at their destination. Looking out at Sealrang, who was chatting casually with the golden-maned beastkin guarding the carriage, Alone thought to himself, she's nothing like the rumors suggest. It had been only about 4 days since Alone arrived at the colony, but he had already grasped Sealrang's reputation within it. A mad dog. Alone made a peculiar expression. The rumors often portrayed Sealrang as a mad dog, and naturally, he grew curious. After all, since their initial meeting, Sealrang had never shown any such behavior in front of him. For the past 3 days, all he saw was Sealrang smiling brightly and wagging her tail. Master. Alone snapped out of his thoughts as Sealrang, who had stopped talking to the beast inn, was now staring at him. You seemed deep in thought, Master. What's on your mind? Nothing much. As Sealrang tilted her head to the side, almost enough to twist her neck, Alone hesitated for a moment before answering. I just thought you're good at looking after the guild members. Of course. They're all my family. Privacy settings. Family? Yeah, they're all my kin. I have to take care of them. I don't care about anyone else. Is that so? Oh, but not you, Master. Sealrang said, her expression suddenly becoming serious as she stared intently at him. As if she was considering something important, her brow furrowed as she murmured. Master, family after family. No, after Yusha. Is that so? Yeah, no matter how important you or Yusha are, you're not blood-related. As if she had made a difficult decision, Sealrang concluded with a slightly apologetic expression. But Alone simply shrugged and thought to himself, Higher than I expected. Despite his expressionless face, Alone was pleased. Considering that he had barely spoken to Sealring, let alone exchanged letters, the fact that he was being treated as the third most important person in her life was quite satisfying. Does that mean if something dangerous happens later, I could probably ask for help once? As Alone finished his thoughts with a bit of relief, the coachman suddenly called out, "We've arrived." The carriage had reached the city of Kahara, the ancient city of gods. At the entrance to the ruins, now called by that name, the city was once known as Kahara, the city of the old gods, at least according to his knowledge as a player. Alone stepped out of the carriage and began walking deeper into the dark cave, organizing his thoughts. Where should I start looking? In Psychedelia, Alone had visited this place multiple times. However, those visits were only for side quests to deal with the bandits hiding here, not to uncover any hidden secrets. I do remember there being a place with lots of writings. Using his in-game knowledge, he decided to focus on certain areas that stood out in his memory after entering Kahara. He was pinpointing a few spots to explore in more detail. After walking for some time, when Sealrang's expression started showing signs of boredom, Alone noticed a group walking ahead, much further in front than his party. Before long, he recognized who they were. Privacy settings. Count Palacio? Leanne. The woman approaching from the darkness, illuminating the way with light magic, was none other than Leanne Aguilera's, daughter of the Red Tower's master. Along with a group of Red Tower wizards whom Alone had encountered during his recent visit to the desert city of Colony. Alone, noticing that the confused looks of the 20 or so wizards had shifted to slightly surprised expressions, felt a bit taken aback himself. "Are you here to explore the ruins too, Count?" Leanne asked. Indeed, Alone nodded in response to her question, and naturally, he began walking alongside the Red Tower wizards as they continued exploring the ruins. After walking for some more time, Alone heard Evan, who was also starting to look bored like Sealring, say, "There's the exit." Alone followed Evan's gaze toward the exit and, finally stepping outside, was greeted by an incredible sight. Wow! The wizards, Feastin, and even Sealring couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The sight before them, after stepping outside, was that of a massive fortress within an underground cavern. However, Alone wasn't particularly surprised by the scene. He had already seen this enormous fortress several times before. But even so, his usually expressionless eyes widened slightly more than usual because, in his ear, he heard something that no one else could. "You've finally come, magician." A voice that only he could hear. Right after arriving in Kahara, the city of the old gods, the wizard of the Red Tower, Leanne, Sealrang, and the Golden Mane tribe decided to wait near the entrance, where they had the best view of the city. Of course, Sealrang and Evan tried to follow Alone, but Alone left them at the entrance and went down into the city alone. There was only one reason for that. Since you can hear the voice, you've at least shown a minimum level of respect. Come alone to the central tower of Kahara. This was because, as soon as Alone entered Kahara, he heard a voice whispering such words to him. Naturally, he had no idea whose voice it was that whispered into his ear. Though he had been to this city more than dozens of times, never before had a voice like this echoed in his mind. However, instinctively, he realized that it had something to do with the words left behind by a mysterious being. Without hesitation, he moved forward and finally arrived at the center of Kahara. It was less of a forgotten city and more fitting to describe it as a fortress, given how tall the tower was, especially for an underground structure. Staring at the tower blankly, Alone soon walked inside. Upon entering, what greeted him was a spiral staircase leading upward. Without a word, Alone began to climb the stairs. Flare. Privacy settings. As he ascended the staircase, the lights began to ignite one by one, as if to illuminate his path. Though it was a situation he had never seen in the game, which made him hesitate momentarily, that was all. Following the lights, Alone continued his steps, and eventually, when he reached the top of the long staircase, he found a massive room. Rat-a-tat-tat. Along with the activation of a magic circle, he saw the previously empty room fill with enormous bookshelves. The bookshelves rose from the ground and soon covered the entire tower. At that moment, except for the sky and ground, there was no clear distinction between front and back. You've arrived. In fact, not all members of the Golden Mane tribe had an unusual affection for other bloodlines. Of course, compared to other beast folk, the Golden Manes had a relatively high species-wide affinity for each other. Though it meant little now, the Golden Mane tribe had once stood at the top of the beast folk hierarchy 500 years ago. But even so, their affection wasn't deeper than what they had for their own families. They merely had a slightly higher affinity for one another than for other species, and that was it. In the end, they were still strangers to each other. Nevertheless, the reason why Sealrang was so obsessed with her kin and cherished the Golden Mane tribe so deeply was because of her past. Her happiness lay in the past. She had enjoyed the days spent living with her kin, found fulfillment in helping her father wrap up the day, and was happy to sit at the table in the evening, eating meals with her family. The life she led in a community where only the Golden Mane tribe lived, where everyone was bound under the concept of kin, still remained a source of happiness for Sealrang. That's why Sealrang sought revenge against the Black Dragon, who shattered that happiness and aimed to gather her kin to reclaim it. Her respect for the Great Moon also stemmed from that. She believed that the essence of the Golden Mane tribe, which alone had given her, could bring her both revenge and happiness once again. And for her, crunch dash. The death of one of the Golden Mane tribe was enough to drive her reason into a raging fury. Privacy settings. Right before her eyes, the body of her kin, who had been speaking just moments ago, crumbled so pitifully. And at the same time, what appeared before her was... is this all? It was none other than Malian. Nothing much. Malian of Baba Yaga. With his hideous face twisted in grotesque pleasure, he threw aside the corpse of the Golden Mane tribe. At the same time, dozens of black-robed figures appeared behind him. What the... Prepare for battle. At his command, the wizards of the Red Tower and the mercenaries he had hired raised their staffs with tense expressions. The previously relaxed faces of the Golden Mane tribe quickly turned to those of panic and fear. And then, what do you think you're doing? Malian, staring directly at Sealrang, who was making an unmistakably menacing expression, twisted his lips into a sneer and spoke. Are beast folk truly this dumb? You're asking me that question, in this situation. His voice was full of mockery, clear to anyone who heard it. Upon hearing this, Sealrang narrowed her eyes, realizing there was no longer any need for words. Crackle dash. Electricity erupted from her body, scattering in all directions, and her gleaming golden eyes locked onto Malian as her target. 1. In that instant, Sealrang twisted her body, narrowly evading an attack brought on by an unsettling, instinctive feeling. Boom! The ground exploded with a deafening sound, as if a massive meteor had crashed into it, leaving a gaping crater. Wow, you dodged that? You're not just any ordinary opponent, huh? Soon, a man who had completely demolished the entrance, Kalman Arentz, casually walked out of the dust with a deep grin. Seeing Kalman stand next to Malian as if they had planned it, Sealrang let out a bitter laugh. The events that had just transpired allowed her to grasp the situation. Sealrang clenched her fist tightly. Crackle dash. Electricity sparked to life in response to her will. Her stance made it clear that no more conversation was necessary. Privacy settings. Wait. What is the meaning of this? We are wizards of the Red Tower. And you all are from Baba Yaga, aren't you? Unlike Sealrang, one of the wizards of the Red Tower desperately shouted in an attempt to escape the situation. As Malian turned his gaze toward them, the wizard added, Red Tower wizards, huh? I suppose it could cause some trouble if we mess with you. His words hung in the air. That's right. If any harm comes to us now. But... The wizard tried to continue, but Malian immediately interrupted, not allowing him even a moment's respite. That would only be a problem if any of you made it out alive, wouldn't it? With a twisted smile, Malian's words made the wizard's face go completely rigid. The wizard wasn't foolish enough to misunderstand his meaning. And so, Tisk, if only you hadn't made such a fuss, none of this would have been necessary. Why did you have to make things difficult for everyone? Now that I think about it, where's that noble we're supposed to take care of? He should have been with you, right? Well, we can deal with that after we kill this one first. Kalman casually responded to Malian's words and said, Now, let's see. Black, sinister energy swirled around him, terrifying to anyone who saw it. Shall we run a little experiment? Boom dash. With that, the battle began, as Kalman hurled his fist towards Sealring. Alone, realizing that the voice that had echoed in his mind was now coming from directly in front of him, lifted his head. There, sitting at a desk, was a figure. It was impossible to define its appearance. To be exact, it seemed as though something was constantly disrupting any attempt to describe its form. It looked human, beast-like, and monstrous all at once. As Alone stared blankly at the figure, whose shadow seemed to shift infinitely, it spoke. Do not stare too long. You won't be able to perceive my existence no matter how hard you try. With those words, Alone snapped out of his daze, remained silent for a moment, then asked, Who are you? Privacy settings. If you cannot even comprehend my form, what makes you think you can comprehend my name? Did you know I was coming? How could I? Do you have any idea how long I've been trapped here? Yet, you spoke as if you did know. Not at all. Perhaps you were mistaken. Alone suddenly felt the urge to flick the head of the formless figure sitting before him, but he held back and spoke instead. I came here following the words of Ulthultus, or rather, of the mysterious entity. I had a hunch that might be the case. The figure responded in a slightly intrigued tone and continued. Did that being tell you its true name? Well, it seems reasonable enough to think you're worth testing. Alone fell silent for a moment as he watched the figure nod, as if this conclusion was quite logical, then spoke again. Testing what exactly? Testing your chance. I mean, an opportunity for you. An opportunity. As Alone muttered to himself, the figure elaborated. You seem to have many questions. Unfortunately, I cannot provide you with any answers right now. You lack the qualifications. And what is that supposed to mean? Curious about a setting he had never encountered in the game, Alone asked further. To clarify in advance, it's not my judgment you should be concerned with. Rather, it's this world's standards that determine your worth. After saying this, the figure seemed to ponder something for a moment before continuing. You probably don't understand and have many questions. So I'll explain it simply. It soon spoke again. Before long, another outsider will descend into this world. Deal with that being and return to me. And if I do? Then you will have met the minimum requirements, the requirements to see me properly and have your questions answered. So you're saying I can't learn anything right now? Well, I can at least give you one hint. The figure, whose form was still too ambiguous to define, looked directly at Alone and smiled. Privacy settings. Once you leave the tower, go and read the text at the easternmost end of this fortress. That should give you a general idea of the situation. The text at the eastern end, Alone murmured, and the figure dragged out its response before speaking again. Good, I've made my decision. In fact, my explanation ends here, but since you've come all this way, I'll share something interesting with you. Without giving Alone a chance to ask, the figure continued. In this world, beyond the use of incantations, there is a concept known as Sully, the natural order. Have you heard of it? Sully? Yes, and beyond that is self-manifestation, but that's still far beyond your reach. After murmuring to itself for a moment, the figure resumed explaining to Alone. Sully is the foundation for what those in this world call magic, though the fools who wield it barely understand its basics. I can see that you're better than they are, but you're still using it incorrectly. The figure continued speaking as if it found the current situation amusing. The magic manifested through incantations follows the natural order. It's not something you can just throw together haphazardly. Only by following the natural order, carefully constructing the incantation, and invoking the proper name can true magic be performed. The figure raised a finger and added, But even with this explanation, I doubt you'll understand. So, as a gift, I'll teach you the Sully, the natural order. It concluded by saying, This is what true magic is. The grotesque beast Malian fully recognized Sealrang's strength. The presence she had shown in the colony until now was even more intense than that of Kalman Arons, who had been active as a Baba Yaga for an extended period. However, despite this, neither Malian nor Kalman thought they would lose to Sealring in this fight. Both Kalman Arons and the grotesque beast Malian were also Baba Yagas like Sealring, and most importantly, they had absorbed the abyssal essence. Abyssal essence. Malian didn't know exactly how the abyssal essence granted power. All he knew was that once someone of a certain rank used the abyssal essence, they were endowed with power in some way. But for Malian, that knowledge was sufficient. Even at that very moment as they fought Sealring, both of them could feel that just by using the abyssal essence, they had become nearly twice as strong as they originally were. Crash! As Malian's fist struck the spot where Sealring had stood, the chamber shook as if an earthquake had hit. Crack! With just a stomp from Kalman, the ground collapsed. And that wasn't all. Privacy settings. Roar! Malian displayed her unbelievable power by tearing off the roof of the Forgotten City's castle and throwing it at Sealring. The overwhelming strength, clearly beyond human limits, filled the mercenaries, magicians, and beastmen fighting against the assassins with despair. But despite this incredible display of power, the expressions on Malian and Kalman's faces were worsening as time passed. The reason was none other than Sealring, who was still fighting against them. The golden-eyed Sealring, who had vanished in a flash of lightning, suddenly appeared in front of Malian and struck him in the waist. After fending off Kalman Arons's attack from behind, Sealring landed a punch on him. Boom! Malian and Kalman were sent crashing into the wall of the large chamber, shattering it. How is this even possible? Malian scowled at Sealring. Sealring's body was indeed covered in wounds. Her shining hair was stained with blood, and her eerie body was marked with countless injuries. Yet despite all this, she was dominating. Even though they had absorbed the abyssal essence and become twice as powerful, the two Baba Yagas couldn't force her to retreat even an inch. You monster! Malian grimaced as she transformed her grotesque right hand into the shape of a sword. She's not even emitting black magic, so she hasn't absorbed the abyssal essence either. Despite not consuming the abyssal essence, her strength was overwhelming enough to dominate two Baba Yagas who had. It was clear, defeating her with brute force was impossible. With his once confident expression now gone, Malian looked gravely at Kalman. Click. As if confirming a prearranged signal, Kalman clicked his tongue, then leaped forward, toward the beastmen, not Sealring. The moment Sealring realized that Kalman was rushing toward Ralga, the member of her tribe who was leading the fight against the assassins, she immediately moved. Crack! She blocked Kalman's punch. Boom! Privacy settings. The terrifying shockwave from just the clash of their fists made Sealring grimace momentarily. But then she sensed something strange. Despite having a serious expression moments ago, Kalman now wore a clear, unmistakable smile on his lips. At that very moment. Stab. Huh. Sealring felt a searing pain in her back. She turned to look, and there stood Ralga. Finally. With a twisted grin on his face, Ralga had stabbed Sealring in the back with a blade. Sealring's eyes filled with confusion for a moment. Ugh. Blood flowed from her mouth. Crash! Sealring was sent flying by Kalman's kick, rolling on the ground. She couldn't make sense of the situation. Her eyes were full of questions, confusion, and even more questions. Her bewildered gaze fell on Ralga. He was smiling wickedly. Sealring couldn't understand it at all. Why? A question escaped her lips. As Sealring tumbled across the ground from Ralga's betrayal, despair clouded the faces of the mages, mercenaries, and beastmen, while a sneer appeared on Kalman's lips. Relief filled the eyes of the assassins, and Malian's face showed a hint of triumph. All this information entered Sealring's field of view, but she was solely focused on Ralga. Why? Sealring muttered, puzzled once more. And then Ralga, who had been sneering all this time, stepped forward towards Sealring. Sealring tried to move her body, but soon realized that she couldn't. The poison from Kaminosis is on the blade, so you won't be able to move for at least an hour. It's best not to struggle, Ralga said, looking down at Sealrang's shocked expression as he approached her. Privacy settings. Unlike his usual composed demeanor, Ralga twisted his lips into a sneer as he crouched in front of her. What was it again? Did you ask why? He mocked as he pulled off the gauntlet from Sealrang's hand. I wanted this. What? Didn't you hear? I said I wanted this, Ralga repeated, shaking the essence of the Golden Mane tribe in front of her as if to mock her, smiling slyly. Sealrang blinked slowly. You betrayed me for that? She asked. She still didn't feel anger. Ralga, wearing an expression of confusion for a brief moment, soon let out a mocking laugh. For this? Sealrang, do you really think the guild you created is still standing because of some noble reason? Do you think the clan stuck around for your little family act? No. Tap, tap. It's because of this. The clan stayed in the guild because of the power they could gain from you, he sneered, tapping her face with the gauntlet. Sealrang's expression slowly darkened as she furrowed her brow. Why would you think otherwise? Deep down, Sealrang knew that Ralga wasn't entirely wrong. She had always been aware that the reason she was able to gather the Golden Mane tribe so quickly in the colony was because she possessed the essence gifted by the Great Moon. But even so, Sealrang hadn't believed that the clans had stuck with the guild solely for the essence this far into the journey. Even if they had gathered for power at first, Sealrang felt that the time they had spent together over the past 2 years since forming the guild was genuine, and she believed that she had been faithfully rebuilding her former family. No, she trusted in that belief. That can't be. Sealrang clenched her teeth, but Ralga didn't erase his mocking grin as he stared at her. Then, he let out a small chuckle and snapped his fingers. Snap. And then, as if they had been waiting for the signal, the other members of the Golden Mane tribe started gathering behind Ralga, one by one. Sealrang looked at them in disbelief. The clan member she had greeted just 2 days ago. The one who had spoken with her earlier on their way to this place. No one was an exception. All stood behind Ralga, and Sealrang, noticing that they bore no wounds unlike the mercenaries, realized the truth. Privacy settings. Huh. For the first time, she let out a bitter laugh. Not the warm smile she had always shown to the clans, but a cruel, cold smile. Now that's the expression of someone waking up from a dream. I'm satisfied, Ralga laughed, satisfied, as he patted Sealrang's head in mockery. To be honest, every time you acted like you were something special, it disgusted me. Using power you didn't deserve just because you got lucky. It was really hard to watch. How does it feel to wake up from that dream? Are the others also traitors? Sealrang answered his question with a question. Ralga, seeing the betrayal and hatred hidden behind her bitter smile, found it amusing, twisting his lips to respond. But before he could speak, that's enough. Let's wrap this up, Malian interrupted, stepping forward before Ralga could open his mouth. He transformed his arm into the shape of a sword and raised it, preparing to strike Sealrang down. It'll be a pain if she moves, so let's finish her off now. Just as Malian was about to execute Sealrang with his sword. Swoosh! A small question appeared on Sealrang's face, which had been filled with resignation just moments ago. And not just Sealrang. Ralga, who had been sneering, also looked puzzled. The mages and even Lian, who had been in despair, wore the same expression. Even Kalman, who had been smirking just a moment ago, now looked perplexed. The reason for this was, it was because a large hole had appeared in Malian's head, who had been basking in triumph just moments before. Thud. Malian's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As everyone began to question the absurd death of one of the colony's Baba Yagas. Lian, who had been staring blankly at the scene, suddenly realized that her breath had turned into visible white vapor. At that moment, everyone present saw it. In the distance, from the forgotten city of the god Kahara, a man silently emerged. Privacy settings. Crunch. With each step he took, frost spread, freezing the ground beneath him, and a grayish-white magic from the bracelet on his left wrist enveloped his body like a thin ice barrier. Step, step. The man's stride was unwavering. Even though there was a Baba Yaga and dozens of enemies before him, his expression remained utterly indifferent. Without any emotion or reaction, he walked forward, and everyone began to tense up at his appearance. Ralga, who had been mocking Sealrang moments ago, Kalman, who had been smiling confidently, and all the enemies present grew nervous as they watched the man with a blank expression. Because they had all witnessed it. They had seen Malian, a Baba Yaga, have his head pierced in an instant. Ugh. As the man slowly approached, Ralga instinctively stepped back. And it wasn't just him. Every being identified as the man's enemy naturally retreated. Just standing there, his presence choked them, and they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and fear. Even Kalman, the strongest among them, felt it. What is that? His body recoiled as he stared at the man, who appeared with eyes so black and blue that he instinctively knew comprehending them would break his mind. Master. Finally, the man, alone, approached Sealrang, who still had a sword lodged in her back, and stared at her intently. Ice crystal. He spoke a phrase, one different from anything he had said before. Ice crystal. As he confirmed the massive ice wall forming in front of him, Alone let out a deep sigh behind his expressionless face. What on earth is going on here? He was extremely confused by the situation. From Alone's perspective, it was understandable. While he was listening to a conversation at the tower in the center of the city, the whole area suddenly shook as if it were about to collapse, forcing him to rush out. And when he did, this scene unfolded before him. What's more, the situation went far beyond Alone's understanding. Those two. It looks like they used abyssal entities. Alone recalled the thick, dark energy flowing from the bodies of Malian and Kalman, who had just tried to kill Sealrang. How? To his knowledge, abyssal entities weren't supposed to appear at this point. In the original storyline, these items only started to spread across the world after 2 of the 5 great sins showed up. The effect of these items was simple. Even if the one who absorbed the abyssal entity was weak, they would still gain divine power. Although its mechanism wasn't explained even in Psychedelia, there were many speculations that abyssal entities were introduced in the game purely to balance the difficulty level. The enemies who used abyssal entities always became overwhelmingly stronger than before. Privacy settings. So, while Alone was curious why Malian and Kalman had abyssal entities, he soon dismissed the thought. What mattered most now was not that, but how to overcome the current situation. Alone assessed the situation with cold precision. Remaining magic uses, 0. He had already used 3 spells to create the frigid wasteland, 1 to shoot and kill Malian when he tried to harm Sealrang earlier, and 1 to shield himself from a possible attack. He could no longer use magic. That is, ordinarily. Gulp. Without hesitation, Alone uncorked a bottle hanging from his waist and drank it. It was a top-grade mana potion given to him by Pinia, the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower. With this, I can stall for time with 2 more spells, but the barrier will disappear in 20 seconds. After finishing the potion, Alone quickly turned his gaze toward the fallen Sealrang. Having secretly prepared magic for a considerable amount of time to avoid detection, he had already grasped the rough sequence of events. Sealrang's eyes, when he glanced down at her, were filled with emptiness, despair, and intense rage. Dark energy poured out from her entire body. Seeing her like that, Alone immediately took out another potion from his waist. It was the highest-grade potion he had received half a year ago when many gifts had come pouring in for him. Drink this. Alone crouched down, pushed the potion into Sealrang's mouth, and whispered to her. The only ones who betrayed you are those guys, so don't worry. Is that really true? Yes. He answered clearly, though in truth, Alone also didn't know how many of the Golden Mane tribe had sided with Ralga. Even if Sealrang wasn't one to think deeply about such matters, it wouldn't take much reflection to realize that there wasn't much credibility in what Alone was saying. Still, the reason he lied was because, at this moment, he desperately needed her help. There's only one chance, and Sealrang has to block their attacks until I can prepare my spell. Alone's magic took a long time to cast. He knew all too well how foolish it would be to expect the enemies to wait during that time. That's why Alone had lied to get Sealrang, who was drowning in despair, to act immediately. Can you hold them off until I finish my spell? Alone had fed Sealrang the entire high-grade potion. Despite staggering slightly, she firmly stood up and nodded. Yes. Privacy settings. Even though the poison wasn't fully diluted yet, there was no other choice. Alone decided to trust Sealrang and began preparing his spell. Once the spell was ready, dealing with Kalman wouldn't be a difficult task. Even though Kalman had absorbed the abyssal entity and become stronger, ironically, Alone would become even stronger because Kalman had done so. He had placed a restriction, a power that could twist the world when facing gods. Who? With a light sigh, Alone formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, the cold ice wall that had been scattering frost disappeared as if it had never been there. Ice snow. As he uttered the next incantation, frost swirled wildly around him, and assassins and members of the Golden Mane tribe charged forward as if they had been waiting for this moment. There were dozens of them. But shape. Despite her staggering, Sealrang began fending off the enemies charging at her, and as Alone watched her, he uttered his next phrase. He then closed his eyes and recalled the words spoken by that formless entity earlier. You may have lost the great legacy of the past, but those who understand magic know that its essence lies in the fact that a magus is someone who implements the laws of this world. The array of magic, the incantations, and even the names, all of them exist to implement those laws. Only when everything is arranged properly in accordance with those principles can it be called magic. Fame of the Snowy Mountain. As Alone spoke, a round sphere formed between his middle and ring fingers and froze. But it didn't just freeze. Each individual point of the magical array he had prepared bloomed like snowflakes, with each hexagonal plate as the starting point for a unique flower. It seems you only know a few phrases, but you also need to use sentences. Phrases can twist the laws, but sentences are the keys to opening certain doors that approach the laws of this world. Well, it's not like today's magicians have completely lost the names. They've just been overly simplified and unified, losing the original words in the process. Nowadays, they probably call it something silly like ice spear. Blind man's inevitability. The blooming flowers fully opened. The sphere at Alone's fingertips was no longer a simple orb, but a massive crystalline snowflake. Crack. At the center of that snowflake, a beautifully shaped spear formed in front of him. And then. But originally, that magic wasn't called something as foolish as ice spear. Privacy settings. Ice crystal halberd. That's the true name of what those foolish magicians forgot. After quietly speaking, Alone opened his eyes. He could see Kalman, with his dark gauntlets, staring at him with a frustrated expression, and Sealrang desperately holding him off. Seeing them, Alone tightly clenched the seal he had been forming and finished the spell. In the blazing hot chamber, a snowy field arrived. Lian watched Alone's magic unfold. The mind that usually ran countless simulations to analyze whatever magic was used had now come to a halt. She could only stare blankly. Everything in the path of the spear Alone had cast had frozen. Whether it was the ground, the air, or Kalman, whose heart was pierced by the spear of ice. Everything had frozen. The abnormal, yet breathtakingly beautiful scene left Lian and the other magicians unable to take their eyes off it. This is unbelievable. Is that a magician? The mercenaries, who had been filled with despair just moments before, all muttered in awe as they looked at Alone. Their eyes were filled with boundless reverence and awe. It was only natural. The desperate situation had changed dramatically because of the being standing right in front of them. At that moment, even Sealrang, who had narrowly escaped the range of the spell, was looking at Alone. Suddenly, it moved. The first to notice that the being, more precisely, Ralga, whom they thought had been struck down by Sealrang, was moving again, was ironically a mercenary who had been watching the scene. Die. Ralga, whose right arm was shattered, raised the poison dagger that had previously put Sealrang in danger and charged at her. He was still empowered by the ability Sealrang had granted him, as the authority of the Golden Mane tribe had not been revoked. Moving at lightning speed, he appeared close to Sealrang just as she let her guard down. Sealrang, thinking it was all over, tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Her body was already covered in wounds from fending off Kalman and the attacking rogues. The poison still lingered in her, leaving her no choice but to watch as Ralga's dagger aimed for her heart. Privacy settings. Ralga's face lit up with joy as he thought, if I can just kill her, I can take control of the essence and escape. I can start over again. With that thought, he tightened his grip on the dagger. But Ralga's dagger didn't pierce Sealrang's heart. What? The reason was that, like the mercenary, Alone had instinctively seen Ralga's charge and pulled Sealrang's body backward just in time. However, because of this, Alone's body naturally slid forward and collided with Ralga's sweeping dagger. Guh! Blood spewed from his mouth. It was thick, blackened blood, a clear sign of deadly injury. And just as Ralga, stunned by his failure, stood there, Sealrang, filled with rage, smashed his head with her foot. Count. Evan's voice rang out. In conclusion, Alone wasn't actually hurt at all. Of course, a sword had pierced his side, but surprisingly, it hadn't caused any real damage. That was because Ralga's dagger had indeed struck Alone's body, but just barely, it only tore his clothes. In other words, Alone wasn't injured. So why had he coughed up blood? That was purely due to mana exhaustion. Although he had enough mana to cast one more spell, the spell consumed so much mana that it drained him beyond exhaustion, causing internal damage. The power exceeded my expectations, but I'll need something to supplement the missing mana, he thought, as he pressed a hand to his uncomfortable stomach, watching the receding ruins. He hadn't seen the Eastern Tablet, but since the ambush had occurred, they had decided to leave the ruins for the day. After watching the ruins fade into the distance for a while, Alone turned his head towards Sealrang, who was staring intently at him. If things had gone according to his original plan, he would have been comforting her right now. After all, knowing that she would one day become one of the 5 great sins, he couldn't let her harbor any ill will. However, to his surprise, Sealrang's eyes showed no signs of negative emotions like anger or hatred, which left him curious. Master. Yes. Can I ask you something? Privacy settings. What is it? Sealrang asked her question. When Kalman attacked earlier, why didn't you dodge? When Kalman attacked? Alone thought for a moment, then recalled Kalman's gauntlets that had come so close when he used the ice crystal halberd. It's not that I didn't dodge, I couldn't. Though that was the truth, Alone didn't think it was the best answer, so instead, he replied, because I trusted you. You trusted me? Yes, you said it was possible, didn't you? To be honest, it was more like I was begging you. Please let it work. As Alone gave his carefully packaged answer, Sealrang's eyes sparkled slightly, and she asked again. Then, why did you save me when Ralga tried to kill me? Why? Alone couldn't find a suitable reason. Wouldn't it have been strange not to save a long-time ally from dying right in front of me? Besides, I didn't expect the dagger to reach me. Just like with the previous question, Alone hesitated, but this time he decided to speak honestly. Do I need a reason? There's no reason? You don't need a reason to save family. To him, Sealrang had already been like a daughter he had raised for over 5 years, so his answer came out naturally. But then he quickly realized his mistake. After spending some time with her, he had noticed that Sealrang seemed to hold a very special meaning for the concept of family. And so, as Alone subtly shifted his gaze to her. But Master, you're not family. Family is tied by blood, Sealrang murmured, and Alone nodded in agreement. Still, I want to be family with you. At her next words, Alone felt a deep warmth inside. It was like the feeling one might get after finally being recognized as a father after many years of trying. Not that he had personally experienced that, but just as Alone was about to nod in satisfaction. But privacy settings. Sealrang suddenly moved and climbed on top of Alone. With her hands on his shoulders and her waist resting on his thighs, her eyes were shining brightly. Alone, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, could only stare as Sealrang, smiling, said, "In this state, we can't become family. I'm from the Golden Mane tribe and you're a human. So," her smile widened as she continued, "let's get married." Alone's mind froze. Meanwhile, Sealrang's tail was wagging more happily than it ever had before. 5 days later, the news that Kalman and Malian, both Baba Yagas, had targeted Sealrang's life spread rapidly throughout the entire colony. With the testimony of Leanne Aguilera's, the daughter of the Red Tower Lord, and the mercenaries who survived the attack, the story gained widespread attention. The public was outraged at the fact that two Baba Yagas had cowardly teamed up to take down another Baba Yaga. As a result, they dragged down and destroyed the statues of Kalman and Malian that had been erected in the eastern part of the colony. Similarly, the guilds associated with the two Baba Yagas quickly disbanded, and within a matter of days, all traces of Malian and Kalman vanished from the colony. In their place, Sealrang took over. Despite being ambushed by Malian and Kalman, Sealrang not only survived but also dealt with them, returning to immense public support. As the testimonies of the Red Tower Lord's daughter and the mercenaries were increasingly proven true, Sealrang's popularity soared to unprecedented heights. Sealrang was even beginning to be called the first Baba Yaga by the public, overtaking Kalman, who had held the title for the longest time. Additionally, Count Palacio, who was known to have greatly contributed to helping Sealrang deal with the two Baba Yagas, was also gaining massive attention. Currently, he was in the forgotten city of Kahara once more, checking something at the far eastern edge, where he hadn't been able to visit last time. He was looking at the inscription on the eastern stone tablet. Alone, who had read all the words on the stone tablet during what could be considered either a long or short time, suddenly thought of a question. Wait a second? How am I reading this? The words written on the stone tablet were not in the common language of the continent, but despite being unfamiliar, Alone could naturally decipher them. It was as if he had been able to read them all along. With a puzzled expression, Alone decided to stop by the central tower and ask about this before heading back. As he turned around and began walking, he recalled the contents he had just read on the stone tablet. About foreign gods and gods. The Eastern Stone Tablet, recommended by someone who suggested it might give him a rough idea of what was happening, contained stories related to foreign gods and gods. However, what stood out to him was that some parts differed slightly from the information he had obtained while playing Psychedelia. Why are foreign gods and gods described in opposite ways here? In Psychedelia, foreign gods and gods were clearly distinguished. Foreign gods referred to gods not originally from this continent, but rather deities born from people's beliefs or from otherworldly realms. Gods, on the other hand, were beings that had existed since the beginning when there was nothing on the continent. As far as Alone knew, the 5 great sins were called gods in Psychedelia, and the monstrous deity he encountered in the north was referred to as a foreign god. But on this stone tablet, the terms were reversed. What he knew as foreign gods were called gods, and the 5 great sins were referred to as foreign gods. Of course, the stone tablet didn't directly mention the 5 great sins or the foreign gods by name. Instead, the gods on the tablet were described in metaphors like those who value honor, those who seek forgotten death, or those who have delved too deeply into the mysteries of magic. However, having played Psychedelia many times, Alone knew exactly who these metaphors referred to. He also knew that metaphors like the many-handed one and the one filled with greed and envy were referencing the 5 great sins. Alone thought for a moment before neatly folding that information away in his mind. Except for the fact that foreign gods were described as gods and vice versa, the information he read on the stone tablet didn't conflict with what he already knew. This was because the stories mainly told in Psychedelia were about the future, not the past. I wish I could ask about this too. Alone organized the contents of the tablet in his mind as he walked toward the central tower. In conclusion, Alone could not encounter it again. This was because the door that had once been in the center of the tower when he first arrived in the city had vanished, as if it had never been there. He considered breaking through and climbing up, but didn't believe he would be able to meet it even then, so he ultimately decided to leave. Master. As soon as he stepped outside, he was greeted energetically by none other than Sealring. Sealring, who had looked bored while waiting for him, beamed the moment Alone appeared. Alone, who now sat with her in the carriage, heard. Let's get married. It was the 19th proposal she had made in the last 5 days, leaving Alone with a troubled expression. Facing Sealring, who had placed both her hands on his knees, Alone noticed that the distance between them had grown smaller over the days. Of course, Alone hadn't moved closer. Sealring had been the one to close the gap. Sealring perked up her ears and tilted her head slightly. Watching her tail swaying behind her, Alone let out a soft sigh. At first, it had felt heartwarming, like a cute daughter saying, I want to marry Daddy. But now it was becoming a bit troublesome. As I said before, I think of you as family. This was his 19th response. But we're not really family. And it was her 19th rebuttal. If we get married, everything will be solved. What problem? We'll become real family. Alone, looking at Sealring's face filled with the expression of someone thinking, I'm a genius, couldn't help but feel like this conversation had become like a dialogue loop in a game. Do you even know what getting married means? Alone, deciding to press the conversation forward a bit, asked this question after they had come to the same conclusion 19 times. Of course. I'm confident I can make Master happy. However, realizing that even if he continued this discussion, the content would just circle back, he sighed. Sealring, marriage is a serious matter. Think about it more carefully. I am serious. Think even more seriously. With that, he closed his mouth. At this point, he had no thoughts of marrying anyone. Additionally, even though he hadn't raised her himself, Alone still felt that Sealring was more like an affectionate daughter to him. She'll stop saying things like this after a few years. Some time passed, and by the time Sealring's pout from being rejected multiple times faded away, they arrived back at the colony. Alone immediately prepared to leave. He would have preferred to leave a bit later, but due to the nature of the desert crossing, it was safer to travel with the merchant group that departed at specific intervals. And so, let's meet again next time. All right. You have to answer me then. Sure. Leaving behind a promise that felt like an empty pledge, Alone departed from the colony. Sealring watched Alone and the merchant group disappear into the distance, only turning back to the guild once the carriage was no longer in sight. The guild, from which Ralga and her traitorous clan members had vanished, remained unchanged. Ralga's betrayal had enraged the clan that Sealring had gathered, and many of them were genuinely concerned for her, having been shocked by the betrayal. The guild, which Sealring thought was slowly becoming the ideal organization she had envisioned, should have brought her satisfaction. Should have. Ha dash. Sealring let out a soft sigh. Instead of the usual smile she always wore, her face was now expressionless. It was because she had gained a certain realization from this experience. No matter how hard she tried, she could never regain the happiness she felt when she was younger. I don't want that. Sealring's disinterested muttering quietly echoed through the empty room. It sounded normal, but in reality, her voice carried a hint of gloom. The realization that the happiness she believed she could find by creating a family was merely an illusion left her with a sense of loss. She had genuinely believed that if she gathered her clan and returned to how things were before, she could once again feel happiness. But even in the midst of that sense of loss, a smile began to creep across her face, and it was all because of one person. Alone. In that moment, Sealring recalled how, during Kalman's attack, Alone had trusted her completely and stood still, preparing his magic without taking a single step. She also remembered how, when Ralga launched her surprise attack, Alone had thrown himself without hesitation to save her. He had shown her the image of an ideal family, not through words, but through his actions like a great moon guiding her. Sealring's tail swayed happily. In just the week she had spent with the great moon, she had glimpsed the path to the happiness she had not found in the clan she had gathered over 2 years. The path toward the happiness she sought. Of course, he wasn't family yet, but that didn't matter. If he wasn't family yet, then all she had to do was make him family. I want to get married. Seorang murmured the words she had already said many times before, a cheerful smile on her face. Her heart pounded with excitement at the thought of the happiness she would reclaim once the great moon became her family. But unfortunately, Seorang also knew that this couldn't happen immediately. For now, she still had the task of forming a personal guard to protect the great moon and serve him. In fact, Seorang hadn't initially given much thought to that task. She had assumed that as long as she gathered enough of her clan, the task given to her by the great moon would be taken care of on its own. But now, things were different. To her, the great moon was no longer just a master. He had become someone indispensable. So, she had to create it. Seorang resolved. No matter the situation, a personal guard that can protect him from any danger. Her golden eyes shone brightly with determination. The night of Alone's departure from the colony. By the way, did you check? You mean the ones in Seorang's guild? I've checked everyone, and aside from Ralga and those who were dealt with this time, no one seems to be showing any suspicious activity. Hearing Evan's report, Alone nodded. After returning from the ruins, Alone had ordered an investigation through the Information Guild to see if there were any other suspicious figures within Seorang's guild, similar to Ralga. The reason, of course, was that it would be a problem if Seorang were hurt again. I'd rather avoid any unnecessary complications. Once was manageable, but he wasn't confident that everything would be fine if it happened again. So, Alone intended to deal with any potential problems in advance. Well, that's a relief. And since we have the money you gave us, I've instructed them to continue briefing us on any developments that might arise. Good job. After replying to Evan, Alone finally felt like his work in the colony was mostly wrapped up, and he let out a deep sigh, leaning against the carriage. Although it seemed like the tasks were done, unfortunately, he wasn't entirely finished. There's still one more foreign god to deal with. Additionally, the new knowledge he had gained kept floating around in his mind. From the reversed roles of the foreign gods and the gods, to the mysterious beings' mention of order. But above all, Sully. Alone recalled a fragment of hidden truth about this world, something he had never heard or seen during his time playing psychedelia. Is it finally time to go there? He continued to ponder, remembering the destination filled with countless inscriptions that he had been meaning to visit for a long time. At that moment, in the regular meeting that all members of the Blue Moon, including those from the colony, were required to attend, the previously peaceful atmosphere had suddenly, I'm going to marry the great moon. Been replaced by a storm. A rather fierce storm. Basically, the regular meetings of the Blue Moon often end without any special incidents. The previous meeting was extended significantly due to Deus' outburst in response to Seorang's question, but that was merely an exception. Once everyone but Deus and Yusha had internalized the notion that there were certain questions they should never ask Deus, such exceptions could be avoided. Although Deus, who usually remained silent, would occasionally speak up whenever the topic of the Great Moon was mentioned, those conversations no longer dragged on. This was because Ryan and Raiden consistently redirected the conversation. Thus, today's meeting should have proceeded peacefully, unlike the last one, and, thanks to their efforts, it was expected to conclude in under 20 minutes. By the way, Seorang, that person said he was going to the colony this time. Did you meet him? Yusha asked Seorang. I'm going to marry Great Moon. What? That was before Seorang answered. In the beginning, the atmosphere wasn't all that bad. The other members of the Blue Moon were aware that Seorang sometimes used exaggerated expressions, and Yusha thought it was just one of those moments. But then, that person is truly wonderful. No wonder Seorang likes him. Exactly. That's why I'm going to marry him. The moment they realized that Seorang wasn't just exaggerating, but was actually serious. What are you talking about? Yusha's face, usually calm under any circumstance, suddenly hardened, and the other members of the organization held their breath at the sight. Privacy settings. Everyone at the meeting knew exactly when her expression and tone would take that turn. She's holding back. She's really holding back. She's holding it in. Deus, Raiden, and Rhine immediately sensed Yusha's mood and recoiled. Even though it was just a virtual meeting using magic projection, they instinctively knew how terrifying Yusha could be when she was angry. But the three of them assumed that this storm would soon pass. Sealrang knew Yusha well enough and feared her too. However, I mean it. I'm going to marry the Great Moon. Contrary to their expectation that Sealrang would back down, she confidently declared her intention as though it was a final decision. The other members of the organization were left dumbfounded. Yusha briefly closed her eyes, as if trying to regain control of her expression, then opened them and asked, "Sealrang, do you understand what you're saying right now?" "Of course I do. We're going to become a family. I'm confident I'll do well." Yusha closed her eyes again, as if feeling dizzy, then opened them slowly. With a faint smile, as if trying to soothe a child, she spoke softly. "Even if you're confident, that's impossible." "Why?" "Because we are the shadows of the Great Moon. Can't we get married and still be shadows?" Sealrang's face showed no sign of being convinced, instead asking, "What's the big deal?" A crack formed in the faint smile that had returned to Yusha's face. "Listen carefully, Sealrang. We are the shadows of the Great Moon. Shadows can't stand by the side of their master. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Yusha's face, which anyone present could see held a subtle yet distinct edge of anger, made the other members think that this conversation would finally come to an end. Sealrang, seemingly feeling Yusha's emotions more clearly this time, shrank back a little. But then, as if gathering her resolve, she blinked and answered, "Still, I'm going to get married." Even after Yusha's growing irritation became clear, Sealrang's firm declaration left the members momentarily stunned. "I know. Anyway, the most important thing is what the Great Moon thinks." The organization members couldn't help but gape at the situation, as Sealrang was openly declaring war against Yusha. As Yusha and Sealrang began glaring intently at each other, Rhine and Raiden had a single question running through their minds. What exactly happened between Sealrang and the Great Moon to make her act like this? Do you really think that person will choose you? Master said that I'm not too bad. Of course, Alone didn't say that sincerely, but merely to comfort her when Sealrang was whining and asking if she was disliked. However, cutting out the context, only that part of the conversation surfaced, causing Rhine and Raiden to react. What did you say?" Just as Yusha was about to be hit by shock. "What exactly happened between you and that person, Sealrang?" Deus asked, attempting to change the subject. So, Sealrang began recounting her interactions with the Great Moon, slowly shifting the atmosphere to one of calm. Seeing that Deus had effectively defused the tense situation, Rhine and Raiden exchanged satisfied glances. "And that's what happened." "I see. So, isn't that amazing?" "Indeed. Listening to your story suddenly reminds me of the majesty the Great Moon showed in the north half a year ago." As Sealrang's story neared its conclusion, taking about 20 minutes, both Rhine and Raiden wore expressions of regret. Deus, seizing the opportunity during their moment of carelessness, seamlessly shifted the conversation back to the events of half a year ago. "Privacy settings. Just like that. I still vividly remember it, the figure of that person, standing against the sunset on the ashen, barren land." "Oh, I know exactly what you mean." Before Rhine and Raiden could redirect the conversation, they saw Sealrang eagerly agreeing, as if she'd been waiting for this topic, and their faces darkened. 2 hours later. That was quite a lengthy tale. As they expected, Dea's story had finally come to an end, and both Rhine and Raiden felt a sense of relief, thinking the meeting was finally over. "Anyway, you can't marry that person." "I can." "You can't." "I can." "You can't." "I can." With the argument between Yusha and Sealrang flaring up once again like it was nothing, both Rhine and Raiden engraved a new realization in their minds that day. Yusha exhibits a surprisingly childish side whenever the Great Moon is involved, even just a little. It wasn't exactly the kind of information they wanted to know, Rhine and Raiden thought as they gazed up at the sky, which had already begun to brighten. About a week later, Alone finally managed to escape from the desert. "Then I'll visit you again next time, Count." Rad, the leader of the Golden Hair Merchant Guild, bowed so deeply it was as though he might be mistaken for a mere servant. However, none of the merchants, mercenaries, or even the mages present questioned Rad's behavior. They were all aware of the growing renown of Count Palacio from the colony, and among them, the mages and mercenaries had witnessed the Count's power firsthand. "I'll see you when fate allows." "Thank you very much." As Rad bowed at a 110-degree angle and began to prepare the Merchant Guild for departure, someone spoke. "Count." Just as the Count was about to climb into the carriage, a voice called out to him. It was none other than Leanne, the daughter of the Red Mage Tower's master. "Privacy settings." "What's the matter?" he asked. "Are you planning to attend the magic conference next month?" Alone clicked his tongue, his face remaining expressionless. Magic conference, huh? A magic conference. It was essentially an event where the mages from the various towers gathered once or twice a year to discuss the theories and experiments from their research and engage in friendly competitions. "I do want to go." In fact, Alone had been meaning to attend the magic conference for some time. More specifically, he wasn't so much interested in the research materials from the conference as he was in the central tower where the conference was held. There was something in that place that could alleviate Alone's critical shortage of magical power, at least to some extent. Unfortunately, the Central Mage Tower's policy required one to be affiliated with a tower to gain entry, so Alone responded, "I would like to attend, but it seems I won't be able to." "Huh? Why not?" Leanne asked. "Because I'm not affiliated with any mage tower." Leanne looked slightly surprised by Alone's words. "So, it's true that you're not associated with any tower?" "It is. There's no reason for me to lie about that." "Then, would you like to participate in the conference as a member of our Red Mage Tower?" "As a member of the Red Mage Tower?" "Yes." Alone considered the unexpected proposal for a moment before responding. "Well, it's certainly a good opportunity for me, but I don't think I'll be able to do much by simply attending under the Red Mage Tower's name. I'm not expecting anything in return. Just like last time, it would be enough if we could discuss magic topics together during the conference," Leanne said, subtly glancing up at Alone. All right, that's a pretty good deal, Alone thought. Though he briefly wondered why Leanne was offering such favorable terms, he couldn't find any reason to refuse, so he nodded. "Then I'll gratefully accept your offer. When should I head there?" "I believe there's about a month and a half left, but I'll send you the exact schedule via letter or magic orb." "Understood." With that, the conversation concluded. "See you then." Alone parted ways with the mages from the Red Mage Tower and began gathering some provisions from the first village he encountered after crossing the desert, preparing to return to his territory. "Privacy settings." Count," Evan suddenly exclaimed, as if he had just remembered something and delivered 2 pieces of news. "What is it?" "Well, it's about Rhine. And I heard that she's become a powerful figure in Lartania." "A powerful figure?" "Yes. From what I've heard, she's become one of the council members of the Triumvirate." "The Triumvirate? That's the group responsible for the overall governance of the Labyrinth City, isn't it?" "That's right." "Rhine?" "Yes. She's certainly moving up in the world." The first piece of news was that Rhine had risen to power in Lartania, a pleasant bit of news that might bring some benefits their way. "And Raiden?" "Yes. It seems he's unified 5 of the 7 archipelagos and has essentially become the Pirate King." Is that a good thing?" "I'm not sure if it's good or not, but his bounty has now surpassed several million gold coins." "Several million gold coins?" "Yes, apparently, it's comparable to the bounty on the original Pirate King." The second piece of news was that Raiden had transformed from a pirate into the Pirate King of the Somali archipelago, a rather strange turn of events. Sergius, one of the 8 cardinals of Rosario, had held his position for over 20 years. He was a man who enjoyed luxury and indulgence, far from fitting the role of a cardinal. He cared more for a bottle of wine than reading the scriptures, and valued holding a woman more than praying. He could easily be seen as a cancer within the holy nation. "Pleasure to see you, Cardinal Yusha." "Likewise, Cardinal Sergius." Yusha Bloodia smiled faintly as she sat facing Sergius. In truth, Sergius wasn't close enough to Yusha to warrant a one-on-one meeting like this. In fact, this was only the second time he had ever seen her face. Still, there was a reason why Sergius had sought her out. "I came to make you an offer. Would you care to listen?" This was that reason. "What kind of offer?" "To be blunt, I need a name." "A name?" Sergius nodded in response to Yusha's question and answered. "Yes, it seems there are those in league with impure elements on that side. You want to use my name for a conversion letter, correct?" "Exactly. A conversion letter, it was a special letter that only the higher echelons of Rosario, specifically cardinals or above, could send. It was dispatched when there were suspicions that someone had allied themselves with heretics. To write such a letter, the approval of at least 2 cardinals was N.O.V.E.L.I.G.H.T required. Privacy settings. However, Sergius had no intention of sending the conversion letter for its proper purpose. The real reason was that he had accepted a bribe, and the reason he was now making this request to Yusha, whom he had never even properly met before, was, "If you lend me your name, I will make sure you're properly rewarded." "Reward, you say?" "I'll refrain from saying anything about the suspicious death of Cardinal Biantria." How does that sound? Unlike the other cardinals, with whom he would have to share the bribe, Sergius believed that Yusha would be someone he didn't have to split the payment with. This confidence came from the fact that, "Cardinal Biantria?" Yusha asked. "I assume you're not going to claim ignorance, considering the position you're in." He had gathered enough information to be sure that she, like himself and the other cardinals, had already been tainted. "So, let's not complicate things. If you lend your name for the conversion letter regarding Count Palacio, I'll keep silent about this matter." Confident in his leisurely approach, Sergius was ready to conclude the conversation. "I see." The gentle smile that had adorned Yusha's face moments ago faded, and she posed another question. "So what you're saying, Cardinal Sergius, is that you want me to lend my name?" "Yes, that's correct." "To bury Count Alone Palacio?" "Yes, that's right," Sergius nodded, but as he did, "Huh." A soft, low chuckle escaped her lips. And then, the world turned red. Everything had happened so suddenly. Sergius, alarmed, tried to move, but soon realized that his body would no longer obey him. Along with this realization came an overwhelming sense of dread, and he instinctively turned his trembling head toward its source. And there he saw. The woman, who had been smiling warmly just moments ago, now stared at him with vividly crimson eyes. "Did you just tell me?" Anyone could see the unmistakable rage radiating from her. "You'll kill my god?" It was in that moment that Sergius realized something had gone terribly wrong. Crash dash. Both of Sergius' hands were shattered as if crushed by an invisible force, and a horrendous scream burst from his mouth. Aya! It wasn't just his hands. His arms, shoulders, and legs were mangled as if crushed by a press. A chilling scream echoed throughout Yusha's mansion. But Yusha, watching this gruesome scene, simply spoke with a calm expression, as if passing judgment on Sergius, whose body was now completely broken. "Screaming like that won't bring anyone to save you. Save me, please." Sergius, his face full of terror, cried out to Yusha, who was watching him in the red world. Already suffering from unbearable pain, bodily fluids leaked from his eyes, nose, and mouth. His dignity as a cardinal was long forgotten. All he could do was scream, desperate to escape the agony. "What are you talking about?" Yusha, seemingly puzzled, locked eyes with Sergius, who was writhing on the ground, and opened her mouth again. "Obviously, you're not going to die, right?" As she spoke, a white light began to emanate from Yusha's hand. The powerful divine energy quickly started to heal Sergius' body, but... No, stop. Sergius screamed even louder as he watched his body begin to heal. Then, the moment his body was fully restored. Gah! Sergius, filled with terror, looked up at Yusha, his whole body trembling. He was a pitiful sight, far removed from the dignity of a cardinal of Rosario. Privacy settings. The fear from the repeated excruciating pain had already eaten away at what little remained of his dignity and faith. Even though he had suffered this torment countless times, he still couldn't comprehend the situation. The holy knights who never came, no matter how much he screamed. the pressure that kept him from moving his body as he wished. The way his body twisted like paper with a mere gesture from her. None of it made any sense. It was as if everything was incomprehensible. And so, "Save me, please, save me." He simply begged for mercy. Even though he didn't fully understand why he was being subjected to such horrors, he pleaded for forgiveness, as if asking for absolution from a god. However, crunch, Iowa. Contrary to Sergius' desperate hope, his body began to slowly compress once more. His ears ringing with his own mad screams, he heard Yusha's voice. "I keep telling you, you're not going to die. You still have something to do." Her voice was sweet to anyone's ears. But soft yet. "You'll have to atone for the crime of trying to harm him." Her voice sent chills down his spine. Aakak. Sergius' screams echoed once again. It had been about a month since Alone returned to the Count's estate. He had spent the time recovering from the weariness of his long desert journey, while also investigating the source of the abyssal entity that wasn't supposed to have appeared yet, along with signs of foreign threats he had heard from it. Now, Alone was preparing to leave the estate once again. There were two reasons for his departure. One was to attend the magic conference, to which he had been invited by Leanne Aguilera's, the daughter of the Red Tower's lord. The other was to make an appearance at a social gathering before the conference. Social gathering. In truth, it was more accurate to call it a noble social event rather than a grandiose term like gathering. The nobles were just getting together to strengthen their friendships. The only slightly unique aspect was that unlike typical circled asterisk operator NVLIO GHD circled asterisk operator, read the full story, noble gatherings, this one allowed participation from renowned non-nobles. I really don't want to go. Alone smacked his lips as he thought about it. But even so, the reason he felt compelled to attend the gathering before the magic conference was that, as the head of Kalfa, he needed to maintain some degree of decorum. Privacy settings. Whether he liked it or not, he was already the leader of Kalfa. Of course, that didn't mean he was forcing himself to do things he truly didn't want to do. Up until the middle of the process, he was full of thoughts about having to do things against his will, but that changed completely because of a single letter that came to Alone. Who? Alone looked at the magical letter that brightened his mood just by looking at it. It wasn't enchanted or anything, it was simply a letter stating that Alone had become the legitimate leader of a faction, along with details about the regular payments he would now receive. Impressive. The amount of money mentioned in the letter, which a faction leader could legally receive, was far beyond his imagination. It was enough for him to finally understand why the leaders of the two factions he couldn't comprehend before had held on to their positions so stubbornly for years without stepping down. At this rate, I could go through all kinds of hell every day and still hang on. Alone wondered how the faction structure worked to generate so much money. But setting aside that curiosity, he felt satisfied once again, imagining the money that would come in the future. Just as he tucked the letter into his coat, feeling content with this financial relief. Count, isn't that the letter you received 2 weeks ago? It is. And you're still carrying it around? It puts me at ease. At this unexpected answer, Evan looked at him with a strange expression. Sometimes, it's hard to tell if you're being serious or not, Count. Well, I'm neither particularly serious nor not serious. At that, Evan shrugged and changed the topic. Now that I think about it, I heard some interesting stories while we were staying in the village yesterday. Interesting stories? Yes. What kind? Well, it's still just a rumor, and I haven't confirmed it with the Information Guild, so it's not certain yet, but it seems Deus has defeated Reinhardt. Reinhardt? You mean the One Sword of Caliban? Yes. Deus defeated the One Sword. At Alone's question, Evan nodded. As I said, I haven't confirmed it with the Information Guild, so it's not 100% certain, but considering how widespread the rumor is, I think it's likely true. Privacy settings. Alone thought of Deus, with whom he had lost contact naturally after their northern expedition together half a year ago. Isn't Reinhardt too difficult to beat? Of course, Alone knew that Deus was strong. He was one of the Master Knights, just like Reinhardt, and Alone had witnessed Deus' strength firsthand. However, Alone, who had learned just how powerful Reinhardt was through the game Psychedelia, couldn't help but feel a bit confused. As far as he knew, Reinhardt possessed a strength on a completely different level from other Master Knights. But then again, he didn't think the rumors were necessarily wrong. If he's become strong enough to defeat Reinhardt in just half a year, just how talented is he? As Alone marveled at Dea's talent, Evan continued with more news. There's something else too. Is it about Sealring? Or Yusha? Well, it seems like Yusha might be involved, but it's actually a different story. Curious, Alone listened closely, and after hearing everything, he asked again in disbelief. The Duke of Limgrave was taken to the Holy Nation? Yes, and this isn't a rumor. It seems he really was taken. Why? I heard he received a conversion letter. A conversion letter. You know, the letter the Holy Nation sends when there's suspicion of collaboration with heretics. That's what he received. So he was taken to the Holy Nation? Yes, although it was said that he went willingly, it's essentially the same as being dragged there. From what I heard, it happened about 2 weeks ago, so you probably won't see the Duke of Limgrave at the gathering. Alone nodded, seeming to think that wasn't entirely a bad thing. In truth, he had been somewhat reluctant to meet with either Duke Limgrave or Marquis Filboid just yet. Every time he saw them, they looked at him as if they were ready to devour him. Of course, no matter how much animosity they directed at him, it didn't actually cause Alone any harm. But even so, it was still uncomfortable to be in the same space as someone who was openly hostile toward him. It might be more comfortable this way. Murmuring to himself, he soon spotted the distant lands of the Viridian estate, where the gathering was being held. A short while later, they arrived at the estate of Marquis Viridian, where the gathering was taking place, and headed straight for the ballroom. Privacy settings. We've arrived, Count. At Evan's words, Alone naturally stepped out of the carriage. There are a lot of people. As soon as he got out, he couldn't help but notice the large crowd gathered before him. There had been many people at the Grand Church event as well, but this gathering had even more. There certainly are a lot of non-nobles here. Over there are mercenaries, here are merchants, and over there, mages and even priests. Alone observed as he walked, noting the presence of many attendees who didn't look like nobles. Soon enough, they reached their destination. As if they had been waiting, Alone encountered Duke Arsha in a black dress and Count Zenonia. You've arrived. Have you been well? Yeah. Alone responded briefly to the casual greetings from the two shadowy figures. Even though he was already aware that he had boarded the same ship as them, there was still an inexplicable feeling of intimidation when standing in front of them. It was likely due to the subtle misunderstandings between them that made him naturally wary. From Alone's perspective, he couldn't afford to let them discover that there was indeed some misunderstanding. So, after exchanging simple pleasantries, Alone busied himself by picking up snacks from around the ballroom and making small talk with them. But then, unfortunately, Alone made eye contact with the one man he least wanted to face, Marquis Filboid. Up until just a moment ago, Duke Arsha and Count Zenonia had been engaged in conversation, but as soon as they saw Marquis Filboid, their lips shut tight. The moment the Marquis began walking toward them, their expressions stiffened. Although Arsha and Zenonia were undoubtedly strong in the underworld, in the political arena, they were still beneath Marquis Filboid. Having survived countless political battles, he had the ability to inflict damage both internally and externally with nothing more than his words, and that made them tense. At the same time, several of the nobles attending the gathering noticed that Marquis Filboid was approaching Count Palacio. I lost. So please spare me. The Marquis muttered dejectedly, and not only the nobles who had been watching him, but also Duke Arsha and Count Zenonia were shocked by what they heard. It was no wonder. Every noble present was well aware of how much influence Marquis Filboid wielded in the political world. They also knew that since the Marquis had begun his rise to power, he had never once bowed his head to anyone. Privacy settings. So, when every noble who witnessed the scene turned in astonishment toward Alone, who had seemingly made the Marquis declare defeat. Me? What did I do? Alone, who had been absent-mindedly responding to the other two ladies' conversation while snacking on financiers, could only look utterly confused. Count Zenonia stared blankly ahead. Before her was Marquis Filboid, the leader of the noble faction and someone whose power in the political world could not be ignored, bowing his head to Count Palacio. What? Though Count Zenonia had once operated mainly in the underworld before creating Kalfa, that didn't mean she was entirely ignorant of current politics. After all, the Zenonia family had, at times, maneuvered between factions to reap benefits. But even if she had never been involved in politics, this situation was astonishing. Among nobles entrenched in politics, those with significant authority never bow to others. In contrast to the underworld, where one might bow in front and stab in the back to achieve one's goals, the political world of nobles valued justification, principle, and prestige. Such a gesture was never made lightly. In a world where justification, principle, and prestige determined almost everything, bowing to someone meant giving them tremendous leverage, both internally and externally. How? Count Zenonia turned her gaze to Count Palacio. Even though Marquis Filboid was essentially declaring his defeat, Palacio's expression showed no hint of surprise. It was as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Feeling a tingling sensation at her fingertips, Count Zenonia couldn't help but smile. As expected, remarkable. Of course, she had no idea what method Count Palacio had used to force Marquis Filboid to admit defeat, and, honestly, she couldn't even imagine. Privacy settings. But what mattered to her was the power itself, so she could only look at Count Palacio with admiration. What is this? Meanwhile, Alone was watching Marquis Filboid, bewildered as he bowed his head. Silence. Though Alone was not silent by choice, he was simply trying to grasp what was happening, as he had no idea either. Did I do something? Alone, who had even forgotten to chew the financier in his mouth, was racking his brain, but soon shook his head. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't recall doing anything, and besides, he had been too busy to even consider dealing with Marquis Filboid. Did a rumor spread? Naturally, Alone began considering other reasons. Come to think of it, there had been rumors lately about my closeness with Sealring. Alone thought of Duke Altia and Count Zenonia, who knew about the rumors spreading from the colony, but soon dismissed that theory. While it was true that he had been treated with respect by other nobles after the rumors spread, it still didn't make sense for Marquis Filboid to bow just because of Sealring. As Alone continued to review one hypothesis after another, he eventually arrived at only one conclusion. What in the world did these two do? Alone subtly glanced over at Duke Altia and Count Zenonia, who were both staring intently at him. Even though he was ignorant of politics, he knew enough to realize how absurd it was for the leader of a faction to bow his head like this, so Alone found himself staring blankly at the two of them. He suddenly recalled that the two women behind him were supposed to become two of the three hidden powers of the Asturian kingdom. I need to be careful. Just as Alone finished his musings. Truly, I have lost. Marquis Filboid, the leader of the noble faction who had never bowed in public before, lowered his head even further and begged for forgiveness. And there was no trace of shame or anger in the Marquis expression. In fact, his face was filled with fear. The reason for his fear was a single letter he had received a few days ago. Shortly after Duke Limgrave had been dragged to the Holy Kingdom after receiving a conversion letter, Filboid had received a letter as well. Privacy settings. The letter didn't contain much. There was only a small magical orb and a single sentence. But that small magical orb and single sentence were enough to instill a chilling fear in Marquis Filboid. Because the magical orb, which was capable of storing a one-time video, had shown. I really don't know anything. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The image of Duke Limgrave, trembling uncontrollably, strapped to a white chair as if triggered by a seizure, repenting. And after the magical orb finished playing, it shattered into pieces, leaving behind only the letter. You're next. That single sentence was written. But even that alone was enough to instill fear in Marquis Filboid, and he could easily guess where this backlash was coming from. Count Palacio. Marquis Filboid couldn't understand how Count Palacio had connections within the Holy Kingdom stronger than the high-ranking cardinals they had bribed. However, that wasn't the important issue. What mattered was that Duke Limgrave, who had been scheming with him to bring down Count Palacio, had been caught in the backlash and dragged to the Holy Kingdom, where he was left half-destroyed. And the next target had been decided to be himself. If he hadn't received this letter, Marquis Filboid would never have bowed to Count Palacio. While receiving a conversion letter would certainly be a serious political issue, as long as he wasn't truly in league with heretics, there wouldn't be any significant personal danger. But Duke Limgrave had suffered this fate despite having no ties to heretics. In other words, it was highly likely that Duke Limgrave's downfall was entirely due to Count Palacio's scheming. Not wanting to be dragged off to the Holy Kingdom and meet the same fate as the Duke, Filboid, overcome by continuous fear, eventually bowed his head. Please. And not just bowing his head, he dropped to his knees, completely prostrate on the floor. It was a desperate plea, expressing his desire to abandon his political career and live out the rest of his life in peaceful retirement. In response, amazing. As expected of the Count, Count Zenonia and Duke Altia looked at Alone with eyes full of admiration. Amazing. What in the world did he do? Alone glanced at Count Zenonia and Duke Altia with a somewhat uneasy expression. That day. I'll consider it. Alone, muttering something even he didn't fully understand, left the ballroom under everyone's gaze. This event cleanly erased any suspicion that Count Palacio might merely be a proxy leader to allow Altia and Zenonia to move more freely, which had lingered since Kalfa's founding. Privacy settings. About 3 days after the debate began, Alone left the Viridian estate and started moving east. The purpose of this journey was to participate in the Magic Society, which was essentially the reason for this trip. Because of this, he left the debate, which still had about 2 days remaining, and on the 5th day of his journey toward Bluegull, a territory near the Magic Society, as indicated in the letter from Leanne. Alone heard from Evan that Marquis Filboid had finally received a conversion letter. He was dragged off in the end. Huh? Wasn't that your doing, Count? Me? Yes. Do you really think I had the time for that while I was with you the whole time? Well, that's true. Evan hesitated, then revealed his thoughts. These days, whenever I see you, Count, I get the feeling that you're hiding something. Me? What would I be hiding? I don't know, just magic and other things. Not too long ago, you said you weren't doing anything, but now you're suddenly the leader of a faction. Alone paused, thinking for a moment, then replied. Becoming the leader was really just a coincidence. Is it even possible to become a leader by coincidence? As he considered the absurdity of his situation, even for a moment. It seems we're almost there. Evan, with a relaxed expression, pointed out that they were near Bluegull, a territory of the Kingdom of Ashtalon, close to the Magic Society. Shortly after, Alone met Leanne, who was with magicians from the Red Tower at their arranged meeting place. Hello, Count. Good to see you. Unlike before, Leanne bowed courteously, and they headed straight for the Magic Society. Thanks to traveling by carriage as soon as they arrived in Bluegull, they reached the central tower while the sun was still up. Wow, it's huge, Evan said in awe as soon as he saw the central tower. Alone, too, was impressed as he gazed up at the tower. Of course, he had seen illustrations of the tower many times when playing Psychedelia, but seeing it in person was entirely different. Isn't this taller than Latte Tower? Unlike the in-game scenery he had seen before, the presence of such a towering structure in a fantasy world left him feeling overwhelmed. As he compared the size of the tower to massive buildings he had seen in real life, he wondered how long he had been staring up at it. It's really big, isn't it? Indeed. Let's head inside. Alone entered the tower alongside Leanne. As far as I know, on the first day, the Green Tower is set to present the new theory they recently established. After that, there should be a small friendly competition. Then, tomorrow. Privacy settings. Alone listened to Leanne's explanations as they walked inside. There aren't as many people as I expected. Well, it's not the main event of the Grand Conference. The Grand Conference? Oh, did I forget to explain that? As Leanne began explaining again, Alone nodded in understanding. So, to summarize, the Grand Conference is the gathering where all the Tower Masters participate. That's right. Because of that, there are usually quite a lot of magicians at the Grand Conference. It's the same with this one too. As Alone nodded again, acknowledging this new detail that wasn't present in the game. These idiots, seriously. What? That's way too harsh. Harsh? If they can't even understand this much, they're definitely idiots. Don't you agree? Hearing the familiar voice filled with irritation coming from one side of the central tower, Alone raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Leanne sighed deeply. Looks like someone's picking a fight with the Blue Vice Tower Master again. The Blue Vice Tower Master? Yes. I'm sure you know by now, but she's someone who thinks very highly of herself, so she's probably causing another argument. Recalling the #Nvlight #previous time when Leanne had shown open disdain for the Blue Tower, Alone was about to ask her a question when, "Hey, let's do it again. What's there to redo, you fools? Do you really think you can beat me? What, are you going to bring 20 people this time because 10 weren't enough? Hey!" From the direction of the friendly competition space, a very angry group of magicians emerged, led by Penia, who was smirking openly as she walked. Suddenly, Penia noticed Leanne and curled her lips into a sly grin. Well, who do we have here? Isn't it the half-baked magician who couldn't even hold her own against me last year? Her taunt was obvious. Leanne furrowed her brows and glared at Penia, but the latter just laughed it off as if Leanne's anger was beneath her notice. What's this? Did you bring a friend this time to help you stand up to? She shifted her gaze to the right. She froze. Her expression went pale. Just moments ago, Penia had been mocking everyone around her as if they were beneath her, but now it was as if she had completely shut down. Leanne, confused by the sudden change, looked at her in bewilderment. Privacy settings. Hello. The words Penia finally blurted out left Leanne speechless. She had spoken in formal speech. The fact that Penia, who Leanne had never imagined would ever use polite language, was speaking so deferentially for the first time left Leanne stunned. And then, "It's been a while. How have you been?" "Why, yes, sir." Penia, who was infamous as a notorious troublemaker among magicians despite being hailed as a genius by outsiders, responded like a soldier snapped to attention. Not just Leanne, but the angry magicians who had followed Penia were also left gaping in silence, staring at Count Palacio, who had somehow managed to make the impossible happen right before their eyes. Penia, the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Mage's Tower, was a genius, but not many wizards liked her. There were 3 reasons for this. First, she was incredibly rude. Second, she was unbelievably rude. And third, she was insufferably rude. Typically, wizards gathered around those who held higher ranks, regardless of their personalities, since what mattered most to them was the pursuit of knowledge, not individual character. In other words, even if someone had an awful personality, wizards would still try to stay close to them to gain any amount of wisdom. However, even such wizards couldn't tolerate being near Penia. She was a genius, but her arrogance was unbearable. As a result, Penia's presence always caused various disturbances within the society. She openly disrespected anyone below the rank of Tower Master, making it impossible to avoid conflicts. That's why all the wizards referred to Penia as a reckless troublemaker and disliked her. Milan, a wizard from the Green Mage's Tower, who had just fought with her, was no exception. He harbored deep resentment toward Penia, to the extent that for the past 7 years, he had been dreaming of subduing her with his magic and making her apologize for the constant insults she hurled at him. Privacy settings. Ever since he became a full-fledged wizard and could present theories at the society, she had tormented him. So, Milan couldn't comprehend the situation unfolding before him. How long has it been? Almost more than half a year, I suppose. Why, yes, that's right. No need to be so formal. I think I told you last time that you could speak informally. Should I speak informally? Oh, now that I think about it, I did say to just do whatever feels comfortable. Do as you please. Milan blinked in disbelief at Penia, who sighed in relief, clearly pleased that she could continue speaking formally. Is this an illusion spell? Worried that he might have fallen victim to one of Penia's malicious illusion spells, he even cast a dispel magic, but the situation before his eyes remained unchanged. Anyway, it's nice to see you here. It's nice to see you too. The sight of Penia, who never even spoke politely unless someone was at least a tower master, now behaving like a docile puppy showing its belly, was shocking to everyone. Even Milan's master, standing nearby, had already cast a dispel spell more than 5 times. The shock was that intense. But the surprises weren't over yet. By the way, did something happen? Oh, that. Not that it's my place to interfere, but shouldn't wizards get along with each other? He wasn't reprimanding anyone. It was just a casual remark. But upon hearing it, Penia turned and looked straight at Milan. I'm sorry. She apologized. Every wizard present had a stunned expression. The notion that Penia, the notorious troublemaker who seemed incapable of apologies, would bow her head and apologize, felt too surreal to believe. Even Milan, who had spent 7 long years dreaming of this very moment, couldn't react despite finally receiving the apology he'd yearned for. How is this possible? Leanne, who stood beside Alone, was also utterly bewildered, staring in disbelief between Penia and Milan. A little while later. Well then, I'll see you tomorrow. Why yes, sir. Nodding eagerly at the man's words, Penia scurried away like she was fleeing, and everyone's gaze naturally shifted to one person, Count Palacio, the man who had not only tamed the wild troublemaker, but seemed to handle her with ease. Privacy settings. She seemed stiffer than last time, Alone thought to himself as he watched Penia running off into the distance. Recalling that the nearby wizards and Leanne were staring at him, mouths agape, Alone couldn't help but wonder. Did I do something wrong? Feeling slightly embarrassed, he shifted his eyes, trying to gauge the situation. After Penia darted away in haste. Similarly, the wizards who were watching Alone realized that he was Count Palacio, and after expressing their mystified admiration, they departed. Penia is called a troublemaker? Yes. How curious. Alone tilted his head as he listened to Leanne talk about Penia. I knew Penia was quite arrogant in the game, but I didn't realize she was notorious enough to be called a troublemaker by the other wizards. Well, it wasn't a crucial plot point, so it makes sense it didn't come up. Thinking about how the protagonist would recruit Penia as a companion several years from now, usually after half the kingdom had been destroyed, he shrugged. Actually, I'm the one who should be asking. How is it that the troublemaker behaves so quietly in front of you, Count? At Leanne's follow-up question, Alone fell silent for a moment. Musingly enough, even Alone didn't really know why Penia acted the way she did around him. But simply admitting he didn't know seemed a bit awkward, so he was contemplating how to respond when Leanne's voice brought his attention back. We've arrived. Looking ahead, he saw the structure before him. It's the interfloor transportation device. Before them stood a structure that reminded him of an elevator from his previous world. You said you wanted to visit the library on the 38th floor, right? Nodding as he recalled the request he had made before coming to the Mage Tower, Alone responded. Yes, can I go in now? Of course, but I have something to prepare, so I won't be able to accompany you. That's fine. I'm just curious about the library. In fact, considering what he intended to do at the library, it was actually better for Alone if Leanne wasn't there. So when he nodded, Leanne pressed a button on the right side of the structure. And how exactly do you manage to handle Penia that way, Count? Just as invite, read more on our source. Leanne asked the question again. Wung. With a deep resonating sound, the door to the interfloor transportation device, which had been firmly shut, opened. The smile that had been on Leanne's face instantly vanished as her expression twisted in displeasure. Startled by her sudden change in mood, Alone naturally followed her gaze and turned his head. Walking towards them was a man who looked like he had a complaint about everything in the world. And then, oh, who do we have here? Isn't it our dear little Leanne? Baruch. Leanne's tone was openly hostile as she addressed the man, who smiled in a way that didn't exactly radiate friendliness. "Did you come to see me?" As if, "Really? I wanted to see you. What a shame." The man, called Baruch, chuckled as he shifted his gaze from Lian, who was glaring at him, and looked directly at Alone. "Who's this? A face I haven't seen before. He's Count Palacio." At Lian's words, Baruch gave Alone a quick, dismissive once-over, the kind of look that made it clear he wasn't impressed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Baruch seemed to remember something as he let out a small, "Oh, you're the one, right? The one who helped deal with the foreign invader after hundreds of years." Baruch, smirking to himself, nodded slowly. "Pleased to meet you, Count Palacio. I'm Baruch, a wizard of the Violet Mage's Tower. I'm sure we'll meet again." With that, he gave Alone a slight nod before walking past him. A little while later. "So, the son of the Violet Tower Master." As the interfloor transportation device began to move, Alone felt his body floating and thought back to the conversation he had just had with Lian. Privacy settings. He never appeared in the game, though. Alone didn't believe in physiognomy, but as he thought about how Baruch acted exactly as his rude appearance suggested, he decided to stop paying him any mind. From what Lian had told him, Baruch seemed to be the type to steal research achievements and present them as his own or secretly belittle others behind their backs, but he wasn't someone important to Alone. After some time passed, there was a deep resonating sound. "Wong." "Oh." As the giant sound reverberated, the once closed door opened, and Alone couldn't help but let out a small exclamation. What he saw before him was a space filled entirely with books. From the ground he stood on all the way to the ceiling. The seemingly endless sea of bookshelves and volumes made the entire space feel unreal, fitting for the name Mage's Tower, and Alone found himself awestruck for a moment. "There are 2 things I need to find here." But only for a moment. Alone quickly set himself in motion, walking between the countless bookshelves. Though impressed, he had been here dozens of times in the game, so he moved through the area with ease, as if he were already familiar with it. However, reality wasn't the same as a game, so it took him a little longer than expected. But soon enough, he found the book he was looking for. A single book with a particularly dark black cover, standing out among the others. "This is it." Satisfied, though his face remained expressionless, he pulled the book from the shelf and examined it. There was no title or author written on the cover. It was a book with no known creator, but without hesitation, Alone opened it and began flipping through its blank pages, just as dark and empty as the cover. Without any concern, he continued to turn each blank page, one by one. About a third of the way through the book, Alone finally discovered the hidden compartment. Found it. Inside, he found a ring-like piece of jewelry that could fit on a finger, a hogaftu. Like his clothing, the hogaftu was a deep, pitch-black color, as though it could swallow even light. Alone instinctively slipped it into his pocket before returning the book to its original place. "That's the first thing done. The second will take more time, so I'll just prepare for it now." Satisfied with the texture of the hogaftu in his pocket, Alone began preparing to retrieve the second item. "That's it. The rest. I'll come back in 2 days." After setting the broken, giant clock on the left side of the library no longer in use to point at 12, ignoring the current time, Alone fiddled with the hogaftu again. Privacy settings. "I'd like to use this right now." According to his predictions, this hogaftu would significantly enhance his current magic usage, so he was eager to test it out immediately. But it's not like I only have time today. Remembering that it was already late in the evening, he shrugged and left the library. The next day, having acquired what he wanted, the Magic Society gathering began. And after the presentation from the Green Mage's Tower, during the friendly competition that most of the wizards attended, Alone received a challenge. "I'd like to test my strength against the famous Count Palacio, who dealt with the Northern Outsiders after hundreds of years. What do you say?" It was a duel request. The one making the request, with a sly grin, was none other than Baruch, the son of the Violet Tower Master, clearly with some hidden agenda in mind. The Labyrinth City, Lartanya. A city where the end of the labyrinth has yet to be discovered, where the deeper you go underground, the more treasures and artifacts appear. Many mercenaries and explorers reside there. At the pinnacle of the city are the 5 great guilds: Bloody Iron, Terra Nomad, Arcadia, Ancient Tracker, Calamadra. These 5 guilds, as they are called, possess far superior power compared to any mercenary or explorer guild. The difference in strength between them and any run-of-the-mill guild was staggering. The guild leaders of these 5 great guilds were, in fact, no longer considered human. They were strong enough to be called superhumans. Among them was Aldrich, the leader of Bloody Iron, who once slaughtered over 1,000 monsters alone on the 10th floor, earning the nickname Butcher. He was currently descending into the labyrinth. However, today he was not heading down to reach the lowest floor, but because of a large commission sent to Bloody Iron. Capture 1 monster on the 20th floor. Aldrich, with a massive axe slung over his shoulder, wore a peculiar expression. For good reason. Something about the request was strange. In the Lartania labyrinth, every 5 floors, there is a monster-free area, which doesn't quite fit the term labyrinth. As you descend further, these floors, called safety zones by mercenaries, start to contain unknown terrain or buildings. But one thing remained constant: there were no monsters. Yet, this high-paying request was asking for a monster to be captured from one of these safety floors, the 20th floor. It was odd, to say the least. Nevertheless, Aldrich led his subordinates down to the 20th floor because the advance payment was substantial, and more importantly, the client had explicitly stated. Privacy settings. Even if you fail the mission, you won't have to return the advance payment. That was why Aldrich was now descending to the 20th floor. It might be a trap. Though he entertained the thought, he wasn't particularly afraid. He had spent plenty of time on the 50th floor, considered the lowest level of the labyrinth, and was confident he could return even if something went wrong on the 20th floor. Thus, Aldrich and his subordinates descended the labyrinth. We've reached the 20th floor. Soon, just as the client had said, they arrived at the 20th floor. The scene was filled with large ruins. What's that? A monster. Boss, there really is a monster here. To their surprise, they saw a monster as the client had described. But, isn't that a goblin? Seriously? And not just any monster. It was a goblin, considered one of the weakest monsters. There's really a monster here on the 20th floor? Wow, if we catch that thing, we'll get even more money than the advance payment? This is like finding a golden goblin. It's even wearing clothes like something from the East. Aldrich's subordinates laughed and pointed at the goblin, as they had all slain thousands of goblins during their explorations of the lowest floors. As everyone chuckled. Ha dash. The goblin, which had been staring blankly at the ruins, sighed and turned around. Insects, you're noisy. The goblin, with a clear voice that didn't match its appearance and a lazy gaze, murmured. Then it moved its finger. From left to right. And then. A dash. In an instant, the mercenaries who had been laughing at the goblin were sliced cleanly in half. That was the end of it. With a soft thud, the 5 mercenaries who had fought alongside Aldrich for years were dead in an instant. As Aldrich, feeling an instinctive threat, raised his axe, he saw it. The goblin's eyes, far too intelligent to belong to a mere goblin, were looking straight at him, filled with only 2 emotions: arrogance and thud. Contempt. What Aldrich saw last was that and nothing more. There was nothing after. As the horrific screams of the remaining mercenaries echoed, his mind fell into darkness. Not long after, the king of all ghouls, who had dealt with all the mercenaries that descended to the 20th floor, began to move toward the surface. Privacy settings. After discussions at the academy, the friendly matches usually commence. The format is that the designated wizard for the friendly match comes out and chooses their opponent. In other words, any wizard gathered to watch the match could be challenged. However, the wizard with the right to designate an opponent rarely challenges someone too far below their own rank. Challenging a wizard too low in rank could lead to gossip that they were bullying a weaker wizard. On the other hand, challenging someone much stronger could result in embarrassment and offend the higher-ranking wizard. Wizards, by nature, are prideful creatures. Thus, it was common sense for a wizard with the right to designate an opponent to choose someone of similar rank, and even Alone was aware of this. Was Baruch around 4th rank? Feeling the curious gazes around him, Alone recalled how Leanne had glared at Baruch yesterday. He's 1 rank higher than me. In the world of wizards, ranks create significant disparities. The higher the rank, the more that disparity grows, so the difference in power between, say, the 7th and 8th ranks was enormous, even though they were only 1 rank apart. Being 4th rank at that age, even if he's not as skilled as Penia, he's clearly a genius. As Alone contemplated this, watching Baruch, who didn't look very old despite his impressive rank. Surely the great wizard who helped subdue the mighty outer god isn't afraid, right? Baruch suddenly spoke up. His words, a clear provocation, startled even the wizards who had been observing the situation with invite. Read more on our source. Interest. Baruch's comment obviously implied that Alone's reputation might be nothing but rumor, and Alone quickly grasped his intent. He's trying to provoke me. Though he couldn't be sure of Baruch's exact motives, Alone didn't care. To him, that was enough of a reason. If someone is trying to provoke you for no reason, give them a reason. Alone wasn't the type to take insults lightly, especially from someone who didn't seem all that difficult to defeat. I guess I'll get to try this out in a real fight sooner than I thought. Sliding a magic-enhanced glove onto his index finger, Alone spoke. I accept. Thus, the duel was set. Everything's going as expected. Baruch, the son of the Violet Tower Master and a fellow 4th rank wizard like Leanne, smiled as he felt the gazes of Alone and the surrounding wizards on him. Privacy settings. Provoking Alone into the arena had been part of Baruch's plan all along. More precisely, it was his plan to draw a bit more attention to himself. Although being the son of the Violet Tower Master already gave him considerable influence within the academy, Baruch wanted more. That's why he decided to use Count Palacio, who had just arrived at the academy the day before. Count Palacio, who always brought a whirlwind of rumors wherever he went. Smirking, Baruch glanced at Alone. He was well aware of the rumors surrounding Alone. It was said that Alone played a significant role in dealing with the outer god in the north. More recently, he had helped a Golden Flash subdue 2 ambushing Baba Yagas in the desert city of Colony. And as of yesterday, the most unbelievable rumor of all, that he had somehow tamed the notorious troublemaker Penia, was spreading. As a result, the Academy Wizards had elevated Alone's reputation based on these rumors. In other words, if the rumors were true, Baruch had made a foolish mistake by challenging him. But Baruch hadn't acted recklessly. He raised his right hand subtly and sent a trickle of magic into the plain ring he wore. Bzzz. The ring, emitting a faint hum that only the most observant wizards might notice, began to display a number. 3. Baruch grinned as he saw the number appear. The ring he wore was an artifact that could weakly project magic to roughly gauge a person's rank and magic power. As I thought, he's weak. Just like yesterday. And just like the last time he checked before provoking him, the ring showed Alone's rank as 3. Baruch's confidence came from this ring. Though it wasn't particularly useful in most cases, it was invaluable within the academy for exposing wizards who exaggerated their rank. Thanks to this ring, Baruch had managed to rise within the academy by targeting those wizards who boasted false claims of power. And now I've hooked a big fish. Baruch had been able to provoke Alone without hesitation because of his confidence in the ring's accuracy. Are both sides ready? Ready. Yes. Responding to the question, Baruch casually summoned his magic. That rumor about him taming Penia is a bit concerning, but the ring is reliable. There's no way he's that strong because of his magic. Baruch pondered how to handle Alone. Should I finish this quickly? No, if I end it too fast, it won't have much impact. Maybe I should play with him a little. If I drag this out too long, it might backfire. If it's revealed that this count's skills are just rumors, my reputation, which should be rising, might unnecessarily suffer. Right, it's better to end this a little early. Privacy settings. He gripped his staff, already imagining how he would finish Alone. As both sides are aware, using magic that could threaten the life of your opponent is prohibited, so please adjust the power accordingly. Now. Thud. Begin. The match started with a light tap from the referee staff. Baruch, wearing a confident smile, moved to take action when, he realized a white breath was escaping from his mouth. Dazed by the sudden event, which happened so quickly that he couldn't even register it properly, Baruch soon noticed the cold air filling his lungs. Just as he began to question it. What? Crack. He belatedly realized that his calves were freezing solid. Crack, crack. And not just his calves. Looking around, he realized that the entire arena was freezing over. White frost rapidly spread across the ground, quickly expanding its territory and turning everything in the vicinity into a frozen wasteland. And in the center of that frozen wasteland, he saw it. A man, standing tall on the arena, expressionless, emotionless. Wearing black, ominous armor from which dark magic seeped out, freezing everything around him. And in that moment, Baruch realized. Something had gone terribly wrong. However, by the time he realized it, Glory of the Snowy Mountains alone had already spoken the incantation. Kellum, a wizard from the Green Tower and the man who had witnessed Penia, once notorious as the rogue of the Blue Tower, behave like a meek lamb in front of Count Palacio, was still processing what he'd seen the day before. Penia had even apologized to Milan, Kellum's apprentice and a fellow wizard. But Kellum, a fifth-tier wizard, had his suspicions about Count Palacio from the beginning. Specifically, he doubted the Count's strength. Of course, Kellum hadn't yet reached the sixth tier, where the eye is opened, allowing one to fully grasp another's strength with just a glance. However, even at the fifth tier, his senses were sharp enough to detect a person's magic power. And in Kellum's eyes, Count Palacio's magical energy was too weak. Kellum knew that knowledge was essential for wizards, no matter how large one's mana pool. It meant nothing without the knowledge to wield magic. However, no matter how exceptional one's knowledge was, it wouldn't be possible to use magic if their inherent magical power was too small. Naturally, this raised questions in Kellum's mind. Was it possible that the rumors surrounding the Count's strength were all exaggerated, created by the man himself to elevate his own reputation? Kellum had almost reconsidered his doubts after witnessing Penia's sudden change in behavior, but today, at the arena, his suspicions were confirmed again. There was no mistake. Count Palacio's magical power was far too meager to be the subject of such grandiose rumors. And it wasn't just Kellum who harbored these doubts. No matter how I look at it, I can't sense much strength from him. What do you think? I feel the same way. His mana pool is far too small for someone of a high tier. TCH, so it was all nonsense. Looks like he fabricated it all to build up his prestige. Pity. His reputation will be completely shattered after this friendly match reveals everything. Just as Kellum had thought, the other professor-level wizards at the fifth tier, gathered with him, expressed their doubts after sensing Count Palacio's magic. But before the arena was engulfed in the frozen wasteland, all the wizards fell silent. Even the lower-tier wizards, who had been watching with curious expressions, became quiet. On the contrary, the fifth-tier wizards who had been casting suspicious glances at Alone now stood dumbfounded with their mouths agape, watching the unfolding events. Yet the emotions the wizards felt were not all the same. The lower-tier wizards gazed at Alone's magic with awe and reverence, while the higher-tier wizards were utterly shocked. It all happened in an instant, but they knew exactly what Alone had done. Composite magic. And more than 3 spells, at once. Kellum's jaw dropped. Of course, composite magic was something even he could perform, and any fifth-tier wizard present could do the same. However, to flawlessly execute 3 or more spells at once, without a single error, was something no one could guarantee. How in the world did he do it? By now, the fifth-tier wizards had already erased the thought that Count Palacio's magic was insignificant. Instead, their minds were filled with the same curiosity and respect for Alone that had driven them to rise to the fifth tier. And just as all eyes were focused on the arena, Crystal. Alone quietly muttered the word, forming a seal with his hand. At that moment, crack! Dozens of small spheres, each about the size of a marble, began forming across the entire arena. Rotation. The spheres, which had been hovering in midair, began to slowly rotate clockwise, just as the wizards were wondering about the purpose of these spinning spheres. Eek! Baruch, who had been startled by Alone's magic, finally snapped out of it and hurriedly began preparing his own spells. If he failed to act now, he realized that not only would he fail to expand his influence, but he could end up embarrassing himself, so he hurriedly prepared a spell. However, the other wizards either expressed confusion or frowned as they watched Baruch's spell preparation. That's Kamelin? It was understandable, as the spell Baruch was preparing to use was one of the Violet Tower's main offensive spells, a blatant killing spell not typically used in friendly matches. Yet, Baruch never got to fire his spell. Crack! In the next instant, Baruch was turned into an ice statue. All the wizards stared blankly, recalling what had just happened. In the very moment when Baruch had been preparing his spell, one of the rotating small spheres suddenly burst, turning Baruch into an ice statue. And with that, the winner of this friendly match is Alone Palacio. The referee wizard announced in a bewildered voice. That was truly remarkable. By the way, what was that seal you just used? Could it be an ancient spell? He used composite magic, but how exactly did he structure that arrangement? Immediately after the friendly match ended, Alone, who had ascended to the stands leaving the dumbfounded Baruch behind, was bombarded with questions from the wizards. Of course, there were no wizards who dared to break the unwritten rule of not asking about independent magic, but the flood of questions made Alone realize something surprising. Through the conversation, he came to understand that the wizards had no knowledge of the seals or phrases he used. How curious. Alone had been aware that the seals and phrases he used were relics of a long-forgotten era. However, he hadn't expected there to be absolutely no information on them at all, which made the discovery even more intriguing. As he absorbed this newfound realization while conversing with the wizards, Alone's attention shifted. Wait, what did you say? Third tier. Did you just say third tier? There's no need for modesty, claiming to be at the third tier. That's impossible. The wizards treated Alone's admission of his tier as a joke. Leaving behind the bemused wizards, Alone exited the arena with a sigh, though the moment was brief. He began fiddling with the ring on his left index finger, an item in the psychedelia game called Memory of the Black Eye, Hogaftu, with a satisfied expression. As expected, it's quite useful. The ability of Memory of the Black Eye was simple. It allowed the user to store one of their spells and use it later with a slight boost in power. In short, it was like an enhanced memory keeper spell, storing a spell for future use with added amplification, and for Alone, it was highly efficient. Due to the restriction he faced, Alone could only cast 5 spells, and the harsh environment where he had to use one of those spells was a significant disadvantage. After using that spell, he would be left with only 2 usable spells. But by using Memory of the Black Eye, Alone could now use all 5 spells in combat situations. And the spell amplification is quite strong as well. He recalled that when he had used a spell earlier, the effect of the harsh cold felt at least twice as powerful as usual, then quickly shifted his thoughts. It seems that the glory of the snowy mountains is quite good. Reflecting on the spell he had just used, based on the phrase, glory of the snowy mountains, Alone couldn't help but think once again about the mysterious thing. When it had first informed him of that phrase, Alone hadn't fully grasped the meaning. At the time, the phrases in his mind were understood only as tools to enhance his magic, without a deeper understanding. However, after using the spell based on Glory of the Snowy Mountains several times since returning from the desert, he had recently come to understand what kind of effect that phrase generally had. When the manifestation of the materialized magic ends, it freezes the surrounding air. Unlike twisting or distorting the nature of the magic itself, this effect seemed more like it was touching upon a fundamental law, and Alone had used this to implement his spell today. Is this what it was referring to? He recalled hearing that a phrase is like a key that can open certain doors to the rules designated in this world. He found this increasingly fascinating. The more Alone learned about phrases and words, the more his magic advanced at a rapid pace, fueling his growing curiosity. Glancing outside the tower, he noticed the view. The sun was just now hanging on the mountainside, casting the sky in the colors of sunset. It's about time, I suppose. As Alone watched the slowly sinking sun, he remembered the other item he needed to retrieve from the central tower today and turned to leave. The first night of the society. That count. What is it? Are you really a third-tier wizard? Yes, I am. Really? Yes. Oh, I'll keep that in mind then. Lian, who seemed utterly disbelieving of Alone's words, left with a doubtful expression. Count. Penia? I know for sure that you're a third-tier wizard. Is that so? Yes, I absolutely know that you're a third-tier wizard. Absolutely, without a doubt. After Penia emphasized Alone's tier 3 times and left, Alone noticed that it was late at night and headed to the library, confirming that the moon was already in the sky. Whum! With a low, resonating hum, he arrived at the empty, silent library again. The eerie atmosphere was enhanced by the absence of lights, with only the blue moon in the sky casting light over the library. As he entered the library, a deep voice echoed in his ears. It seems that someone has managed to solve my riddle at just the right time. The voice's solemn resonance caused Alone to shiver involuntarily. It wasn't that he sensed anything in particular, just an instinctual trembling. Like how the weak naturally tremble before the strong, simply hearing the voice evoked a creeping fear from deep within. Yes, Alone answered, forcibly suppressing his rising fear. After all, the item he needed could only be obtained by meeting her. And then, oh, impressive. Despite hearing my voice, you didn't panic. You've held your ground. As the blue magical energy began gathering in front of Alone, slowly taking shape, he felt sweat forming on his palms. He knew exactly who was about to appear before him. The first human to reach the 8th tier after the age of forgotten gods. A wizard whom every magician revered and admired during her lifetime, known as the First Chalice. And to the beings who once wreaked havoc on the world, she was known as the Eternal Terror, a slayer feared and worshipped. The Archmage Heinkel. As Alone muttered her name, the blue magical form solidified rapidly. Before him stood a woman wearing a pure white pointed hat, her blue eyes visible underneath, and a relaxed smile on her face. To the wizards, she was the First Chalice. To the beings that had once thrown the world into chaos, she was the Eternal Terror. Alone swallowed nervously behind his calm expression. While Heinkel wasn't an enemy, if he made even a slight mistake in his answers, he could trigger her infamous temper, which might result in his immediate death. Thus, Alone mentally reviewed the things he absolutely must not say or bring up in front of her. The first words the Archmage, who exuded an overwhelming aura just by appearing with her relaxed smile, spoke as she gazed at Alone were, "Wah!" A sound of terror as though she had seen something horrifying. A question formed in Alone's mind. Archmage Heinkel. She was the first Archmage to appear among humanity since the Forgotten Age of the Gods, and was known to players in Psychedelia as the Witch of Writ. The reason she was called the Witch of Writ was simple. If you played as a mage, almost every player would inevitably meet her. Although she didn't directly influence the story, the items you could obtain from her after a certain amount of time were incredibly useful for mage players. However, the problem was her personality. Contrary to her doll-like appearance, she was extremely irritable. If you made the wrong choice during dialogue while trying to obtain an item, she'd kill you without hesitation. By the third meeting, you might be close enough that she would only insult you for a wrong choice instead of killing you, but in the first and second meetings, there was no mercy. Worse yet, if you chose to defend Milk even a little in any of her suspicious dialogue choices, she'd get highly offended and kill you on the spot. This earned her the nickname, Milk Witch. Thanks to all this, Alone was very nervous. He knew the words and topics she disliked, but given her notoriously unpredictable personality, anything could happen. He had even made some preparations in case things went wrong. But this situation was entirely unforeseen. Alone stared blankly at Archmage Heinkel, who was looking at him with an expression of fear. He then realized one thing. She's really short. The White Wizard's pointy hat made her seem taller, but in reality, she was much shorter than Alone. Quite a bit shorter. I want to solve your riddle. Since in the in-game illustrations, she was always seated, he had never noticed this fact. It wasn't really useful information, but still, it was something new. With that in mind, Alone finally spoke to Heinkel. He needed to solve her first riddle to receive an item. However, I'll give it to you. I'll just give it. Suddenly, Heinkel blurted out those words and handed Alone a jeweled box that had flown in from somewhere, even though he hadn't solved the riddle yet. Then, good enough, right? For someone who had appeared so majestic and arrogant under the moonlight, she was now acting like a frightened mouse, nervously glancing at Alone. I'm leaving. With that, she quickly turned around and scurried away, disappearing in a burst of blue magic. It was an unexpectedly undignified exit compared to her entrance. Heinkel. Alone called out in confusion, but there was no response, as if she had no intention of returning. Holding the jewel box, Alone stood there with a puzzled expression and decided to cancel the spell he had prepared for potential emergencies. SSSS. As soon as he undid the seal in his pocket, the magical power dissipated like dust. After standing there bewildered for a while, Alone finally regained his composure and opened the box she had given him. It's here. Inside was the very item he had intended to get by solving the riddle. What's going on? Although it was supposed to be something he had to earn through solving the riddle, she simply handed it over and disappeared in a completely unexpected way. Thinking back to the moment, he recalled that she hadn't been looking directly at him, but slightly behind him. Was she looking behind me? He glanced over his shoulder, but saw nothing but the library bathed in blue moonlight. In the end, Alone had obtained the item he wanted. He was glad to have gotten it so easily, but at the same time, a small doubt began to form in his mind. For the next few days, Alone attended the magical conference, listening to various presentations and satisfying his curiosity. The theories presented at the conference were quite helpful to Alone, who had been learning magic through self-study until then. In addition, the nighttime discussions with Leanne about magic were a significant help in advancing his magical abilities. Unlike Alone, who had a deep understanding of mana control, she had a talent for constructing the magical frameworks needed to manifest magic itself. This gave Alone the confidence that he might soon be ready to attempt 4th rank magic. Of course, 4th rank magic required so much mana that it was difficult to use even once properly, so he didn't plan to attempt it immediately. Then, on the 4th day of Alone's stay at the magical conference, he heard the news. A foreign entity has appeared in the labyrinth of Lartania? Yes. I've heard that it caused mutations throughout the entire labyrinth. Alone learned about the appearance of the foreign entity in Lartania's labyrinth. How much time has passed since the foreign entity was discovered? It's uncertain, but it's believed to be about 5 days now. The Information Guild suspects that it's been around a week since it first appeared. How far is it to Lartania? It's not too far from here. It should take around 5 days. After hearing Evan's estimate, Alone thought for a moment, then quickly grabbed some paper and began writing a letter. It wasn't long before he finished, and as soon as the letter was ready, he said, "Send this to Lartania, and then I'm heading out immediately." Immediately? Yes. Without hesitation, he left the central magic tower and began preparations to travel to Lartania. After bidding farewell to Leanne, who was disappointed he was leaving earlier than expected, and Penia, who seemed to give off a strange energy of disappointment despite her lively response when she heard he was leaving, Alone headed straight to Lartania. 5 days passed. Traveling non-stop by carriage, Alone finally arrived at the labyrinth city of Lartania. Wow, it's changed a lot since the last time I was here. It's even more fascinating now. Evan spoke with a tone of admiration, and indeed, Lartania was a much more impressive sight than any other territory Alone had passed through so far. The city walls, which define the interior and exterior of the city, were not particularly tall, short enough that you could easily see the buildings inside. The majority of the buildings within the city were unexpectedly luxurious and unique, quite at odds with the image of a city of mercenaries and adventurers. It was as if architectural styles from all over the world had been gathered in one place. Because of that, the city didn't evoke a mystical feeling, but rather just seemed visually unusual. Wasn't the setting that people from across the continent, except the Empire, came together and built whatever buildings they wanted? Recalling Lartania's background, Alone entered the city. It feels uneasy here. Yeah, just as Alone expected, the atmosphere in the city was somewhat chaotic. Rumors of the foreign entity emerging from the labyrinth had spread, and some mercenaries were already seen leaving the city. After navigating through Lartania by carriage and reaching his destination in the southern district, Alone soon arrived at a shop called Murd, owned by Rhine. Upon arriving, he couldn't help but be amazed. Is this really Murd? Yes, it seems like the right place, Evan stammered in confusion. The reason was simple. The building was enormous. If you asked how big, well, compared to the surrounding 4- or 5-story buildings, they looked like mere toy houses in comparison. Isn't this supposed to be a shop? It should be, Evan replied. Alone, though maintaining a blank expression, was clearly taken aback as he looked at the building. It was so massive that it seemed more like a temple than a store. Seeing this, Evan spoke up. I had heard the shop was big, but honestly, I didn't expect it to be this big. Alone nodded in agreement. He had heard that the shop was doing extremely well, but he hadn't expected it to be this successful. To think a magical appraiser could hold so much power. Is this why she's managed to gain influence in Lartania? Alone found himself nodding unconsciously. He knew the universal truth from both the previous world and this one. Money could solve anything. That's one of the reasons I'm here to ask for a favor. Although his primary task was dealing with the foreign entity, Alone had come to see Rhine, the magical appraiser, because he needed to borrow her influence. Let's go inside, Alone said, and together with Evan, he began walking up toward the Murd building. As they reached the massive front doors, "Do you have an appointment?" asked a person who appeared to be a receptionist, standing in front of the door. "Do we need one?" Alone asked. "If it's urgent, you can meet her right away by paying the fee." "A fee?" "Yes, if you wish to meet Lady Rhine without an appointment, it will cost 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins? The price was enough to buy a mansion in one of the nearby territories, if not the capital of the Astrian kingdom. Alone, stunned, responded with disbelief. "And if I make an appointment now, how long would the wait be?" "If you make one now, let's see, about 10 months, approximately." The staggering time frame made Alone feel dizzy. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. "Could you at least deliver a message to her? Tell her that Count Palacio is here." "Ugh, you're so noisy. Get lost already." Before Alone could finish his sentence, a voice interrupted. A man who exuded an air of wealth, probably a noble, looked at him with disdain. Why is a penniless beggar loitering around? Behind the man were a group of mercenaries, and he spoke with such crude arrogance, it was as if he lacked any intelligence whatsoever. Alone's expression turned incredulous, but the man, paying him no mind, approached the receptionist and casually tossed a pouch of money in front of her. "Open the door," the man said. The receptionist checked the pouch, nodded respectfully, and immediately began manipulating something. With a loud rumble, the massive doors started to open. Before stepping inside, the man glanced back at Alone and smirked, clearly trying to provoke him. His sneer was blatant. "Pathetic beggar," he sneered. The man walked into the building, and as Alone watched, he also noticed the mercenaries following him, their faces filled with mockery. They were so openly showing their contempt without even knowing who Alone was that he couldn't help but frown. Soon, Alone realized who the man was. He's the son of the Lord of Lartania. Though he couldn't recall the name, he remembered the man's appearance from the illustrations in Psychedelia, a bloated figure with a sleazy mustache, the infamous son of the Labyrinth City's lord. In the game, he had acted like a scoundrel toward the player, but experiencing it in person was even more outrageous. Just as Alone was about to speak, No need to go inside. A voice came from the now open doorway. Rhine emerged, her green eyes glowing as she walked out. Oh, Rhine. You came all the way here for me. The scoundrel's face lit up with a bright smile as he approached her. But, get lost. Without hesitation, Rhine pushed the scoundrel's shoulder aside and cursed at him. She walked right past him and his mercenaries, heading outside. Ignoring the receptionist, who had bowed her head in embarrassment, Rhine approached Alone. Unlike how she had treated the scoundrel, Rhine spoke to Alone with the utmost respect. I've been expecting you, Godfather. She bowed her head politely, and everyone present stared at Count Palacio in disbelief. The owner of Murd, known for her extraordinary magic appraisal skills in the Labyrinth City, and already serving as Rhine's secretary for over a year and a half, was her, Serenia. She constantly felt exhausted. Objectively speaking, her duties were limited to receiving guests and managing reservations, so there wasn't any real reason for her to feel so worn out. However, it wasn't physical fatigue, rather it was severe mental exhaustion. To be more precise, it was due to the numerous troublesome clients. Of course, because Murd's status was quite high, there weren't many people who caused real trouble. Yet, this didn't mean there weren't those who gnawed away at her mental peace. In fact, there were times when she thought dealing with the absolute worst troublemakers might have been better in some ways. Today had been a relatively peaceful day for Serenia, and she was feeling rather good, at least until a man who looked like a noble entered with a knight. In truth, this man wasn't particularly troublesome. Like many others, he boasted about how he knew Rhine, but that was nothing she hadn't heard hundreds of times before, so it didn't even qualify as annoying anymore. The reason her mood suddenly plummeted was because of the person who entered right after him. Or rather, what entered. The man, no, noble, who followed him was the real reason for her mood swing. Even Serenia, with her solid capitalistic smile, couldn't help but feel her expression falter when facing him. He's back again. Lavalda Greystone, the son of Lysimore Greystone, the current lord of Labyrinth City Lartania, and a well-known piece of human garbage throughout the city. Despite the fact that all of his power came from his father, he wielded it as if it were his own and acted as though no one ranked higher than him except his father, a spoiled brat ignorant of the ways of the world. He threw money arrogantly, showing no regard for the noble who had entered before him, insulting him without hesitation. Serenia almost frowned but barely managed to hold it in. After all, she had no right to frown. No matter how troublesome the person was, he was still the Lord's only son in the Labyrinth City. Even the Master of Murd, whom Serenia served, had to bow down to Lavalda, so Serenia quietly opened the door. But what happened next left her in stunned silence. Rhine, who had always maintained a smiling face despite the annoying provocations of the trashy Lord's son, suddenly said, "Get lost." It wasn't just the fact that Rhine had lightly tapped Lavalda's shoulder, as if her previous attitude toward him had been a lie, that shocked her. What shocked her even more was what followed. "I've been waiting for you, Godfather." Rhine bowed her head respectfully to the man Serenia had thought was just another ordinary guest. What's going on? Serenia, confused, wondered if she was dreaming. After all, Serenia had observed Rhine for nearly 2 years and knew this. Even when the Lord of the Labyrinth City came, even when high-ranking nobles from other countries arrived, even when the Prince of the Ashtalon Kingdom visited, Rhine had never bowed her head to anyone. That's why Serenia, unconsciously lowering her smile and leaving her mouth agape, soon saw the mercenaries and Lavalda doing the same. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. "What did you just say to me?" Lavalda, who had been frozen as if his brain had short-circuited, finally processed Rhine's words. His once dazed expression now contorted into clear displeasure. However, Rhine responded without hesitation, "I believe I told you to get lost." Rhine spoke so naturally that Serenia's expression now turned to one of utter shock. The reason for this remark was clear to anyone watching. It was an outright declaration of hostility towards Lavalda. Lavalda let out a disbelieving scoff before his face twisted into a demonic expression. "I don't know what's so important about that penniless noble, but I'll make sure you regret turning your back on me." With those words, he turned and stormed out of Murd. Shortly after, Lavalda Greystone, the son of the Lord of Labyrinth City, left with a demonic look on his face, one that hinted he could do anything. Alone finally had the chance to speak properly with Rhine. I received your letter. It must have been a hard trip, Godfather. And you too, Uncle, Rhine said, speaking in a calm voice, in contrast to Deus, who remained silent as if silence were golden, and Sealring, who talked too much. Her before. Alone, who had been watching her, nodded slightly and asked, "But is this really okay?" "What exactly are you referring to?" she replied. Lavalda, Alone answered, bringing up the name of the son of the Lord of Labyrinth City, which had only just come back to him. Alone was aware of the immense power the Lord of this Labyrinth City, Lartanya, held. He also knew that the Lord often shielded his son, so he was concerned that Lavalda might cause trouble for Rhine, who had settled here in Lartanya. "Oh, if that's what you're worried about, you don't need to be concerned," Rhine responded. "Really? But he's the Lord's son. It seems like he might cause trouble for you. He probably won't show up again. Besides, I didn't expect you to know that rascal." Alone paused for a moment at Rhine's words, but replied naturally, "He's well known in Lartanya for his looks and his attitude." "Is that so?" "In any case, as I said before, there's no need to worry." Although her voice was flat and emotionless, unlike the others he had met, there was a distinct sense of confidence in her words. "Well, if you're sure about that," Alone nodded briefly before engaging in a casual conversation with Rhine. Naturally, there wasn't much substance to their conversation. They exchanged pleasantries about how her work in Lartanya had been going, whether she still kept in touch with the kids from the orphanage, and other simple matters. However, as they continued with this light talk, Alone couldn't help but feel unusually good. It might have seemed a bit amusing, but he felt that Rhine had grown up well. Not that Deus or Sealring hadn't matured, but there was something about Rhine that gave him the impression of a diligent daughter. Even though he hadn't paid much attention to because of this, Alone found himself feeling oddly proud of her, enjoying their conversation in good spirits. After some time passed and their small talk came to a close, Alone brought up the main reason for his visit. "The truth is, I came to see you today because I have a favor to ask." "Feel free to ask." "Is there by any chance a subjugation force being formed against the Outer God?" At Alone's question, Rhine thought for a moment before responding, "Yes, I believe a subjugation force is being formed right now." "Would you be able to help me join that subjugation force?" The reason Alone had sought out Rhine, who held significant influence in Labyrinth City, as soon as he arrived, was so that he could join the subjugation force against the Outer God. It was difficult to join without being somewhat famous within Lartanya. Of course, given his reputation from outside the city, he might have been able to join on his own, but he wanted to be absolutely sure, which is why he sought her out. After what happened earlier, it might be a bit difficult now. Of course, it might be a little difficult, Alone started, recalling Lavalda's behavior and realizing that relying on Rhine's help might indeed be challenging. But then Rhine spoke up. "That should be doable." Really?" Alone asked, a bit surprised. "Yes. But didn't things get a little tense between you and the Lord's son earlier?" Alone hesitated to say that the situation seemed more than just tense, but he looked at her, waiting for her response. "Don't worry about it. It's not something I can't handle." "Besides, is he really that much of a concern to you?" she asked. "Are you talking about Lavalda?" "Yes. Well, he is the Lord's precious son, so I thought he might cause you some trouble," Alone replied. Rhine nodded slightly before responding, "In any case, you don't need to worry about that." All right, I'll leave it to you then." Despite her blunt manner of speaking, her words carried a strong sense of reassurance, which made Alone feel oddly proud again. After a bit more conversation, Alone suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, why do you call me Godfather?" "Excuse me?" "Well, Deus and Sealring refer to me as their benefactor or master, but why do you call me Godfather?" "I was just curious." Rhine paused for a moment, thinking, before replying, because Godfather seemed like the most fitting word. "Is that so?" "Yes." After a brief silence, Rhine added, "For now, you should rest." You must be tired from the long journey." With that, Ryan assigned rooms for Alone and Evan within Murd and then disappeared somewhere. As soon as she left, Evan, who had been waiting, spoke up. "Wow, she's really matured, hasn't she?" "Has she?" Alone asked. "Yes, she's still a bit blunt, but she's always been like that. But aside from that, out of all the kids we've met, I think she's grown up the most." Alone nodded in agreement. Indeed, she feels like she grew up in the most textbook manner. Ryan had mentioned she would inform them of further plans, and since not much time had passed since they had gone north, Alone decided it would be best to rest and review their plans. With that in mind, he headed to the room Ryan had provided. By the time he entered, it was already late in the evening. The next day, having barely rested after rushing to Lartania by carriage, Alone awoke feeling groggy, even though he had slept for quite a while. Noticing that the sun had risen, he slowly got out of bed, dressed, and left his room. He soon met Ryan, who was having lunch with Serenia, her secretary, guiding him there. And then, "I've taken care of the matter you mentioned yesterday," Ryan said. "So quickly?" "Yes. There's a regular meeting today, so you can attend it." Alone was briefly taken aback by how efficiently Ryan had handled things. But before he could dwell on it, she continued. "Oh, and about Lavalda Greystone, the matter has been taken care of as well. I killed him cleanly, so you won't have to worry about him anymore." She said it so casually, as if commenting on the weather, all while taking a bite of her sausage. Her tone sounded like she was saying, "The sun is shining brightly today," despite delivering such shocking news. Alone, who had almost responded nonchalantly, suddenly stopped. What?" Staring at her, his mind filled with countless question marks. Lavalda Greystone was indeed a character whose very existence was harmful. Among the many characters you could encounter while playing Psychedelia, he was one of the most notorious scoundrels ever created. The massacre at the 30th level mercenary camp. The Monster Abyss absorption incident. The Chimera biological experiments. Nearly every malicious side story that took place in Lartania during the game happened because of him. In other words, considering Lartania's future, it was certainly better for the city if he didn't exist rather than simply being alive. However, Lavalda Greystone remained alive because he was the son of the Lord of the Labyrinth City. The position of being the Lord's son, within the city, meant he wielded virtually unlimited power. It essentially allowed him to reign like a king within the city. In short, by killing Lavalda, Ryan had, in effect, committed regicide, which made Alone, who was in disbelief, question in a daze. "Yes, you killed him." "Lavalda Greystone." "Yes," Ryan answered as casually as if she were discussing what she had for breakfast, and Alone felt dizzy from the reply. "Truly." "Yes, Godfather." "Was there an issue? Why did you kill him?" "Well, because you said he was an inconvenience." Alone and Ryan exchanged confused looks. Still, isn't killing him a bit much? "But if he were alive, wouldn't he continue to bother you, Godfather?" Talking with Ryan, Alone suddenly realized one important fact. Right, she's one of the 5 great sins. Though he had momentarily forgotten, because of her image as a daughter who had grown up well without needing much care, Alone remembered that Ryan was destined to become one of the seeds of the 5 great sins in the future. Without realizing it, cold sweat trickled down his back. But before that, how on earth did she manage to kill him? Lavalda Greystone himself wasn't all that strong. However, the mercenaries that followed him everywhere were, as far as Alone knew, not the kind of people that could easily be taken down. They were mercenaries of at least A-rank caliber. That's why Alone found it puzzling that Ryan, who wasn't a fighter but simply someone who worked as an appraiser, managed to deal with them. As Alone wore a perplexed expression, Ryan cautiously spoke up. "Was there a problem?" Perhaps due to his repeated questioning, Ryan now seemed to be wondering if she had unknowingly made a mistake, her expression turning slightly dejected. "Not so much a problem, more like, is it really all right?" "Which part?" "Mostly concerning your personal safety." "If it's about that, you don't need to worry, Godfather." "Is that so?" "Yes. I made sure to disguise myself as someone else." Although her expression remained neutral, Ryan nodded confidently. Watching her, Alone couldn't help but recall a phrase he'd seen in an old community. So, this is what they mean by having a different mindset. Clearing his throat, Alone spoke again. Anyway, thanks for your concern. Don't feel too down about it. I'm not feeling down, Godfather. She looked a bit dejected just a moment ago, though. I'm really not. How can she commit regicide so easily and yet be embarrassed about something like this? Alone looked at Ryan with a mixture of amazement and fascination as he continued speaking. Anyway, try to avoid putting yourself in danger if you can. Why, Godfather? Well, all sorts of problems could arise. First, you could be put in danger, and all the hard work you've put in could come crumbling down in an instant, right? Ryan made a puzzled expression at Alone's words, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. Though it shouldn't have been a difficult statement, she tilted her head slightly, as if she couldn't quite grasp his meaning. After thinking seriously for a moment, she suddenly said, as if she had realized something, and gave a small nod. Don't worry too much, Godfather. I understand my duties well, she added, before resuming her meal. Alone was left a little dumbfounded as he watched her. Even though they were having a conversation, it felt as if something was slightly off. However, continuing the conversation didn't seem like a good option, so Alone closed his mouth. After all, regardless of everything, she had dealt with Lavalda for his sake. A bit, no, actually far too excessive, but still, she had acted on his behalf, so Alone decided not to press the matter further. But no matter how much she considers me her godfather, was this really necessary? As Alone absent-mindedly ate his sausage, pondering such thoughts, Ryan suddenly spoke up. Oh, I've been wanting to show you the Eye of the Tracker, Godfather. Would you come with me? The Eye of the Tracker? Yes. Alone nodded at Ryan's words, and soon, after finishing their meal, he followed her into a room. Inside, Alone saw it, a golden eye floating in the small room. It was surrounded by a halo of blue light, and anyone who saw it could immediately tell it was no ordinary object. As Alone stared at it, Ryan's earlier words came to mind. She had said she would show him the Eye of the Tracker. This is the Eye of the Tracker. Alone couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Originally, the Eye of the Tracker that Alone had given Ryan was just an artifact, a round sphere with a small eye-shaped jewel embedded in it. Its effect was simply to appraise artifacts from lower levels with a bit more detail. In other words, it wasn't a particularly remarkable item. Even in the settings of the artifact itself, there was no special description, much like the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. Thus, Alone had never imagined that the Eye of the Tracker could be hiding such a secret. The engravings are gathering smoothly, Ryan said. It didn't take long for Alone to deduce that this Eye of the Tracker could enhance certain relics by engraving them, but he didn't bother to confirm it. He had already realized why Ryan had shown him such favor. Was it because of this? The reason Ryan's company, Murd, had gained widespread fame was because of her ability to create engravings. It turned out that her success was, to some extent, due to the Eye of the Tracker, so it was only natural for her to feel gratitude toward Alone. Of course, Alone had never imagined the Eye had such a function. Still, given that Ryan was feeling grateful to him, it would have been awkward if Alone remained oblivious to this fact. I see. You're using it well, Alone said, nodding as if he had known all along about the true nature of the Eye of the Tracker. Yes, although the engravings have slowed down a bit after 400, they're still gathering. I think I'll have them all within a few years. I see. Alone felt a growing curiosity about what exactly was being gathered, but he didn't ask, fearing it might raise suspicion in Ryan. So, he just nodded slightly, and a bit of time passed once more. Then let's head there right away, Godfather, Ryan said. Alone, along with Evan, followed Ryan to the location of the regular meeting. Alone had two reasons for wanting to participate in the extermination of the Outer God. The first was because it was clear that the current mercenaries alone would never be able to defeat the Outer God. Of course, the mercenaries gathered from the 5 major guilds to defeat the Outer God possessed superhuman strength, like Baba Yaga or the Master Knights. However, Alone knew that even that wouldn't be enough to take down the Outer God. The second reason was that, in order to exterminate the Outer God, Alone absolutely needed the strength of powerful mercenaries who would follow his commands. This was why he was determined to join the Outer God Extermination Squad. However, the problem was, TCH, you're bringing this weak-looking guy along? Huh, he looks like someone who just rides on his reputation. Are you here to tag along and take credit? The mercenaries didn't seem like they would follow Alone's orders at all. In the meeting room where Alone had entered, for men and women were glaring at him with extremely displeased expressions. Maverick, the guild master of the Terra Nomad Guild, clicked his tongue, looking irritated as he fiddled with his sword. Hyman, the guild master of the Arcadia Guild, lifted his pointed hat with a sneer and spoke with blatant disdain. Mayan, a beast woman and the guild master of the Ancient Trackers, spun a dagger on the table in front of her, letting out a derisive laugh with her slitted, feline eyes. And among them, the strongest of the mercenary guild leaders, Argonia, the guild master of the Kalamadra Guild and a half-dragon with a dragon ancestor that had disappeared long ago, simply stared at him in silence. Naturally, her gaze wasn't particularly welcoming either. I expected some hostility, but this is worse than I thought. As soon as he entered the meeting room, Alone quickly assessed the situation and noted the overt hostility and mocking glares from the guild leaders. He had somewhat anticipated this scenario. The people present were powerful enough to gauge Alone's magical abilities, and more importantly, they were all mercenaries. Mercenaries who prioritized strength above all else. Alone knew that if he wanted to have a conversation with them, let alone gain any respect, he first had to avoid being dismissed and earn their acknowledgement. Noble Lord, I've heard rumors that you've been poking your nose into places you don't belong. But seeing you in person, you don't seem like someone worth talking to. Why don't you just leave? Huh. Without hesitation, Alone raised his left hand, which was clad in his gauntlet, and formed a seal. At that moment, crackle. With no warning, the once ordinary meeting room was filled with ice. Mayan, who was about to rise in surprise at the sudden event, was caught off guard. Concentration. As soon as Alone spoke, the surrounding atmosphere and magical energy gathered around Mayan. Freeze. At his next word, the air and magic that had gathered around Mayan reacted instantly, forming frost. It quickly multiplied and crackle, encased her in ice. Mayan, bewildered and unaware of how she had been attacked, was frozen solid inside the ice. There was no particular reason for freezing her. According to the settings Alone knew, Mayan was the weakest in terms of combat power among the mercenaries present, unable to reach the level of a superhuman. That's why she couldn't react to the sudden attack and ended up frozen. After briefly glancing at the immobilized Mayan, Alone calmly walked past the mercenaries who had rushed into the room, realizing something was wrong. Step. Not too fast, but not too slow either. He moved at a steady pace, as if nothing had happened. He soon sat down in a chair opposite Argonia and, I think now we're at a level where we can talk. Crossed his legs. What do you think? A heavy silence descended upon the meeting room. Silence falls in the meeting room. The mercenaries who entered late all wore tense expressions, and Maverick, Hyman, and Argonia, who were seated, looked at Alone in the same way. Yet, even in that moment when everyone's gaze focused on him, Alone's expression remained calm. To be precise, only his outward appearance seemed calm. Did I miscalculate? Behind his expressionless face, Alone thought nervously as sweat beaded on his skin. Should I have used a different method? No, there wouldn't have been another impactful way. Freezing Mayan was only possible because I caught her off guard. While staring intently at Argonia, Alone also kept Mayan, visible from the corner of his eye, in mind. She's still frozen. He had used all of his magic power, casting ice magic 5 times with his enchanted armor, so Mayan remained in that frozen state. He hoped the conversation would move forward before the magic broke. Knowing Mayan's personality, Alone was certain she would go on a rampage as soon as she was freed from the magic, and with growing anxiety, he looked at Argonia. If Argonia, the strongest among those present, acknowledged Alone, there would be no further conflict. Besides, The reason Alone had confidently cast the spell was that he trusted Argonia. Through the game, Alone had seen several times that Argonia would coolly assess situations and make rational decisions rather than stubbornly holding onto unnecessary pride. Specifically, it was because a situation in a particular quest was very similar to the current one, and each time, Argonia had reacted the same way. In the silence, Alone wanted to open his mouth and prompt a response, but he held back. Since he had already cast the spell, it didn't matter what he said now. From this point, it was up to the mercenaries to make their judgment, and to earn their approval, he needed to maintain his composure. A short while later. So, you're challenging us? The silence was broken by Maverick's voice, his expression twisted in displeasure. Seeing Maverick almost ready to draw his sword, upset by the sudden attack, Alone thought, I'm done for. But, stop. To Alone's immense relief, just as Maverick was about to draw his sword, Argonia intervened. What? Are you telling me to just let this go after what happened? We were the ones who ignored him.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.